The royal family had also disappointed him, and hiring mercenaries was limited, so he stretched the extent of his strategy beyond common sense. If he couldn't get humans to rally with him, he would seek out other species, not the elves or the dwarves, but the beasts themselves. While many saw the upcoming beast wave as a uniform threat, mindless monsters driven to madness by the brood mother's call, Kai saw potential allies among them. He knew not every beast in the Vasper forest would bend to the brood mother's will. Some creatures were too proud, too wild, or simply too intelligent to fall in line. As the brood mother forced her dominion, rallying beasts to her cause, she unintentionally created resistance. Reports from his scouts confirmed Kai's suspicions: skirmishes between the beasts, bloody clashes, and fractured unity. On another hand, his understanding of the forest came not only from scouts. He had gained his fair share of information from the forest spirit about the types of beasts and their grades. Yet it was Hendrik's diary that proved invaluable. The old tome contained far more than just tales about the Larvae Queen's childhood and Hendrik's love for her. It mapped out the ecosystem of the Vasper forest, detailing every beast, from the smallest critter to the most fearsome predator. Among the entries, one particular species caught Kai's eye: the Freys. They were described as feline-like creatures with sleek, shadowy fur and piercing violet eyes. The Freys were apex predators in their own right. These creatures walked on two legs, lived deep underground, and possessed intelligence far beyond that of most beasts. A select few could even communicate with humans in rough, guttural voices. Hendrik had meticulously detailed their quirks and the layout of their subterranean lair, but what stood out the most was the mention of their hatred for the arachne spiders. The Freys and the arachne spiders were mortal enemies as far as the entries went. The strength of the Freys varied, but most were formidable Grade 2 beasts, with their pack leaders reaching the might of Grade 3. Intelligent and fiercely territorial, they were known to hunt in the twilight hours, striking with deadly precision. But there was more. Hendrik, during his explorations, had somehow managed to earn the trust of the Freys, a rare feat, as these creatures were notoriously aloof and wary of outsiders. The diary explained the moments of connection, mentioning a pact of mutual respect and understanding a fragile alliance between man and beast. Hendrik had believed that the Freys saw themselves as guardians of the forest, which also meant that, according to him, they were creatures who would never bow to a tyrant like the brood mother. With that, Kai's mind raised different possibilities. This animosity was exactly what Kai needed. If he could ally with the Freys against the brood mother and her beast minions, he might be able to gain one more potential ally. With this goal in mind, Kai and his group descended into the caves, guided by the map in Hendrik's diary. The deeper they ventured, the thicker the air became, tainted with the scent of decay. It clung to their nostrils, a foul mixture of mold and something far more unsettling, that it reached their guts at the speed of lightning. Kai felt a prickle of unease crawl up his spine as he heard distant, echoing screams and the sound of chitin scraping against stone. He stopped, glancing back at the scouts following him, their facial expressions showing in the soft glow of lanterns. "Do you smell that?" Kai asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "There's also noises mixed in with the smell." Gareth nodded grimly. "It smells like rot. It's faint, but I'm able to pick up on it. As for the noises, we need to see what it's about, but it sounds like a battle." Kai frowned, suspicion twisting in his gut. He had a faint inkling of who the screams belonged to, certainly not humans. If he was right, the arachne spiders were here. Either that or more beasts were living in the cave he wasn't aware of. Even if that was the case, it didn't explain the smell of decay in the air. Were they dead bodies or something else? He couldn't be sure without taking a look at it. They pressed on. The path before them wound downwards, a narrow, twisting tunnel barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side. The walls were damp, slick with moisture, and covered in thick, tangled roots that Kai felt were alive. Shadows moved across the rough stone, playing tricks on the eye and making it hard to tell what was real and what was just a figment of their imagination. As they descended further, the tunnel widened. Here the walls seemed to stretch on forever, towering above them like the ribs of some ancient, long-dead beast. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, dripping water that echoed through the chamber like 1,000 ticking clocks. The ground beneath their feet was uneven, covered in a thick layer of greenish moss that glowed faintly in the darkness. The more they moved, the noisier it got. The stench also grew, assaulting his nostrils. Kai led them towards a narrow ledge overlooking a larger cave below. The noises were coming from there, and one more beastly scream confirmed it. As they reached the edge, he motioned for everyone to stay silent and crouch down. Carefully, he peered over the ledge, his eyes widening at the sight before him. The sight below was like something out of a nightmare. As he had expected, dozens of large, black arachne spiders were fighting with a group of Freys. The Freys were large, everything else matched the description in the diary. Their white fur was striped with glowing red patterns, usually known to happen when they were in fury. They moved with savage grace, their muscular bodies rippling under their fur as they leapt and dodged the arachne spiders' venomous fangs and razor-sharp legs. Their eyes burned with a fierce intensity, and as they grew angrier, the red stripes along their fur glowed brighter, casting a blood-red light that mingled with the green of the moss. The leader of the arachne spiders, a massive creature standing a head taller than the others, roared commands in a language Kai couldn't understand, directing the battle. The arachne spiders were a terrifying sight. Their bodies were covered in thick chitinous armor, each spider the size of a large horse. Their 8 eyes glowed a sickly yellow, and their fangs dripped with a viscous, green venom that hissed and smoked whenever it touched the stone. They moved with an unnatural speed and precision, swarming over the frays in a coordinated attack that spoke of a hive mind driving them forward. Kai counted quickly there were at least 5 dozen frays in total, but only 3 dozen were actively fighting. The rest, mostly the old and the young, huddled in the alcoves, watching the battle without a hiss. There were also a few dead bodies on the ground, casualties that had probably died in the initial assault. The arachne spiders outnumbered the fray warriors 2 to 1, but the frays fought with a ferocity born of desperation, knowing that this was their home and they needed to protect it. What seemed like the leader of the frays, a more muscular beast with half of its fur covered with red stripes, let out a furious howl, lunging at a spider that had managed to break through the line. With a swift swipe of its massive leg, the fray tore through the spider's carapace, sending a spray of green ichor across the stone floor. The other frays took heart from their leader's actions, rallying together and pushing back against the spiders with renewed vigor. But the spiders were proving to be tougher adversaries than the frays had anticipated. Their shells deflected most of the attacks, and when the frays did manage to land a hit, their legs skidded off the hard chitin more often than not. Kai clenched his fists. This was his chance. The frays were on the brink, but they hadn't fallen yet. If he could intervene and turn the tide of this battle, then perhaps it would be easier to get them to their side. But there was something else that concerned him. The smell of decay that they had been smelling was the strongest in the cavern, and it wasn't because of the dead bodies of the frays on the ground, but the spiders that fought them. Kai was sure of it. As he focused on them, he saw the signs' black lines running through their shells, pulsing with dark energy that seemed to throb in time with the spiders' movements. Their eyes were shadowed by a deep shade of black, as if the darkness had seeped into their very souls. Their movements were jerky yet unnaturally quick, each strike filled with a savage intensity that bordered on manic. He watched as a spider shot a web at a fray. The webbing wasn't the usual sticky silver thread instead. It glistened with a dark, ominous hue, like it was coated in darkness. His eyes widened as he realized what he was seeing. The webs were imbued with dead mana. These weren't the normal arachne spiders that had attacked Veralt a few months back. These were mana fiends. What type of situation is this? Kai thought to himself as he continued to watch. As the arachne spiders pushed forward, their dark energy and enhanced strength began to turn the tide of battle. One sleek-looking fray lunged at a spider, its legs aiming for a lethal strike. But the spider, unnaturally quick and agile due to its mana corruption, dodged with ease and retaliated with a vicious swipe of its legs. The fray staggered back, momentarily stunned, but before it could recover, another spider was already on top of it, using its powerful legs to pin the fray to the ground. The fray snarled and thrashed, its muscles rippling with effort as it tried to break free, but the spider's grip was too strong. Black lines of dead mana pulsed through the spider's chitin. The fray's legs scrabbled against the cavern floor, desperate to find purchase, but it was no use. The spider reared back, ready to deliver a fatal bite with its venomous fangs. Kai's mind raced with questions. How had these spiders become mana fiends? Was the brood mother involved, or was there something even darker lurking in the depths of this forest? But he didn't have time to dwell on these thoughts. The frays were losing ground, and if he didn't act now, they would be wiped out. With a swift glance at his companions, Kai barked a command. "We're going in, help the frays before it's too late. They are the feline creatures fighting against the spiders." Without waiting for a response, Kai leapt from the ledge, his hand already moving to summon his mana. As he fell through the air, he channeled his mana, feeling the familiar heat build in his chest. With a sharp exhale, he thrust his hand forward, releasing a wave of flaming fury. The fire roared to life, a brilliant orange blaze that shot across the cavern like a comet. The flames slammed into the spider that was about to strike the pinned fray. The fiend shrieked as the fire engulfed it, its chitinous armor cracking and splitting under the intense heat. The flames spread quickly, licking up the spider's legs and curling around its body. In a matter of moments, the creature was reduced to a smoldering husk, twitching as the last vestiges of life left its charred form. How could have these spiders turned into mana fiends? What could the root cause be? Though these questions rang heavily in his ears, Kai knew he couldn't afford to dwell on them. That was a mystery for another time when the beasts he wanted for aid weren't on the brink of dying. For now, he wanted none of the arachne spiders to escape the cave alive. Therefore, he quickly jumped into action. He plunged into the cavern while chanting a quick incantation. A quick scotch of light appeared in his palm before it headed towards the spiders, putting them into a frenzy. He didn't wait for their reaction. Simultaneously, he wove a third circle wind spell, slicing through their ranks with razor-sharp gusts. The fiery inferno and cutting winds worked in tandem, leaving charred and dismembered spider carcasses after. In the middle of the chaos Kai created, Gareth and Ronan flanked him, ruthless eyes looking at the creatures. Gareth immediately moved with considerable accuracy, his sword flashing as he handled two spiders simultaneously. His strikes were hasty and measured, each blow landing with the intent to kill. By how his sword moved with perfected arcs, it was obvious that the training of the past 2 months had been effective. Ronan, on the other hand, had come a long way since he first came to Veralt. With a sharp, focused shout, Ronan called upon the wind. The air around him shifted to cackling energy as he gathered the mana, shaping it with precision. Then, with a swift motion of his hands, he unleashed a powerful gale. The wind roared to life. The spiders were caught in the onslaught, their brittle legs struggling to anchor them as the gusts of wind slammed into their bodies. The force of the spell was overwhelming, sending the creatures tumbling backwards, smashing into the walls, their shrieks drowned out by the howling wind. Behind them, the other two hunters, Lena and Jerk, knocked their arrows, drawing their bows. Each release sent deadly arrows embedding into spider eyes and joints, making them vigorously move as the life drained from their body. The fray, initially thrown off by Kai's sudden arrival, quickly understood that he was against the spiders and hadn't attacked any of their kind. Realizing that was a big boost to their morale, and they quickly surged forward, helping them. Kai ignored their shift of behaviors as he looked at the remaining fiends and stood alone amidst a writhing swarm of spiders, his expression calm yet focused. The sight itself was enough to bring someone's guts out because of the horror. He counted a dozen spiders, their 8-legged bodies scuttling with unnerving speed. Each spider had grown in strength, their mandibles clacking, fangs dripping with venom, and snarling, making noises to assert domination over the situation. He didn't waste a second before raising his hands to cast a firestorm sweep, a third circle spell that literally swept across the cave floor like a tsunami. They all hissed and screeched, their bodies engulfed in flames. He followed it right after with another spell. Spectral chains blazing with the fire burst from his hands, snaking through the air before coiling around the surviving fiends. With a tug, he yanked them into the blaze of his previous spell that was still firing up like a circle around them, and saw how their limbs twitched and burnt. His mana surged again, and he summoned the final blow. Drawing in a deep breath, he cast a spell for a torrent of scorching dragon fire, the heat so intense it turned the stone beneath him molten. The remaining spiders were reduced to ash in an instant. Beside him, the biggest fray in the cavern, a towering beast with white fur rushed forward, picking off the ones still writhing in the flames. With each swipe of the claws that extended from its legs, he ended their suffering, leaving nothing but lifeless its. Its size was enough for Kai to deduce his identity to be the Fray King, and the additional glowing red lines that went around its neck in a unique pattern akin to a necklace confirmed it. In Fray culture, more lines typically were the sign of strength, and only the strongest can lead them. He shifted his eyes from the Fray Ling. Most of the spiders lay dead or were in the middle of it. A few tried to escape, skittering toward the shadows. Ronan was ready for them, his eyes narrowing as he muttered an incantation. A surge of energy radiated from him, expanding into an area of effect spell that ensnared the fleeing creatures in a web of shimmering wind, halting their escape. Gareth didn't waste a second. With a swift, lethal swing of his blade, he cut through the captured spiders. As the last spider fell, Kai let out a long sigh, surveying the cave surrounding. The floor was littered with the remains of the fiends, their bodies twisted and burnt. The stench of dead mana hung heavy in the air, a foul miasma that clung to his senses. He could feel the taint of corruption emanating from their bodies, an unsettling reminder of what they had become. Fiends, Kai muttered under his breath, his brow furrowing in thought. He had no idea how the spiders had turned into mana fiends, nor how deep the corruption went. It was a mystery that threatened to mess up his plans, forcing him to rethink his strategies and recalibrate his approach. But time was a luxury he did not have. As his thoughts raced, Kai became aware of the eyes upon him. The Freys were watching curiosity, fear, and something else he couldn't quite place reflected in their eyes. They seemed to be waiting for something, their postures tense and expectant. The Frey King stepped forward, his massive form dwarfing the others. He raised his head and let out a guttural howl, a sound that reverberated through the walls and sent a shiver down Kai's spine. The howl was meant for his kin, a call to attention. Then in broken common he addressed Kai. "Human who you," the Frey King rumbled, his voice like gravel rolling down a mountainside. "Why you help Freys?" The words were halting, the grammar fractured, but the intent was clear. Kai blinked, taken aback by the Frey King's ability to speak the common tongue. The diary from Hendrix had indicated they communicated through guttural sounds and gestures, using a rudimentary form of sign language. But this was different. It seems like in the last few decades they have learned quite a lot of things. He didn't know how, but it was a relief to know they could converse directly. This would make things much simpler. I'm the Lord of Veralt, Kai said, trying to keep his tone steady and respectful. I came here seeking the aid of the powerful Freys against the Brood Mother's charge. That's why I helped you with the spiders, our common enemies. The Frey King's eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable. For a moment, the cave was silent except for the distant crackle of burning spider remains. Then he leaned closer, his voice a low growl. You fight against Brood Mother. Yes, Kai confirmed, nodding confidently. I wish to kill her and save the forest from her corruption. The Frey King considered this, his gaze intense as he studied Kai. Finally, he nodded in a slow, deliberate motion. You honorable, but the spider gains new power. Rotten power, not easy. Kai frowned, sensing the gravity in the Frey King's words. Was he talking about dead mana? If it was so, then it would confirm his suspicions on how the spiders had turned into fiends. What do you mean? He asked, probing into it. The Frey King glanced around as if the shadows themselves might be listening. His voice dropped to a whisper, gravelly and foreboding. Dangerous now. Alive yet dead. Seeks power of death to corrupt. Makes servants stronger. Scary. Spiders get stronger every time come to make us submit. Kai bit his lips. That all but confirmed it. The Frey King's sentences were broken, but they hinted towards dead mana. The Brood Mother becoming a mana fiend was a reality that was like a slap on all of his plans. The power it yielded wouldn't just affect itself, but also everyone, and although Kai wanted nothing more than to investigate more about it, he needed to get the Freys on his side first. Fortunately, they understood the threat of the Brood Mother. The power she is now will affect everyone, human and Frey alike, if it's not stopped. But for that, I need your cooperation, and I am willing to offer a gift in exchange for your help. Come together with my city, Veralt, and we will end the Brood Mother for once and all. The Frey King's ears twitched, interest flickering in his eyes. Gift, he repeated, tilting his head. What gift you bring? Kai gestured to the hunters to bring forward the bags they were carrying. Jerk and Lena quickly obeyed, pulling a large satchel from their back. They stepped forward, kneeling before the Frey King, and carefully unfastened the bag's leather straps. With a swift motion, they tipped the bag open, letting the contents spill out. A flow of small, glittering stones tumbled to the ground, catching the light in a dazzling display. The entire cave seemed to shimmer as if stars had fallen to earth. The Freys erupted in noise, their guttural voices rising in a chorus of awe and excitement. Their eyes widened, fixed on the sparkling pile before them. Kai couldn't help but smile at their reaction. In Hendrik's diary, the old explorer had written about the Frey's love for shiny objects, mentioning that it was the only way he had managed to get close to them in the first place. He had bartered his way into their good graces with trinkets and baubles, and now Kai was doing the same. Of course, these weren't real jewels, but rather finely crafted counterfeits, designed to mimic the brilliance of true diamonds. Still, they shone just as brightly, and that was enough to captivate the Freys. The Frey King raised a hand, a silent command for his kin to quiet down. The noise subsided almost instantly, replaced by a tense silence filled with anticipation. He looked down at the pile of diamonds, his gaze thoughtful, then nodded in approval. Shiny, very good, the Frey King grunted, a hint of satisfaction in his gravelly voice. He turned his gaze back to Kai. We be there, when Brood Mother attack. We fight, no like the spider either. Our duty to rid forest of such creatures. A wave of relief washed over Kai at the Frey King's words. With their cooperation, he had secured a powerful ally against the Brood Mother. As the Frey King gestured for his people to gather the diamonds, Kai couldn't help but feel satisfied. His mind raced, calculating the odds. With their current preparations and the men at his disposal, there was no way they could stand against such a powerful entity, not without more strength, more allies, and a better understanding of what they were truly facing. Kai inhaled deeply at that thought. Fate truly had a way of throwing a wrench into his plans. Kai's footsteps muffled due to the grass beneath him, his thoughts coming down on him like heavy rain. He felt the weight of his worries shifting between his shoulder blades, too strong and heavy to ignore. The Frey's cave expedition had gone well, at least, by any objective measure. He had secured what they needed, ensuring they got an additional ally in their battle against the beasts. Yet a gnawing unease clung to him, making it feel like no preparation would ever be enough. His expression must have betrayed him. Guerrilla team who had returned with him gave him a wide berth, whispering to each other but leaving him in silence. No one dared ask questions. Entering the castle, Kai wasted no time. His body ached for rest, but his mind demanded solitude more. As he strode down the hallway, the flickering torches lining the walls barely registered in his peripheral vision. Then he heard rushed footsteps. Lord Arzon, Killian's voice rang out. He wasn't alone. Claire shadowed him, but it was the knight who spoke. Lord Arzon, a moment. Kai paused, turning toward them and giving him a nod despite wanting nothing more than to talk about it later. A group of barbarians arrived, Ragnar and a few others. They're asking for you, want to know everything about the beast wave. Killian's words trailed off, his eyes narrowing. Kai was sure that the man noticed the way his jaw clenched and the shadows under his eyes. It wasn't like him to look this strained. Kai exhaled heavily, his voice low. Take care of it for me. If you're busy, ask Francis. Of course, but Killian hesitated, concern flickering across his face. Is everything all right? You said you were going to get beasts to fight for us, right? Kai gave a nod, almost mechanical. That part went as planned. But there's something else. His eyes darkened, the worry etched deeper than before. Call a meeting in the evening, no, in 1 hour. Everyone is important: scouts, mercenaries, guerrilla team heads, the whole lot. We have something urgent to discuss. Tell the scouts to report if they have found any signs of rot and decay in parts of the forest or the beasts. Killian straightened, sensing the gravity of his tone and the look in his eyes. Understood, and for now just give me some space. Without waiting for a response, he turned on his heel, disappearing deeper into the castle, where the growing storm in his mind raged unseen. Kai drifted through the hallway, each step a blur. He wasn't even sure when he'd reached his room, but the moment he entered, he collapsed onto the bed without hesitation. The cool fabric beneath him did little to ease the turmoil in his mind. Faces of the spiders flashed behind his eyelids, their dark mana swirling, stronger than anything he had anticipated. The stench of corrupted mana, the movements of the spiders. There had been no time to adapt, no chance to form a new plan. With the necromancer back in the Vasper forest, he had thought of it as a one-off event, but then Actra had turned into a demonic creature, and now the beast wave that was allegedly perpetrated by his brother had a mana fiend leading the charge. It couldn't just be a coincidence. He had gotten clues before, but he had never been able to piece it together. He could say that he never had the time to do so, and he indeed has tried, but all of it felt like excuses. If things continued like this, Kai was bound to fail again. That piece of information was suffocating, and that made him feel helpless amidst the thousands of people waiting and looking up to him as their savior. A gentle shake snapped him out of his spiraling thoughts. His eyes flew open, focusing on Claire standing by his bedside. He blinked, realizing with some embarrassment that he hadn't even noticed her coming in. Claire, his voice was rough, strained from the mental exhaustion. What are you doing here? Her eyes softened. Lord Arzan, I came because, well, it looked like something was eating away at you. As your personal maid, I couldn't just ignore it. And though this might be overstepping my bounds, she hesitated for a moment but pressed on. You can always talk to me. Kai stared at her. There was no judgment in her gaze, just quiet concern. For a brief moment, the storm inside him stilled. Kai smiled faintly at Claire's words, a small break in the storm raging within him. With a sigh, he sat up, his elbows resting on his knees as he stared at the ground. It's just he hesitated, then let the words flow. No matter how much I try, something always comes up to ruin everything. It feels like the world's stacked against me. With the beast wave, I prepared everything, made sure no stone was left unturned because I have the responsibility of everyone here. But now I'm not sure. It feels like I'm walking into a battle I can't win. He paused, clenching his fists, trying to hold back the emotions threatening to spill over. The worst part is, I can't show this to anyone. If the soldiers see me like this, it'll crush their morale. If the people see me like this, they'll lose hope, the same hope I gave them every day by leading the preparations. Claire stood in silence, absorbing his words. A silence descended between them as she looked down upon him, and finally her lips parted. I don't understand all your troubles, Lord Arzan. I follow you everywhere, but I've never felt the weight you do. I do know you've done incredible things in the past, even if it came with pressure. You've always succeeded in the things you do. My mother used to say we can't control everything in our lives, but we can grab onto what we can to make things better. Kai glanced at her, letting her continue. I've never cared for a whole city like you, but I have looked after my brothers, she said. They depend on me, and there have been many times I felt like I wasn't able to do enough for them, but I just kept moving forward. New paths always opened up, even when I didn't expect them to. It wasn't always pleasant. It wasn't like the paths gave me no new difficulties, but I had no way of turning back. I thought of it as the purpose of my life to care for my family. She shifted her weight, suddenly looking a little sheepish. I know I'm not much help in all this, but I believe in you, Lord Arzan. You're doing your best, and I'm sure a path will show itself for you too. Kai stared out the window for a long moment, her words sinking in. Maybe it wasn't the solution he was looking for, but talking to Claire, just letting his emotions out, had released some of the tension gripping his chest. He felt lighter, even if only a little. Maybe, just maybe, he didn't need to have all the answers right now. He looked back at Claire, who stood quietly waiting, her presence a calming reassurance. Your mother was wise, he said quietly. Then, after a pause, he replied, I do have a path. But it might harm me, not now but eventually, and I don't know if there's anything else that can save us. He glanced down at his hands, flexing his fingers. I've been wondering whether I should take it or not, but maybe this is the path fate has decided for me. Another sigh escaped him, the burden still pressing down. Shaking his head slightly, he pushed it aside for now. Claire, he said, looking up at her, get me some fresh clothes. I can't show up to the meeting like this. He gestured to the streaks of dried blood on his robe from the spiders he fought before. Claire's eyes briefly grazed over his clothes, taking in the stains with a silent nod. Right away, Lord Arzan. As she left the room, Kai ran a hand through his hair, feeling the tension return. He had a meeting to face, a gathering of enforcers, scouts, and mages looking to him for answers, and all he could think about was the choice he had to make. A choice that might save them from the beast wave, but was he ready to pay such a cost? He didn't know, but it was the path he chose. The room was filled with a lot of people, tension gripping everyone as they glanced at each other while waiting for the meeting to start. The Blackwood men alongside Knight Darien sat in the middle, their indifferent expressions betraying no emotion. The mages stood near the corner, quietly discussing among themselves, while Balin, the massive minotaur blacksmith, leaned against the far wall, arms crossed over his chest, his eyes alert. Orion sat straight-backed, his hands resting on the table in front of him, representing the alchemists. Francis and Killian were seated together alongside the other enforcers, while the red-haired mercenary, Kellen, representing the hired forces, fiddled with a dagger. The scouts, lean and sharp-eyed, sat at the very back. Kai entered, clean robes replacing the bloodied garments he had worn earlier. His presence instantly commanded attention as the room quietened, all eyes turning toward him. He stood at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over those gathered. "Let's start the meeting," he said, looking over everyone before stopping at the scouts. "What do you have for me?" Phillips, the hunter who had been one of the founding members of the scouting team, spoke up. "Lord Arzon, we've scouted the beast's territories as ordered. No sign of anything unusual other than the things we have already reported. All the beasts we encountered were normal. No signs of decay or any change in them. Typical for this time of year, and the deeper areas, near the brood mother's territory." The scout shook his head. "We didn't venture far enough to face the spiders. Our orders were to observe, not engage, and it's too dangerous to venture that deep even with the mages from the guerrilla team. But from what we've seen, there's no sign of corruption in the beasts we've come across." Kai absorbed this, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "So it's safe to assume not everything in the beast wave has been corrupted by dead mana. For now, it seems to be limited to the spiders, but if we don't stop the wave, it could spread to all the species." A murmur rippled through the room, some of the men exchanging uneasy glances. "Dead mana, what exactly does that mean? And are you saying these beasts are turning into mana fiends? I haven't come across such creatures before." Darien asked the question while leaning forward. His eyes darted around the table but fixated on Kai at the end. Kai took a deep breath, steadying himself before explaining further. "Dead mana," he began, "is exactly what it sounds like: mana that has lost its natural properties and gained a corruptive force. You can think of it as the mana used by necromancers and weavers. It's the most destructive type of mana, even stronger than elemental flames. It can increase the strength of any creature that comes into contact with it, but it also robs them of their minds." He let his words hang in the air for a moment, seeing the unease ripple through the room. "Higher-level beasts," he continued, "are less likely to lose themselves completely, but they still become more aggressive. Their instincts, their hunger, they all become sharper, deadlier." Clan, representing the Arkan Tower mages, shifted nervously before speaking up. "So, you're saying the spiders are going to be even more powerful than they were before?" Kai's expression darkened, and he gave a slow nod. "I confirmed it myself. The normal spiders have already risen a grade in strength. They're far more dangerous than when I first encountered them. Normally, corrupted fiends go through physical changes, even developing new abilities or attacks, but there hasn't been enough time to study them thoroughly. For now, we can only expect them to be much stronger." A murmur spread through the room once again. Their eyes widened in alertness. Some sighed and shared their worries with the person next to them. Kai silently watched how they reacted to this piece of information. Kellen, leaning forward, narrowed his eyes and questioned, halting the whispers of the room. "And how are we supposed to deal with that? If the spiders have grown that much stronger, what's the plan?" "We're going through with the plan as usual. There's no time to change anything now. We've already laid out our defenses, set up our response teams, and prepared for the worst. We have a sizable force, and we're ready to hold the line." "But the brood mother?" Farah asked, his voice filled with concern. "How do we stop her?" Kai's jaw tightened. "I have a way," he said slowly, "but the chances of it working are slim." During the meeting, Kai took the time to explain everything: what he planned to do next, who needed to do what, and how it could go both ways. Some of them widened their eyes, but almost everyone stayed silent, calmly listening to his plan. No one objected to it, and it wasn't because they all believed the plan would work. There were apprehensions, as with any other plan, but Kai was the one leading the charge, and none had better ideas. In the end, Kai dismissed the group, each sent to handle their specific tasks before the beast wave could break down onto them. The next day, as expected, the scouts returned with bleak news: the beasts were on the move. They'd be at the city's doorstep by dawn the next day, and the tension inside the castle was so thick it could be cut with a rusty sword. Outside of it, the murmur of the news spread like cracks in glass, splintering in every direction. Guards stiffened, mages checked their spell structures again and again. Balin did a final check of the mana cannons, and the once steady pace of preparation now echoed with chaos and a harsh pulse of urgency. The entire time they'd been preparing, training, fortifying, but now, the final act was about to begin. It was in fact no longer just a looming threat, it would soon become a reality, hitting them right where it had hurt. Kai had seen it coming. When he'd first scouted the Phrase cave and seen the unnatural number of spiders, he knew that the beast would be starting their charge, which was also part of the reason why internally he'd been spiraling. The cave incident was the brood mother making her one final, desperate move, a full-blown effect to either annihilate the Phrase or bend them to its will, and Kai didn't let it succeed with either. He should have been on the wall already, barking orders, overseeing the defense as he planned as everyone expected, but there was something far more pressing, something he needed to do before the first claw or fang reached the territory, attempting to breach the city's defenses. The brood mother wasn't just another mana fiend. It was a grade 6 flesh of destruction. Its power was monstrous, a peak existence in the beast world. And as much as Kai prided himself on his knowledge, his battle strategies, and his prepared arsenal, there was one glaring problem: raw strength. He didn't have enough of it. Not yet. He knew he needed to fix that, fast, and there was only one way to do so. His mind flashed to an old story, when he'd heard a long time ago about a third circle mage trapped in a ruin, surrounded by hundreds of fiends with no way out. The mage had been faced with a choice: die like a rat, or take a risk so dangerous it was almost suicidal. Desperation had led him to conjure up a technique, one designed to artificially push his mana heart beyond its limits. For the next 10 minutes, he had become the strongest mage in the world, raising his powers to the 5th circle in a flash. But with that power came a price: his body couldn't withstand the strain. He burned through his mana like wildfire, and once the flames died down, so did he. It was a cautionary tale from Kai's era, one that was still murmured about in mage towers, though the technique itself had long since been studied and refined. But the lesson remained the same: power comes with a cost, and if Kai used it, there would still be a backlash. His heart drummed in his chest as he calculated the risks. The modification would allow him to temporarily include a 4th circle in his mana heart, vastly increasing his mana capacity and spell strength. But he wouldn't be able to hold it for long. The backlash would come. It was only a question of how severe. At best, he might regress, losing a circle or two. At worst, the backlash could cripple him permanently. But he had already made up his mind and was confident that the worst wouldn't come into play. Confidence surged through him, not the overblown arrogance of youth, but the tempered resolve of someone who had prepared for failure as much as for victory. He could recover from the consequences. He always had, and after weighing the risks, the decision had practically made itself, especially when there were so many lives at stake, waiting for him to save the day. The night before the beast wave, Kai spent hours in quiet preparation. The mana diagrams sketched across his desk, glowing softly under the dim lamplight, were the blueprint of what he was about to do. Normally, advancing to the 4th circle required expanding the realm within one's heart, making space for the new circle. But time wasn't a luxury he had anymore. So instead of doing it the right way, he would suppress his current circles and force the 4th circle to manifest, even if just temporarily. He wouldn't be as powerful as a true 4th circle mage, but it would give him the mana pool he needed to use spells potent enough to kill the brood mother. His fingers traced the lines of the diagram one last time when he felt he had done enough research to begin the procedure. His eyes flickered to the window, where the first rays of dawn were just beginning to peek over the horizon. Kai, who walked inside his room, inhaled deeply, rethinking each step of the process he had made through the night. Without wasting another second, Kai walked inside and sat cross-legged in the center of the room, closed his eyes, and started to calm his raging pulse. He needed his mind and body to be at peace to begin focusing on the mana circles. Therefore, slowly, he let the outer world fade away into obsidian. His mind traveled towards his body, focusing on threads of mana running inside his veins. His mana heart pulsed with power, but he knew the strength within was insufficient for the battle ahead. Suppressing his circles was like performing surgery on a beating heart, frail, perilous, and fraught with the risk of failure. The pocket space inside him was tight, a realm of its own but still bound by limits, and expanding it wasn't an option. Not now. As he concentrated, the mana within his chest swirled restlessly, a tangible pressure building as he started to compress his first circle. He could feel a faint but insistent tremor radiating from his core, a sign of resistance. The sensation was like an unseen hand squeezing his heart, each circle pressing down with increasing force. His breathing grew shallow as the internal tension escalated, the pressure building with a speed faster than he expected that the chill went down to his toes. I need to keep up on it. As he carefully suppressed the first circle, a sharp tremor coursed through his chest. His mana heart shuddered, resisting the change. He moved to the second circle, pushing it down, folding it into itself. With each step, the shaking grew worse, and he could feel the tension building, like a coiled spring on the verge of snapping. His heart felt like it was constricting, but he didn't stop. He let his mana swirl until it knew no end but to push the circle further. It hurts. Kai winced in pain, but let it go, not giving it more than a fleeting glance. The third circle was the hardest. As he repressed it, the pressure in his chest surged, and his mana heart pulsed erratically, threatening to tear apart under the strain. It was a battle not just of magic but of will. Inside him, he felt a persistent voice of doubt, like an insistent critic whispering that he should give up and walk away. The internal struggle was there, a big rock, a nagging presence trying to make him question his decision. But his will, his decision, like a stubborn guardian, refused to back down. Sweat began to form on his brow as the pocket space finally yielded, creating just enough room. Now came the real test. Kai inhaled deeply, drawing in mana from the air around him, pulling it into the freshly created void in his heart. The mana surged into him, filling the space and swirling in circles. His hands clenched into fists as he began to shape it further, molding the mana into the form of a fourth circle. It wasn't natural. His body resisted, and a sharp, stabbing pain shot through his chest. Fuck. With each pulse of mana, the pain grew, but so did the power. The fourth circle was forming. He could feel it. His body trembled, his heart threatening to give out under the pressure. But after what felt like an eternity, the fourth circle snapped into place. Power coursed through him, raw, untamed, and overwhelming. For a moment, he felt invincible, like the very air around him bent to his will. But as quickly as the rush came, it left him drained. His back gave up and he collapsed to the floor, gasping for air, his body slick with sweat. The fourth circle was there, but so was the looming threat of backlash. Kai lay there, breath ragged, knowing that the real battle had yet to begin. Kai gulped down the water that he had right next to him the entire time, his throat dry and his chest still aching from the strain of forcing the fourth circle into place. Not a lot of time had passed, maybe 20 minutes since he established the temporary fourth circle. He tried to steady his breathing along with his shaky hands, but the sharp screech of a beast tore through the air outside, yanking him back to reality. His heart raced not from the strain of mana this time, but from the realization that the beast wave had arrived. He shot to his feet, his body still shaky but his mind sharp. He rushed to wear off his enchanted leather armor and put up the cloak from the Arkin Tower on top of it for more protection. As the cloak swirled around him, he slid the ring imbued with a defensive spell onto his finger. Lastly, the spear that Balin had worked on, enchanted and masterfully crafted, was strapped to his back. There's no time to waste. With a swift motion, he threw open the window and leapt out, landing using featherfall before sprinting through the castle grounds toward the walls. The cold morning air stung his face, but he barely noticed it with the mana surging through his veins. As he pushed himself forward with the wind, he realized how much stronger he had gotten in just a night. As he neared the wall, he sensed the emanating tension from everyone surrounding it. Guards and mages scrambled into position, and the moment they saw him, the atmosphere shifted. "Lord Arzon, you're finally here," someone shouted, their voice tinged with relief. Kai didn't stop. He moved, weaving through the crowd of enforcers until he found Killian rushing up to him. The man's face was grim, but there was a spark of hope in his eyes now that Kai had arrived. "Glad you are here in time," Killian said, his words clipped and urgent. "You need to see this." Together, they turned to face the wall. Beyond it, in the distance, the first silhouettes of the beasts emerged from the fog. Giant, grotesque forms, both twisted and threatening, their forms barely visible in the dawn light. But they were coming, hundreds of them, their growls and screeches echoing louder with every passing second. Kai clenched his fist as saw the beasts. Then he raised his voice, clear and commanding, cutting through everyone's screams, protests, and worries. "Everyone, get ready. The beasts are here." The people standing by the walls trembled with unease as a growing shadow loomed on the horizon. From the heights of the city's fortifications, the mages, enforcers, guards, mercenaries, and the other significant people who were participating in the battle watched in terror for creatures, their forms barely discernible, emerged from the distant tree line of the forest that bordered the city of Veralt. The only things they saw were how the trees shook violently and blurry figures moving aimlessly toward them. Ground trembled beneath their advance, their rumbled, throaty, menacing cries filling the air as they moved like a flood toward the city's walls. The defenders stood tense, their eyes fixed on the horizon. Horns rang out from on top of the wall, their low, resonant blasts cutting through the tension. The warning spread through the city like wildfire. Every inhabitant knew what it meant. The beasts had arrived, including Kai, who stood at the forefront, eyes scanning the waves of creatures that started to spill from the hills. The men behind him whispered in hushed, anxious voices. "There's so many, Talon," one of the new enforcers Kai had found, murmured, disbelief coloring his tone. "Some of these. Never seen anything like 'em," Lyra added, her face pale. Even Killian, ever calm in the face of danger, looked uneasy. He squinted at the approaching horde before turning to Kai. "There's more than we expected," he muttered, his voice low but tense. Kai didn't blink. "It's no big deal. Defenses will be more than enough to handle most of them, except the brood mother." His words carried an air of certainty, though a subtle edge of caution lingered beneath. Killian gave a short nod, but his eyes appeared heavy with concern. "You all right? I can feel the mana rolling off you," he asked. Obviously, anyone who walked by Kai could notice the extreme mana that emanated from his body. Even if they couldn't sense mana, they would feel a distinct pressure coming from him. "I'm fine," Kai replied firmly. "Let's focus on the beasts for now." Kai's gaze shifted over the guards manning the walls, their faces drawn with tension. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and raised his voice, loud enough to carry across the line. "Everyone," he shouted, his voice carrying over the roar of the crowd, "the beasts are finally here. But fear not, we have prepared for this moment. We are not mere men, but warriors. Trust in Veralt, and we shall not fall today." A cheer erupted from the defenders, a defiant cry that echoed through the city. They all looked at him with fear in their eyes, but it all turned to confidence as Kai met their gaze with a firm determination. He pursed his lips and raised his spear soon. The crowd imitated, lifting their own weapons and cheering themselves, but it died as the snarling of the beasts grew louder. Kai's eyes focused back towards the arriving beast wave. He couldn't help but notice the changing environment. He noticed how the wind howled across the city, carrying with it the scent of rain that hadn't yet arrived, how dark clouds, regardless of the season, weighed upon them, and how even the very air they inhaled crackled with anticipation, the calm before the storm. But the storm was arriving in the distant, ceasing calmness out of existence. This calmness made the skin prickle and breath catch in the throat. He looked up once more. Even the birds had long since fled, leaving only the distant rumble of the earth due to the sheer power of the beasts. He pulled himself out of the eerie surroundings and scanned the horizon with much more sanity. "They're here." The first wave of beasts rushed from the tree-lined, massive, tusked creatures with thick, bristled hides. Their black, beady eyes reflected hunger. "Boar titans," someone muttered. Each one was as large as a wheel of a cart, their muscles rippling beneath their hide, and their tusks gleamed like cruel ivory weapons ready to impale anything in their path. The boars charged. Their hooves thundered across the dirt, sending up clouds of dust. But before they could even close the distance to the walls, something unexpected happened. One of the lead boars suddenly stumbled, its footing lost, and then boom. An explosion rocked the field, sending chunks of earth and flesh flying in all directions. The next boar in line suffered the same fate, the ground beneath it erupting into a deadly storm of shrapnel and gore. Their thick hides, which seemed so impenetrable, were torn apart as if made of paper. Kai smirked as the people on the walls cheered. "Siphon stones are working well," Killian remarked, his eyes gleaming as he watched another explosion rip through a pack of the beasts, turning them into nothing more than a mist of blood and meat. Kai nodded. "Yeah, not their true purpose, but they make for good mind bombs." He had come up with the idea after staring at the stock of siphon stones they had stored for the upcoming winter. These stones, normally used to channel and store mana, had a hidden quirk. When they reached a critical weight overload, they exploded violently. It didn't take much imagination for Kai to realize they could plant them just beneath the surface of the battlefield, turning the land itself into a trap. More explosions erupted across the field, the ground itself betraying the beasts. The boars that weren't vaporized outright lost their footing, stumbling, only to be torn apart by another blast a moment later. Each explosion rang out with a thunderous roar, making some people jump back at the sheer force it happened. The cheers on the walls grew louder as the boars fell one by one, their massive bodies shredded before they could even get close. But not all the beasts were deterred. As their comrades were turned into bloody smears on the battlefield, the rest of the horde let out guttural, ear-piercing cries. They charged forward, undeterred by the carnage. Kai squinted his eyes as he saw it wasn't just boars. At least 50 devious trolls were moving along with the boar titans. And the mines, they continued to go off in a chain of destruction. Flesh and bone flew through the air with each deafening blast, but some of the beasts made it through. The remaining boars roared, their hooves tearing up the blood-soaked earth as they closed the distance. Archers stationed on the wall let loose volley after volley. The arrows weren't just any ordinary projectiles, each tip was dipped in a sickly green poison made by the alchemist's team. The arrows struck true, embedding deep into the flesh of the surviving boars. The creatures roared in agony, their movements becoming sluggish as the poison coursed through their veins. Kai nodded at the elven archer, Raven, who was at the front of the line, and looked back at the sight in front of him when she returned the nod. But as the defenders celebrated the success of their trap, Kai's sharp eyes noticed something else. Movement above, swift and deadly. "Stalker hawks," he muttered under his breath, pointing toward the sky. Sure enough, the slender forms of the aerial beasts appeared, gliding through the air with a terrifying grace. Their wings barely made a sound as they cut through the sky, and behind them were ebon fangs, equally lethal, their bird forms contrasted by the predatory elegance of the stalkers. Ebon fangs looked questionably similar to ravens. The only difference was that they were big, had glowing red eyes, and their movements were similar to an eagle, the precise agility and all that. They could easily mold into the night and kill any prey in a blink. The archers reacted swiftly, adjusting their aim upward. Arrows filled the sky, streaking toward the incoming beasts. A few mages from the tower joined the assault, sending firebolts and mana-infused projectiles into the air. One by one, the stalkers and ebonfangs fell, their bodies spiraling to the ground, riddled with arrows or seared by fire. One of the ebonfangs, however, broke through the storm of arrows, its leathery wings straight to its side as it dove toward the wall. Its red eyes gleamed with malice as it opened its maw, showing its lined-up sharp, serrated teeth, and with a loud screech, it hurled a spiked stone from its talons. The projectile whistled through the air, aimed directly at the heart of where they all stood. Kai barely flinched. His gaze followed the stone as it slammed into the wall with a forceful thud, sending dust and debris cascading down. For a moment, silence hung in the air, and then the warded wall shimmered. Seals etched into the stone flickered, glowing with a blue light as the wards absorbed the impact. The stone crumbled harmlessly to the ground, leaving the wall unscathed. Wards are holding. Good, Kai said to Killian. He glanced at the defenders. The archers and mages, though shaken, quickly returned to firing at the remaining flying beasts, thinning their numbers with each passing second. But the aerial assault had rattled them, and Kai could see it in their faces. The boars may have been reduced to paste, but the real threat was still coming. The guards and mages cheered louder with every explosion and every arrow that sent the beasts tumbling. Their confidence grew with each boar that turned to paste and each flying beast that fell from the sky. But Kai stood still, his gaze never leaving the distant horizon. The beasts attacking the walls were small fry, grade 1s and 2s at most. He knew better than to celebrate early. No matter how many died, the mass of creatures lingering in the distance never seemed to dwindle enough to make a real difference. The real threat hadn't arrived yet. His fingers tightened around the spear as the ground began to tremble once more. This time, it wasn't the rhythmic rumbling of hooves of the boars. No, this was something much heavier, much more dangerous. His eyes narrowed, scanning the dark forms moving through the fog of attacks and mind bombs, and there they were, beasts pushing forward from the rear. The ground shook violently as they approached, their massive bodies shaking the very earth with each step. The first was a behemoth, a massive elephant-like creature with dark, cracked skin Shadowrun mammoths, and behind them, corrupted arachne spiders followed. The former's flesh wasn't corrupted by dead mana, but Kai could see patches of their skin marred with darkness. These were grade 3 beasts, but they were known to be at the very peak of that grade. The Shadowrun mammoth's tusks, thick and sharp like obsidian, gleamed in the darkening light as they stomped forward, each step shaking the world around them. Beside them, arachne spiders scuttled forward, their massive legs punching into the ground with terrifying speed. Their hulking forms glistened, covered in webs and toxins that dripped from their fangs. Prepare for the mammoths, Kai shouted at the top of his lungs. Hearing that, people scurried from their positions to get ready. As if on cue, the ground shook harder, and with a violent burst, the mammoths' backs erupted. Massive bone-like protrusions exploded outwards, hurling deadly missiles through the air. The spears of bone hurtled toward the walls, a terrifying barrage that moved too fast for any normal defense to counter. Several slammed into the stone, creating cracks and tremors. Some guards were knocked back by the impact, and the defensive wards wavered, struggling to hold. Kai reacted in an instant, his hands moving through the air as a powerful gust of wind shot forward. His spell connected just before the next barrage of projectiles hit, redirecting their trajectory. The bone spears flew wide, missing the walls entirely and embedding themselves into the earth below. Other wind mages quickly joined him, focusing their mana to deflect the incoming attacks. But it wasn't enough. The mammoths and spiders pushed forward, crushing through the minefield as if it were nothing. The mines exploded beneath them, but the sheer size and bulk of the beasts rendered the blasts almost useless. And then, just as they crossed the last line of defense, Kai smirked. The beast stepped directly onto hidden cans of specialized oil that had been spread across the battlefield, seemingly unnoticed. The Shadowrun mammoths and arachne spiders crashed through the ground, shattering the containers and releasing the slick liquid beneath their feet. Kai could see the sheen of the oil spreading, catching on their legs as they stampeded forward. Fire mages. Now, Kai roared. Flames erupted from the wall as the fire mages, Kai included, unleashed a barrage of blazing bolts and fireballs. The moment the fire touched the oil, it ignited, a wave of flames racing across the battlefield. The roar of the fire drowned out the cries of the beasts as the flames surged over the mammoths and spiders, setting their corrupted flesh ablaze. The inferno swallowed them, and the air was filled with the sound of their agonized screeches as they thrashed in vain to escape the flames. But not all of them burned. From the chaos emerged a new threat, Bladeclaw monkeys, a different breed of the spiked monkeys Kai fought before, agile beasts with slick, armor-like fur that made them immune to the fire. They leapt through the flames with ease, their sharp claws tearing into the ground as they closed the distance to the walls. Behind them came others, creatures like salamanders, fire giants, and inferno titans with thick armor plates or natural resistances to fire, pushing through the blaze unharmed. The strength of this wave wasn't in brute force alone, it was in their numbers and diversity. Each type of beast brought something different, a counter to the defenders' efforts. Damn it, Kai muttered under his breath. He could already see the defenses starting to crumble under the pressure. If they didn't act quickly, the beasts would break through. All units, full assault, Kai ordered, his voice carrying across the wall. He glanced at the soldiers manning the mana cannons stationed at the top of the battlements. Activate the mana cannon. With a loud thrum of power, the mana cannons, the result of weeks of effort and collaboration, roared to life. Blue arcs of mana surged through the air, glowing with raw destructive energy. The first cannon fired, its beam slicing through the battlefield like a blade of pure light. It struck a pack of charging Bladeclaw monkeys, vaporizing them instantly. The other cannons followed suit, launching bolts of mana that tore through the advancing beasts. The entire battlefield was full of chaos now. The Bladeclaw monkeys that leapt at the walls were met with a slick defense of oil, splattered over the stone by the guards. They screeched in frustration, claws scrabbling futilely as they slipped and fell back, only to be shot down by arrows or blasted by fireballs. Specific units took on their own targets, with the archers and mages focusing on the airborne beasts. Enforcers like Killian, who had mastered elemental attacks, rained down lightning, obliterating groups of creatures in devastating arcs. Kai focused on Sentinel, the golem that stood on the walls, and gave it a silent command. It turned towards the chaos and added to it by jumping down, holding an axe specifically made for it and cleaving through the beasts. The mana cannons boomed intermittently, and the alchemist's poison-tipped arrows and explosive potions found their mark in groups of tightly packed beasts. Despite their efforts, the sheer number of enemies pressing against the defenses was overwhelming. A massive troll lumbered toward the walls, its annoying figure stained with patches of blackened, corrupted flesh. It carried 2 enormous clubs, and with each swing the ground seemed to quake. The wall trembled under its repeated blows, cracks forming in the stone, the protective wards crippling under the strain. Kai glanced toward Killian, who was already looking back at him, his brow furrowed. "I got this," Killian said with a grim nod before leaping from the wall, lightning sparking at his fingertips and around his feet. He landed with a thud, sending out a pulse of lightning that crackled through the dirt, stunning nearby beasts. Without missing a beat, Killian charged toward the troll, his body a blur of movement. Lightning moved along his arms, and with a loud grunt, he slammed a bolt into the troll's chest, sending it staggering backwards. He finished it with his sword in a single second before leaping onto another troll, but for every beast that fell, 3 more took its place. The ground was a mass of fur, scales, and claws, surging toward the wall with unrelenting force. Bran, Board, and Nelson joined the fight below, taking on the larger creatures that threatened to tear through their defenses. He caught sight of Bran in the thick of it. A ring of jagged rocks clung to his back, forming an improvised shield that shifted and grew with every motion, proof of how quickly he had mastered his affinity with the earth. Kai had gotten summaries from Killian on the Enforcer's training and how they were learning to connect with their affinities, but this was beyond what he had expected. It seemed like the threat of a beast wave had pushed them harder than anything else in the world. Bran stood his ground as a mammoth barreled toward him, its tusks lowered like a battering ram. Kai felt a momentary flash of concern, but it quickly vanished as Bran made his move. The earth beneath him pulsed in response to his will, and in an instant, the rocks on his back surged outward into deadly spikes. The beast's momentum was its undoing, impaling itself with a sickening crunch as the jagged stone pierced flesh. Kai's lips curled into a faint smile. Not bad. Bran didn't stop there. The armor on its back protected him, and he launched forward like a missile, charging like a beast himself and impaling several enemies with his spiked armor. Behind Bran, Kai saw Farah joining their fight, simultaneously helping Nelson and Board to take on massive monkeys, twice their size, with flames covering his arms. He didn't waste his mana on helping the Enforcers, as he knew this was something they could handle easily. Yet, even as they battled valiantly, the cracks in the walls grew deeper. He stood at the top, his eyes darting across the battlefield. He had been conserving his energy, saving his most potent spells for the Brood Mother, the true menace that still hadn't shown itself. His hands, though poised with readiness, remained still, his strongest spell reserved. But as the waves of beasts pressed harder, he could not stand idle. Here and there, he flicked his wrist, sending precise bolts of mana toward weakened spots in the enemy lines. Each cast was quick, almost effortless, a lance of wind to knock a charging beast off balance, a flicker of flame to ignite a patch of tar-soaked ground. The others held the line well, but with each passing moment, the mines buried in the field detonated less frequently, and the pungent oil reserves that had once been their lifeline now smoldered low. Above, the skies churned with the flurry of flying beasts, but one caught his eye: Stalker Leader. It darted through the sky with an eerie grace, its leathery wings nearly silent as they cut through the air. The creature's sleek, dark form moved with precision, eyes gleaming with predatory intent. It hovered briefly, then folded its wings, diving toward him like a living spear. Kai's muscles tensed as he tracked its descent, the wind whistling in the stalker's wake. In a flash, he extended his hand, mana surging through his veins. A sharp gust of wind coalesced around his fingers, and with a flick, he sent a cutting arc of air toward the creature. The stalker banked hard, twisting its body mid-dive, narrowly avoiding the strike. But it was too late. Kai followed up with a swift, deliberate motion, and a second blade of air sliced cleanly through one of the creature's wings. The stalker leader screeched, its momentum faltering as it spiraled out of control, crashing into the ground with a bone-jarring thud. Dark blood splattered across the stone, its twisted form lying still at the base of the wall. Kai exhaled slowly, his eyes scanning the sky for more. He knew better than to relax, but his breath hitched when his attention was diverted. He noticed a guard fall from the walls, a projectile from a flying beast embedded in his chest. The man hit the ground with a sickening thud, and Kai's stomach churned. Lena, one of the hunters who volunteered for the battle, her face twisted in fear, screamed as an arachne spider impaled her with one of its legs. The screams of the dying began to blend into the surroundings. Kai visibly flinched as that happened. But a deep crack ran down the wall near him, the stone splintering under the force of yet another heavy blow. The protective wards flickered again, struggling to hold as more trolls and monkeys slammed against the barrier. "We can't hold like this," he muttered to himself, heart pounding. The defensive line was buckling under the weight of the assault, and no amount of spells or mana cannon could hold back the endless wave. His mana surged, hoping to do something when he could, but just then, a wave of rotten mana touched him. Suddenly, a piercing screech cut through the air, louder and more terrifying than anything that had come before. The sound reverberated across the battlefield, sending a shiver down Kai's spine. His eyes widened as waves of mana reverberated through the battlefield, signaling the arrival of the beasts that had started it all. The brood mother is here. The air itself seemed to suffocate inside Kai's lungs as the brood mother, Vermorga, emerged from the darkness. An arcane spider, colossal in size, its body radiated death. Streaks of black mana pulsed along her grotesque form, veins twisted with dead mana. Its carapace was a swirling mass of shadow. Wherever it moved, it looked as if the ground beneath it seemed to wilt. Kai's eyes trailed down to its 8 legs and numerous eyes, and images of all the deadly fiends he had battled with flashed through his eyes. The brood mother was just as terrifying. Its presence set an immediate wave of bloodthirst through the battlefield. Beasts that had been mindlessly attacking moments before now moved with a terrifying unity. Kai's eyes met with the remaining boars, trolls, arsenic bears, and every other species whose eyes alight with renewed fury. The sight sent cold chills down his body. The brood mother's screech piercing, high-pitched, and filled with dark energy seemed to shatter the air. It echoed like a war cry, and the beasts around it responded immediately. The frenzy that shook the entire battlefield was everything and unsettling. Vicious, relentless, the beasts were getting harder to control. Kai saw their guards struggling as the attacks from the beasts got more violent, as if something inside them stirred. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze locking onto Vermorga's overwhelming form. His heartbeat steadied, no longer racing with panic. This was it. It was a moment of now or never. A pulse of mana surged through his veins as he assessed the battlefield. His eyes darted toward Balin, who stood near the mana cannons, filling in the atheum in the cannons before blasting groups of beasts on the ground. Balin, the Minotaur turned, hearing his voice. "Are the preparations ready?" Balin, wiping sweat from his brow, gave a toothy grin. "Aye, just like we planned, Lord Arzin." Kai could see the confidence in his cheery words that wasn't there in the others who actively fought beasts. Kai nodded, a surge of adrenaline and mana washing over him. Everything was ready, and all his plans were made just for this moment. He took one last look at the monstrous creature, its dark presence taking over the battlefield due to its size and the attention it commanded. "Okay, I'm going in," Kai said, his voice calm despite the chaos swirling around him. His eyes narrowed, tracking the beasts on the ground. With a flick of his wrist, a blazing inferno appeared on his palms and engulfed the frontline creatures, their cries echoing in the air as they burned away to ash. But not all were so easily dispatched. A bladeclaw monkey plowed through the flames with barely a singe. Kai grinned. Fire wouldn't work on this one. Time for a change, he thought, feeling the shift in mana around him. The air rippled, and a gust of wind slammed into the creature, knocking it off balance. Before it could regain footing, ice formed in the air, condensing into jagged spears that shot toward the monkey, freezing it mid-charge. Its body cracked, the sound of shattering ice the last thing it ever heard. Kai moved swiftly, eliminating beast after beast like that, numbers falling before him in a blur of elemental fury. Fire, wind, ice, each spell carved through the tide of monsters like they were nothing more than fodder for his magic. But just as his focus zeroed in on the next wave, a flicker of movement caught his eye. He spun around, ready to unleash another spell, only to pause. Charging through the chaos, a massive army stormed the battlefield. Not ordinarily beasts, they were Freys. Among them, the Frey King led the charge, his eyes wide as he met Kai's gaze. "You," the Frey King's voice came loud, breathless with disbelief. "I didn't expect this strength power." He shook his head, a slight grin tugging at his lips. "Sorry for delay, human. We take care rest. You," he pointed at the big broodmother far away, its ugly shape moving. "You go kill that thing." With that, the Freys surged forward, their numbers overwhelming the remnants of the beast tide. Kai clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing on the massive brood. "Killian," he called, and the knight turned from the skirmish. take charge." Without waiting for a response, Kai launched himself forward, his body a blur of motion as mana surged through him. Flames erupted at his feet, propelling him toward the brood mother like a comet streaking across the sky. Wind swirled around him, amplifying his speed. The fire encasing him turned white, glowing with the intensity of starfire. It clung to him like armor, shielding him from the dark energy that radiated from the brood mother's form. As he neared it, he thrust his hands forward, releasing a concentrated blast of white flames fiendfire. The brood mother screeched, its legs whipping out to spin a thick, protective web in front of it. Toxic green orbs of destruction shot from its mouth, sizzling through the air toward Kai. But his flames, unyielding, devoured them, turning its webs to ash and burning through the venomous attacks. The brood mother's numerous eyes widened in disbelief. This was not the prey it had expected. Its towering form cast a shadow across the battlefield, its 8 legs plunging into the ground with every step. Its carapace, dark and slick, pulsed with dead mana that coiled around it like an aura of death. Every strike of Kai's white-hot flame seemed to sear into its flesh, but no matter how deeply the fire scorched it, the wounds sealed with the same dark energy, its carapace regenerating, black lines crawling across the surface as if mocking his efforts. The brood mother's attacks came fast, relentless. Venomous webs shot out in thick strands, burning the ground wherever they landed. Orbs of toxic energy hissed through the air, mixed with the suffocating essence of dead mana. From its back, sharp, deadly projectiles launched without warning, dark, cutting through the sky toward Kai, forcing him to weave between them in bursts of wind and flame. Kai was hyper-focused on the spiders. Every movement he dodged and retaliated, unleashing waves of flames that engulfed it in burning light. The brood mother suddenly stilled. Its massive eyes glinted with a knowing malice. Then for the first time, a voice deep, clear, and dripping with spit filled the air. Human. The voice was a sinister whisper, but it echoed with terrifying clarity. "You are strong, but not strong enough to contest my power. Not now, not with my newfound strength." Kai froze, his heart pounding in his chest. The creature could speak. Why struggle? The brood mother continued, its voice filled with a twisted calmness. "Why not surrender and kneel before me? The dead do not discriminate. It will take you too, just as it has taken countless others. In death, we are all the same." For a moment, Kai's mind raced. He hadn't expected this. A beast this size, this corrupted, speaking with such clarity. Although high-grade beast speaking wasn't a rare occurrence, the brood mother was a fiend, and it was way harder for them to have semblance of intelligence. But he quickly shoved the shock aside. His eyes hardened, flames still dancing along his arms and legs. "If death ever takes me," Kai said, "it won't be as a servant. Not to you, not to anyone. The flames that surround me were made to devour someone like you, so don't resist." With a powerful surge of mana, Kai raised his hands, casting infernal chains. Chains fueled by pure fire erupted from the earth beneath the brood mother, wrapping around its legs and abdomen. The chains, imbued with his will, glowed with a radiant energy, pulling the massive creature down. But the brood mother let out a blood-curdling roar, its eyes narrowing as its body convulsed. Dark energy pulsed from it, shattering the chains with raw, unrelenting force. It rose higher, venom dripping from its maw as it screeched, and the earth around it cracked under the weight of its power. The battle escalated. Finally, they both were using their maximum powers, strongest attacks, and knowing the ruthlessness of fiends, Kai wasn't going to hold himself back. Death was everywhere Amira looked. It lingered on the walls, clung to the ground, and swarmed in the air as beasts attacked from all directions. The scent of blood and burning flesh filled the air, mingling with the endless screeches of creatures and the cries of the wounded. She had never seen anything like this before, this chaos, this destruction. But even as the horror of it washed over her, Amira stood firm. She had resolved to be here, to take part in the battle, and to help in any way she could. There was no turning back. She scanned the battlefield from her vantage point atop the wall, her eyes catching a flash of movement. One of the mercenaries, a red-haired man she recognized from before Kellen, fighting fiercely. He was mid-swing when a flying beast darted at him from the side. Its claws slashed into his leg, sending him stumbling back against the stone of the wall. He let out a pained shout, clutching his wounded leg as the beast circled for another strike. Before it could do that, an arrow took it on the head as the beast fell. Without thinking, Amira sprinted toward Kellen. "Let me help you," she shouted, dropping to her knees beside him. Her hands hovered over his injured leg, already starting to glow as she channeled her mana, just like Kai had taught her. The basic first circle healing spell came to her with surprising ease, as if the mana itself was guiding her hands. She had needed incantations at first, but now it was like second nature to her. Healed. The warmth of her magic seeped into the mercenary's wounds, mending the torn muscle and tissue bit by bit. The man winced, swearing under his breath. "Fuck, that hurts," he growled. His face twisted in pain, but his gaze was sharp. "Those bastards. My own party members ran away before the fight even started. Can you believe that, just because they weren't getting paid this time?" Amira tried not to listen. She focused on her spell, watching as the wound slowly knitted itself back together, Kellen's body relaxing slightly as the pain ebbed. "You're going to be okay," she said calmly, pulling her hands back once the worst of the damage was repaired. "Get in one of the stretchers. The rescue team will get you to safety." The mercenary shook his head, a grim smile tugging at his lips. "Too many of those bastards are still alive out there. No way I'm sitting out now." Before Amira could protest, he pushed himself to his feet, gritting his teeth as he steadied himself. With a determined grunt, he pulled a vial that was tied around his waist and chugged it down in one go, drew his weapon and launched himself back into the fray, charging at another beast without hesitation. From what Amira recalled, the vial contained a potion that numbed the pain. Everyone was given one to keep battling even with injuries. Amira watched him go, her hands still tingling with the remnants of her spell. Death was all around her, but here and now she was doing her part to push it back. She didn't linger, pushing the red-haired mercenary's determination to the back of her mind as she scanned the battlefield. Her eyes landed on Rhea, off to the left, aiding the rescue efforts in the rear just as Kai had instructed. Relief washed over Amira, and she opened her mouth to call out to her friend. But before she could say anything, a massive shadow blotted out the sky above. A giant bird swooped down, its wings beating like thunder as it zeroed in on her position. Arrows and spells peppered the creature, but it took the hits without flinching, its beady eyes fixed on a single target. Amira's heart lurched as she realized what it was aiming for, the mana cannon. The bird let out a shrill cry and dived, crashing directly into the massive weapon. The operator scrambled back, barely avoiding the impact, but it was too late. The collision triggered a calamitous explosion. Mana crackled wildly, sending a shockwave through the air. A chunk of the wall disintegrated as the cannon blew apart, and Amira, caught in the blast, felt herself being thrown into the chaos below. As she plummeted, the wind howled in her ears and panic seized her. She was falling straight into the heart of the battle. Death was going to consume her too. But just before she hit the ground, something caught her midair. A familiar, heavy presence wrapped arms around her. Her eyes flew open and she gasped, "Sentinel." Sentinel, large and battered, stood beneath her, its hands cradling her gently. It had been fighting valiantly, its stone body cracked and chipped, pieces of it missing. But even in its damaged state, it hadn't faltered. It gently set her down, then turned back toward the battlefield with no hesitation, charging into a group of beasts as if the damage to its body meant nothing. Amira collapsed to the ground, momentarily stunned. She sat there amidst the chaos, her breath ragged as she watched the battle continue around her. Beasts clashed with enforcers, guards, and frays in every direction. Blood and mana filled the air, and fear gripped her heart. She had never felt so small, so utterly out of control. She scrambled to her feet, instinctively trying to find a way back to safety. But everywhere she looked, there was only death and destruction. Monsters of different kinds, features, ugly faces, bloodied limbs were trying to kill whatever was in front of them. Her hands trembled as panic set in, her feet refusing to move. "Amira," Knight Killian's voice cut through the chaos, and she turned to see him rushing toward her, his face flushed with concern. "Are you okay?" She blinked at him, still shaking. "Yes, I'm fine. Sentinel, my golem, it saved me." Killian gave a quick nod, scanning the area. "Lord Arzen programmed it to save anyone it could and kill beasts. It's been a big help." His voice was calm, but his eyes were sharp. "Stay behind me, I'll protect you." But before he could even finish his sentence, a spine-chilling sound filled the air. A clattering of legs moved swiftly around them. Both of them turned their heads, eyes wide, as a dozen corrupted spiders charged toward them. The beasts' carapaces were covered in black lines, radiating the unmistakable stench of dead mana. Their many eyes glinted with malevolence, and their fangs dripped with poison. Amira's blood ran cold as her eyes locked on the fiends. Her voice barely came out as a whisper. "Fiends, they found me here too." The spiders rushed closer, their legs tearing up the ground, the smell of decay overwhelming her, but not more than her memories. Amira's breath caught as a vision seized her mind, unbidden. In it, a monstrous figure hovered after her, its massive body covered in dark, vein-like streaks pulsating with hostile energy, reminiscent of the twisted spiders that inched closer towards them. Screams echoed all around her, distant but deafening, blending with the chaotic roar of battle. Her feet stumbled backwards as a tremor shot through her body. She barely suppressed a shudder, her hand instinctively gripping the hilt of a dagger she carried for safety. In front of her, Killian was a blur of motion. The spiders lunged, shooting webs and venom in every direction, but Killian met them with crackling bolts of lightning. His technique flashed through the battlefield like a thunderstorm. Arcs of blue light danced off his fingertips, splitting the air and finding their mark in the spiders' abdomens. Each strike hit with surgical precision, exploiting their weak points as his speed kept him out of their grasp. Despite the overwhelming numbers, he seemed to thrive in the chaos, dodging their flailing legs and retaliating with relentless strikes. Amira's gaze wavered, her hands trembling. She stood rooted to the spot, her chest heaving with shallow breaths. She wanted to run everything in her scream to flee, but the cold stone of the wall pressed into her back, trapping her. Her eyes darted around, searching for an escape, but everywhere was engulfed in battle. Ahead, the mana cannons roared, obliterating clusters of enemies in blinding flashes, while enforcers and mages tore through the remaining creatures. Even the Freys fought bravely alongside them, their claws drenched in the blood of the beast tide. No one noticed her. No one had time for her. Her heart sank as she glanced skyward. The storm above raged. Kai's flames clashed violently with the dark energy coming off from the brood mother, Vermorga. The battlefield's very air felt alive with the destruction approaching the walls. He's not coming to save me this time, she realized, the bitter truth settling in. Killian glanced back at Amira, his voice tight but reassuring. Don't worry, I've got this. He spun, his sword slicing through two spiders with swift arcs of lightning. But then a legsic and fast slash through his shoulder, and before he could react, another spider barreled into him. The impact sent him crashing into the wall with a sickening thud. Amira's heart leapt into her throat. Killian, she screamed, rushing to his side, her hands glowing with weak, flickering mana. She pressed them to the gash on his shoulder, trying desperately to heal the wound, but her first circle spell was barely enough to close small cuts, let alone something this deep. Her fingers shook as she poured everything she had into the spell, her voice trembling with whispered incantations, but the wound was too large. The blood kept pouring. Killian groaned, struggling to rise, but his body wouldn't cooperate. The spiders closed in, their deformed forms surrounding them, pincers clacking in unison as if in some twisted celebration. Amira froze, fear rooting her in place as her breath hitched in her throat. Killian, wincing in pain, tried to shove her behind him. Amira, move. His voice was strained. I can still fight, but his limbs betrayed him. His injuries were too severe, and the spiders pressed forward, hungry for their victory. One of the creatures hissed, launching a web that struck Killian, pinning him against the wall. He let out a shout and moved to break off the webs, but they didn't even shake. His arms were bound, and no amount of struggling could break the sticky threads. The spiders screeched at that, their eyes gleaming as they closed in. Killian's head lolled to the side, meeting Amira's terrified gaze. Run, save yourself, don't, he gasped, his voice desperate. Don't stay for me. Go, her eyes welled with tears as she shook her head violently. How can I run? I don't want to leave you. The words barely escaped her lips, her voice cracking under her fear and helplessness. At that moment, another memory flashed through her mind, voices yelling at her to run, the faces of those she'd abandoned before moving like ghosts. But before she could react, another spider reared up, its mouth glowing with dark energy, venom swirling with deathly mana. The creature's aim was fixed, and it fired straight at Killian, ready to finish him off. Without thinking, Amira threw herself in front of him, her body acting on pure instinct. The venom splashed across her chest, seeping into her skin like molten poison. Killian's eyes widened in horror. What are you doing? That's venom mixed with dead mana. He struggled harder against the web, trying to break free, grab his sword to tear it apart. His voice came out hoarse with panic. You need to find Lord Arzin. He'll know how to make an antidote. You have to go. Amira's body trembled, partly from the venom coursing through her veins, but mostly from the flood of emotions overtaking her mind. She shook her head, eyes distant, as cruel memories flashed before her. Her clan the only part of her that was left. No. I won't run, she whispered, her voice cracking. Not again. The black lines creeping up her arms suddenly halted, then began to retreat. It happened almost too quickly for Killian to grasp what was happening. A soft, golden glow radiated from within her, spreading across her skin like a shield. Killian's eyes widened in disbelief. Amira, what? Even the spiders paused, their legs twitching in hesitation as they stared at the light now wrapping around her. They had no understanding of what they were facing, the usual hunger in their eyes momentarily replaced by confusion. As the spiders lunged to finish her off, Amira's gaze sharpened, her voice rising above the chaos. You fiends can't kill me. Her voice was fierce, but there was something deeper, a resolve she hadn't felt in years. The golden light erupted from her, expanding in a brilliant wave that swallowed everything around her. It gave off a heat, burning away everything in its path. The spiders screeched in agony, their legs flailing as the light consumed them, searing away their dark forms like paper in flame. A few of them tried to run, but the light was far quicker, devouring before they could escape. Amira's mana surged uncontrollably, raw and unrefined, drawn from the depths of her soul, pouring out as if it had a mind of its own. It wasn't just power, it was the release of years of guilt, fear, and the pain of running. And then, in an instant, it was too much. Her body collapsed, the golden glow fading as quickly as it had come. But in those final moments, before her eyes closed, the screams of her clan echoed in her mind again. She remembered running, helpless. But this time, she had stood her ground. This time, it had been different. Ragnar's breath came in ragged gasps, his grip on his mace tightening with every swing. Since the day he first picked up a weapon and began raiding merchant and noble caravans, he'd faced his share of close calls. There were a few moments when he thought he might die, especially that time he'd been captured by Arzin, but nothing compared to the suffocating dread he felt now. Before, survival had seemed like a question of luck, skill, and brute strength. But now, death felt inevitable. Velascally with thick hides that shimmered in the dull light, claws as long as daggers rushed at him in waves. They were grade 2 beasts and their screeches filled the air, adding to the chaos around him. Ragnar brought his mace down with a fierce shout, slicing through the closest creature. Blood sprayed across his armor and the monster collapsed at his feet, twitching. But it was only one of many. No matter how many he cut down, more replaced them, their numbers seemingly endless. He stepped back, eyes scanning the battlefield. To his left, Gorek and other mercenaries were locked in combat, their faces set in grim with one goal: kill as many as possible. He had seen them with the blessed mage before, but back then he hadn't gotten a chance to see how strong they were. Now he could say that even without Arzen being there that night, the mercenaries would have been a hard challenge for his men. Gorek's enchanted axe whirled like blurs, hacking through anything that got too close. His team members weren't far behind, using their weapons to hold the line, especially the elven archer who had chosen to follow her team instead of being on the walls like the other archers. Every once in a while, a blast of flame or ice erupted from behind, carving a path through the horde, but it was never enough. For every monster they felled, 2 more took its place. On his right, Ragnar saw fellow barbarians, his people. Their war cries echoed over the din of battle as they fought with a wild, savage fury. Blood-soaked and battered, they swung their heavy weapons with reckless abandon, relying on sheer brute strength to mow down the monsters. Some had already fallen, their bodies trampled beneath the endless tide of beasts, but those still standing fought on, undeterred by their losses. The guards who were known as enforcers dotted the battlefield, their more disciplined movements contrasting with the chaotic style of the barbarians and mercenaries. Their steel-clad forms moved in well-rehearsed patterns, cutting through the weaker monsters with surgical precision. But even they were struggling to hold the line. Ragnar clenched his jaw, forcing himself to focus. He had to push forward. A sudden growl rumbled through the battlefield, making the hairs on Ragnar's neck stand on end. It wasn't like the others, this was deeper, more primal, raw, hungry. His eyes darted toward the sound, and before he could fully react, a beast leapt out from behind the horde of monsters. This one was different, larger. Its massive body was highlighted from the other beasts, each step sending tremors through the ground. Covered in a thick stone-like hide, the creature shimmered with a dull, sickly gleam under the dim sky. It had a presence that made even the vicious Valeths pause, a grade 3 beast. This was no ordinary creature. Ragnar's breath caught in his throat as the beast, known as the arsenic bear, let out a roar that shook the ground beneath him. Its roar reverberated through his bones, sending a pulse of dread through his body. The arsenic bear was infamous in the wilds. Its hide was said to be as tough as stone, and its breath carried a venomous miasma, capable of poisoning anything in its wake. It was larger than any beast Ragnar had faced before during the battle, its jagged hide shimmering with a toxic green hue as if its very blood was laced with poison. And then, without warning, it pounced. Ragnar barely managed to roll out of the way, the ground where he'd been standing now cracked and smoking from the sheer force of the impact. The arsenic bear's claws were like jagged boulders, each swipe heavy enough to shatter a shield. Damn, Ragnar muttered under his breath, quickly regaining his stance. His weapon felt too small, too fragile in the face of such a creature. He watched as the bear turned, its glowing green eyes fixed on him, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth. The beast roared again, rearing up on its hind legs. It was easily twice his height now, its thick, muscular frame covered in ridges of armor like hide. Ragnar clenched his weapon tighter. His heart raced, but he didn't back down. He couldn't. The arsenic bear charged again, its claws cutting through the air, aiming for death. Ragnar dodged, barely avoiding the razor-sharp talons, and swung his weapon. Sparks flew as his mace clanged against its stony hide, but the beast didn't even flinch. Its thick hide was like a fortress, absorbing his attacks with ease. The bear swung a massive paw at Ragnar. He raised his weapon in defense, but the sheer force of the blow sent him flying back, skidding across the ground. He groaned as he pushed himself back to his feet, his arms shaking from the impact. Behind him, Gorek and the mercenary team were holding their own against the horde of smaller monsters, but Ragnar's focus was locked on the arsenic bear. This was his fight. The bear's claws scraped the ground, and its eyes narrowed, glowing with a sickly green light as it prepared to strike again. Ragnar's muscles tensed. He could feel the anger boiling inside him, the fire in his chest growing hotter. The Lombards were warriors fighters who thrived in battle, and he wouldn't let this beast best him. He tapped into that rage, the very emotion that fueled his people's martial arts, and surged forward. His speed increased, his strikes sharper and more precise as the anger coursed through his veins. His mace struck the beast's side, and this time he felt it bite into flesh. The bear let out a pained growl, thick green blood oozing from the wound, but Ragnar had no time to celebrate. Before he could land another strike, another creature pounced at him from the side, its fangs bared. For a split second, Ragnar's heart stopped. He had no time to dodge, but before the beast could reach him, a golden light engulfed the battlefield. It swallowed Ragnar and the beast's whole, and just like that, everything around him faded into a blinding light. Kai gritted his teeth, his eyes locked on the abnormal form of the brood mother, Vermorga. Its legs, massive and spindly, thrashed violently as it tried to tear its way through him, its monstrous bulk inching closer to the city. His hands moved to weave another spell, but for a brief moment he got distracted as a strange golden light flared near the city walls, but he had no time to dwell on it. Vermorga screeched, and Kai responded with a torrent of spells. Lances of flame shot from his hands, precise and deadly, each one aimed at the creature's vulnerable joints. Wind cutters followed, slicing through the air and biting into the legs of the beast, their sharp edges intended to immobilize it. But no matter how much damage he inflicted, the spider surged forward relentlessly. This should be working, he thought, frustration building as his fiend fired the very spell that was supposed to incinerate its corrupted form, licked along its body, but failed to consume it. Normally, the flames would devour anything tainted by dark mana, reducing it to ash. But the brood mother's corruption had reached an unnatural peak. Every wound he managed to land was swallowed by waves of dark mana, the injuries closing faster than they were made. He cursed under his breath as another swipe of its leg sent debris flying, forcing him to dodge. No matter how many times he attacked, the creature regenerated, its monstrous form swelling with each pulse of corrupt energy. Kai's mind raced. If this thing wasn't killed soon, the entire forest would fall. He could already sense it, the creeping corruption spreading beyond the battlefield, into the heart of the Sylvan Enclave. From there, it wouldn't be long before the kingdom itself was at risk. He briefly thought of the Arkan Tower and their mages. From what he saw of them, he doubted even they would be able to hold off against the brood mother, not with most of their mages having no battle experience. A dark thought crept into his mind. How the hell did Lucian manage to unleash something like this? But it was another matter he had no time to dwell on. The brood mother's repulsive form loomed larger with each step, its corruption twisting the air around it, foul and suffocating. His mana reserves were pulled out faster than he'd anticipated, each spell pulling more energy from his core as he unleashed strike after strike. The Vermorga hissed, dark mana erupting from its wounds before they sealed shut as if mocking his efforts. Its voice slithered into his mind, cold and menacing. "Submit, or in death you will serve me." Kai gritted his teeth, ignoring the words. "Like hell I will." He unleashed another barrage, more flaming lances, more wind cutters, but it was becoming painfully clear that his usual arsenal wasn't enough. He could feel it. His infernal chains hadn't been able to hold it around, and if he got too close, the venom, webs, and the projectiles on his back would be able to injure him. He had higher circle spells, ones that could potentially bring the creature down, but his body wasn't prepared for the toll they would take. A part of him dreaded thinking about what would have happened if he fought the spider at third circle, but fortunately, he had made a good decision. If I push to a fifth circle spell, I might kill it, but I'll burn myself out completely. I might be able to do 2 of those spells before my reserves end. The thought clouded in his mind. His mana reserves were half full, and casting a spell of that magnitude would leave him defenseless, drained to the point where he'd be unable to fight if anything went wrong. And something always went wrong. Fortunately, he still had one plan remaining. The Vermorga was too close now, its massive body inching closer to the city walls. Looking back, over 80% of the beast wave had been obliterated by the defenders' relentless efforts, but the brood mother, it was something else entirely, a walking apocalypse. As it advanced, the remaining guards, enforcers, and mages watched in wide-eyed terror. Some took hesitant steps back, the reality of what they were facing sinking in. Even Balin, always confident in own strength, looked on with uncertainty, and Orion beside him gripped the railing of the wall, his face pale. Kai's voice cut through the growing panic. "Everyone fall back, get behind the walls." His command rang out over the battlefield. "We can't stop it here. You all know what to do." The defenders hesitated for only a moment before retreating, following his command without replying back. The Vermorga, with its unholy regeneration and sheer size, was unstoppable out here. The walls of the city were their only hope, but even those won't hold. They had no choice but to run back to safety. Kai cursed under his breath. Retreating wasn't what he wanted to do, but it was the only sane option left. Before everyone retreated, the last of the beasts were torn apart by the defenders' final attacks as they threw all the explosive potions down at them with a batch of siphoned stones. They reacted violently in the explosion, causing it to spread and engulf more remaining beasts. The Freys and enforcers picked up anyone that was injured as they ran towards the gates. Balin turned the mana cannons toward the approaching brood mother. A jolt of powerful mana blasted through and struck the creature, making it roar in fury, but it barely slowed down. Dark tendrils of mana pulsed from the beast's wounds, healing as quickly as the damage was done. Balin barely had time to dive as Vermorga retaliated, hurling a mass of projectiles in his direction. Kai reacted instantly, summoning a gust of wind to catch Balin in midair and throwing him safely back towards one of the refugee shelters. "Balin, run. Your job is over. I will handle everything from here." Without any reply, the Minotaur pushed himself up and ran alongside others towards the back end of the city. With that done, Kai's eyes fixed on Vermorga as it rammed into the wall with full force, shattering a massive section of it as it clawed its way into the city. The wall that had taken so long to fix and strengthen was broken in a matter of seconds. The beast bellowed in victory, its twisted, monstrous shape looming large and casting a vast shadow across the streets. It turned its many eyes towards Kai, its voice dripping with malice. "Human," it growled. "You've done well to destroy my forces, but more of my children will rise. I will take control of more beasts, and you all of Yao will serve as my army as I consume this world. You've already surrendered by retreating your forces. You deserve a good death." Kai hovered in the air, seemingly unmoved by the brood mother's threats. Webs came at him, trying to hold him at one place, but the white flames flared up, the wind propelling him backwards as Vermorga followed. More attacks came at him as it crunched the corpses of other beasts to chase after him, but Kai was too quick for it. "Why don't you surrender? Your forces already have," it roared, standing still. A smirk crept onto Kai's face before he burst into laughter, a sound that echoed across the battlefield, drawing confused glances from the beasts. "Yes," he admitted, "my people retreated and we lost the wall. But it wasn't because I accepted defeat or surrendered. It was to make sure no one else gets injured." The brood mother's many eyes narrowed. "What are you saying, human?" Kai pointed downward. "Look where you're standing." The brood mother glanced down, and for the first time its massive body stiffened. Below its feet an intricate summoning circle had been carved into the ground, glowing faintly with arcane energy. Balin and Orion had worked furiously to complete it, following the detailed diagram Kai had provided. Runes pulsed with power, encircling the Vermorga and locking it within. Kai floated in front of the creature, his gaze cold and calculating. "I hoped my spells would be enough, but I had a feeling you would be a tough nut to crack, so I prepared this. This circle is connected to other planes realms where creatures far more deadly than you exist, and you know a thing about them, they're always hungry for a fight." The brood mother screeched, thrashing against the summoning circle before rushing towards him, but it was too late. Kai began chanting, his voice low but firm. He made sure not to mess up a single syllable. "Varathas Malkara Astrala Nasham Iranda." As the final words of the fifth circle summoning spell left his lips, he pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the circle. The ground trembled as the summoning circle lit up in brilliant, fiery red. Tendrils of light spiraled around the brood mother, snaking up its legs and binding her in place. Kai was already out of it by a few paces, and the magic of it didn't affect him. The Vermorga roared, struggling violently, but the rules of the summoning circle were absolute. It locked anyone who had been in the circle until a pact was made or the summoned creature was sent home. It was a neat trick that Kai had thought of. If he wasn't strong enough to deal with a grade 6 mana fiend, then he was just going to call someone who was able to do so. The whole circle thrummed with power as a portal opened, and the finale of the beast wave began. Back when Kai had been trapped in the library in the Sorcerer Tower, his original plan had been to move planes to rejuvenate his powers before returning. That was until he had gotten the spell to go back in time. Due to that, he had spent countless hours poring over forgotten tomes and ancient scrolls, but it hadn't been an easy decision. This planet had always been a gamble. One wrong move, one miscalculated summoning, and the city would burn to the ground, collateral to his ambition. Out of all the different planes and the vast amount of creatures that lived there, only a few could deliver the swift, brutal blow necessary to take down the brood mother in one strike. Most of the beasts at higher levels of strengths were far too destructive. Fire giants capable of stomping through the cities with fiery fists, giant thundering eagles that were famous for killing entire legions of mages, and countless others like that. No, he couldn't summon something like that. The city would be raised alongside the brood mother and everyone else. He needed something different, something just as deadly, but more contained. A beast he could send back immediately after calling it. After thinking it through, there had only been one beast that was perfect for killing off the Vermorga without any additional damage. An Ifrit. The summoning circle beneath him throbbed with untamed, raw mana, the ground trembling beneath his feet as the air itself seemed to tear open. The portal was a swirling, chaotic vortex of dark and fiery hues. The very fabric of reality bent to his will as finally, the creature emerged from the rift. It was monstrous, its form more shadow than substance, smoke billowing from its body like dark flames licking at the air. 3 glowing eyes blazed in its face, each one a pinprick of hellish light, and a yawning mouth stretched across the middle of its body, notched teeth glistening in the gloom. Its form flickered, shifting, as though its very existence was an insult to the world it had entered. A high-pitched, grating screech tore through the air, echoing across the battlefield as the beast landed its eyes on the brood mother. Without hesitation, the Ifrit launched itself toward the Vermorga, a blur of shadow and smoke. Its speed was beyond mortal comprehension. One moment it stood before Kai, and the next it was upon the brood mother, slamming into it with the force of a hurricane. The brood mother let out a bellow, its corrupt form recoiling as the Ifrit dug into it, the clash of dark mana and smoke filling the air like a storm ready to erupt. Kai watched, heart pounding in his chest. This was it. If this didn't work, there would be no second chances. The brood mother writhed in a frenzied dance, its limbs flailing as it heaved a storm of venomous spittle and sticky webbing into the air. Jagged projectiles shot forth with blistering speed, each one a desperate, spiked missile driven by its frantic will to survive. Yet it was futile. The Ifrit moved like living smoke, its body passing through the attacks with ease, its form wrapped around the brood mother, engulfing it in an inferno of unholy flames. A screech cut through the air as the brood mother felt its own flesh searing away. Flames licked at its body, consuming everything in their path. Black, corrupted mana surged through its veins, trying to mend the charred wounds, but it was no match for the inferno. The Ifrit's flames burned hotter than anything the brood mother had ever encountered, relentless and unyielding. Chunks of flesh and corrupted blood splattered onto the ground as the brood mother's regeneration faltered, its twisted body unraveling under the assault. The creature was no mere summon, a grade 7 entity that ruled a part of the flame plane. The brood mother had never stood a chance. Its agonized screeches filled the battlefield as it was soon reduced to a smoldering husk, nothing more than a shadow of its once spiteful form. Blood soaked the ground around it, but the flames persisted, relentless in their consumption. The battle hadn't lasted more than a minute. The Ifrit, its work done, let out one final screech, a sound of victory as it prepared to turn its fiery wrath elsewhere. But before it could act, the summoning circle beneath it pulsed again. The portal crackled with energy, and with a sudden pull, the Ifrit was dragged back into the abyss from which it had come. Smoke and fire vanished in an instant, leaving nothing but silence and the charred remains of the brood mother behind. As the creature vanished into the portal, Kai let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. His gaze fell upon the corpse of the brood mother, a grotesque ruin of charred flesh and blood. It hadn't been easy to carve out a perfect summoning circle for an Ifrit with a return sigil to send it back just after a minute. The more he thought, the more the plan had been a gamble. He had obviously prepared countermeasures, still having enough mana to cast one more fifth circle spell, but that won't be necessary anymore. And a part of him just wanted to kneel down and let out his emotions, but before doing that, he looked around. Victory had been snatched at the last moment, yet it had come at a steep cost. He surveyed the battlefield littered with remnants of the beast wave, his mind racing to process everything. Looking over where the pieces of the wall were, he could see numerous corpses, mostly of beasts, but there were enough human and Frey lives lost too. He frowned, returning his gaze towards the charred, lifeless body of the Vermorga. Just then, something caught his eye. Amidst the dark streaks on its back, something stirred small, writhing, and black. He squinted, focusing on the movement as a tiny creature emerged from the brood mother's back. A caterpillar-like being, slick and inky, squirmed its way out, desperate to escape. Its form was unnatural, and it was as if its entire body was covered in dead mana. What in the bloody hell is that? Kai muttered under his breath. Before it could flee, he acted. A sharp gust of wind coiled around the creature, lifting it into the air. Kai pulled it closer, studying it with wide eyes. The thing wasn't just cloaked in dead mana, it was dead mana. It pulsed and rippled as though alive, moving like a parasitic embodiment of pure corruption. It was disturbingly similar to the Ifrit, but worse in every way. Where the Ifrit had been a being of elemental power, this parasite was death incarnate, a living mass of necrotic energy. Kai reached out, considering grabbing it, but before his hand could make contact, the creature exploded. Dark mana scattered in every direction, wild and uncontrollable. Instinctively, Kai summoned a blaze of his own mana, burning the remnants before they could infect the battlefield further. Panting slightly, he looked down at the brood mother's lifeless form again. A cold chill ran through him. Questions hit him like the swing of a hammer. The pieces started falling into place. Parasites were rarer types of beasts, but he wasn't entirely unfamiliar with them, and that squirming creature was definitely one of them. And if that thing was inside the brood mother, then everything suddenly made sense. A parasite, Kai murmured, thoughts racing. Was it controlling it all along? The implications sent his mind spiraling. Could this parasite have been the driving force behind the brood mother's corruption? Was it the catalyst for the beast wave? His suspicion turned to Lucian. Had he somehow created or obtained such a creature? It seemed beyond his capabilities, yet the possibility gnawed at Kai. And then there was Actra. Hadn't he transformed into an entity using dead mana just by drinking a vial? What were the chances that the parasite had come from the same place as the vial? Everything suddenly felt connected, and he felt like cursing at that possibility. Kai's fists tightened. Lucian, just what the hell are you planning? Before Kai could dwell further on the disturbing revelations, the sound of footsteps broke through his thoughts. He spun around to see a crowd of people emerging from the shadows. They had put everyone who wasn't involved in the battle near the castle for safety, and now they were returning to see if they had triumphed alongside the ones who had run away when the brood mother had entered the city. All of their faces were battle-worn and injuries were clearly visible on their bodies. Killian, looking dazed, was being carried by Ferry, while a few other enforcers limped along beside them. Mages of the Arcan Tower were just after them, their faces pale, probably from mana exhaustion, but they were mostly unharmed due to being in the back. Balin and Orion strode in together, their expressions fierce, and he also saw Ragnar and other barbarians in the crowd. Off in the distance, he spotted Freys hobbling toward the group. None of them spoke for a while, simply watching the destruction that had fallen upon the city, and as their eyes found the corpse of the brood mother, more than a few trembled and Kai saw tears in their eyes. Balin was the first to break the tension. With a roar that echoed through the city, he yelled, "The Vermorga is dead. We won, fuck yeah," that was all it took. The crowd erupted in cheers, fists raised to the sky, voices hoarse from exhaustion but filled with triumph. Some men collapsed to their knees, overcome by relief, others embraced, their eyes bright with tears. For a moment, the weight of the battle and the eerie mystery of the parasite faded into the background. They had survived. They had won. That was all it mattered in the moment. Kai, still processing the events, knew the questions could wait. There would be time to dissect the horrors later. Right now, the city needed to savor its hard-earned victory. Doing what he had learned any good leader should do in moments like these, Kai raised his hand high in the air, his voice steady despite the storm of emotions inside him. "The brood mother is dead," he shouted, his voice carrying over the crowd. "The beast wave is quenched. Veralt lives." Another wave of cheers burst forth, louder this time as the weight of the victory sunk in. The biggest battle the city had faced was over, and all of them had earned the right to celebrate. Kai exhaled, the rush of victory already starting to fade. Despite the impossible odds, they'd pulled off a win, but the work was far from over. The responsibilities of a lord weighed heavier now. There were losses to account for, injuries to manage, funerals to arrange. It wasn't over until every sacrifice was honored. He glanced toward Francis and Killian, the two he knew he could lean on. The moment the celebrations erupted around him, both men were the first to reach his side. Francis, beaming with pride, grinned as he clapped his hands together. "Lord Arzon, we did it. You did it." Kai shook his head. "Everyone did it. If they hadn't believed in my plan to summon a creature from another plane, it wouldn't have worked." His eyes flicked toward the crumbled remains of the wall. "Though we lost the wall doesn't matter. We rebuilt it once. We can do it again. What we did today. No one else in the kingdom could have done it with this many troops. It's just an unprecedented victory that's going to be written down in the history books." Kai nodded, though he noticed a shadow passed over Killian's face. Suddenly his eyes seemed distant and he pursed his lips tightly together. "Are you okay? I see you are injured," Kai asked, looking over at his shoulders. Just based on what he had seen, Killian had killed almost 24 beasts on his own, but it had also given him quite a few injuries. "You shouldn't push yourself and heal for now. It's not that." Killian shook his head. "We lost people. Some I saw falling right in front of my eyes. Nelson didn't make it." Kai's chest tightened, his frown deepening as he remembered Nelson, the young man who had entered the guards with lofty dreams. He was one of the enforcers who helped Kai to the maximum of his abilities when they fought off the bandits and the first to face the spiders head-on during the earlier attacks. There are probably many more who fell beside him. We'll honor each one. Make sure their families know they died as heroes. Killian gave a solemn nod but then added, his voice cautious, "There's something else. It's about Amira." Kai's heart sank, his face falling in dread. "Is she?" Killian quickly shook his head. No, she's just unconscious, but there's something you need to know." Before Killian could finish, a sharp, stinging pain lanced through Kai's chest. His breath hitched, the sensation growing unbearable as he clutched his chest, teeth gritting in pain. Even though he tried his best to stop the pain while keeping his hand on his chest, his whole body shook. The backlash of temporarily increasing his circles was here. The word slammed into his mind, cold realization dawning. His heart thundered in his ears, every beat a deafening drum as the fourth circle, barely contained, spun out of control. His mana surged wildly, coursing through his veins like a raging river, uncontrollable, volatile. He felt it like a storm inside him, battering his body from within. A jolt of energy slammed into his chest, sending a fresh wave of pain that nearly knocked him to his knees. His vision blurred as he fought to stabilize the circle, pouring everything he had into reining it in. But it wasn't enough. The mana whipped through him, lashing out violently, hitting him harder than any beast had. His knees buckled, and as the world tilted, the last thing he saw was Francis and Killian rushing toward him before darkness claimed his vision. A week had passed since the beast wave battle. Kai lay in bed, his body still bruised from the aftermath as he hoped he would recover soon enough. The beast wave had barely managed to injure him since he had maintained his distance, but the backlash from the temporary fourth circle disintegrating had. Mana had torn through him, leaving a trail of broken bones and a heart barely holding together. It had also damaged his mana heart partially, which he was in the process of healing. Yet despite the damage, he was lucky. The fear of being crippled for life had been there in the back of his mind, but he had dodged that fate. His progress had regressed, pushing him back to the beginning of the third circle. His mana heart needed to be healed further to not leave any lasting damage, but he felt a smoldering confidence deep within. He would rise again. Once his body healed, there was no doubt he would reclaim the fourth circle and make it even stronger. As he lay there, the muffled sound of laughter and chatter filtered through the walls of his chamber. The city was celebrating, despite the losses. Outside, Francis had taken charge in his absence, handling the logistics of the funerals and organizing the festivities. Kai could hear the faint clamor of a feast in full swing, the scent of roasted beast meat wafting through the air, a reminder of their hard-won victory. They had been holding such events daily after the cleaning had begun, wanting to savor the victory till they could. Most of the city had survived only the walls, and some of the refugee shelters had been lost. Casualties had been heavy, but the town had held, with only 30% of their forces falling in the fight. And now, with fresh supplies of beast meat, the people had reason to celebrate, lifting their spirits after the grim, scary, monstrous battle. The festival atmosphere filled the night, while Kai rested, knowing that despite everything they had endured, he sighed, his thoughts drifting. Veralt, the city that had become an extension of him, entwined with his fate. His gaze lingered on the ceiling as he thought about the future he hadn't planned to take over Arzen's body and duties. It had just happened as he had deemed it the best scenario for him, but as he fought with Actra and the Brood Mother, he had started to wonder if it was fate that had led him to clashes against dead Mana. Maybe it was. There was no answer to that, but at least he had gotten more convinced in his decision to take over Veralt. The city was still growing, but it had everything to mold into something formidable, and with the plans he had in mind, he might be able to change the course of history, with the city in the center of it all. Although Kai wasn't sure if he was a good lord, he wasn't as bad as Arzen, and compared to the nobles he had seen, he had a vision. As his musings reached there, he was interrupted by a knock, a light rap against the door, prompting him to look towards it. "Come in," Kai called out. The door creaked open, and Claire, Francis, and Killian stepped into the room. Francis' icy composure led the way, followed by the battle-worn but dependable Killian, and lastly Claire, who looked extremely cautious with the slow steps she took. One after another, they all stood in front of Kai. His lips twitched into a small smile, an automatic response to the sight of his most trusted people in the castle. At least with them, Veralt remained standing, and he was able to take a good rest without being worried about what happened when he wasn't there anymore. "How's your health, Lord Arzen?" Francis asked, voice low and respectful. Kai waved his hand, cutting through the formalities. "I'm recovering. Let's get to the point." The room seemed to shift at his words, everyone falling into their roles. A slight smile tugged on Francis's face, probably because he expected Kai to get to the chase like this. Therefore he straightened, his expression turning serious. "All the funerals have been handled, Lord Arzen," he began. "We're in negotiations with Malden and a few other merchants for the beast parts. Veralt's getting the prime sections. We'll need them for supplies for weapons and alchemical potions. The rest we'll sell. First order of business after that is rebuilding the wall. We'll start with that tomorrow." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Luckily, things have been quiet since the beast wave, so even without a complete wall, we're in good shape. The Freys have agreed to help secure the perimeter in the meantime. No beast will get near Veralt." Kai nodded, absorbing the information. Francis had a way of covering the essentials with the security of the city, and at moments such as this, it was all he could ask for. "Good," he said simply, acknowledging the progress without lingering on it. His eyes shifted to Killian, who had been standing quietly, though with an air of casual confidence. Kai noted the improvement in his posture, much stronger than the last time they spoke. "And you, Killian, how's your recovery?" Killian gave a slight nod with a ghost of a smile covering his lips, rolling his shoulders as if to emphasize his point. "Much better, as you can see, Lord Arzen. My body's healing faster than I expected. Becoming an enforcer really speeds things up." Kai nodded, unsurprised but glad to hear it. "And your report? I've taken a few Freys out on patrols outside Veralt. We haven't seen anything threatening. Seems like the wave cleared out most dangers. News has started reaching the other cities, though, and we expect the people who ran away will start returning soon." Kai listened, nodding slightly as Killian finished. It was as expected. Veralt was regaining its footing, albeit slowly. The beast wave had left its mark, but the city would recover. He would make sure of it. Finally, his attention turned to Claire, who had remained quiet through the reports. She met his gaze with her usual calm, but there was a tension in the room now, the air heavy with unspoken things. "Claire," Kai asked, his voice low, though he already knew she had something important to say. She didn't speak immediately, taking a moment to gather her thoughts. Then in her usual measured tone, she began, "As you ordered, I've had the maids and servants under my command monitoring the mages closely. So far, we've only confirmed one spy, Roran Brightholm. He's been attempting to send information to Arkin Tower, though he hasn't made any moves beyond that. We're keeping a close watch on him." "And do you want me to change covers?" When Kai received the mages from Arkin Tower, he hadn't been fooled by how easily they were sent. It reeked of convenience, and in this world, nothing was ever that simple. The tower didn't just discard their own like unwanted parchment. He knew very well that the one who had ordered Actra to kill him still held power in the shadows of the Arkin Tower, lurking within those halls. and it was someone who was probably on the council. Hiding spies or assassins among the mages seemed like the obvious play, a trap Kai had been prepared for from the start. Only Claire, Francis, Killian, and a few trusted maids were in on it, quietly pulling apart every move the mages made. They watched the new recruits with sharp, silent vigilance, piecing together their intentions like puzzle pieces. None of the mages suspected a thing, since maids being assigned to them was common. Especially not the Wind Mage Roran, the man who'd slowly gotten the best reputation among all the Arkin Tower mages. Roran was diligent if anything. He'd been on the front line for the dangerous scouting missions, putting his life on the line in a way that seemed too genuine to be questioned. Kai admired that dedication. No one saw a spy in a hero, but what the mage had in courage, he lacked in subtlety, especially considering that he was practically living under someone else's roof. Roran's moves have been measured. We've noticed him snooping around the alchemical labs, but he hasn't tried anything drastic yet. However, he did attempt to send detailed information about the mana cannons and the enforcers to Arkin Tower. She paused for a moment, her eyes narrowing slightly. Like I reported last time, we intercepted his message before it got out. Kai's brow furrowed, but only slightly. He already expected something like this. Good job, he said, nodding at her. Keep an eye on him. And the others too, there could be more spies hiding among them. We can't be too careful. Claire nodded in acknowledgement, the tension still hanging in the air. If we've got evidence, why not just finish him off? Killian's voice was direct when he asked that question. To him, the answer seemed clear: eliminate the problem. Kai shook his head, his expression tightening with thought. No, he said firmly. Not right now. Killing him gives us nothing. Killian blinked, momentarily taken aback. Nothing. If he's working for Arkin Tower, that's reason enough. He could kill himself before we even get him to trial, and if he's truly doing it for Arkin Tower, then he's replaceable. Viridia Kai spat the name of the magus with condescension. She doesn't seem like the type to be attached to her pawns. She can discard them easily. If we kill him now, they'll just send someone else. A fresh spy. Someone smarter, more cautious. No, it's wiser to let him snoop around for a while longer. You want him to keep spying? Not exactly, Kai replied, eyes narrowing. We'll use him, feed him false information. Let him think he's getting everything Arkin Tower wants. It's far more valuable to mislead them, give them the wrong impression of what's happening here. If Roran keeps reporting back with useful details that are ultimately wrong, we can keep the tower in the dark. Francis nodded in agreement. It's a calculated move. We can string him along, let him feel like he's in control while we control the flow of information. Killian seemed to mull it over before sighing. Fine, but it feels like a risk. Kai's smile was thin. It is a risk, but one we need to take. If we kill him, we gain nothing but momentary satisfaction. By keeping him alive, we turn him into a weapon when we aim at Arkin Tower. He paused momentarily, letting his words ring around the air. Keep watching him, and don't get complacent. If he even tries to push beyond what we allow, we'll deal with him swiftly. Francis nodded, agreeing with Kai's reasoning. Yes, I think the same. We need to keep the ruse going for longer. If we tip our hand too soon, we lose our edge. Kai gave a satisfied nod. Exactly. Arkin Tower isn't our only enemy. They're just one of many. We've finally gotten a lead on them, so keeping Roran around until he's served his purpose is the smart move. With news about the beast wave spreading, many ripples will be felt across the kingdom, and Veralt is at the center of it all. He paused, glancing at each of them in turn. We need to deflect attention away from us as much as possible. If I'm right, the real storm will start here, in the Sylvan Enclave itself. Killian let out a long sigh, rubbing the back of his neck. Duke Lucian Kellius. Kai's eyes darkened at the name, and he nodded. Yes. I imagine he's already furious that I managed to defeat the beast wave, and if my suspicions are correct, he's far more dangerous than we initially thought. As he spoke, a memory resurfaced, something Edrian, Arzen's second brother, had told him. The weight of it lingered in the back of his mind, and now seemed the right moment to bring it up. Have you heard of the tale of the Maleficent Viper? Kai asked, his voice quieter now, more contemplative. Francis, Claire, and Killian all shook their heads, waiting for him to explain. Kai leaned back slightly, remembering the details of the story. I read about it recently. The Maleficent Viper is a grade 3 beast that lives deep in the forest, vicious, territorial creature. But the story isn't about just any viper. It speaks of a particular nest that housed 3 vipers, the eldest, the second, and the youngest. Kai let the silence settle for a moment before continuing, his voice measured. The 2 older vipers were constantly at odds, fighting for control of the entire nest. The eldest, however, showed no interest in total domination. Instead, it chose to protect its youngest sibling, even asking for its help against their mutual threat, the second brother. Killian frowned slightly, not sure where the story was going, but Francis's sharp eyes seemed to catch on to the underlying theme. The youngest viper agreed, Kai continued. Together, the eldest and the youngest killed the second viper, gaining more territory and control over the nest. But it wasn't out of loyalty, it was survival, and through their cooperation, they expanded their hold on the forest. The youngest was happy and trusted the oldest, he said, his voice dropping a notch, the weight of the words palpable. But as soon as the second viper was dead, the oldest ate the youngest, without hesitation, without remorse. The oldest took the entire territory for itself. The room was dead still, and it was Killian who finally broke the silence. Then Duke Lucian Kellius is the oldest viper here. Kai nodded, his expression dark, knowing that was the most likely conclusion. His mind flickered to the battle he had fought, the chaos, the pain. It wasn't just about beasts or waves of creatures, it was about ambition. The kind of ambition that makes someone kill even their own family to claim power. I fought more than a beast wave, Kai said, his voice low. I fought ambition. And it's clear now that Lucian Kellius has the same ruthless ambition. If we don't defend against that viper, he's going to devour me next. My second brother is already out of the race. Francis, Claire, and Killian all nodded in agreement, the severity of the situation sinking in. Kai allowed himself a moment of contemplation, the gears in his mind turning, piecing together the possibilities. Then a slow smile curled on his lips. But there's something else. The others looked at him curiously. I found out that there are a few versions of the Maleficent Viper tale, Kai continued, and in one of them the story takes a different turn. After the eldest viper killed the youngest and took all the territory, it didn't have time to enjoy its victory. A hawk, who had been watching the entire time, swooped down from the sky. It had been waiting for an opportunity, watching as the vipers fought amongst themselves. And when the eldest finally ate the youngest, the hawk struck. It killed the eldest viper and claimed everything for itself. That version grabbed all of their attention in unison. Kai's eyes glinted. We don't have to be the youngest viper, hoping for scraps. We just need to be that hawk. Killian let out a soft chuckle, shaking his head. Basically, we need to observe everything and attack when our enemy least expects it. Francis folded his arms, considering the new perspective. A hawk, waiting for the right moment to strike. It fits. Let them think they're in control. When Lucian attacks, and I know he will, he would expect to eat me up, Kai said. And we need to make him feel so until we reveal that we aren't just any other viper waiting to be devoured, but hawks preying on him. A spark of understanding lit in the room. The pieces of the puzzle were aligning, the strategy shifting from defense to something far more cunning. Lucian may be the viper, Kai said, but if we play this right, he won't even see the hawk coming. He's so focused on expanding his territory, on devouring everything in his path, that he won't realize someone's been watching from above the whole time. King Sullivan sat on his throne, the weight of his crown pressing down like a millstone. The court bustled around him as usual, ministers squabbling over territorial disputes, tax reforms, and trade negotiations, each speaking as though the kingdom's future rested solely on their words. The marble floors echoed with the sound of feet shuffling, the drone of voices weaving through the grand hall. Servants moved between the pillars, pouring wine, while nobles cast furtive glances his way, expecting him to deliver judgments, solutions, and answers. But as the clamor filled the air, King Sullivan felt only weariness. 50 years, half a century of sitting on that throne, of wearing the mantle of king, of pretending to care. The responsibility of an entire kingdom had been placed on his shoulders when he was young, and now, 5 decades later, it had crushed the last vestiges of ambition. There was no fire left in him, no drive, just the endless routine. Sullivan leaned forward slightly, his fingers tapping the armrest of his throne as an attendant droned on about a conflict between two lower nobles over border territories. Something about grazing rights, cattle theft, he didn't care. His gaze drifted over the sea of faces, each one looking to him for direction, for resolution. I'm done, Sullivan thought bitterly. He had been done for years now. The rumor circulating the court of a king who had lost his interest wasn't wrong. The only thing more surprising than his disinterest was how long he'd managed to pretend. Abruptly, Sullivan stood, cutting the minister off mid-sentence. The court is over for today, his voice boomed, bringing an abrupt halt to the room's chatter. I'll hear the rest tomorrow. Silence gripped the hall. Eyes widened in shock, but only for a moment. This wasn't the first time he'd done this. The ministers and nobles exchanged wary glances, their surprise fading to resignation. They have seen the change in his personality. King Sullivan was no longer the sharp-edged ruler they once revered. His abrupt departures had become a regular occurrence, though no one dared speak of it in his presence. Without a second glance, Sullivan descended the dais, his heavy robes trailing behind him. An attendant and a knight scrambled to follow in his wake, but he paid them no mind. His steps echoed through the corridors as he left the grand hall behind, responsibilities slipping from his mind as if shedding an old cloak. Ministers would whisper, nobles would gossip, but let them. He was the king, and he had grown beyond caring for their chatter. His path, however, didn't take him to his royal chamber, nor did it veer toward the opulent rooms where his queens and concubines awaited his company. Instead, Sullivan walked with purpose, the echoes of court fading behind him as he entered a secluded passage. He made his way through the castle's winding halls until he stepped outside. The garden awaited him. Cool air greeted his face as Sullivan crossed the threshold into his private sanctuary. This wasn't just any garden. It was ancient, older than his reign, older than the castle itself, or so the stories claimed. Tall, twisted trees with silver leaves stood along the stone paths, their roots thick and gnarled, creeping like serpents through the earth. Exotic flowers bloomed in vibrant, unnatural colors, their petals shimmering faintly in the twilight. Here in this place, King Sullivan could almost forget the weight of his crown. Almost. He exhaled, feeling the tension leave his body, if only for a moment. The truth was, he had been born into this throne, and the kingdom had consumed his life. But there had always been a part of him that longed for something simpler, something more. Sullivan stopped before an ancient oak, its bark dark and weathered, its roots curling around the stone bench at its base. He sat down, running his fingers over the smooth stone, feeling the chill seep into his skin. In the stillness, his thoughts were clearer. This place the only place left where he could think, where he could be something other than king. But even here, under the vast canopy of stars, he couldn't escape the reality waiting for him. The kingdom still needed him. No matter how weary he was of it all, no matter how desperately he wanted to walk away, there was no one else to take up the mantle. No heir was good enough. No counsel was brave enough. The weight of it bore down again, heavier now than it had ever been. He sighed, the weariness returning like a familiar companion. Perhaps tomorrow he would return to the court, hear their disputes, and pretend to care once more. Perhaps, but not tonight. He saw the usual fountain bubbling softly in the center, its water reflecting the silvery glow of the night sky. Scattered around were stone tables and benches, where the king would often sit in quiet reflection, away from the weight of his duties. He sighed, his thoughts troubled and confused between finding solace and the heavy discomfort of responsibilities gnawing at him. Turning, he glanced at the attendant who had followed him. "Leave me for a while," Sullivan said, his voice low and tired. The attendant bowed quickly and retreated without question. The old knight, grizzled and gray, made to follow suit, his heavy boots echoing as he turned to leave, but the king raised a hand. "Roderick," he said, calling the knight by name. "You can stay." Roderick stopped in his tracks, surprised but nodded silently. He took up his post by one of the stone benches as King Sullivan moved to tend to the plants, gently brushing his hands over the leaves of a small tree. The garden had always been his refuge, a place where he could lose himself in simple, tangible things. Unlike the kingdom, plants did not ask for rulings or demand answers, they only needed care, and they gave life in return. After a long pause, Sullivan finally broke the silence. "What do you think of the succession war?" He asked, his voice casual but carrying the weight of years of contemplation. Roderick stiffened. The question caught him off guard. "Your Majesty," the knight began, his tone formal and careful, "I am your knight. I serve you, not my place to comment on such matters." Sullivan's gaze remained on the plants as he trimmed a stray vine. "I'm asking because you're not entangled with any of the princes," he said. "You've served me since I first took the throne. You know the court. You can be frank with me." "I don't execute men for their honesty." Roderick shifted uneasily, but after a moment relaxed slightly. "The war has stalled, Your Majesty. All your sons are exceptional in their ways, but none of them have managed to gain the upper hand. And the longer it drags on, the more unrest it sows among the court. It's becoming uneasy." Sullivan nodded. He had known as much, but hearing it spoken aloud only confirmed his suspicions. His sons, each with their strengths and ambitions, were locked in a battle that neither side seemed able to win. And while they fought, the kingdom grew more unstable, more uncertain. "Thowrick," Sullivan said, naming his youngest son. "What do you make of him?" Roderick's brow furrowed in thought before he answered. "Exceptional in combat, as you know, Your Majesty. His leadership in battle is growing, and he has the loyalty of many in the military. Ambition drives him, and for a prince, that's expected. But ambition alone cannot rule a kingdom. A king must guide, not just with strength, but with wisdom. He must align the kingdom with his vision, not bend it to his will." The king considered this, his fingers brushing over a flower as he stood by the fountain. "Ambition is a dangerous thing," he murmured. "It can drive a man to greatness or ruin. Thowrick has always craved more, always hungry for what lies beyond his reach. But I wonder, does he truly understand what it means to be king? Or does he simply want the throne for the power it grants?" Roderick's silence was telling. The knight had no answer, and neither did Sullivan. King Sullivan walked forward and stood by a carnivorous plant, its vibrant green leaves wide open, waiting for its next victim. The plant was one of the more dangerous species in his garden, a beauty that devoured anything that came near. He brushed his fingers along its edge, thoughtful, as Roderick spoke about Thowrick. "So Thowrick's a good fighter and a powerful mage. Last I heard, he was at the peak of the second circle, and he's not even 30, Sullivan mused aloud, but reckless, like this plant here. He pointed to the carnivorous specimen. "It's strong, capable of consuming much more than its size suggests, but it has a fatal flaw. In its hunger, it often devours poisonous insects and kills itself from within." He glanced at Roderick. "That's Thowrick, isn't it? Powerful, ambitious, but blinded by his need to win." Roderick nodded, though he didn't comment on the king's analogy. "Yes, Your Majesty. He's dangerous in battle, but that ambition blinds him to the subtleties of ruling. If he climbs the throne, war with Vanderfall is inevitable." Sullivan sighed, stepping away from the plant and signaling for Roderick to continue. "Go on then. What about the second prince? And be honest." Roderick shifted slightly before responding, his face grim. The second prince, Aldrin, is less inclined to war. He's more interested in art, culture, and diplomacy, which gives him the potential to maintain peace within the kingdom. But he's too easily swayed by outside influences, particularly the kingdom of his mother, second Queen Jospel. The ministers from her homeland whisper in his ear and he listens. Too much. While he might keep the kingdom stable, he's also at risk of being controlled by external forces. Sullivan approached another plant, this one a delicate vine with broad, colorful leaves that twisted in every direction. It was beautiful, sprawling across half the garden. He crouched next to it, tracing the wayward stems with a tired hand. Aldrin's like this vine, he said. It proliferates, covers a lot of ground, and looks beautiful. But without guidance, it spreads everywhere, consuming everything around it. And worse, it allows other plants to cling to it, using it to grow taller, stealing its light. Roderick understood. Yes, your majesty, Prince Aldrin could hold the throne, but he might let others, those with their agendas, rule in his place. Sullivan stood up again, and the first prince, what about him? Sullivan's eyes darkened as he finished the knight's thought. But he's the puppet of my wife, that psychotic woman. Roderick's nod was almost imperceptible. Yes, your majesty. Giving him the throne would be giving the first queen, Regina, control of the kingdom. It's what she's wanted all along. Many of Eldric's decisions, his actions, they're not his own. They come from her. It's much worse than most people assume. The influence she holds over him is complete. The king walked toward the fountain, its gentle trickle now sounding much louder in the silence between them. He gazed into the water, seeing his reflection and wondering how things had come to this. His youngest was reckless, his middle son easily manipulated, and his eldest, was nothing more than a pawn in a greater scheme. The kingdom he had fought so hard to protect now felt as if it were slipping through his fingers. Sullivan crouched by a small tree near the water's edge, a twisted trunk with leaves that never fully bloomed, stunted in growth despite its strong roots. Eldric's like this tree, he said softly. Strong roots, but stunted by something unseen. No matter how much sunlight it gets, no matter how much water it never fully grows. The king stood, the weariness of 50 years of rule bearing down on his shoulders. She's been playing this game for decades, setting pieces in motion, but I won't let her win. Roderick remained silent, though the unsaid understanding passed between them. The queen's influence was a problem they all knew, but none dared confront. None except for Sullivan himself. The king turned to his knight, his voice hardening. The kingdom needs a ruler, Roderick, not a puppet, and I won't let it fall into her hands. This entire conversation felt as if he was confirming his thoughts and talking to himself, but only Roderick was another voice talking back at him. The knight bowed slightly, his respect for the king evident in his gaze. What do you plan to do, your majesty? Sullivan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked out over his garden, at the plants that both flourished and struggled under his care. The kingdom was no different. He knew now that his decision was inevitable. He traced his fingers along the delicate stem of the tree before him, the one that had reminded him of his firstborn son, Eldric. He was brilliant once, but her obsession, that woman's obsession, has ruined him far worse than I ever could have imagined. And now it's too late for me to intervene. He pointed to the tree. You know the funny thing about this tree, he said with a wry smile. Sometimes this type of tree will start to devour everything around him. It happens rarely, but when it does, the tree grows into a man-eater. I wonder if that will happen to my son, though I doubt it. The knight, Roderick, said nothing, standing quietly at attention. It wasn't his place to offer opinions on such things, not without being asked directly. He had served King Sullivan long enough to know when the king needed silence. Sullivan moved to another section of the garden, his eyes scanning over the carefully tended plants. He paused near a small, blooming flower, its petals of vibrant red. As he bent to touch the soil, he spoke again, his voice more casual this time. You know, Roderick, I was actually about to give up my throne. Roderick's brow furrowed slightly in surprise but remained silent, listening. I was going to announce Eldric as the crown prince, Sullivan continued. Even with that crazed woman lurking, I knew I had to make a decision soon, and honestly, I didn't think she'd live forever. Announcing a crown prince would give us time, wouldn't it? But Eldric, he failed my test. Roderick blinked, finally compelled to ask, what test, your majesty? King Sullivan smirked, pulling up a few weeds around the base of a plant. You know of the beast wave in the Sylvan Enclave? The knight nodded. Yes, your majesty. I gave him the chance to prove himself to be a hero to help that boy Arzan. Sullivan's tone grew sharper. It was the perfect opportunity for him to secure his position, but what did he do? He turned his back on it. Instead, he got tangled up in some scheme with the newly crowned duke. I don't fault him for it. Entire nobility is always about choosing the better option, but in doing so, he burned the bridge with Arzan. A good king would have played both sides till they were sure of who to choose. He had made his decision from the start. That was the test, and he failed. The king paused, then added with a chuckle, you know the funny part. Roderick tilted his head. What is it, your majesty? Sullivan stood, dusting his hands off. Arzan defeated the beast wave, without major contributions from the crown or any noble house. Only Duke Blackwood helped him. The report I received from Verol is one of the most interesting things I've read in years. It seems my wife will be furious when she hears of it. She's hated Valkyrie ever since, well, that day. And Arzin earned her ire since he was born. It would increase significantly now. The king smirked. I never expected that boy to grow like this. I thought his path ended long ago. But some plants tend to flourish even in wastelands. Sullivan stopped in front of another plant, an odd one, a twisted vine that bloomed in unexpected directions. You know, Viridia and her tower are going to regret making an enemy out of him. With the combat feats I'm hearing about, she'll be kicking herself soon enough. He turned back to Roderick, his gaze sharp. Where do you place defeating a beast wave on one's own in terms of achievements? Roderick didn't hesitate in giving out an answer. Being a knight for so long, he knew how tough it was to hold off a beast wave. It's on par with the highest honors a noble can achieve in a war. The beasts would have killed thousands if not more. Baron Arzin's efforts should certainly be rewarded. The king stroked his beard, contemplating. Yes, he should. He walked toward the fountain where a soft mist filled the air. You remember the late Duke Kellius. He had 2 territories meant for his sons who would lose the succession. The second one never accepted his inheritance. I've heard it's fallen into disrepair. The knight nodded, already sensing where this was heading. I believe Arzin will do well with that land. It's close to his current territory, Sullivan declared. And if he's to be responsible for more territory, he'll need a higher title to match. Count Arzin, that doesn't sound bad, does it? Roderick straightened, understanding his orders. I'll inform the ministers immediately. The king waved him off. Go. As Roderick left, King Sullivan found his gaze drifting toward a corner of the garden, moving from each plant he used to describe his 3 heirs to the throne. There, among the more ordinary plants, sat a single one that glowed brighter than any other, even the very 3 he took an example of. Its leaves shimmered with life, its stem standing strong amidst the rest. It wasn't the largest or the most imposing, but it was undeniably the most striking. Sullivan felt drawn to it, as though the plant was calling for his attention. He sighed, turning away from the garden. In this kingdom, as with his plants, survival often depended on resilience. But sometimes those who grew in the most unlikely places were the ones who thrived the most. A pair of silver eyes shone beneath the starry night sky, their reflection tracing the patterns of constellations overhead. A soft breeze rustled the treetops, carrying the scents of the ancient forest. Above, the stars twinkled like distant gems, and on a night such as this, the twin moons and distant planets were also visible. The chosen night and auspicious alignment was perfect. It was why Vialarith, the elven elder of the Lethi tribe, had selected it for her yearly ritual. Her hand tightened around the smooth wood of her staff, dark veins pulsing as it hummed with energy. Vialarith moved gracefully, waving her staff through the air, a shimmering light following her movements when she did. Around her, the air crackled with power, and from the shadows, dark spirits began to emerge, spectral figures twisting and writhing in a macabre dance. These were the Irethels, spirits bound to the natural world, summoned by her will. They spiraled upward into the sky, and with a silent command from Vialarith, they shot like arrows into the sky. Moments later, the stars themselves began to move. At first, they shifted lazily, as if stirred by some unseen force. Then, one by one, they detached from their celestial positions, floating downwards like falling embers, yet they never touched the ground. Instead, they hovered in the air, orbiting around her in slow, careful circles. Her eyes narrowed as she watched the spectacle unfold. The floating stars clashed with one another, sending out sparks of light in every direction. Each collision created a shower of energy that rained down around her, yet the sparks dissipated before they could harm her. Vialarith's expression remained serene as she continued to observe, knowing that these early clashes were merely the beginning. The energy was still in its nascent state, unbridled. Soon the chaos would grow. More stars would collide, their violent interactions producing even greater flashes of destruction. The stars were forming a constellation. Her heart sank as the familiar pattern emerged, a shape of doom written in the cosmos. Styx, a constellation that foretold death and destruction. The jagged lines connecting the fallen stars painted a nightmarish image of chaos. It was a sign. One she had seen many times before, but this time its significance felt heavier. The world, her world, was on a path to destruction. The signs were all there. The prophecy foretold generations ago was unfolding before her very eyes. Vialarith took a slow breath, her shoulders drooping at what she had just seen. Would the end truly come? Was this fate inevitable, or could it still be avoided? A long sigh escaped her lips as she stared into the swirling vortex of clashing stars above. The Styx shifted, growing fiercer. She had hoped she had prayed that the prophecy would never come to pass. But the signs had already begun to manifest. She could no longer deny it. The end of their world had already started. But then, just as her despair threatened to overwhelm her, something caught her attention. Out of the corner of her eye, a subtle shift in the starry sky drew her gaze. A small, lone star. It didn't move like the others. It wasn't part of the Styx. Instead, it stood apart, shining brightly against the backdrop of cosmic chaos. Vialarith's breath hitched. Her gaze remained locked onto the lone star, her eyes widening as something unbelievable began to happen. Her once serene face shifted, lips parting in disbelief. She couldn't tear her eyes away. The star, defying all the chaos and destruction around it, began to pull smaller, dimmer stars into its orbit. One by one they were drawn to its light, their pale glow brightening as they clustered together, forming a new pattern against the night sky. It was subtle at first, but as the stars aligned, a shape began to emerge. Not a shape of ruin, not like the sticks, but something entirely different, something that stood tall and resilient in the face of chaos. Her breath caught in her throat as the constellation completed itself, a figure of defiance glowing proudly in the night. It radiated an energy that felt ancient yet full of promise, as if it had been waiting for this moment for ages. Vialarith's voice trembled as she whispered, "Fatebreaker." The word escaped her lips like a long-buried secret, a name not spoken in centuries, a symbol of those who dared to stand against destiny itself. Her heart pounded in her chest as the realization settled over her. The star note, the Fatebreaker, was more than just a sign. It was a call. An anomaly, a force that challenged the inevitable doom foretold by the sticks. "I must reach it or him," she muttered, watching the night sky till her magic faded away. Zuri, barely 7 summers old, crept down the stairs as quietly as her tiny feet would allow. She glanced over her shoulder, making sure her mother wasn't nearby. The midday light filtered through the windows, giving way to a warm glow on the wooden floor, but she was more interested in what lay outside. She reached for the door handle, her fingers barely brushing it when... "Where do you think you're going, young lady?" Her mother's voice rang out from behind, causing her to freeze mid-action. Zuri turned slowly, an innocent smile already plastered on her face. "I'm going out, mother. My studies are done," she replied, her tone light and carefree. She didn't want to come out as suspicious to her mother, in case she refused to permit to go outside. She did it often, and it wasn't once Zuri liked it. Her mother crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. "Make sure you're back in an hour, and don't go near that old noble house again, you hear me?" "I won't," Zuri chirped, her fingers already reaching for the door as she flashed her mother a reassuring grin. Satisfied, her mother turned back to her chores, sweeping the floor with aggression and the need to finish it soon. With that, the girl bolted out of the house, the wind catching her hair as she rushed down the steps and onto the village path. The village of Eden was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape, their thatched roofs framed by the rolling hills beyond. She waved to the familiar faces of villagers: Ms. Maeve, who always gave her sweets, Uncle Tarn, who was often seen napping on his porch, and continued on her way, her feet carrying her to her secret destination, her favorite place. The old house stood at the far edge of the village, its once proud stone walls now crumbled in places, and ivy crawling up its sides like hungry vines. She had heard stories about the house so many times. People had talked about how it was one where nobles lived and enjoyed the luxuries, but then something terrible happened, and the family who had lived there had long since left, moving to a distant city, or so the rumors said. But to her, it was the perfect playground. The adults always talked about it like it was dangerous, but she loved its quiet, the mystery that lingered in the air like a forgotten secret. She darted through the narrow alleys, her heart racing with excitement. The familiar worn door to the house groaned as she pushed it open, dust swirling in the dim light. Inside, she felt at ease. This was her place. She loved the creaky stairs, the hollow sound of her steps as she climbed them, the way the wooden beams groaned under her weight. It was all part of the charm. Carefully, she moved to the second floor, where the rooms were scattered with old furniture and forgotten belongings. She entered one of the biggest ones and hummed quietly to herself, running her fingers over an old dresser as she explored, just like she had done so many times before. But then a squeak echoed through the silence. She froze. Her heart skipped a beat, and for a moment her legs refused to move. The sound had come from the far corner of the room. Who is that?" The voice of her mother rang in her head, telling her to go back. She had done enough exploring for today and didn't need to check out who the sound had come from. But then Zuri knew she wouldn't be able to sleep well if she didn't find out what it was. Curiosity won over fear. She tiptoed toward the noise, her breath held in anticipation. Peeking around a toppled bookshelf, she saw it. It was a rat. Immediately, her curiosity quenched, and she began to move back, but as her eyes focused, she realized something was wrong. The rat was completely black, from its twitching nose to its tail. Not just a dark gray like the ones she'd seen before, but pitch black, as though it had crawled out of the shadows themselves. Worse, it emitted a foul, rotting stench that made her wrinkle her nose. She took a step back as the rat's small, beady eyes locked onto her. It stopped for a second, its nose twitching in the air. Her legs shook, but she couldn't move. Slowly, the rat began to crawl toward her, faster and faster. Her heart raced, panic setting in as she stumbled back, her foot catching on a broken floorboard. She fell hard onto the ground, the impact knocking the breath out of her lungs. Before she could scramble to her feet, the rat was there, its nose brushing against her skin as it sniffed her. She wanted to scream, but the sound was stuck in her throat. Then, without warning, it bit down on her ankle. Pain shot through her leg, sharp and burning. she cried out, her voice echoing through the empty house. The rat darted away, disappearing into the shadows as quickly as it had appeared. Tears welled up in her eyes as she clutched her ankle. The pain was overwhelming, but as she looked down at the bite, something far worse sent a chill down her spine. Her skin around the bite mark was turning black dark, inky veins spreading outward like the roots of a twisted tree. The blackness crawled up her leg, cold and sinister, and she stared at it, wide-eyed, too shocked to move. The world around her seemed to fade, her breaths coming out in ragged gasps. She didn't know what was happening, but she knew one thing for sure. Something was very, very wrong. Rolling hills and the dense trees caught Killian's eyes as he stood on top of the half-reconstructed wall along with a few other workers, who kept themselves accompanied by different tasks that were assigned to them. Killian couldn't bother to pay less heed than they deserved. His eyes stayed glued to the hills. Deep scars from the recent encounter with the beasts now marred the once vibrant greenery. Patches of scorched earth, fallen trees, and the eerie silence that lingered as a specter reminded him of just how close death had been. A month ago, beasts had torn through the land, leaving nothing but ruins and the loss of people who put their lives forward to save the city. They left a kind of ruin that swallowed hope and dragged you into the abyss of fear. His fingers traced the rough stone beneath him, still in the process of being laid anew. Just a month ago, he had stood in this very spot, heart pounding, as the monstrous roars echoed from the hills, thinking he would never see another sunrise, putting out a fake, brave front to hide away his feelings of terror and unease. A brave front to shower hope to any and every person who looked up to him, and that meant more than half of the guards who trained under him. Death, it was quite a funny thing to even ponder over. There had been moments in that battle when the gnashing teeth and ripping claws came too close, when the force of a beast swipe had sent him flying, bones cracking under the impact. He had accepted his death more times than he could count, felt it in his chest, in the desperate breathlessness of battle. But somehow, here he was. The bruises that once marred his body were nothing more than faded memories, and the deeper wounds had healed into scars, mementos of survival carved into his skin. He was alive, and that was something he still grappled with. His gaze shifted from the forest to the bustling scene below. Laborers moved quickly, their faces streaked with sweat and dirt, but there was no panic in their steps, no fear weighing down their shoulders. New tents dotted the landscape, homes for the refugees who had fled from villages that no longer existed. The village rebuilding project hadn't even started yet. The sheer devastation of them made it a hard task, but the refugees had found ways to survive, to keep pushing forward. Temporary shelters had sprung up in organized rows, crude but functional, their patched roofs waving lazily in the breeze. And the people, Killian's brow furrowed as he observed the villagers. They worked with smiles on their faces, laughing together as if the horrors of the beast wave were already long behind them. It was strange, almost unsettling. Just weeks ago, these same people had been inches from death, their homes destroyed, their families scattered. And yet here they were, chattering away as if everything was fine, as if they hadn't faced down the jaws of annihilation. Resilient, he muttered under his breath, the word barely audible. Or foolish, he thought, but he couldn't deny the strength in their smiles. The human spirit had a strange way of bouncing back, even when crushed. His hand unconsciously brushed over the hilt of his sword, the cool metal grounding him in the present. They weren't safe, not yet. They had more enemies than just the beasts, and the walls were still only half finished. But standing there, amidst the noise of construction, surrounded by the laughter of survivors, it felt like they were on the verge of something, recovery maybe, or at least a reprieve. And for now, that was enough. Killian's thoughts wandered back to the man responsible for their survival. Even if he wanted to deny it, there was no escaping the truth. It had all been possible because of one man. The strategies, the reinforcements, the uncanny ability to lead even when hope had been nothing but a distant flicker. Without him, Killian doubted they'd still be here, rebuilding instead of mourning. As his mind lingered on that thought, a familiar voice broke his concentration. "You look like a man with a lot on his mind." It was Francis. Killian turned to the older man, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Francis had been the castle's administrator for ages, a man of paperwork and logistics, but in the past few months he had become something more, an unexpected friend. They had talked about a lot during these rebuilding efforts, from the trivial to the heavy, and Killian had come to respect the older man's wisdom and dry humor. "Nothing unpleasant," Killian replied, leaning his elbows against the wall. "Just thinking about everything that's happened the past few months." Francis let out a low chuckle, his hands rubbing circles in his stomach. "Pretty wild, isn't it? Most exciting period of my career, without a doubt. Never thought I'd be caught up in all this beast waves, refugees, and war councils." He paused, his eyes twinkling with something akin to admiration. "You know, it does make me think sometimes. One man is enough to change the tides of war. A single spark can start a wildfire, as they say." "That man, well, we both know who I'm talking about." Killian nodded, his thoughts drifting back to the one who had steered them through the storm. "A spark indeed, sure is," Killian said, his voice thoughtful. "Lord Arzen's changed so much, it's hard to think of him as the person I once served under. Hearing his words, Francis's expression tightened into a complicated mix of concern and something unspoken. A slight frown appeared on his face. Are you thinking back to that same conversation again? Killian sighed, glancing away. It was a topic they had circled back to many times in the past few months. No matter how much they tried to avoid it, neither of them could keep it bottled up for long. Talking it out always felt like a relief, even though it also carried the weight of fear of what it meant to doubt their lord, even just a little. Yeah, Killian admitted, his tone heavy. It always comes to my mind. I've seen people change, but never like this. I would have chalked it up to rumors or the usual gossip, but it's not that. Francis remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Lord Arzon doesn't even remember much from his childhood anymore. When he asked me about Count Chase's son, Rake Killian said, thinking back to the man who had lost embarrassingly back in the capital, that's when I was sure something was different. Really different. He shook his head, still processing it himself. He's exceptional now. Those mana cannons his spell casting, it's getting bizarre, Francis. You know it too. Balin told me his methods are revolutionary. Even the things he knows about the enforcers, it's not normal. Facts over feelings began to dominate his thoughts as he considered Lord Arzon not just his remarkable abilities, but also the personal things he had done for him. I have skills now that can stand against a mage. Can you believe that? Me, a knight, fighting on equal ground with a mage. All because of what he's taught us. It's unbelievable. Francis rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Yes, I understand. I've thought about it a lot too. Anyone would. Lord Arzon isn't normal. But whatever secret he has, it's his. We can't ask. Or do you think we should? Killian frowned. Once again, the conversation was about to end in an endless curve of curiosity. I don't know. The only thing I'm sure of is that Lord Arzon is on our side. No man pushes himself to sacrifice the way he does without a larger goal or philosophy. But it's the secrets that crawl at the back of my mind. They're always there. Francis nodded slowly, his gaze drifting toward the horizon where the sun began its lazy climb to its peak, casting a golden glow over the rebuilt tents in the forest beyond. I get it, believe me. But I'm an administrator, Killian. I handle problems I can see, measure, and fix. Problems that I can calculate and get an answer. This is something different. Maybe you should talk to him, clear the air. I've been thinking about it, Killian admitted, exhaling deeply. But I feel like if I try to, something might change, and not necessarily for the better. Maybe, Francis agreed, then paused mid-sentence. His eyes narrowed as he looked out into the distance, where a figure was approaching fast. Hold on. Killian followed his gaze and spotted a lone rider approaching. A man on horseback galloped toward the wall, kicking up dust as the horse's hooves pounded against the dry earth. The man was moving too fast, as if he had finally found the place he had been looking for days. Who do you think that is? Francis asked, his brow furrowed. A traveler, a merchant. Killian squinted, and then his eyes widened slightly as he noticed the rich, flowing robes the man wore with his enhanced eyesight. No, he said, his voice dropping. I believe it's someone more important. Look at his robes, those are the kind I saw in the castle. The ministers wear those, or those working directly under them. Francis's posture straightened, his casual demeanor quickly shifting to something more serious. Then we should find out what message he's bringing, he said quietly, watching the rider come ever closer. Kai stood in the quiet graveyard, his eyes moving over the rows of simple graves marked with stones. Each one bore the name of someone who had fallen during the beast wavy, a reminder of lives cut short in the chaos. His expression was measured, though sadness lingered at the corners of his eyes. He sauntered, the weight of loss evident in the way his shoulders sagged. Stopping in front of a grave where the dirt had caked over the marker, Kai raised his hand, casting Cleanse Touch, which was a first circle wind spell to cleanse a particular area. A soft, blue glow enveloped his fingers as he cast the spell, cleaning the grime and debris from the stone. He repeated the process as he moved among the graves, each action slow but intentional, as if his touch might somehow bring a measure of peace to the dead. The air was heavy with silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves, the hum of his magic, or whenever he stepped on one of the dried leaves that fell from the trees that surrounded the grave. Behind him, Claire followed him like a shadow. Lord Arzon, it wasn't your fault that they passed away, she said softly, her voice gentle but firm. Kai paused, lowering his hand after finishing another spell. I know, he replied, his tone steady but tinged with regret. It was a battle. Things happen. People die. Guilt, he pressed his lips together. Guilt remains. He stepped forward, brushing his fingers along the edge of a headstone. I come here to lessen it. We have already compensated their families, made sure they have less burdens, but lives are still lost. Claire's brow furrowed as she glanced over at him. But it's the third day you've been here, she pointed out, her tone soft yet insistent. Kai's eyes didn't leave the grave before him as he answered, I have that much guilt. The quiet between them thickened, only broken by the occasional flicker of magic as he continued cleaning the graves. His movements were slower now, as though even the simple spells were becoming taxing. He felt Care glanced at him, noting the subtle wince that crossed his face with each cast. Since getting out of bed rest a week ago, Kai had thrown himself into every task that required his attention, and his recovery took a backseat. His mana heart, fractured from the strain of his last battle, was still healing, and every spell he cast sent a dull ache through his chest, almost as if someone was squeezing it from the inside, ever so gently, but the nails scratched a part that hurt. His goal was to reach the fourth circle, but the road ahead felt longer than ever, and every use of magic reminded him of just how fragile his mana heart had become. As he cast yet another spell to clean the graves, he felt the familiar twinge of pressure in his chest. His hand faltered slightly, but he gritted his teeth and pushed through, finishing the spell's structure with a calm exterior that masked the strain within. He wasn't ready to stop. Not yet. Not until the graves were clean. After making sure the last bit of them was clean, Kai turned away from the graves, his movements deliberate and slow. Claire was waiting by the carriage, her arms folded as she watched him approach. "Lord Arzin, we should hurry. You haven't had breakfast yet," she said, her tone gentle. "I was thinking of heading back to work," Kai started, but Claire interrupted, her voice firm but kind. "You shouldn't, not yet. You just recovered. I know you said you can live on mana for a long time, but it's still good to eat. I mean, she isn't wrong." Kai felt his stomach rumble, remembering the barely touched dinner last night. He nodded, conceding to her logic, and climbed into the carriage. As it rolled forward, he glanced out the window, his gaze catching the occasional wave from the people or curious glances from those on the streets. They all knew whose carriage this was by now due to his frequent visits to different parts of the city. But as his eyes moved to the roads and crumbling buildings, his thoughts darkened again. The city wasn't in good shape. Despite the beast wave not causing extensive damage, it was clear that the infrastructure had been deteriorating long before the attack. Rebuilding efforts had been delayed, overshadowed by battles and other urgent matters. He hadn't managed to address it yet, and guilt gnawed at him again. That needed to change. To distract himself from spiraling thoughts of responsibility, he turned his attention to Claire. "So, has she not woken up yet? How's her health?" Claire immediately understood who he was talking about and shook her head, her expression softening. "Not yet, but her condition is stable. I believe Amira will wake up any moment." Kai sighed, leaning back in his seat. "I hope so," he murmured, his thoughts heavy with worry and confusion. Worry because the road to recovery was long not just for him, but for those who had been caught in the storm with him. Confusion due to something Killian had mentioned. He had told him about the strange powers she'd unleashed during the beast wave, how her magic had dispelled not just the fiends, but every beast in the area, scattering them like leaves in the wind. Yet no one knew what kind of spell it was, not even Kai. He had never encountered anything like it in all his studies, and Amira herself shouldn't have had access to such advanced magic. The questions churned in his mind until the sights became a blur, but they would remain unanswered till the time she woke up. A shuffle of the carriage, stumbling upon a stone, broke him out of his trance of thoughts as he looked outside. They had already approached the gates. He sat up, his hand resting on the window frame. They arrived at the entrance, and as he stepped down, he immediately spotted Francis and Killian standing together with a man he didn't recognize. The two of them turned to look at him, but something was off. Their expressions were strange, as if they had just heard something that had shaken them to their core. Kai's eyes narrowed slightly, scanning the unknown figure before meeting Killian's gaze. "What's going on?" The heavy oak doors creaked open as Kai, Killian, and Francis entered the main office. The walls were lined with towering shelves of scrolls and records, yet the fourth man following them seemed more interested in the dacre than its contents. His eyes flicked from tapestry to crest with an almost childlike curiosity, though he kept his hands respectfully clasped in front of him. Kai sat behind the broad desk, the worn wood familiar under his fingers. Killian and Francis remained standing, silent pillars of attention at his sides. The man who had introduced himself as a herald lowered his head, bowing deeply before speaking. "I am Terran Hale, Royal Herald of His Majesty King Sullivan," he began, his voice steady but reverent. "By the decree of our sovereign, I bear tidings for Lord Arzin Kellius." Kai blinked once, his brow barely lifting as Terran retrieved a parchment from his pouch, unrolling it with an expert flick of his wrist. The herald's voice rang out in the chamber, clear and formal as he read the words of the decree. "By order of King Sullivan, Lord F. Arzin Kellius is hereby granted dominion over the city of Verides of Sylvan Enclave and its surrounding territories for his unparalleled bravery in defending against the beast wave. Henceforth, he shall be named Count Arzin of Veralt." Count. Kai's fingers tightened on the armrests of his chair, a slight twitch betraying his calm facade. He expected recognition, sure, perhaps some land, but a title and actual countship, that was no small gift. Countships were scarce, each one a cornerstone of the kingdom's power structure. A new count meant the balance was shifting. Terran continued, unaware of Kai's quiet shock. "In addition to the city of Verdes, His Majesty bestows upon you a blade forged from Valon, steelcrafted by the finest hands in the realm, and a sum of 25,000 gold crowns for your continued service." Kai leaned back, trying to suppress the flood of thoughts. A sword made from Valon steel, and that much gold. His mind raced. He had expected a reward for the beast wave victory, but nothing this grand. Only a dozen counts existed in the entire Lancefil kingdom. To be named one so swiftly meant this wasn't just recognition, it was political. Was it for him to aid one of his sons? Was it something else? Maybe it was because Kai was starting to make a case for himself as a mage. Or the capital had already heard of his mana cannons and wanted a part in it. Possibilities were endless. But he knew one thing: King Sullivan, whom Kai had dismissed as idle, must have been more cunning than he'd assumed. Kai glanced at Killian and Francis, their stoic expressions beginning to shift as they processed Terran's words. Meanwhile, the herald folded the parchment back with precision, still standing straight, awaiting acknowledgement. A title, a city, and enough wealth to recover from the beast wave easily. But at what cost? Kai couldn't help but let his mind wander about what was about to come. The room felt heavier somehow, but before he could process further, Francis and Killian moved forward. They bowed low, their voices steady but touched with pride. "Lord Arzon," Francis said with a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth, "we knew this day would come. Your strength has always been beyond that of others, and now your leadership will shape this territory and the others for the better." Killian, less prone to compliments, gave a respectful nod. "Verdes will prosper under your rule just as Veralt, Count Arzon. There's no doubt about that. As your knight, it's my honor to serve and protect you." Verdes was his now not just in title, but in all its weight and responsibility. He knew of the city because of its proximity to Veralt, and because he had sent a letter asking for help in the beast wave. No reply had come back, so he had simply assumed the leadership there was with Lucian, but now the city was his. Still, something nagged at him. His gaze drifted back to the herald Terran, who stood patient as ever. So Kai began, leaning forward slightly. "I understand the process of gaining territory. But I was under the impression that becoming a count required a formal swearing in at the capital. Isn't that the way it's done?" Terran straightened, eyes gleaming with the efficiency of a seasoned messenger. "Typically, yes. It is tradition for one to travel to the capital and be sworn in by the royal court. However, there are exceptions, especially in times of urgency. King Sullivan, understanding the trials your territory just endured, deemed it necessary for you to remain here. The city's recovery must be your primary focus." Kai's eyebrow raised in mild surprise. That was considerate. He had assumed the king would demand formality, but this was a rare show of flexibility. "In such cases," Terran continued, "we conduct the ceremony within the Lord's city, a public parade after the formal granting of the title in front of the people. It is an opportunity to show the commoners their lord's accomplishments and to solidify their new position among other nobles. His Majesty requests that the ceremony be held by the end of the week, should it not trouble you." Kai rubbed his forehead, weighing the implications. A ceremony. It would inevitably turn into a feast, a celebration that would stretch long into the night, not to mention the logistics of organizing something so grand on such short notice. They'd just had a round of feasts last month, marking the victory over the beast wave. But then again, he hadn't attended any of those. He'd been too busy fortifying defenses, overseeing repairs, and planning for the future. Maybe this was his chance to finally engage with the people after long hours of making them work for the beast wave, to lay the groundwork for his vision of his territory's future. And if it became an event everyone talked about, it would be the perfect moment to make his plans public. Kai let out a soft sigh, his mind already mapping out the possibilities. "All right," he said, nodding to Terran. "We'll do the ceremony by the week's end. Let's make sure it's something the people won't forget. We'll arrange everything. For now, please stay in the estate," he said, motioning for Francis. "Show our guest to one of the rooms and arrange everything necessary for him." Francis nodded and went to call a maid who was standing outside the doors. A silent exchange passed between them as the maid gave a subtle nod. The herald bowed deeply once again, and as he moved to follow the maid, Kai's attention turned to Killian and Francis. The contrast between their expressions was stark. Both men looked far more excited than he felt. "I never thought I'd live to see Veralt become a county," Francis muttered, his voice thick with emotion. "To think I'm alive for this moment." Kai cut him off before he could get lost in his sentiments. "This isn't the time to celebrate, Francis. Once it's announced that Veralt is a county, the entire kingdom's eyes will be on us. We need to prepare thoroughly. I'm certain the major nobles are already aware of this. Duke Blackwood, for example, why do you think his knight and company are still hanging around? He might have informed them already." Francis stiffened, nodding quickly as he wiped at his eyes, trying to mask the sudden sentimentality. "Of course, you're right." Kai shifted his gaze to Killian, trying to change the attention to another topic that might help them out in the swearing-in ceremony. "What about the team I asked you to gather?" "We're in the process of it," Killian responded, his usual stoic expression hiding the excitement that clearly buzzed under the surface. Ansel came forward to volunteer as the leader. "I think he'd be a good fit." Kai nodded thoughtfully. Ansel, the man from the Sand Tribes who had been with them for some time now, was steady, competent, and knew how to lead. Moreover, he had the knowledge, passion, and drive to always improve, even with his personal achievements. "I'll trust your judgment. Just make sure that every member of that team is someone we can trust. Vet their backgrounds. I want interviews with all of them personally." I'll give you a set of questions to ask. Make the team ready, at least the first few members, by the end of the week. I need them to observe the ceremony and see how everyone is behaving." Killian gave a curt nod, already mentally planning the steps. Kai turned back to Francis. "I know you'll be swamped with preparations for the ceremony, but once that's out of the way, we're moving forward with the projects we discussed. Make sure we have the funds for everything. We'll include the 25,000 gold from King Sullivan." Francis grinned, the weight of his earlier emotions easing. "I'll make sure everything goes according to plan, Lord Arzin. We won't miss a beat." Kai's expression softened slightly, though his tone remained firm. "Let's ensure this marks the beginning of something new for Veralt. No missteps." Princess Amara sat in front of the grand vanity, the gentle touch of her maid, Anya weaving through her hair as she gazed absent-mindedly at the mirror. The glow of the setting sun bathed the room in gold, but her thoughts were elsewhere. "Baron Arzin is becoming a count," Amara said, her voice low but steady. Anya nodded as she combed through Amara's dark locks. "Yes, Your Highness. That's what everyone's saying, though only in hushed whispers. I heard it clearly. They say he survived the beast wave and defeated them, so King Sullivan is rewarding him generously." Amara frowned slightly, her reflection showing the ripple of concern she usually hid so well. "That will upset my mother terribly," she murmured, her fingers lightly tracing the wooden edge of the vanity. "Especially because my brother let him go and acted poorly with him." Amara knew Anya was always careful with her words, and gave another nod, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "I've heard the same, Your Highness. The First Prince is already trying to stay away from the palace to avoid the Queen's wrath. I don't think running away will work, but I can't blame my brother. I understand why he's doing it." She sighed, her gaze dropping, not wanting to dwell on her mother any longer. Instead, her thoughts drifted, and she instinctively touched her chest, where the pain had once been unbearable but now, thankfully, was gone. Her mind lingered on the man who had healed her Arzin. A slight ache suddenly permeated her chest. He had warned her there might be more pain to endure and that this bliss was temporary. "I've started feeling a little discomfort in my heart again," she confessed to her maid, her voice tinged with unease. "Arzin mentioned I might need more surgery." Anya's hands paused briefly as she listened, then continued gently. "Do you plan to write to him again, Your Highness? Your last letter wasn't answered." "I should," Amara replied, her fingers tracing idle patterns on her lap, "and he was busy with the beast wave. I doubt he had time to answer back. I'll write to him soon, perhaps even mention that I plan to visit for his count ceremony." The maid stopped, raising her brow in surprise. "Your Highness, I doubt you'll be able to reach Veralt in time for the ceremony." Amara waved off the concern with a calm smile. "So be it, but I'm going to his city, Veralt. I need to get fully healed. If anyone can make it happen, it's him. But what about your brother?" Anya asked cautiously. "He'll ask about your absence." "I don't care," Amara said firmly. "It's hard enough maintaining the facade of illness when I'm not even sick anymore. My brother will be occupied with my mother for a while, and that gives me enough time to slip away. This is my chance to see the wider world and meet this intriguing man who saved me. I have a good feeling about it." When Amara looked at herself in the mirror, she saw her eyes glint with a sense of determination, something that she hadn't felt in a really long time. Though she felt a pang of pain coming from her heart, when she thought of traveling outside the castle to explore what was beyond, the pain disappeared into the air, just like that. This was what she needed. Anya sighed at her in the mirror and finished doing her hair. "A request, those who are interested in Xianxia and haven't checked out my new book, please do so. I'm at Rising Stars rank 3 right now, and new readers and followers will help a lot. And please only do it if you are interested in the premise. No force." Kai sat in his usual meditative position, cross-legged with his hands clenched in front of him. He controlled his breathing, inhaling and exhaling in a steady rhythm, as his mana slowly circulated within him around his mana heart. He focused on the dull, throbbing ache that came with it. He let all the air in his lungs empty before inhaling deeply, drawing ambient mana. When he exhaled, he directed that energy toward the fractures in his heart cracks that had been a painful reminder of his recent forced ascension in circles. Broken, he thought, as his mana brushed against the shattered patches. Every inch of him screamed in protest at the contact, but he pressed on. It was like trying to stitch together a torn muscle without anesthetic. He grimaced, his mind steadying against the pain. He couldn't afford to be reckless. Too much mana at once could cause further damage, too little, and the repairs wouldn't hold. Internal mana surgery, an advanced technique, even by his standards, was not easy. No image in this world could have guided him through it, let alone understand the complexity of the task. The broken mana heart required precise control, something usually performed with the help of another skilled mage. But for Kai, no help was coming. He was alone in this, just as he'd been when he thought of forcing himself to advance to the fourth circle. Slowly, ever so slowly, he nudged his mana along the cracks, weaving it into the broken patches like a thread through the fabric. The process took hours, and the effort drained him both mentally and physically, but he could feel the progress. In time, a month maybe, it'll be whole again. Not bad, he mused, thinking of the price he'd paid to take down the brood mother. A few cracks in his mana heart were nothing compared to what could have happened. He could have died, and in that sense, surviving was a victory in itself. Yet despite his victory, the events had forced him to reflect on where he stood in the grand hierarchy of power. His victory over the brood mother was impressive, but it had been too close. Magus Viridia, a name that now sent a shiver down his spine after recent events, felt like a growing, silent threat. Yet silent killers had a way of becoming deafening when they finally struck. Then there was the shadowy organization with their parasites and potions that could make a man turn into a creature far more powerful than a normal mana weaver with their details unknown. But he knew they were the ones that had helped Actra and Lucian. There were enough coincidences for him to come to such a conclusion. The threads of the organization's presence wove through everything, and Kai was certain they would have an eye on him. A frown tugged at his lips. He wasn't at the top of the mana chain of the creatures, far from it. If anything, he'd only scratched the surface of the middle of the mana chain. The threats around him were real, and every day they grew more apparent. His mana faltered for a moment as these thoughts came to his mind, the flow stuttering as his mind wandered to the future, away from the past. He couldn't afford to stay stagnant. Not now. He needed to grow stronger and faster. The brood mother had been a challenge, but there were far greater foes waiting, and they wouldn't give him the luxury of time or any sort of warning. Kai sighed, knowing his focus faltered with the fear of the future. He opened his eyes and let the pain in his mana heart subside as he settled the mana flow, thinking of ways he knew to get stronger faster. In his previous life, the options for advancing his power had been limited. Becoming a fiend, sacrificing his humanity for raw strength, was the only viable route. But this time, things were different. In this life, Kai had choices, more paths to ascend than he ever thought possible. He could mutate himself, merge with monstrous blood and become a half-beast, his strength growing at the cost of his humanity. Or he could seek out a dragon, perhaps one of the ancient remnants, and fuse his blood or bone with his. A dragon's might, their unmatched resilience, would be his to wield. Then there were the elementals, rare and elusive. Binding one would grant him unparalleled control over mana affinities, boosting his raw magical power far beyond what most mages could hope to achieve. But all of that seemed distant, a tantalizing dream. Too far, too soon. Kai knew his limits. He wasn't strong enough to tackle those monstrous paths, nor did he possess the knowledge to hunt them down. Each route had its own perils, and without guidance or preparation, he'd likely end up dead before reaching even a fraction of their potential. There was, however, one that was open to him right now, a path no one could close, and one he'd been quietly preparing for ever since he'd awakened in this world. The path of the Enforcer. His gaze shifted toward the corner of the room where his training gear lay stacked neatly. Mages and Enforcers were seen as separate. Mages controlled mana with precision and intellect, while Enforcers wielded raw physical might, enhanced by mana-imbued bodies. The two disciplines were different and their foundations conflicted, but in the coming future there will be experiments to merge them. Mages like him had begun to wonder if they could be both, and they'd found answers, though at a heavy cost. The knowledge had been lost over time, forgotten in the chaos of war, but Kai remembered. He remembered every failed experiment, every triumph, every secret detail they uncovered, which was why in this world he wasn't just training his body to escape the stereotype of the scrawny, frail mage. He was conditioning himself for the grueling transformation that came with being an Enforcer mage. Mana wasn't the only thing that had to be tough. His muscles, bones, and even his spirit had to be forged stronger. In essence, it was about opening his vaults, unlocking latent power within. But the process came with a cost. It wasn't as simple as training in two disciplines, one focused on magic, the other on physical might. The strain on the body would be immense. Two distinct methods of growth, each demanding something different from his body. Individually, they were manageable. Together, that was a different story. Kai knew that one wrong step would shatter him. His mana veins could collapse, his muscles could tear, or worse, his core, the very heart of his power, could fracture beyond repair. The consequences of failure were high, but he had no other choice. I can't afford to break. The alternative was stagnation, and stagnation meant death. His enemies wouldn't wait for him to get stronger. Viridia and the organization that lurked in the shadows wouldn't grant him the luxury of time. Fortunately, resources existed if one knew where to look. This world had treasures hidden beneath its surface, relics and techniques that could strengthen both body and mana without risking collapse. Things his former life hadn't had access to. Mana-infused elixirs, rare herbs that strengthened the body's resilience, and even ancient formations designed to temper one's physique while nurturing mana. And then there were the bloodline's powerful creatures whose essence could fortify both paths simultaneously. These were the things Kai would seek. His lips curled into a small smile. The knowledge he held, combined with the resources of this new world, gave him an advantage. If he was careful, if he planned each step precisely, he could walk both paths and emerge stronger than anyone had ever imagined. The road ahead wasn't easy, but then again, nothing worth having ever was. Kai's mind churned with possibilities. focus among many possibilities, he knew that if he was truly going to pursue the path of both mage and enforcer, he needed to solidify his body and make it unbreakable. And there was one way he knew of that suited him that best: the elder tree concoction. The mixture, derived from the roots of the ancient elder tree that was a source of mana itself, was said to have the power to break down the body completely, only to remake it stronger each time. It was dangerous and excruciatingly painful, but it was a tried and true path to gaining an unbreakable physique. A battle mage once managed it, back when the elder tree still lived and his feats were legendary. If he could do it, so can I, but again, it's never that simple. The elder tree was still alive. But it was under the protection of the elves, a race known for their unyielding dedication to their sacred guardian. Getting anywhere near the tree was going to be an uphill battle. The elves wouldn't let anyone close, especially not for something as selfish as harvesting its roots. Kai sighed, pushing the thought away for now. It was a path, but one riddled with complications. Another problem for another day. He stood up, his muscles tense from the hours of meditation. Sweat clung to his skin, his body still recovering from the strain of working on his mana heart. The ache in his chest had lessened, but the exhaustion lingered. He wiped his brow and moved toward his wardrobe, pulling on a fresh set of clothes. As he adjusted the sleeves, there was a knock at the door. Lord Arzin, Claire's voice came from the other side. Rhea, Clan, and Faerie are waiting for you. They're ready to depart for Vasper Forest. Kai's gaze flicked to the window, the early morning sun now high enough to cast long shadows across the floor. He had nearly lost track of time. Tell them I'll be there in a bit, he called back, his mind already shifting to the task ahead. The cadenced strike of hooves against the damp, uneven forest floor filled the air as Kai led his group through the Vasper Forest. Rhea sat behind him, arms lightly wrapped around his waist for balance, her breath calm despite the tension that hung in the air. Clan and Faerie followed on horseback, the sound of their mounts cutting through the stillness. The forest, which was once lush and serene, bore the scars of the recent battle marks of the beasts. Trees lay broken, their trunks splintered and decaying, the aftermath of powerful creatures crashing through. Shredded bark and deep claw marks etched into the trunks gave evidence of what passed these trees. The scent of wet earth and faint traces of lingering mana from past confrontations still lingered in the air. Even so, there was an eerie quietness now, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Kai's eyes scanned the area, alert to any sign of corruption or mana disturbances. As they rode deeper, he leaned slightly to his right, speaking just loud enough for the others to hear over the steady thrum of their pace. So Phrase said they haven't noticed any areas of corruption. Fair, riding just behind, grunted in confirmation. No, not yet. A group of our scouts are moving with them, checking the entire forest, but it's slow going. The deeper they go, the denser it gets. It'll take more time. If there's any corruption, we need to deal with it before it spreads. We can't afford another problem so soon after the beast wave. Clan cleared his throat after staying silent for a while and leaned forward in his saddle. Lord Arzin, why are we here today then? We've scouted this area before. What's the purpose? Kai looked at him for a brief second and gave a subtle smile, so slight it barely touched his face. The mages from Arkin Tower hadn't returned yet, though it seemed none of them were eager to leave. After witnessing their own progress, they chose to remain, offering to assist with the post-war efforts. He knew it wasn't just that. There was a spy among them, but from what they had investigated, Clan was innocent. I wanted to check a few things in the dungeon, he said, his voice calm but edged with a subtle warning. It's important to be wary of what the brood mother might have left behind. It didn't go down without a fight, and I doubt its influence has vanished entirely. Clan's brow furrowed as he glanced over at Rhea, riding closely behind Kai. Then why is she here? Rhea looks too young and, well, weak. Kai could imagine Rhea's eyes flared with irritation, her lips pressing into a thin line, a normal reaction he had noticed whenever someone doubted her capabilities. It had happened before, while they were training. But Kai only heard her huff before she spoke. I can handle myself, she shot back, barely keeping her voice in check. Kai's tone was steady but firm as he interjected. She's here because she's my apprentice, Clan. I don't think you've heard of her before because everyone was too busy during the battle, but Rhea was there, helping out. And she's here now because I want to start her combat training once we go through the dungeon. Clan's eyes widened, darting between Kai and Rhea in surprise. Apprentice. Rhea let out a laugh through her nose at Clan's reaction, her earlier annoyance clearly fading into satisfaction. Clan, still stunned, rubbed the back of his neck, holding the saddle with one hand. Could I be your apprentice too? Kai smirked, shaking his head. I won't have time for another one, Clan. It's already going to be tough training Rhea. Clan's shoulders sagged, the hint of dejection visible as he slumped in his saddle. But before the silence stretched too long, Kai added, that doesn't mean I won't teach you more things. Once we've settled down and agreed on a few things, I'll help you improve. Clan's face lit up instantly. I'll agree to anything. Kai chuckled softly, the mood between them lightening. We'll see. Their horses pressed onward, and soon the sound of rushing water filled the air, growing louder as they neared a familiar landmark, the stream where the battle with the necromancer had taken place a year ago. Mist from the flowing water cooled the air, and the ground was damp beneath their horses' hooves. Unlike their last visit, when the bitter cold made it hard to appreciate, the stream now flowed clearly, making the scene feel both serene and surreal after all that had happened. Kai slowed his mount, his gaze lingering on the landscape, memories of the skeletons flashing through his mind. Rhea leaned forward, curiosity evident in her tone. Is the dungeon here? Kai shook his head. No, it's beyond the water wall that's to the front, from what I know, but we need to pass through here. And his eyes traced the battlefield once more. I had a battle here last year, against a necromancer. Everything seemed to still be in his words. It had been one of the first serious battles as Arzan where he'd lost someone under his command since arriving in this world. Though time had passed, he couldn't shake the somber weight that lingered in the air, echoing the loss he still carried. Faroy, riding just behind, gave a slow nod. Yes, it was a tough battle, but we managed to show some good grit. Kai's gaze remained on the water, lost in thought for a moment before he nodded. We did, but I believe we missed something crucial in that battle, something that never came up in any of our conversations after. Fair furrowed his brow, intrigued. What do you mean? What did we miss? Kai straightened in his saddle, his eyes narrowing as he thought back. We assumed the necromancer was hiding here. It made sense at the time, especially with the dukedom of Blackwood hunting him, so we didn't question it further. But now, after dealing with the brood mother and discovering she was a fiend, I have my doubts. I believe the necromancer wasn't just hiding. Clan and Rhea were both listening intently now, and Faroy's voice dropped as he asked, then what was he doing? Kai exhaled slowly, his eyes still scanning the remains of the battlefield. I think the necromancer was here to corrupt the brood mother. He wasn't just on the run. He was on a mission to plant a parasite that would twist the brood mother into something even worse. We've been looking at it all wrong. The corruption wasn't an accident or a coincidence. He was actively trying to turn her into something far more dangerous. Kai had plenty of time to think about the things that bothered him during the time he had taken for his recovery. The battles, the beasts, the betrayals, everything that had happened and gnawed at his side since he'd awoken in Arzan's body felt like a blur. But now, with his mind clearer, he began to notice details he'd missed before. The brood mother had been a challenge, but it wasn't the creature itself that unsettled him. It was the parasite within it. That thing wasn't natural. Phrase had mentioned they'd never seen parasitic colonies in the forest. No one had, and yet there it was. It had to have been placed there. As the thought settled, Kai's suspicions sharpened. There was only one person who could pull off something like that, Lucian. He had the power, the influence, and most importantly, the cunning to orchestrate something that underhanded. But there was a bigger question. How had Lucian managed it? Kai's mind wandered back to the reports about the necromancer lurking in the Vasper forest, a mage-like that wouldn't just appear without a reason. If a necromancer had crossed into Vasper forest, it would have had to pass through the Sylvan Enclave, and Lucian's territory was in the middle of it. Suddenly, things began to align. The necromancer wasn't just a wandering threat, there was a connection. If Lucian had offered safe passage or collaborated with the necromancer in some other way, it would explain the emergence of the parasite. The more Kai thought about it, the more it all clicked. Lucian wasn't just playing politics anymore. He was something much darker than the surface of an arrogant persona disguised in expensive clothes. He was dangerous, and Kai knew he had to act because Lucian was no longer just a brother vying for his territory. He was involved in something that could spiral out of control, something far bigger than Kai had anticipated. Kai had berated himself for not seeing the signs earlier. How could he have missed it? The necromancer had been right in front of him, but there hadn't been any symbol of a larger organization, nothing to link him to any known group. Looting the body had revealed no clues, just a series of dark trinkets, none of which provided the answers he sought. But then again, why would the necromancer have something so obvious on him? It wasn't like people who dabbled in forbidden arts walked around wearing badges. Still, Kai knew he couldn't keep beating himself up about it. The past was the past, and lingering on it would only waste time. What mattered now was making sure something like this never happened again. He needed to be more vigilant. With that conclusion in mind, he came to the present and moved forward with his group as they walked towards the dungeon, their horses traversing the roots growing along the forest floor. I still don't understand how the guards let a necromancer slip through Veralt to Vasper Forest, Faroy muttered, shaking his head and breaking the silence. This shouldn't have happened. It's our fault for not keeping a tighter watch. Kai didn't even break a glance at him as he replied, it happened when I wasn't taking charge of the city seriously. So no, Fair, it wasn't just the guards' fault. It was as much my fault as theirs. It's not your fault, Lord Arzan. I wasn't paying enough attention to the inner workings of the city. I let things slip by and trusted too much in the system. That's on me. But now we learn from it. Faroy fell silent, listening. We can't change what's already happened, but we can make sure the security is tighter from now on. We'll improve the patrols and list out exactly who we're letting into the city and the villages and for what purpose. No more blind trust. A registry is a good way to do it, and we can improve the system with enchantments as we go. A registry, Fairy asked, raising a brow. Kai nodded. Yes, that way we know who's here and why. It'll make sure no spy or dark mage sneaks in unnoticed again. They might still lie about their purpose, but there are ways to get around it. Won't it be hard to keep an eye on such a big territory, especially one connected to the Vasper Forest? This place is huge, Clan asked from behind. Kai nodded, his gaze scanning the dense trees that hovered over them, their leaves casting dappled shadows on the ground. It will be difficult, but not impossible. We can't cover everything simultaneously, but we can start building a proper security system. It's going to take time, but we'll get there. Yes, it'll be a process, but a mandatory one. Fairy's words came out loud, confirming everyone's thoughts. With that, they once again fell silent, letting them just look around and take everything in. They followed along the stream of water, and the deeper they moved, the closer they got to the waterfall. The trees seemed to stretch endlessly, impossible to distinguish where they began or ended. Different colors and sizes of trees some Kai knew would even look luminous at night towered high around them. He involuntarily sighed as they passed a couple of richly grown agarwood trees, noting them down to use in a few of his potions. He looked down and noticed thick undergrowth tangled at the hooves. The heavy sound of the waterfall surrounded them. The smell of the damp earth filled his nostrils. This close to the Vasper Forest, nature felt alive, almost watching them, listening to them, and stalking them. His thoughts drifted, taking a swift turn as he thought back to the conversation with Fairy and a form of magic that might help them, druidic magic, a kind of magic that was one of the rarest in the world, and was even a form of lost magic in his era. He had been considering it for a while now. It would certainly make things easier, especially in monitoring such a vast area. But druidic magic was the legacy of the elves, and it wasn't easy to learn it since they were known to be protective of it. Kai wondered whether it was time to seek out the elves. Making contact with them could open doors to that magic and offer alliances he would need in the future. He would need them to become an enforcer as well, and although he knew a few tricks he could use, there was no guarantee they would work. The soft crunch of leaves brought him back to the present. He felt the breeze and heard the sound of the waterfall. From the information he had, the dungeon was right next to it. But that wasn't why he held up a hand, signaling for everyone to stop. From beyond the thicket, a low growl rumbled, barely audible but unmistakable. Kai pushed aside the thick vines using a first circle spell Tangle Shift to reveal a small clearing ahead. Then he used hawk eyes to see just outside the entrance to the dungeon cave they were heading for. There, pacing near the stone entrance, were 4 wolf-like creatures, duskhounds. Their sleek gray bodies were slightly larger than the average wolf-type beasts, and they possessed higher agility, violet eyes, and muscular limbs. Grade 1 duskhounds, Kai muttered, his eyes narrowing. Clan frowned. I thought we killed most of the beasts during the wave. His voice came above the loud noise of the water. Kai shook his head at his statement. The Vasper Forest has far more beasts than what attacked Veralt. If the brood mother had one, more would have joined it. These duskhounds are just a fraction of what lurks inside. Clan grunted, accepting the explanation. Either way, Kai continued, his voice steady. I believe we can handle these easily. How many are we talking about? I can only see 4. But duskhounds normally move in a larger pack, so I'm guessing there are more around the dungeon. I can find them, but I don't think there's any need to. They are known to run away if they see any stronger creature, so I believe we just need to kill those 4 and we can make our way down the dungeon. Let's fight then, Clan whispered. I believe we would be able to take them up. Fairy nodded in agreement, tightening his grip on his spear. Kai turned to Rhea, who looked a little spooked with the sudden prospect of a battle. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Out of all of them, she had the least experience of a battle. You'll be behind me, well protected, so don't worry. This is your first real battle where you'll use offensive spells. He gave her a small, encouraging smile. I won't put you in too much danger. These duskhounds are only grade 1, but I want you to observe and cast the spell I taught you when you see an opening. Rhea nodded, swallowing her nerves. I'll do my best. Let's move, Kai commanded as they got off from their horses and bound them to trees before moving closer to the duskhounds. He didn't waste another second. With a flick of his hand, his mana surged, cold and sharp as it coalesced into jagged ice shards. The duskhounds sensed the danger, their growls intensifying as they turned towards Kai. In an instant, they leapt forward, fangs bared. Kai responded with precision, his focus locked on the advancing duskhounds. His hand shot forward, launching icy shards toward the creatures. The spears of ice sliced through the air with lethal accuracy, striking the nearest duskhound square in the side. The beast let out a guttural howl before collapsing, its body freezing solid where it hit the ground. The once ferocious creature lay motionless, ice spreading across its fur as it succumbed to the cold. Without missing a beat, Pharaoh shot forward. His spear spun in his hands, movements fluid as he channeled his element into the weapon. Kai knew he had unlocked his affinity before the beast wave, but as he saw the flames dancing around Pharaoh's spear's edge, he realized that his connection with flames was strong. With a swift thrust, Pharaoh caught the second duskhound mid-leap, and it whimpered violently as the flames burned its body. The pain seemed to overwhelm it as it got thrown on the ground. Fairy didn't pause, his spear spinning once more in his grip as he prepared for the next strike, his eyes tracking the movement of the remaining wolves. Behind him, Clan took a more methodical approach. He planted his feet firmly into the earth, calling on his connection to the ground beneath him. The soil trembled in response, and Clan summoned jagged rock shards from the ground, sending them flying toward the third duskhound. The beast yelped as the sharp stones pelted its body, forcing it back. When it tried to rush forward again, Clan stomped the ground hard, and a small stone barrier shot up between them, cutting off the creature's path. The duskhound scratched at the barrier, its claws scraping against the stone, but it couldn't advance further. Kai, meanwhile, continued his icy assault. With quick, practiced gestures, he conjured another shard in his hand and sent it hurling toward the remaining duskhounds. He had been learning the structures for second circle ice spells he had found and modified them to suit the modern spell structure design, and they worked as expected. One of the beasts, poised to strike at Clan's barrier, froze mid-motion as the ice shard found its mark. Its body stiffened instantly, frozen in place as if time itself had stopped for the creature. With the immediate threat contained, Kai took a step back, putting some distance between the remaining beasts and his group. He felt the slight pain in his mana heart and knew it was better to let the others deal with the beasts. Moreover, he wanted to see how things would unfold with his apprentice. Rhea, standing slightly behind the others, clenched her fists, trying to keep her breathing steady. It looked like she had been watching intently, her eyes fixed on the last duskhound that had somehow slipped past Fairy's flames. The creature was darting toward her with alarming speed, its predatory eyes locked on its new target. Now or never, Rhea muttered, her voice shaky but determined. Kai heard it barely over the waterfall. The duskhound closed the gap in mere moments, its muscles tensing for the final leap. But before it could pounce, Kai was already in motion. With a drag of his wrist, a thick barrier of ice materialized between Rhea and the beast, halting its advance. Kai glanced back at her, his eyes sharp but filled with unspoken encouragement. Rhea's hands trembled slightly as she summoned her mana, focusing on the fire spell structure Kai had drilled into her in the past week. "Fireball," Rhea shouted, her voice cutting through the noise of the metal, the sound of water and the spells cast by Clan. She thrust her hands forward, releasing the pent-up energy. A glowing sphere of flame erupted from her palms, hurtling toward the duskhound. The fireball collided with the creature's side in a blaze of heat and light. The impact sent the duskhound sprawling to the ground, its fur alight, smoke rising from the singed flesh. The beast twitched for a moment, then lay still, its lifeless body smoldering. Kai turned to Rhea, his stern expression softening as a proud smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "Nicely done, Rhea, perfect timing." She exhaled deeply, the tension in her shoulders melting visibly. He looked at the four beasts on the floor, dead. His eyes scanned the sprawling trees around them as he heard movements, probably from the rest of the pack that were hiding nearby. But they soon vanished. Since they were only Grade 1 beasts, none of them dared to jump out to avenge their kin. "Well, that went well," Clan responded while letting out a huge breath. "The rest aren't as brave as these." Fairy approached, wiping sweat from his brow. "More like not as unlucky as these. They were able to run away in time seeing our power." "All right," Kai said, turning back toward the dungeon entrance. It was a cave as most dungeons were, wide enough for them to easily move inside without ducking. "We've dealt with the duskhounds, but let's keep moving. There's no telling what's hiding deeper inside." With that, the group moved toward the dungeon's mouth, their steps echoing against the stone walls as they descended into the depths. The sound of the waterfall soon was muffled by nothingness but the constant beat of their hearts. Kai summoned several orbs of light, sending them ahead to illuminate the way. The cold, dark air of the dungeon greeted them, the walls damp and slick with age. "Stay sharp," Kai warned. "There might be more beasts lurking down here." They moved carefully, their eyes scanning the shadowed corridors for any sign of danger. Nothing. The flickering light from Kai's magic cast eerie shadows, making the dungeon feel alive with movement. But as they continued deeper, they found nothing. The eerie silence was unsettling, and the absence of beasts only heightened their tension. "No signs of anything yet," Fairy muttered, his spear gripped tightly in his hand. Kai nodded, though he remained cautious. "Keep your guard up. It's quiet, but that doesn't mean we're alone." They continued their descent, the darkness thick around them, every sound amplified in the space surrounded by stone. The deeper they went, the more the silence pressed in on them like a tangible weight. Something was off, but for now they found no signs of danger. Yet, the occasional corpse of a beast, already decayed and half buried by rubble, dotted the path, but nothing noteworthy. They moved carefully, the echo of their footsteps was the only sound that came through the walls. After what felt like hours of navigating the twisting corridors, they entered a massive room. In the center sat a podium on top of which rested the dungeon core. It glowed faintly, illuminating the huge cave room. Kai stepped forward, his eyes narrowing at the orb. Dungeon cores were rare but not unheard of. Places like this zones where mana pooled heavily could, over hundreds of years, condense that energy into a core. The core then acted as a beacon for beasts, allowing them to absorb its mana and grow stronger. At the same time, due to the warmth the core often gave, a A lot of beasts would use it as a place for hibernation. It was common knowledge that most dungeons were fiercely guarded by a powerful creature, but with the brood mother slain, the dungeon was left vulnerable and empty, and it seemed like no other creature had tried to lay ownership to it. "We are lucky most ferocious beasts died in the beast wave," Fairy muttered, leaning on his spear. "I'm sure those duskhounds were trying to go into the dungeon to lay claim to the core." Kai nodded, his gaze still fixed on the core. His thoughts drifted to the necromancer's golem book. The book had mentioned something about substituting a dungeon core for a golem core, and now, standing in front of one, he could see why. The sheer concentration of mana within it could power any number of constructs. It was no wonder so many mages were so interested in dungeons like this. Although he had read reports and several theories on how dungeon cores worked, it was the first time he had seen one, at least one that wasn't broken into pieces. Clan moved closer to the core, inspecting the surroundings. "We should take this, right?" Kai shook his head. "We leave it. Removing it could destabilize the entire dungeon. The beasts may have fled or died, but this core still holds the balance here. Moreover, I have plans for the core. For now, let's search for any signs of corruption here or treasures. Dungeons like these often have lost swords and armor of fallen warriors and mages." They scanned the room, trying to assess if there was anything of value or any sign of traps. A part of him hoped he was going to find another diary like the one he had found in the Larva Queen's cave, but there were only webs and dust. If there were any signs of corruption in the cave, it must have been weak and the condensed mana in the air had erased it. Still, Kai looked around everywhere, trying to find any other notable things, but he found nothing. No signs of corruption, no treasures, no diaries, and not even anything that might help him piece together the mystery of the necrotic parasite. Everything seemed quiet until... Clan's scream ripped through the air, startling everyone. They spun around, weapons drawn, and rushed toward where Clan had wandered off to. "What is it?" Kai demanded, the heat in his palms already forming in preparation for an attack. Clan pointed with a shaking hand toward an alcove on the far side of the room. Kai followed his gaze and froze. Thousands of balls of webs, the size of a man's head, clustered together in a sickeningly neat formation. The soft, pulsing glow from the dungeon core illuminated the disgusting scene, making the pale, translucent shells glisten. He instinctively took a step, realizing what it was. "What is it?" Rhea asked, breaking the silence, her finger pointing at the balls. "Eggs," Kai replied. "Spider eggs." The room's tension became palpable as they stood before the cluster of eggs. Hundreds, maybe thousands of spider eggs, smooth, translucent orbs filled the cave, glowing faintly in the dim light that came from the dungeon core. Clan and Rhea instinctively stepped back, their faces a mix of fear and disgust. Pharaoh's hand twitched around his spear. His posture was guarded, as if at any moment they would hatch and unleash chaos. Kai's eyes widened, his mind flashing with a brief, vivid vision of the eggs cracking open all at once, tiny spiders spilling out like a wave of nightmares, crawling over their feet, their bodies, suffocating them in a sea of legs and venom. His heart raced, but he shook his head, dispelling the image. He exhaled slowly, eyes focusing back on the unhatched eggs. This is madness," Pharaoh muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. He straightened and shot Kai a hard glance. "Lord Arzon, we should kill them." "Burn them before they hatch." Clan nodded fervently. "I agree, my lord. This many, it's dangerous. We can't risk it." Kai remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the eggs. He could feel their mana, dormant but potent, mystical energy waiting to be awakened. His companions stared at him in disbelief as he finally spoke. "No," Kai said quietly but firmly. "We can't destroy them." The others blinked, shock flashing across their faces. Even Rhea looked as if Kai asked them to strip on the spot unreasonable and downright crazy. Pharaoh took a step forward, eyes wide. "What, are you serious? You want these things alive?" Kai crossed his arms, unbothered by their reactions. "Yes, I knew there was a chance we'd find these. It was one of the reasons I came here. I suspected the brood mother had laid eggs before it was corrupted." Rhea furrowed her brow. "But how could you know they're not corrupted?" Kai stepped closer to the eggs, studying them carefully. Spider eggs take about 2 years to hatch. Judging by their condition, these were laid before the brood mother was infected. There's no sign of dark mana in them. They're pure. Pharaoh grimaced. "Even so, Lord Arzon, this is reckless. If they hatch and..." "They won't," Kai interrupted. "Not yet, and even when they do, I have a way to tame them." Pharaoh's mouth opened, then closed as he struggled to find words. Finally, he shook his head. "Tame them? Spiders? For what?" A slow smile tugged at Kai's lips. "They're webs." Rhea blinked. "Webs," Kai nodded. "Spider silk is one of the most durable and versatile materials we can get our hands on. It's softer than regular silk, but far stronger. We can establish an entirely new industry in Veralt using this. Think of it: garments, armor, ropes, anything made from this silk will be leagues ahead of what's currently available in Lancefil." The others exchanged glances, unsure whether to be impressed or horrified. Clan crossed his arms. "And you plan to tame them how, exactly?" Kai turned to face the eggs fully now, feeling a flicker of excitement. Many beasts can be tamed, especially while they're still in their eggs. It's all about establishing a bond before they hatch. With spiders, it's a process of mana exchange. Normally, the brood mother feeds them its mana so they can grow and hatch properly. I'll be doing something similar and make sure they grow fast enough for me to be able to use their silk. Clan's eyes widened in realization. That's why you need the dungeon core. Partially, Kai admitted, rubbing his chin. But it's more than that. I want every beast in Vasper Forest to grow stronger under our control. Not enough to create a threat like the beast wave, but enough that we can harvest them for materials. The creatures here, spiders, arsenic bears, even the hounds are valuable. We can manage them, hunt them when necessary, and use their resources without overexploiting the forest. Fairy, still cautious, raised an eyebrow. So, you want to farm these beasts for resources, Lord Arzan? Kai smiled faintly. Exactly. We'll monitor their growth, ensuring none of them become too dangerous while benefiting from their rare materials. It's about balance. Not all creatures in the forest are a threat, some are simply valuable. The group fell silent as they processed his words. Rhea finally spoke, her voice softer. So you're proposing controlled growth, like cultivating them? Kai nodded. With the dungeon core powering the forest, we'll have the perfect environment. In 6 months, we'll have spider silk better than anyone else in Lancefil. This forest is a treasure trove if handled correctly. Clan glanced at the eggs again, his face conflicted but intrigued. So they're not a threat, but an opportunity. Exactly, Kai said. And with time, Veralt won't just be known for surviving a beast wave, it'll be the center of industry and prosperity. Or at least I hope that's what will happen. As the weight of his plan sank in, the tension in the air shifted from fear to cautious optimism. A low, menacing growl cut through the cave, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The questions and responses about the eggs were momentarily forgotten as they stiffened. Kai's eyes snapped to the source of the sound. There, standing a bit far, was a massive duskhound, its fur black as midnight and rippling with power. Its fangs gleamed in the dim light, and its violet eyes glowed with a predatory intensity that made the air feel thick with tension. Muscles tensed beneath its sleek coat, every fiber of its being coiled, ready to strike. Behind it, 3 more duskhounds emerged from the shadows, their snarls quieter but no less threatening. They fanned out, forming a pack with the leader at the forefront. Kai could feel the weight of its presence, the raw mana it exuded. His mind quickly processed its information. Duskhound leader, a grade 3 beast. Looks like those hounds from earlier, Kai muttered, his gaze locked on the leader. We're just clearing the path for this one. The creature lowered its head, growling deeper as it prepared to charge. Fairy instantly stepped forward, his spear half drawn, muscles tensing for battle. I'll intercept it, Lord Arzan, he said through gritted teeth. Kai raised a hand, his voice calm but firm. No, Fairy, let me handle it. Fairy hesitated, glancing at the beast and then back at Kai. Are you sure? I can definitely handle it. The beast wave allowed me to grow, and my abilities can certainly stand against a grade 3 beast. I know, Kai replied, his eyes narrowing. But I want to test out a few new spells I have been practicing. Kai stepped forward, feeling the heat rise in his chest, mana stirring at his core with a slight pang of tug that he chose to ignore. A surge of power flowed through him as flames began to coil around his hands, crackling with fierce energy. The Duskhound leader growled louder, its gaze locking onto him with lethal intent. It bared its teeth, the other hounds following its lead, their dark forms brimming with aggression. The air between Kai and the leader of the pack seemed to thrum with tension as his flames flared brighter, casting flickering shadows on the cave walls. You want to fight, Kai muttered, the fire swirling and expanding in his palms. You've got one. The sharp crack of a slap echoed through the lavish bedroom as Regina's hand connected with her son's face. Eldrick staggered back, his body slamming into the window with a dull thud. Glass rattled, and for a brief moment his wide eyes reflected a mix of shock and anger. His jaw clenched so hard that it could have broken a tooth or two. But before he looked like he could fully process the strike, Queen Regina grabbed the front of his tunic and yanked him forward, her face a mask of cold fury. You even realize the magnitude of the fuck-up you've caused, she hissed, her voice low and dangerous, each word dripping with venom. Eldrick blinked, stunned, wanting to touch the skin where her palm had struck. I followed your plan, he stammered, trying to recover his composure. Regina's eyes narrowed, her grip tightening as she shoved him back, hitting the glass windows once again. My plan, she growled, wasn't to antagonize someone capable of holding back an entire beast wave, especially someone like that. He grimaced, rubbing his jaw where she had struck him. I didn't antagonize him. I just wanted a bit of profit. You know, the nobles beneath me aren't the wealthiest. They needed some advantage. I didn't know, Eldrick muttered defensively, wiping his lip. I only found out during the duel. By then, he'd already fled the capital. Regina slapped him again, her hand striking harder this time, sending his head whipping to the side. You should have adjusted immediately, she snarled, towering over him. Made contingency plans, adapted. A good king would do that, but you did nothing. A fool. Her breath came in sharp, controlled bursts as she stared at him, eyes flashing with disdain. Slowly, she straightened, her hand lowering as she let out a sigh. Tell me, Eldrick, how strong is he? Eldrick hesitated, his voice faltering as he searched for words. I don't know for sure, he admitted finally, glancing down. He defeated Rake, so he's likely at least at the adept level. Regina's frown deepened. And the plans for the heat stones, the mana cannons, I keep hearing rumors about. How did he acquire those? I don't know, Eldrick repeated, the admission laced with frustration. Eldrick looked like a child once again, without a proper direction or proper answers. Regina's lips curled into a bitter sneer. Of course you don't. She turned her back on him, walking toward her ornate dressing table before she stopped and glanced over her shoulder. Get out of my sight. Go lick your wounds somewhere else. For the next week, you will receive daily lectures on diplomacy and tact, and I don't want to see your face until you've learned something. Eldrick stiffened, glaring at her retreating figure as he slowly turned to leave. His fists were clenched at his sides, and he hesitated at the door, his gaze hardening as he looked back at her, lips parting to say something to defend himself. But Regina didn't turn around. She didn't need to. Her voice, cold and lethal, rang out before he could speak. If you dare show me those eyes again, Eldrick, I will pluck them out so you can feel a fraction of the pain I'm enduring right now, she said smoothly. And then I will sew them back in, just so I can take them out again. You won't like it. The prince's face flushed with shame as he muttered a quiet sorry before bowing and leaving the room. The door clicked shut behind him, leaving Queen Regina alone. Silence settled over the chamber, but it did little to calm the storm raging within her. She stood still for a moment, taking deep, controlled breaths as her heart pounded against her ribcage. The seething anger from her confrontation with Eldrick still clawed at her mind, but it was more than just frustration. It was the weight of her crumbling plans, the nagging, ever-present ache of a game gone awry. With trembling hands, she reached into the drawer of her elegant vanity and pulled out a small vial and syringe. Her eyes flickered, a slight grimace crossing her face as she readied the needle. The sharp prick of the injection brought an almost immediate wave of relief, and she leaned back in her chair, exhaling slowly as the familiar warmth spread through her body. Her mental agony dulled and numbed, and for a fleeting moment she allowed herself to feel better, but only for a moment. Her thoughts quickly returned to Arzon Kellius. He was the problem. She had calculated everything so carefully, but his survival had thrown her plans into chaos. She needed to get ahead of this before things spiraled further out of control. Regina snapped her fingers, her voice sharp. Selwyn, come in. A young attendant quickly entered, bowing low. Your Majesty, she greeted, his head still bowed. What's the report from Viridia? Regina asked, her tone clipped. It has not yet arrived, Your Majesty. Regina's eyes narrowed. The assassin didn't do much work, I see. Selwyn hesitated, choosing his next words carefully. The reports we've received indicate that the assassin is still there, gathering information. They haven't found an opportunity to eliminate Co-Baron Arzon, and with the Count ceremony drawing nobles from all over the kingdom to Veralt, it would be nearly impossible now. Regina's frown deepened, and she stood abruptly, pacing back and forth, the hem of her dress brushing against the floor. My plans, all disrupted by this one variable. It was supposed to go exactly as I envisioned. He should have been dead months ago. Her voice grew cold, simmering with contempt. But that damned witch-blooded Valkyrie's kin still filthy, still difficult to kill. She stopped pacing, her gaze distant as thoughts swirled in her mind. Her lips tightened into a thin line. Viridia, I don't even trust her anymore. They've had countless chances to finish him, and she failed at every turn. Useless. Selwyn shifted slightly but remained silent, clearly aware of the queen's volatile temper. Regina's hand traced along the edge of the table, eyes flickering with a dark gleam as an idea formed. It seems, she murmured, that I will have to change tactics. Play a nice game to finish off Arzon myself. Selwyn looked up at her, cautious but curious. What are you going to do, Your Majesty? He asked, knowing that Regina enjoyed the dance of strategy and inquiry. Regina smiled a slow, dangerous smile that promised nothing good. What am I going to do? She repeated, her voice a silky purr. I've heard Duke Lucian is fuming these days. He lost the chance I created for him to shine, and the mercenaries he hired, well, that was a fortune down the drain. Servants at his castle have been disappearing too, no doubt, because they've crossed him during one of his tantrums. She chuckled lightly, an unsettling sound in the quiet room. It's always amusing, using him as a pawn. The queen tapped her fingers against the table, her mind already racing ahead. He's already eager to finish off his brother. We just need to give him the perfect nudge. I can't trust the tower anymore, not after all that's happened, so I'll send some people of my own. Our kingdom hasn't seen a good fief war in 2 decades. It's about time for some excitement, wouldn't you say? Even the gossip has been dull. Selwyn looked visibly shocked, eyes wide. But Your Majesty, a fief war requires justification. Lord Arzon is seen as a hero after holding back the beast wave. He's becoming a rising noble, and many are drawn to his reputation. Even the commoners admire him for standing his ground. Regina nodded, her eyes narrowing slightly as if savoring the complexity of the situation. I'm well aware of that. His reputation will make this tricky, but reputations in this world are fragile and easily tainted. It doesn't take much to stain them with a few well-placed rumors or incidents. A single dark spot can give someone like Lucian all the justification he needs to march in and slay his brother. She paused and thought for a moment, her voice growing colder. If Lucian fails, and he very well might, then my people will be there to finish the job. They're currently occupied in Vanderfall, but they'll return soon. Selwyn swallowed nervously but nodded. I will send the letters immediately, Your Majesty. Regina waved a hand dismissively, her gaze drifting toward the large window. Go. Ensure everything is in motion. As Selwyn quickly departed, Regina remained seated, her eyes lifting toward the moon hanging in the sky. Its pale light bathed her in a cold glow, matching the icy determination settling within her. She didn't just want Arzen dead, she wanted to see him crumble first, to fall from grace so spectacularly that even those who admired him would turn away in disgust. And then, when the timing was perfect, she would strike. After their discoveries in the Vasper forest, Kai soon returned to the city, and with him, a long list of responsibilities trailed after him. The beast wave was finally over, but the aftermath was not something that could be ignored. The Count's ceremony was fast approaching, a public spectacle that would cement his newly given title, but more pressing matters weighed on his mind, the development of the entire territory. Deciding to tackle everything immediately, Kai called a meeting with all the key figures, determined to address the post-war rebuilding in one sweep. The meeting room was bathed in the soft, golden light of late morning as Kai stood at the head of the long wooden table. Dust motes danced lazily through the streams of sunlight that filtered through the curtains, adding a touch of warmth to the otherwise serious atmosphere. His eyes swept across the room, taking in each of the faces gathered around him. Francis sat closest to Kai, a scroll of notes already in hand, prepared to assist with every detail he would need. Beside him, Killian leaned back in his chair. Claire stood across from Killian. In front of her and opposite Killian, Clan, representing the mages, sat quietly, fingers tracing the runes embroidered into his robes. At the far end, Barrett the Mason was hunched over a few sketches of the city walls and new construction projects. His broad hands pointed places to the person who was next to him. Malden, who was responsible for supplies, sat with a ledger in hand, his brow furrowed as he made notes for the materials they'd need. Balin, the head blacksmith, adjusted the thick leather apron still slung over his shoulders. Orion, the alchemist, sat next to Hubert, a representative from the outskirts farming community. The sinewy man seemed nervous sitting with all the big shots. Beside him were Alden, the chief of Hagman's Keep Manu, the chief of Averis village Kalan, the chief of Mangrove, and the other village chiefs, each representing their communities, all gathered around the table. Kai looked over them all, a mix of veterans, craftsmen, and survivors, people who had seen the worst of the wave and were now tasked with building something from its ashes. Taking a deep breath, he spoke, his voice firm but edged with the weight of what was to come. I know we've been through a lot, he began, his gaze sweeping across the room, meeting each set of eyes. The beast wave tested every one of us some more than others, but we've survived, and now it's time to rebuild. Today I want to go over the development plans I've been working on with Francis. Kai's gaze sharpened as he moved around the table, locking eyes with each person. His words were steady but held an urgency that cut through the room. You all know that Veralt isn't in good shape. The village ravaged by the beast wave are in shambles. Though the people are resilient and hopeful, they need more than promises, they need action. This meeting is about putting everything we gained from defeating the wave to good use. He stepped over to a large table positioned in the center of the room, where a detailed miniature model of Veralt and its surrounding areas lay. It depicted the city with its towering walls, the sprawling villages beyond, and even the thick forest, carefully maintained by Clan using his earth affinity. The forest was represented by small, intricate trees. Streams and rivers meandered through the landscape, while the jagged lines of destroyed homes and roads spoke of the wave's destructive path. Kai straightened, his hands resting on the edge of the table. This is how we move forward: roads, housing, education, and redeveloping the villages. This is where we begin to rebuild Veralt into something stronger than it was before. As his words settled into the room, there was a quiet, collective nodding of heads. The village representative's face lit up with hope as Kai laid out his vision for the roads and villages. The shift in atmosphere was palpable as he continued, focusing on the future rather than the scars of the past. First and foremost, Kai said, stepping back from the table model, we're going to make sure the roads are solid. Not just patchwork repairs, but proper development. Using siphon stones, we'll line the roads with light lamps. They can be enchanted to take in the ambient mana to give off light, and we would encase them in transparent safety locks to make sure they don't pose any threats. And it won't be limited to just Veralt. Every village in the territory will be connected by clear, well-maintained pathways. People will be able to travel safely, day and night. He paused, tapping the section of the model where the road led out of Veralt. Not only that, we'll extend the network to connect with the main road leading to the capital. This will create a major trade route, allowing more merchant caravans to come through and boosting our economy. At this, Barrett leaned forward, eyes narrowed in thought. That's a massive undertaking, Lord Arzen. paving roads, lighting them all the way to the capital. How do you plan to manage that? It's not just the materials, it's manpower. We need laborers and engineers, and that's before we talk about maintenance. Kai nodded, already expecting the concern. I won't deny it's a huge project, but it's also essential. I'll be putting 80% of the funds we earned from selling the creatures we defeated and the reward from the kingdom directly into this road development project. 80%, it's not nothing. It's going to take time and resources, but we can't move forward without proper infrastructure. This isn't just about today, it's about setting us up for the future. Barrett mulled this over, his fingers drumming on the table, but after a moment he nodded slowly. With that kind of investment, we can get it done, but we'll need to start surveying the land right away. Kai's gaze shifted to Alden, who still seemed buoyed by the earlier announcement. Next, he continued, is the village development project. I know your villages took the brunt of the beast wave, and we've got work to do just to clear out the damage. But once that's done, we need to focus on growing these villages, not just rebuilding them. They may be small now, but we can turn them into something more. The representative's smiles widened as Kai spoke, and a murmur of approval spread through the room. They looked at each other and seemed to silently speak of something, probably approving the sound of it. Hubert scratched his chin thoughtfully, then gave a firm nod. We can manage that. Might take some time, but with proper guidance, the land can give back what it took from us. Kai nodded at that. And that's not all, Kai continued, pointing to the edges of the forest on the model. We're going to establish a hunting network for the local hunters. They'll be able to use the forest to bring in game meat, furs, resources, not just for themselves, but as a sustainable trade opportunity with the city. We'll make sure the hunters have what they need to keep the village fed and help fuel the economy. There was a quiet hum of agreement from the room, but Kai wasn't finished. And of course, he added, the village walls will grow too. We won't leave you vulnerable to another attack like the beast wave. We'll be fortifying every village, making sure you can sleep in peace behind walls that will hold. It'll take time, especially with the damage we've taken, but once the roads are established and the immediate repairs are done, the defenses will follow. Others echoed similar sentiments, appreciation filling the space as the weight of Kai's plans settled into their minds. But Kai wasn't done yet. He shared a smile with them. That's what I'm supposed to do. But moreover, it is what I want to do. So all we can hope is that the plan will set us up for success. Now the most important thing we need to implement is an education policy across the territory. It's time we invest in our future, not just in bricks and walls, but in knowledge. He moved back to the table, hands clasped behind his back as he explained. We'll start with a basic curriculum. Language, so our people can read and write fluently. Geography, so they understand the land they live in and beyond. Mathematics, so they can manage trade and household accounts. And history, so they know the struggles we've overcome and how to avoid them in the future. Kai's voice grew more impassioned as he outlined the scope of his vision. Once they complete this basic education, we'll offer apprenticeships across various fields: blacksmithing, working with alchemists, becoming skilled hunters, or training with the knights. There will be a place for every person willing to learn and grow, from trades to combat. At this, Balin gave a hearty nod. You know, you'll always have room in my workshop, Lord Arzin. The more skilled hands, the better. Kai acknowledged him before continuing. At the same time, we'll launch a campaign to educate the common people, adults included in reading and writing. No one should be left behind. Once we've achieved that, we'll work toward establishing a library, a center of knowledge that will serve not just Veralt, but all its surrounding villages. There was a collective intake of breath as murmurs grew louder around the table. Francis, standing off to the side, gave a sharp nod, already calculating logistics in his mind. Kai saw how Claire leaned in slightly. I've already spoken with those who will take on apprentices, Kai continued, cutting through the whispers. This entire educational initiative will be managed by Francis. Claire will assist him in promoting the program and making sure people across the territory know that education is not just for the elite, but for everyone. The room buzzed with mixed reactions: approval, excitement, but also skepticism. Kai could feel the tension shift as discussions rose. The idea of widespread education stirred more emotions than the previous topics, since it wasn't considered important for commoners in this era. And then, as expected, someone raised an objection. Malden lifted his head, his voice cautious yet firm. Lord Arzin, I admire your vision, and I believe in much of what you're saying, but won't this go against the church? The room stilled at the mention of the church. Malden continued, they already have their own schools. If we start educating people outside of their system, the church may see it as a threat to their influence. How do we avoid stirring conflict with them? The church is not a force we can afford to antagonize. Kai regarded Malden thoughtfully. He knew this would come up. The church, with its own schools, had long held control over education, ensuring that their influence remained unchallenged. This new program could easily be seen as an encroachment, but Kai wasn't one to back down from a challenge, not when the future of his people was at stake. He exhaled slowly, the tension in the room palpable. Alden, his brow furrowed, nodded in agreement with Malden. Lord Arzon, he's right. The church won't take kindly to this. It's not good to cross them, especially when they might see it as going against the goddess. The last thing we need is to create unnecessary tension among the locals. People would be skeptical if the church stands against us. Kai's jaw clenched, but he remained composed. He knew that change always brought resistance, and fear and respect of the church were deeply rooted. Before he could respond, another voice cut through the murmurs. A stern-looking man from the village delegation stood, crossing his arms as he eyed Claire. Kalen, the man who'd been silent the entire meeting, spoke loudly and clearly, silencing every whisper that spread around. And another thing, Lord Arzon. How can a mere maid like her work on such a large, important program? Education across the entire territory is no small task. This isn't something for a servant to handle. The atmosphere shifted, the tension thickening in the air. Conversations halted, and a cold silence fell over the room. Claire, standing near Francis, stiffened, her face flushed with embarrassment, but she said nothing, keeping her head down. Eyes darted between Kai and Kalen, and then mana exploded outward. Kai looked down at the man, who shrunk back to his chair in a second. Mere maid, I would like you to try saying that again. The room's temperature seemed to drop instantly, the once lively atmosphere thickening as if the air itself had turned to ice. Conversations died, replaced by a chilling silence that seeped into the bones of everyone present. Claire, standing next to Francis, visibly tensed, her cheeks flushing crimson. Her hands gripped the edges of her apron, eyes cast downward, too embarrassed to speak. All eyes were locked on Kai and the village chief Kalen, who spoke too soon. The man's snide remark about Claire hung in the air like poison, but before anyone could react further, a pulse of mana erupted from Kai. The wave hit the room like a hammer, the pressure so intense it caused Kalen to stumble backwards. His chair scraped loudly against the floor as he tumbled over, his face draining of color. He stared up at Kai, eyes wide, mouth agape, as if seeing the very moment of his demise unfold before him. Kai's black eyes burned with fury, but only for a moment. He couldn't let himself lose his cool like this. It wasn't fair to anyone. He breathed deeply, pulling the mana back into his core, and the suffocating pressure in the room instantly lessened. Kalen slumped into his chair, breathing hard, his hands trembling at his sides. Kai's glare shifted to the rest of the room, scanning their faces, then back to Kalen. Claire isn't just a mere maid. She's been vital to this entire castle, helping behind the scenes during the beast wave. While others fought on the front lines, she worked tirelessly in the background, ensuring supplies were managed, and that people had food and shelter. Tell me, his gaze swept the room, daring anyone to object. Can anyone here claim to have done better? Claire's blush deepened, her shoulders shrinking inward as Kai listed her achievements. He knew that she had never sought recognition for her work, let alone in a room full of village leaders, but now it was as though the spotlight had fallen directly on her. And if we're talking about education, Claire is proof of why it's necessary. From a simple maid who could barely read, she pushed herself, learned, and improved. Now she can read and write better than many of you. In fact, I doubt anyone in this room could do a better job at what she's been doing. Several heads turned to glance at Claire, whispers passing between them. Kai straightened, crossing his arms as his gaze swept over the room once more. As for the church, he said, voice steady, I will handle it myself. I've already arranged a meeting with the head priest. That issue will be taken care of. You don't need to concern yourselves with it. His gaze settled back on Kalen. Is that clear? Kalen nodded weakly, the fire in his earlier remark completely extinguished. Manu immediately moved from his seat to help the village chief back into his seat, and slowly the tension in the room began to ease. Conversations cautiously restarted, though much quieter than before. Kai exhaled slowly, his earlier outburst still fresh in his mind. Did he regret it? Not even a little, but he could feel the trace of his mana in the air, stronger than the usual amount that lingered. He sighed again, feeling a twinge of annoyance at himself. It wasn't just about power, or even pride, it was something deeper. He hated seeing anyone who had stood by him being belittled and dismissed. Claire had proven her worth time and time again, and the thought of someone looking down on her for her past, for her station, ignited a quiet fury inside him. With a shake of his head, Kai cleared his thoughts. There were more pressing matters at hand. He returned his focus to the meeting, where the discussion had already shifted back to more mundane topics. The meeting dragged on, touching on a wide range of issues. The beast wave had left scars on the territory, and the rebuilding process was not something that could be rushed. The conversation naturally flowed into the developmental plans for Verdes, the new city that had recently been added to his domain. Kai leaned back slightly, listening as Francis and the others debated the logistics of integrating Verdes into the existing road network. There were too many unknowns right now. No one had had a chance to properly scout the lands that came with it. Still, they laid down the foundation of a plan, deciding to include the new territories once they had a better understanding of the land's geography. The planning took longer than expected. Discussions shifted from broad strokes to minute details, and every aspect of the reconstruction and development process was picked apart. Francis had already counted out estimates for the cost of labor, materials, and transportation. His numbers were sound, but the sheer scope of what they were undertaking was daunting. Almost half the day passed, the hours bleeding together as they went over everything from the smallest details of resource management to the cost of fortifications. Materials are the biggest hurdle, Francis said, glancing at the stacks of parchment in front of him. But with Malden's connections, we'll be able to secure a good amount. He tapped a finger on a ledger, thoughtfully. He also agreed to approach other merchant houses. They're interested in passing through Veralt, or possibly even setting up an office here if we can guarantee he'll be the prime merchant for the Lord. Kai nodded, though the thought of managing trade contracts on top of everything else felt like another layer of responsibility added to the already teetering pile. Still, it was a necessary step, one that could secure Veralt as a key trade hub for the region. By the time the meeting came to a close, the fatigue was palpable. Several of the attendees exchanged tired nods, ready to return to their duties with fresh tasks in hand. Kai stood from his seat, stretching his shoulders as he prepared to dismiss them. That covers most of the major points, he said, his voice calm but authoritative. I want everyone to get started on their respective tasks immediately. There's no time to waste. The room stirred as people began to gather their things, preparing to leave. Francis, Killian, Balin, Kai called out before they could follow the others. Stay behind. There's one more thing we need to discuss. His tone was serious enough to make the trio pause and exchange wary glances. Once the room had emptied and the door was shut, Kai turned back to them. This concerns the mana cannons. Holding back the beast wave had been nothing short of miraculous, and by now word of it had spread across the kingdom like wildfire. Everyone from commoners to nobles was trying to uncover the details of how Veralt had managed to survive when other regions had fallen. The rumors ranged from whispers of divine intervention to more practical theories. The truth, though, was more complex, and Kai knew it. Then there were the enchantments on the walls, another factor he suspected would be difficult for outsiders to reproduce. The runes inscribed by his skilled hand combined with his own adjustments had made the fortress far more durable. But wall enchantments were, in the end, out in the open. News of those enhancements would spread, and it would take little time for any copycat attempts to materialize, just with lesser quality. As for the enforcers, they needed to be hidden better for now. Their prowess in battle had become the stuff of legends, the force behind Veralt's defense against the beast wave. It was an open secret in the city that the special forces were as strong as mages, but their abilities could be explained by the artifacts they wielded. All the mages from Arkan Tower were already monitored, and even the mercenaries were warned of spreading rumors. He knew he wouldn't be able to hide them for eternity, but till they were contained to Veralt, he could always prop up excuses about them. But the mana cannons were the main problem. His thoughts narrowed in on them. The mana cannons were already making waves across the kingdom. No amount of secrecy could hide their presence once they had been deployed in battle. Word of their devastating power had spread faster than he anticipated, and now, with his new title of Count and the ceremony drawing nobles from across the land to Veralt, it was only a matter of time before they came knocking. They would want the cannons. No, more than that, they would demand them. And if they couldn't buy them outright, they would try to use their influence, or worse, the kingdom itself, to wrest the technology from him. Something like the mana cannon had the potential to change warfare completely, leveling the playing field in ways that even the most powerful noble houses couldn't ignore. Kai had spent sleepless nights during his recovery thinking about how to deal with it. The nobles were always hungry for power, and this new weapon was like blood in the water. Francis had voiced his concerns repeatedly, Balin too. They had already received more than a dozen letters, thinly veiled inquiries about the possibility of purchasing the cannons or their designs. Every noble who had heard about Veralt's survival wanted a piece of the technology. But it wasn't just the nobles who were interested. The Arkan Tower was watching too, since the cannons were a direct challenge to their hegemony. More and more, Kai had begun to feel like it would be impossible to keep the mana cannons out of the hands of these preying factions. He could refuse to sell them, of course, but that wouldn't stop them. They would find other ways, through diplomacy or coercion, to acquire the technology. And if that didn't work, they'd appeal to the kingdom itself, arguing that something as game-changing as the mana cannon shouldn't belong to a single individual count or not. That left him with only one option: find a solution before the pressure became too great. And after nights of thinking, he came to a solution. I know you're both concerned, but I have the answer for dealing with the preying nobles, Kai said. If we can't keep the mana cannons to ourselves, then we just have to start selling them. The statement hung in the air like a sudden shift in the wind, drawing puzzled looks from the three men in the room. Balin grunted and Francis scratched his chin, his brow furrowed in confusion. He exchanged a quick glance with Killian before all of them turned back to Kai with expressions of concern. My lord, Francis spoke first, the hesitation clear in his tone. What are you saying? Won't that just remove a significant advantage we have? The mana cannons are one of the reasons we held off the beast wave in the first place. I don't plan on doing anything stupid, Francis. Of course, we won't be selling the mana cannons we used in battle. What we'll offer is a regressed version one that can only fire beams equivalent to a second circle spell. He watched the confusion slowly shift to understanding, though there was still apprehension in their eyes. Balin, leaning forward slightly, spoke next. And if they ask for more, what do we say? We tell them the rumors were exaggerated, Kai said, the hint of a smile on his lips. Let them believe they're getting the best we have. In reality, they'll be paying a premium for something far weaker than the true cannons. Francis rubbed the back of his neck, his brow still creased with concern. But won't they try to open them up and copy the design? We're not the only ones with skilled personnel or access to resources. If they figure it out, it could spell trouble. Kai's eyes gleamed with a calculating edge. That's why I'll personally inscribe the failsafe enchantments. If anyone tries to tamper with the cannons or tries to dissect the mechanism, it'll trigger an explosion. Nothing left but scrap metal and ashes. Killian's expression shifted, and he nodded. We'll send a written guide with every purchase, Kai continued. List down how they work and give out warnings for anyone who tries to open them up. It could work, Balin admitted, but won't they try to erase the enchantment first, or have someone in the tower or a skilled artificer remove it? Kai's lips curled into a confident smile. I'll handle that too. The failsafe enchantment will be internal, woven deep into the cannon's structure. They won't be able to see it, let alone erase it. It was a clever plan to outwit the greedy nobles and powerful factions by offering them something that appeared valuable but was, in reality, tightly controlled. However, the concern of how these weapons could still be used against them lingered. But Killian spoke up, his tone careful. Even if we sell these regressed cannons, and even if they don't figure out the enchantments, we'll still be arming potential enemies. You've said it yourself, we might have to fight in a war soon with the kingdom's succession ceremony and the threat of Duke Lucian. What if they use these cannons against us? That's exactly why we're going to sell them, Killian. The cannons we sell will give them a false sense of superiority. They'll believe they have the upper hand, that they possess weapons as powerful as ours, but all the while we'll hold the key. He let his words hang in the air for a moment, his subordinates looking at him with questions on their faces. Then a sly smile played on his lips. Let me explain everything. Other than the failsafe enchantments and regressed versions, I have planned something else. Something that would ensure the cannons can never be used against us. Kai took a deep breath, feeling his decision settling like stones in his chest. They'd overcome a major hurdle, putting their plans into action, and creating a way to turn a tricky problem, the mana cannon, into both a solution and a source of income. Now, his mind buzzed with calculations and possibilities. Nobles would clamor to own the mana cannons, unaware that the top-tier versions would remain under his control, their power subtly limit to clever arrangement, keeping the best for himself while still offering enough allure to satisfy their ambitions. The city was heavy with preparations, the count's ceremony drawing nearer with every passing day. Reports came in from Francis, detailing the guest list. Representatives from every significant noble house would be in attendance. Heads of these houses wouldn't bother making the journey unless they held lower ranks like barons or viscounts, but even the more prestigious counts and dukes sent their heirs as delegates. Each name on the list meant more arrangements, more layers of etiquette to navigate, and more eyes evaluating his every move. Word of the event had spread quickly like wildfire catching on dry grass. The citizens buzzed with excitement, eager for the parade, the spectacle, anything to distract from the hardship of the past months. And Kai knew deep down that the ceremony was more than just pageantry. It was an opportunity to inject life back into an economy that had stalled due to the recent troubles. Yet with each new day, the rituals of the count's ceremony became larger in his thoughts. The basic customs were easy enough, but certain traditions required the involvement of the church. Lancefield's church, the third pillar of power in the kingdom, held influence that even the nobles respected. They were officially neutral, but their sway could tip the balance of public opinion in subtle, critical ways. Securing their favor was essential, especially with so many changes sweeping through the city. For Kai, dealing with the church wasn't about reverence or faith. He thought back to the stories of fallen gods which were seen as mere legends in his world. By the time he had been born, religion had dwindled to little more than fanatical cults or simply just whispers of ancient stories. To him, the church was just another player in the game, a player that needed to be negotiated with, which meant business deals rather than anything related to faith. A day after the arrangements for the visiting nobles were made, Kai found himself standing in the shadow of the cathedral in the middle of the city, its spires reaching into the sky like ancient fingers grasping for the heavens. Parts of it were broken and not maintained, simply because they had gotten fewer donations as more and more people had gotten poorer. The architecture bore the crest of the church, a golden sun encircled by a crown of ivy, symbolizing the light of the goddess Lumaris and her dominion over the natural world. It was a marked scene across Lancefield, representing the most popular and widespread religion in the kingdom. For many, the church was a source of comfort, a pillar that had stood firm even as kingdoms rose and fell, or so people spoke and wrote about it. News of the count ceremony must have traveled quickly because they'd sent a bishop to meet with Kai in record time. To oversee the ceremony, they needed someone with both the authority and the experience, someone who could ensure that tradition was respected in every detail. And so, the bishop had arrived with little warning. Bishop Morris was a man of presence. His robes were pristine white, edged in gold embroidery that shimmered subtly in the light streaming through the cathedral's stained glass windows. His face was framed by thinning silver hair, and he had deep-set eyes that seemed to weigh everything they looked upon, and a small, tight smile that hinted at a mind always calculating. As they exchanged formal greetings, Kai noted the emblem pinned over the bishop's chest, the same golden sun surrounded by ivy that adorned the cathedral's crest. "It is by the grace of Goddess Lumaris that we find ourselves with such a courageous soul, Lord Arzon," Bishop Morris began. "To think that Veralt would rise again under your guidance, and that soon you will be its count. Truly, Goddess Lumaris has blessed you." Morris inclined his head in acknowledgement, but then his expression shifted, the warm facade giving way to a more businesslike tone. "There is another matter we must address, Lord Arzon. You sent a letter recently, mentioning your intention to establish your own education program in Veralt. Naturally, I wanted to discuss this with you." Kai had expected this. He kept his posture relaxed, hands clasped behind his back as if this were merely another casual conversation. "Yes, Bishop. We plan to introduce a new educational path here in Veralt and across all the villages, towns, and cities under me." A flicker of concern crossed Morris's features, his brow furrowing. "I am not sure if you are aware, but the church's schools have been managing education for generations. They are capable of handling all the needs of the kingdom's youth. Our teachings encompass not only the virtues of the goddess, but also the practical skills needed to serve society." Kai's expression remained neutral, but inwardly he braced himself. He offered a smooth, confident response. "I've seen the church's schools in action, Bishop. In fact, I've participated in some of the lessons myself." A blatant lie, of course, but one delivered with the ease of someone who had long learned how to keep his face unreadable. "However, I intend to take a different approach. I want to create a path that offers more options for the people of Veralt, an education that not only instills values, but also guides them toward the trades and crafts they wish to pursue. It's about giving them a more thorough understanding of the world beyond our city." Morris's lips pressed into a thin line, his eyes narrowing slightly as he studied Kai. It was clear that the bishop had come prepared to assert the church's traditional role in the kingdom, but now he found himself faced with a man who wasn't looking to conform to old ways. The pause stretched on, a silent exchange of intentions and power, the air thick with unspoken tension. Bishop Morris's expression hardened, a frown pulling at the corners of his mouth. "Lord Arzon, you must realize that what you are suggesting goes against the words of the goddess. Our teachings are clear. There is a proper order to such things." Kai met the bishop's gaze evenly, his voice steady. "I don't believe it is, Bishop. According to the records, the goddess only decreed that all should be educated, did she not? She did not specify that it must be the church alone that provides that education. You and I, as her followers, have the same right to guide others." Morris hesitated, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. He took a slow sip of tea that he brought with himself, trying to mask his unease, but his eyes betrayed him. "That is true, Lord Arzon, but I am uncertain how well the higher ranks of the church will accept such an interpretation. They have their views on maintaining tradition." Kai allowed a small smile to cross his lips, leaning in slightly. "And for that, Bishop, I have a proposal, one that might make the higher-ups less concerned about the new education program I intend to establish." "A proposal, you say? What do you have in mind, Lord Arzon?" "I propose to renovate the central church here in Veralt, to make it far grander than it is now, one truly worthy of your station, Bishop. With the expansion we anticipate in the city, there will be many more souls coming to settle here, and a larger, more impressive church is bound to attract more attention and donations." The bishop's stern expression softened as he pondered the idea, a glimmer of interest warming his eyes. "That would indeed be a benefit to the church's presence in Veralt. More space, a grander structure, it would be a fine symbol of the goddess's light in these lands." But as the bishop's smile widened, Kai's turned sharper, cutting through the momentary warmth. "Of course, Bishop, there is one small condition. I would expect the church's cooperation in return." The bishop's smile faltered, a shadow passing over his features. "I am a servant of the goddess, Lord Arzon. I only do what she commands." "Tell me, Bishop, does the goddess command her followers to be brave?" Morris straightened, pride flaring in his eyes. "Of course, courage is among the virtues we teach, an important one at that." Kai nodded, his tone turning colder. "Then tell me, was it brave when every priest in the city evacuated the moment the beast wave arrived? When they fled rather than staying to heal the wounded, only returning when the danger had already passed? Was that what the goddess would have wanted?" The silence between them thickened, the bishop's face paling as he grasped Kai's words. his lips pressed tightly together, the room's warmth seeming to drain away, replaced by a chill that lingered in the air. Bishop Morris shifted uncomfortably, his eyes darting to the side as he searched for a response. He cleared his throat, and all the while when the awkward silence etched between the pair, Kai patiently waited. The priest who was in charge at the time has been reprimanded, Lord Arzon. He failed to show the bravery the goddess expects of us, he finally said. I'm sure he was, Kai said smoothly. But don't you think the church could do more? Morris stiffened, caught off guard by the question. More, what exactly do you mean? Kai offered a gentle smile. I'm offering to help with the renovations to make the church a grander place. I'll even contribute to future donations. But in return, I expect the church to help with its divine healing powers during conflicts. I'm not asking your priests to fight. I know the church maintains neutrality, but healing the injured, that's the word of the goddess. If any wounded citizens return to Veralt, your priests should tend to them. That's all I'm asking. Bishop Morris hesitated, his fingers tightening around the teacup in his hands. That would be difficult to arrange. Our resources are often stretched thin, and the clergy is not always available to remain in one place. Kai's eyes narrowed slightly, but before he could speak, Morris quickly added, however, with further discussion, I believe it may be possible to reach a compromise, a common point where both the church's duties and your request can align. A slow smile spread across Kai's face. That's good to hear, Bishop. As the bishop looked relieved, Kai's thoughts swirled. He could see through the situation as clearly as if it were written on parchment. The church, like the nobles and the mages, was making a business deal. Faith might be the language they spoke, but politics and power were the true currencies they traded in. Kai knew the gods were real powerful forces that had shaped the world, but their followers, after centuries, they had turned their devotion into something far more self-serving. If the church was willing to use its faith to its advantage, Kai would be more than happy to do the same. Ragnar and his father's second-in-command Brugnar strolled through the streets of Veralt. Ragnar's broad shoulders and towering height stood out among the citizens, his dark coat lined with wolf fur draped over his frame. Brugnar, just as imposing, wore simpler armor, adorned with sigils of their clan, a nod to the mountain tribes from where they were. Their attire and presence drew eyes, but the looks weren't filled with distrust or fear. Murmurs followed them as they passed by, a murmur of recognition and curiosity. Ragnar's reputation from the recent battle had spread through the city. He had fought against the Beast Wave alongside Lord Arzon's forces, proving himself on the front lines. Though his looks, including his noticeable neck tattoo, still made some wary, the people respected his strength. He wasn't exactly liked, but he wasn't disliked either. Brugnar glanced sideways at Ragnar, his voice low as they continued their walk. So why exactly are we not leaving again? He kept his tone casual, but his eyes gleamed with curiosity. Ragnar's gaze remained fixed ahead, his expression hard. He swirled his tattooed tongue over his lips before answering, because we gain nothing if we leave now. There's still more for us to learn here. Brugnar raised an eyebrow and touched his single braided beard. We got experience already. You proved yourself in the Beast Wave and fought alongside blessing one's men. It's far more than your father even wanted when he sent you down south. Ragnar's jaw tightened and he let out a frustrated breath. Maybe, but it also made me realize just how inadequate I am. His voice dropped barely above a murmur as he scanned the crowd ahead, making sure no one was close enough to overhear. I expected to be weaker than mages, but even his knights, Brugnar Arzon's menthy used elements. Fire, lighting, things I thought only a blessed one could wield. Yet they're not blessed by spirits, they've tapped into some other power. Brugnar's eyes darkened as he mulled over the words. I saw it too, but I doubt anyone here would be willing to share that power with us. They know who we are, and don't forget, we're still at war with Lancefil. Ragnar's expression turned grim, the tension coiling in his shoulders. Exactly, and that's why I need it. Without that power, we'll always be beneath the mages, beneath their knights, always outmatched. If we're to have any chance in this war, I need to understand what they've tapped into and make it my own. Brugnar's gaze swept over the crowd, considering the murmurs of the people around them. We'll have to tread carefully then. The last thing we need is to draw the wrong kind of attention. Ragnar's eyes narrowed, but a fierce determination burned in them. Carefully, yes, but I won't leave this city without figuring out how to close the gap. We need to become more than just warriors from the north if we're going to survive what comes next. Ragnar nodded to Brugnar, but his attention quickly shifted as cheers and loud clamor erupted from behind them. Turning, he caught sight of yet another noble's caravan making its way through the crowded streets. Fine carriages flanked by armored guards rolled past, the insignia of a minor noble house painted in bold colors on their banners. The crowd gathered eagerly, commoners craning their necks for a glimpse of the new arrivals, some even cheering as the caravan made its way down the cobblestone road. Ragnar frowned, his brows knitting together. He had seen plenty of such spectacles since yesterday, nobles parading through the city as if they owned it. He had stayed inside most of the time, avoiding the streets precisely because he didn't want to attract any unwanted attention. But even now out here, he couldn't avoid the display of wealth and power. He glanced back to Brugnar. "You see that?" he muttered, voice barely audible over the noise of the crowd. "All these nobles are pouring in because of the new title. It's infuriating. They act like it's a parade in their honor. We fought in the battle, not them." Anger flared within Ragnar, hot and bitter. It gnawed at him, making his hands itch to punch something or someone till they bleed. But he took a deep breath, forcing the feeling down, refusing to let it control him. He couldn't afford to let rage guide his actions, not here, not now. With a resigned sigh, he adjusted his hood and started weaving through the crowd, trying to keep his head down. Brugnar did the same, the two of them slipping through the gaps in the gathered masses. The murmurs of admiration directed toward the noble caravan grated on Ragnar's nerves, but he kept his composure. Ragnar broke the silence as they walked. "With so many nobles in one place, it's strange nothing bad has happened yet. Feels like we're just waiting for lightning to strike us dead." Brugnar chuckled through his nose, keeping his voice low. "Nobles always bring trouble, don't they? Put a few of them together, and it's just a matter of time before something goes wrong. They're like peacocks, showy and proud, but get too many of them in one place, and they start fighting over the same patch of dirt." Ragnar smirked, but his attention shifted when a sharp shout rang out, cutting through the noise of the crowd. He turned his head, the sound coming from a nearby alley, close to the inn where they'd been staying. His instincts sharpened, and without a word, he moved toward the source of the commotion, Brugnar following closely behind. As they drew closer, they saw the scene unfolding. A small boy, barely more than 10 years old, lay crumpled on the ground, his face streaked with dirt and tears. A man dressed in fine robes, clearly noble by his garb and the sneering expression on his face, loomed over him. The noble's boot came down hard, grinding into the boy's back, eliciting a pained yelp from the child. The crowd around them murmured in discomfort, but no one dared to intervene. Brugnar's face twisted with a dark scowl as he observed the scene, and Ragnar's grip tightened around the edge of his cloak, struggling to maintain his composure. He glanced at Brugnar, whose jaw clenched with unspoken frustration. Ragnar took a slow, steadying breath and whispered, "Guess that trouble didn't take long to show up after all." Ragnar's hand gripped the edge of his cloak, tugging the hood lower as the crowd jostled around him. He kept his head down, hiding the sharp angles of his face, the wild look in his eyes, anything that might mark him as an outsider. His uncle stood beside him, just as concealed, but there was tension in the way his shoulders hunched beneath the cloak. They were both on edge, blending into the mass of onlookers as the scene unfolded before them. Ragnar's jaw tightened as his eyes locked onto the noble in the center of the commotion. The man's expensive robe, stained with dust and marked by a jagged tear, flared as he swung another kick into the side of a boy who couldn't be more than 10. Each impact made the kid crumple further, barely holding himself up, his face twisted in pain. The rage simmered in Ragnar's chest, bubbling just below the surface. A low growl rumbled in his throat, and his fingers itched to wrap around the noble's throat. But he held himself back, forcing the heat of his anger to a slow burn. Arzen's warning, it was like an iron chain holding him in place. "Stay out of anything that will end up being brought to me. Don't pick fights with nobles, especially here." He clenched his fists, knuckles cracking under the strain, and the memories of Arzen's caution played in his mind. Veralt wasn't a place that should welcome a barbarian. Hooded or not, if he made a move now, the nobles swarming into the city would surely know their identity. Most of the people in Veralt saw them more as mercenaries rather than barbarians, but it wouldn't take long for their identity to come out. But the noble's voice cut through his thoughts, sharp and filled with disgust. "You filthy street rat, do you know what you've done?" He shoved the boy into the dirt again, oblivious to the onlookers' murmurs. A few in the crowd winced, but no one dared intervene. Ragnar's sharp ears caught snippets of the whispers weaving through the throng. The boy bumped into him, made him fall, ripped his robe. Ragnar's gaze shifted to the noble's ruined attire, a slice of fine fabric hung loose, flapping in the wind, stained with mud and trampled dirt. The man's pride was wounded more than his body, and he unleashed that humiliation on the defenseless kid, fists raised. Ragnar felt the heat flare in his chest again, burning hotter than before. He glanced at Brugnar, words slipping through gritted teeth. "I can't just stand here. That boy doesn't deserve this." Ragnar's breath quickened, his jaw clenching so hard it ached. Anger flared within him, the kind that boiled just beneath the surface. His hand itched to reach for the axe hidden beneath his cloak. He could hear the crowd's whispers, bits of the story trickling through. The kid had accidentally knocked into the noble, sending him sprawling in the dirt. In the chaos, someone's boot had torn the noble's robe. It was enough to turn a minor accident into a public spectacle. Ragnar's eyes narrowed, taking in the scene, the dust clinging to the noble's pristine clothes, the kid's bleeding lip, and the way the crowd kept a cautious distance. He could feel the injustice like a knife twisting in his gut. He leaned closer to his uncle, his voice low and tight. "I want to help him. No kid should have to go through that." Brugnar's grip on Ragnar's shoulder tightened, pulling him back. "We have orders, Ragnar. This isn't our land and we aren't among our own. Behave, let it play out. But the kid. Just watch, the city guards will step in soon enough." They won't let a noble cause a scene like this, especially with so many around. Ragnar's teeth ground together, but he forced himself to nod, his fists trembling at his sides. He tried to ignore the burning urge to intervene, focusing instead on the crowd parting near the street's edge. A patrol of 3 guards moved forward, the gleam of their armor catching the light. At the head of them, he recognized Gareth, who'd fought with him during the Beast Wave. The guards pushed through the crowd, their expressions a mix of exasperation and wariness. Gareth's voice was loud over the nobles, ranting. "Enough, what's the meaning of this?" He motioned for his men to pull the kid up, brushing the dust from his clothes. "State your reasons for beating this child." Ragnar released a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding, tension thrumming in his muscles. He didn't like standing by, but for now, all he could do was watch how this played out. The noble's sneer deepened, his cheeks flushed red with anger. He jabbed a finger towards the boy. "He dared to block my path and bump into me. A common street urchin knocked me into the dirt. A beating is the least he deserves." Gareth's expression didn't change, but his eyes grew colder. "It's against the law to assault anyone like this, and against a child, it's beyond disgraceful, no matter the reason." The noble's lips curled into a smirk, a hint of arrogance lighting his features. "It seems you don't know who you're speaking to." He puffed out his chest, adjusting the collar of his torn robe as if the gesture alone could restore his lost dignity. "Baron Radomir of House Felden, I demand that you apologize for your insolent tone and let the boy come with me for his punishment, or I'll ensure your dismissal when I meet with the Lord." Gareth's frown deepened, but he didn't flinch. He crossed his arms, his stance unwavering. "Feel free to take it up with the Lord, Baron. We have orders from Lord Arzon Kellius himself to apprehend anyone disturbing the peace, noble or not." His tone hardened, each word landing like a hammer. "For beating a child in the streets, you'll be taken into custody." The Baron's face twisted with fury, his eyes narrowed into slits. "You dare to challenge me, a mere guard." His voice dripped with scorn, but there was something else beneath the anger and edge of danger. A surge of mana crackled in the air around him, a pulse rippling outwards like a sudden gust of wind. The crowd recoiled, murmurs turning into gasps as they felt the energy wash over them. Ragnar felt the whoosh of the air. The Baron's smirk widened, relishing the shift in the crowd's fear. "It seems like aristocracy has no respect in these lands, but I'm certain mages do. I'm a first circle mage of the Arkin Tower." He raised a hand, letting the mana swirl and gather in his palm, a faint, sickly light flickering around his fingers. "Now stand down and let the boy come with me, or I'll make sure your defiance is the last mistake you ever make." For a moment, silence fell over the street, the tension crackling like a drawn bowstring, poised to snap. Gareth knelt beside the crying boy, his rough hands surprisingly gentle as he helped the child up, passing him off to one of the guards. "Give him the potions we carry," Gareth instructed. The guard nodded, immediately reaching for a small vial from his belt pouch, its liquid inside glowing faintly with healing magic. Soon he poured the potion into the boy's mouth, and the bruises and cuts began to knit together. Gareth turned back to the noble, his aura shifting from concern to iron resolve. Miscreants have no place here, no matter their title or magical abilities. This city respects aristocracy, true aristocracy, those who know how to conduct themselves with dignity, not like unruly ruffians. I don't think it suits your titles or stature to act as you do." Radomir's face twisted with rage, his control slipping with each word Gareth spoke. His mana flared again, a ripple of chill spreading through the cobbled street. The crowd backed away, sensing the escalation, but Gareth remained steadfast, his gaze unyielding. The Baron's hand clenched tightly at his side. "Enough." Radomir's voice cut through the crowd's whispers like a blade. "I challenge you to a duel, whatever your name is. Right here, right now. I'll take your head and bring it to your lord, make him kneel and beg forgiveness for your insolence." Gareth's expression barely shifted, only the faintest shadow of exasperation crossing his features. He shook his head slowly, his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword. "I'm Gareth, and just for your information, my lord isn't the sort to lower his head to people like you, Baron. But if you're so eager for a fight," he sighed, drawing his sword in a smooth motion, the polished steel catching the afternoon light, "I accept your challenge." Ragnar stood on the edge of the scene, his hood casting a shadow over his face, hiding the turmoil within. He watched Gareth with something akin to awe as he faced down the mage without a single shred of hesitation. His expression was calm, his stance loose, but prepared a warrior ready to strike at any moment. It was as if facing a mage meant nothing more than a minor inconvenience, a task to be handled. In the pit of his chest, a question gnawed at Ragnar's mind. Could I do that, stand unwavering against a blessed one, knowing the power that elements bring? He clenched his fists beneath his cloak, feeling the calluses on his palms. The answer came bitterly, a truth he couldn't deny. No. The thought was painful, a small wound to his pride. Against someone with the powers of a mage, Ragnar would be outmatched, his strength as insignificant as a wave against a cliff. He winced at the realization, watching as the space cleared for the duel. The crowd, once a chaotic mass, now held its breath, the air thick with anticipation. Gareth and Radomir took their positions, the noble's mana flaring brighter around him, while Gareth's sword gleamed with a promise of cold, precise violence. Ragnar's heart pounded in his chest as the tension reached a fever pitch, both men preparing to clash, and he knew that whatever happened next would not end peacefully. The noble's laugh rang out, loud and mocking, as the crowd scrambled back, clearing the street. Fear rippled through the onlookers, the anticipation of magical crossfire driving them to keep their distance. "You've got guts for a guard, I'll give you that," the noble taunted, his lips curling into a sneer. "But today those guts will be spilt on the street." Gareth's expression remained as cold as the steel in his hand. "We'll see about that." The noble's hands moved in intricate gestures, mana swirling around him as he began to construct a spell. A symbol of water shimmered into existence, and a stream of high-pressure water burst forth from his palm, rushing toward Gareth like a serpent. "He's a water mage," Ragnar thought to himself as his mind raced through the elements of the spell's structure. The water spell seemed hastily woven, its mana flow unstable, not like the precise formations he'd seen before. Still, even a rough spell like this could sling a deadly projectile, something that could turn a fight in a mage's favor. But Gareth moved with a speed that took the noble by surprise. He slipped through the stream like a shadow, barely breaking stride as the water hissed and splattered against the street behind him. The noble's eyes widened in shock, and he cut off the stream with a sharp gesture, switching to a barrage of water shards. Mana crackled, forming crystalline spikes that shot towards Gareth, smashing into the cobblestones just ahead of him. Yet Gareth was undeterred. He vaulted over the icy debris, rolling and closing the distance in a blur. For a heartbeat, Ragnar thought he saw a flicker of purple light coil around Gareth's legs, a trace of some power before it vanished. The enforcer surged forward, his sword arcing down toward the noble with lethal intent. Desperation flashed across Radomir's face as he unsheathed his blade, bringing it up just in time to parry. But even as he prepared another spell, Gareth's movements were unpredictable. With a sharp turn of his head, the noble's casting broke when Gareth spat in his face, a crude but effective distraction. It successfully earned a few gasps from the crowd. The spell's structure collapsed, and the mana dissipated into thin air, leaving the noble exposed. Gareth's blade bit into the noble's shoulder with a sickening rip, slicing through cloth and skin alike. The fine robe tore, and a crimson stain spread through the fabric as Radomir howled in pain. He staggered back, clutching at the wound, but Gareth wasn't done. He seized the noble by his hair, yanking him down and driving a knee into his face. Blood splattered onto the cobbles as he crumpled, gasping and writhing. Gareth planted a boot on Radomir's back, forcing him down into the dirt. His voice was steady, carrying through the hushed street. "The duel is over. But take this as a lesson, noble, mage, or commoner. There are laws in this city, and everyone will respect them." With a gesture to his fellow guards, Gareth stepped back as they seized the fallen noble by the arms, dragging him toward their headquarters. Blood dripped from Radomir's nose onto the street, and the once proud mage now looked like little more than a beaten stray. "We'll hold him until our lord decides his fate." With that, as quickly as it had gathered, the crowd dispersed, murmurs fading into the alleys and side streets of Veralt. Ragnar stood rooted to the spot, his eyes lingering on the spot where the noble had been dragged away, still feeling the aftermath of the quick, brutal battle he'd just witnessed. He clenched and unclenched his fists, feeling the itch of unspent energy crawling under his skin. Brugnar, standing at his side, turned to him with a raised brow. "See this, boy, this is why you need to stay low, not stir trouble. We aren't the strongest here by a mile." Ragnar's gaze shifted as he spat on the cobblestone ground. "No, this is why I want to be here. I want to make the Lombards stronger. Our tribe needs more than just the strength of our arms. I need to learn the ways of the city, find a path to power that's more than just swinging a sword." Brugnar crossed his arms, eyes narrowing. "And how do you plan to do that? You don't have the authority from your father to make decisions for the tribe." Ragnar's jaw tightened, but he didn't back down. "I know, uncle. Father's authority binds my hands, but it doesn't bind my will. I still want to start something, build a foundation here." He turned his head to the side, the wind ruffling his hood as he considered his next words. There was a tension in his shoulders like a rope pulled taut, ready to snap. "And what's the first step in this grand plan of yours?" Ragnar let out a long breath, his chest heaving slightly. He rubbed the back of his neck, searching for the right answer, the right direction. His thoughts spun, turning over possibilities, strategies, and risks, but each path seemed to start the same way, a humbling realization taking root in his mind. "An apology," he said finally, the word leaving a bitter taste on his tongue. His uncle's brows lifted in surprise, "For the arrogance our people have shown. For the times we've acted like mere bandits. If we want to be a part of this land, we need to start by acknowledging that." His uncle grunted, half amused, half cautious. "HMPH, not exactly the warpath I expected from you, boy. You think an apology will make them see us differently?" Ragnar's lips quirked into a half smile, a trace of mischief glinting in his eyes. "No, but it'll give me a chance to show them what the Lombards can offer beyond the blade. And it might just keep us from being seen as a potential threat. For now, you've got the fire in you, Ragnar, I'll give you that. Just don't let it burn you before you've even got a chance to light the way." Ragnar nodded at that, taking in the wise words and looking up at the pathway that led to Arzen's estate. As he had expected, the news of the Count's ceremony spread through noble circles like wildfire. By the time Kai received the official word, it was already old news among the aristocracy. Couriers and envoys from various noble houses flooded into his territory, each bearing the colors of their family crests. Now, the presence of their emissaries in Veralt has become a daily headache. Each one demanded attention, their lofty manners and doubtable questions demanding hours of his time, as they were technically his guests. The grand halls of the castle bustled with these well-dressed visitors, their voices a constant hum in the background. With so many minor nobles arriving, the inns in the city had filled up quickly, leaving latecomers scrambling for even the humblest accommodations. Some attempted to sway him into securing rooms within the castle itself, but he had no interest in accommodating their whims any more than necessary. Invitations piled up on his desk, the elegant wax seals still intact on most. Each scroll was an appeal for private meetings and discussions, likely filled with offers or power plays. He waved them aside, declining each with a polite but firm message. He would be focused solely on the Count's ceremony preparations until it concluded. Instead, he planned to host a banquet after the ceremony, a gathering where he could address everyone at once. It would save him the trouble of navigating their hidden agendas in private settings, at least for a time. He found himself sighing more than once throughout the day. The luxury of managing his territory, expanding its borders, and seeing the fruits of his labor flourish, that was something he could appreciate. But the endless parade of noble politics, that was another matter entirely. Yet this was the reality he had to accept. He was now going to be a count, no longer a solitary figure in the shadows. It was a new game, and whether he liked it or not, he would play his part. Still, he couldn't help but wish the nobles would conduct themselves with some measure of grace during their stay. But even that hope was fading as reports trickled in minor scuffles at the inns, one noble attempting to strong-arm a local merchant, another angered by the rustic accommodations. It seemed that despite his careful planning, trouble was already brewing. I honestly expected nobles to conduct themselves better in someone else's territory, but they don't seem to understand decorum, Kai muttered, looking over at the two people next to him. Killian and Ansel stood atop the rooftop of the castle's watchtower alongside him, a cold breeze sweeping through the evening air, carrying the distant sounds of a city that refused to sleep. Below them, the city lights flickered through the haze, a patchwork of lanterns casting warm glows across stone streets and wooden facades. From up here, they could see the nobles' quarters, inns bursting with activity, and the guarded gates of the castle marking the invisible boundaries between the commoners and the visiting aristocracy. Killian leaned against the railing, his brows furrowed as he spoke, recounting the latest trouble. That incident with Gareth turned out to be messier than we thought. The Baron lost his temper, got rough with the kid. We had to release him after a stern warning since he offered an apology and swore he'd pay for the injuries. But he was fuming when I turned down his request to see Gareth punished. He didn't take that well. Kai's lips formed a thin line. The Baron's got his head too far up his ass. Thinks being a shoddy mage gives him free reign over everything. But maybe this whole ordeal will be a lesson. If it will spread soon enough, and the rest of the nobles might start staying in their rooms, behaving like proper guests instead of acting like they own the place. Killian gave a small nod, though a shadow of doubt lingered in his eyes. I'd like to believe that, but I wouldn't hold my breath. The moment they heard about your title, a lot of big names sent their representatives. All the dukes have sent someone except your brother, of course, and Knight Darian's been strutting around in the colors of House Blackwood. The others, though, don't seem like they're here just for the ceremony, troubles practically written on their faces. Kai turned his attention to Ansel, who stood quietly beside them, arms folded, his keen eyes scanning the streets below. That's why Ansel is here, Kai said. Kai shifted his focus to Ansel, who had been standing quietly listening to the exchange. At the mention of his name, Ansel straightened, a momentary stiffness betraying his nerves. He dipped into a bow, his voice steady but a bit tight. I will do my best, my lord. If they step out of their line, we'll know about it and inform you the first thing. Kai chuckled softly, waving a hand in a casual gesture. Relax, Ansel. When we first met, you were far more reckless, remember? Ansel's expression remained serious as he replied, I can't afford to be careless anymore, not with this kind of responsibility. I'm the head of the Watchers now. Kai's gaze flickered with a hint of approval as he considered Ansel's words. The Watchers were a special unit that he had tasked Killian with forming a covert information network designed to operate within Veralt and eventually across the entire kingdom. Their mission was to gather every scrap of intelligence, from the whispers of nobles in shadowed halls to the rumors drifting through bustling marketplaces. At present, there were only 6 or 7 members in the fledgling team, but Kai had ambitious plans to expand their numbers to at least 100 by the end of the year. With the growth of his territory, it was becoming more feasible. He intended to send them out, using his potions, strategic insights, and leveraging Malden's merchant network, which had already agreed to assist in spreading their reach. It was a slow, methodical process, but once completed, he would have eyes and ears on nearly every corner of the kingdom. Responsibility is only given to those I believe can handle it, Kai said, his tone firm. So have you run into any problems in the role so far? Ansel's mouth twitched into a hint of a smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. It's only been a day in this position, but I've already started conducting interviews and placed the initial recruits around the castle to keep an eye on the nobles. Stealth and quick movement aren't easy skills to find, but we're training with the instructions you provided. He hesitated for a moment, then added, if there's one thing. I don't quite know what to do with Gareth. He's been persistent about wanting to join the Watchers. Kai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The mention of Gareth's interest in joining the team was unexpected, but the more he thought, the more it made sense. His eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to Ansel, who had been standing by with a mix of focus and unease. Why does it bother you so much? Kai's tone was calm, but there was an edge of curiosity in it, a desire to understand the undercurrents of Ansel's hesitation. Ansel hesitated, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. The wind tugged at his cloak, revealing the tension in his stance. It's because he's an enforcer and I'm just normal, Ansel admitted, his voice barely above a murmur. Technically, he should be the leader. I'm paperless, no official status. His fingers flexed unconsciously as if reaching for a scroll that didn't exist. Kai studied him, letting the silence stretch for a moment before responding. Leadership isn't about power, Ansel. It's about who can guide others, who can see more than just what's in front of them, he explained, his gaze direct. Gareth might be stronger, but strength alone doesn't make a leader. You've seen the kingdom, the good, the bad, the politics, and the shadows. You know how to navigate that better than most. You're quick on your feet and you think before you act. That's why you're in charge. Ansel absorbed the words, his shoulders relaxing slightly though his brow remained furrowed. He glanced toward the rooftops, the city spreading out below them, a patchwork of stone and life. I think I understand, he said, nodding slowly. It's just strange thinking I'm in charge of someone like him. Gareth's a warrior at heart, Kai continued, his voice steady. He's good at following orders and he won't try to undermine you. He knows where his strengths lie and he respects yours. Trust me on this, he wouldn't want to lead this team even if he had the chance. Ansel's nod became firmer and some of the uncertainty faded from his expression. I'll make sure it works out. Kai's lips curved into a faint smile before he shifted the conversation. And don't forget, Gareth recently unlocked his element, Shadow Affinity, rare and difficult to master, but with it, he'll be able to move faster and stay unseen when needed. That'll come in handy for the team's work. As Kai spoke, his attention drifted to the scene unfolding below. He caught sight of 3 guards, 2 of them gesturing angrily, their faces twisted with frustration as they confronted a third who seemed to stand slightly apart, head lowered. Kai's eyes narrowed, recognition sparking in his mind. Isn't that Paman? He asked, a note of curiosity slipping into his voice. Killian followed Kai's gaze and grunted. Yeah, that's him. He's still struggling to fit in. It's better than it used to be, but, well, not everyone's forgiven him for the whole Weaver incident. Kai exhaled, a low, thoughtful sound. I told them he's all right, showed them he could be trusted. But old stains linger, don't they? He watched Paman, the man trying to keep his composure while the others practically shouted in his face, the discomfort clear on his features. Stigmas don't wash away easily. For a moment he continued watching, his mind turning over possibilities, weighing the balance of fear and mistrust among his guards. Then a new idea came to his mind. Kai straightened, a gleam in his eye as he turned to Ansel. I need you to do something. Ansel blinked, straightening instinctively, awaiting orders. With how busy everything had been, Kai hadn't realized just how quickly time had flown. Now the day of the Count's ceremony had arrived, looming large over Veralt. Francis had been in charge of the preparations, directing every last detail with his usual precision. He'd constructed a grand platform in the central plaza, neatly arranging rows of seats for nobles and other important guests. For the commoners, there was no such luxury. They'd have to stand, watching from behind the designated area. As the day dawned, it became clear that the lack of seating wasn't an issue. The entire city seemed to hum with anticipation. The plaza itself was a sea of activity, bright banners fluttered in the crisp breeze, and stalls selling refreshments lined the surrounding streets. Children darted between the gathered crowds, laughter mixing with the occasional shout. The noble families, dressed in fine silks and tailored suits, were a stark contrast to the more practical, worn clothing of the commoners, their carriages parked nearby like glittering ornaments. Guards patrolled every corner, maintaining a vigilant watch. Enforcers from the city moved through the crowds, keeping the peace and ensuring that the excitement didn't boil over into chaos. They remained alert, their eyes scanning for any hint of trouble, knowing that this many people in one place carried its own risks. As the hour approached, the bishop arrived in his ceremonial robes, his presence signaling the solemnity of the occasion. Alongside him was the herald of King Sullivan, his armor polished to a mirror shine. They took their places on the platform, the bishop clasping a book of rights while the herald bore the royal crest, an unmistakable symbol of the king's authority. The chatter of the crowd grew quieter, curiosity sharpening their gazes toward the platform. Then the sound of hooves and wheels reached their ears, growing louder with each passing second. A grand carriage rolled into view, flanked by enforcers in formation, their expressions stern and focused. The carriage's crest gleamed in the sunlight, and the air thrummed with anticipation. Someone in the crowd pointed at it and shouted, "Lord Arzon is here." A ripple of excitement ran through the gathered crowd, all eyes turning to watch the carriage as it came to a halt near the platform, ready for the ceremony to begin. Kai's feet took him one step after another towards the square. Even though he was still a considerable amount of distance away from the people, he could practically feel the thrum of the anticipation that reeked from everyone who awaited his presence. A sea of faces turned towards him as he approached the stage. The cheers began as a low murmur, but as the crowd caught sight of him, it swelled into a roar. "Lord Arzon, Lord Arzon, Lord Arzon," his name echoed through the air. He took in the scene around him, a sense of surrealism washing over him. Banners in vibrant colors flapped in the breeze, bearing his crest newly designed for this day, and the people, dressed in their best, filled every corner of the square. Killian and Francis flanked him as they made their way toward the stage, their expressions proud but steely, each step mirroring his own. As they climbed onto the raised platform, Kai's gaze swept over the assembled nobles seated in the reserved section. Faces familiar and unfamiliar greeted him, some stern and unreadable, others offering thin smiles of politeness. There was Lord Marcus, first son of the influential Duke Roanractor who supported the third Prince Thalric. Beside him, Lady Seraphine of House Valemount, which was right next to Alparca Kingdom, whose family held sway over the infamous silver mines, looked on with curiosity, her fan hiding a subtle smile. At the edge of the group stood Brinth Ashford, second son of Duke Ashford, leaning back with an air of disinterest that barely concealed his envy. His house supported the second Prince Aldrin. A few others lingered in the background, nodding when Kai's eyes met theirs. He also saw Darian being seated in the second row, and noticed the owner of recent troubles, child kicker Baron Radomir, being seated in the fourth row wrapped up in bandages. He took a moment to take it all in. For a moment he felt as if he could read their thoughts, some waiting to see if he would stumble, others assessing his worth in silence. But it was the faces beyond the nobles that captured his attention, pulling him away from the politics and formality. The commoners filled every available space, stretching out to the edge of the square, even climbing onto barrels and stalls for a better view. Children clung to their parents, waving tiny flags, and the elderly leaned on canes, eyes glistening with pride. They cheered as loudly as their lungs allowed, their voices mingling into a single jubilant chant that surged like the tide. A young boy, perched on his father's shoulders, waved vigorously, his cheeks flushed with excitement. A grandmother, her weathered face beaming, clasped her hands in silent prayer. A blacksmith he recognized from a brief encounter in Balin's workshop pumped his fist in the air, shouting his name with the fervor of a man whose life had seen a change. The realization struck Kai then like a sudden punch to the gut. These people, their joy, their hope, it all stemmed from what he had done. The title of nobility had been an opportunity, a chance he had seized because it made sense. It was pragmatic, a path to more influence and security. But now, seeing the faces of those who had placed their faith in him, he understood that it had become more than that. He had changed something real, something tangible. He had made a difference. And that, far more than the weight of any title or the authority it carried, mattered to him. He let out a slow breath, steadying himself as he faced forward once more. Taran Hale, the kingdom's herald, stepped forward. By the decree of His Majesty, King Sullivan, ruler of the Lancefil Kingdom, Taran began, unfurling a scroll that glinted with gold edges. We recognized the valor and bravery of Arzon Kellius, who stood against the beast wave that threatened the lands of Veralt. The crowd fell silent, hanging on to every word as Taran spoke. Kai remained still, his expression composed, though his heart thudded in his chest. He lowered himself onto one knee, the formal gesture required during such ceremonies, feeling the weight of the moment pressing down on him. By royal decree, the lands of Verdes are granted to him, and the title of Count is bestowed upon Arzon Kellius, Taran continued, his voice steady, carrying the weight of centuries of tradition. In recognition of his service, may he govern with wisdom and strength, and may his name be honored in the annals of history. Kai bowed his head, keeping his gaze fixed on the ground as Taran's words echoed around him. The bishop stepped forward next, draped in flowing golden robes adorned with the sigils of the goddess. He raised his staff high, the crystal at its tip catching the sunlight, casting a myriad of colors over the stage. "May the blessings of the goddess Lumaris be upon you," Count Arzon Kellius, Bishop Anselm intoned, his voice a low murmur that seemed to resonate deep within Kai's bones. "May your path be guided by her light, and may your rule bring prosperity to this land." A weight settled into Kai's hands, the land deed, bound in leather and sealed with the royal insignia. As he accepted it, the finality of his new role seemed to settle over him. heavy yet invigorating. The cheers from the crowd rose once more, a wave of sound that crashed over him as he rose to his feet. For a moment, he allowed himself a brief smile, feeling the energy of the crowd seep into him, their joy and hope mingling with his own resolve. This was the beginning of a new chapter not just for him, but for the city itself. Kai took a deep breath, letting the energy of the crowd fuel him as he faced the sea of people below. The roar of their voices began to settle, giving way to a hushed anticipation as they waited for him to speak. He glanced at the nobles, the commoners, and everyone who had gathered to witness this moment. He could feel their eyes and hopes pressing on him, but for the first time he welcomed it. With a confident step forward, he raised his hand and the square fell into silence. He began with a formal tone, addressing the figures of power who looked on with keen interest. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to His Majesty, King Sullivan, and to the kingdom that has entrusted me with this great honor. Kai's voice was steady, each word deliberate. To be named a count is no small responsibility, and I pledge my unwavering loyalty to the crown and the kingdom. I will continue to serve with the same dedication that has brought us to this day. He paused, letting the words hang in the air for a moment before shifting his gaze to the crowd of commoners. Faces young and old looked back at him, eyes filled with hope and admiration. The warmth in their expressions struck a chord within him, and he allowed a softer smile to cross his face. When I first took on my duties as Lord of Veralt, this city was in troubled times. You all know it well, uncertainties and dangers loomed over us. Yet through perseverance and unity we have come far. Together we faced challenges and overcame them. We rebuilt, we grew, and when the beast wave came, we did not falter. We stood our ground and together we prevailed. A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd, some nodding, others clapping in appreciation. Kai's expression grew more sincere as he continued, his voice carrying the conviction that had guided him through those difficult times. But I did not do this alone. Many of you have played a role in our progress. It is time I recognize the efforts of those who stood beside me through it all. I have some announcements that I couldn't make before, but now is the time to honor those who deserve it. He turned to his left, where Francis stood, looking both proud and a bit anxious. First of all, I want to acknowledge Francis, who has served as an administrator with unwavering dedication. He has managed the affairs of the city with diligence, ensuring that our recovery and growth were steady and strong. Kai allowed a smile as he glanced at his who was now a friend. Your work behind the scenes, Francis, has been invaluable. Without you, many of our achievements would not have been possible. Kai reached into his coat and produced a rolled-up document, the seal of Veralt stamped on its surface. He held it out with both hands, and Francis stepped forward to accept it, his hands trembling. This is the deed to a house by the river, one that will be renovated according to your preferences. A small token of gratitude for everything you've done. Kai nodded warmly, giving Francis a pat on the back as the crowd applauded, many of the commoners cheering the familiar face who had often met with them directly. Then Kai's gaze shifted, scanning the ranks of guards and enforcers who stood in formation at the edge of the square. He cleared his throat, turning his attention to them. Next, I want to recognize those who put their lives on the line, our city guards. They have fought to protect us, to keep the peace, and they were crucial during the darkest days of the beast wave. Their bravery deserves recognition. He motioned to Claire, who stood to the side with a large chest. She opened it, revealing the glint of polished swords, spears, and other weapons inside, their hilts adorned with intricate designs. Each weapon bore a unique engraving, a sign of the enchantments that Kai had carefully crafted into them. Kai stepped forward, his voice carrying over the gathered guards. As a token of the city's gratitude, I present these blades to those who have stood out, who have gone above and beyond in their duties. Gareth's lips twitched into a rare smile as he accepted the sword from Kai. He took a moment to turn it in his hands, feeling the weight, before pressing the blade against his chest, his knuckles white as he clutched it close. The cheers from the crowd swelled, and Gareth's eyes shone as he bowed to Kai. Clement. A slender man with a slight limp in his gait strode forward, his face tight with emotion. When the sword touched his hands, his lips parted in a breathless exhale, as if the moment was too great to fully comprehend. He raised the weapon above his head, letting the sunlight catch along the polished steel. The crowd roared their approval. Faray's eyes gleamed with determination as he took his place. The enforcer ran a finger along the spear's edge, testing its sharpness, a small grin playing on his lips. He turned to the crowd, raising the weapon with a flourish, and a few cheers transformed into wild whoops. He basked in it, standing a little taller, as though the weight of the spear had made him realize the strength he already possessed. Bord's movements were slower, more deliberate. He bowed his head as he took the sword, whispering something under his breath, a prayer, perhaps, or a vow. He ran a calloused hand over the hilt, a fleeting look of reverence crossing his face before he tucked the sword against his side, nodding with quiet gratitude towards Kai. Bran, the man, walked forward with his head held high. As an Earth Affinity-based enforcer, he'd proved himself over and over. Kai felt the pride he beamed when he looked at the crowd that was present. He took the sword and bowed gracefully before stepping backwards with a subtle smile playing on his lips. Talon. Talon's steps were quick, eager, his smile wide enough to split his face as he accepted the spear. He was one of the newly acquired enforcers. He spun it in his hands with a flourish, showing off his dexterity before holding it up to the sky. The crowd's cheers seemed to energize him, and he tilted his head back, letting the sound wash over him like a wave. Lyra, the only woman among them, Lyra's chin was held high as she stepped forward. Her expression remained unreadable, but there was a gleam of something fierce in her eyes as she took the sword. For a moment, she simply stared at it, as if seeing a reflection of all her struggles and triumphs in the polished metal. Then, with a sharp nod, she sheathed it at her hip, and a small, determined smile tugged at her lips. As each name was called, the crowd's cheers grew louder, a rolling tide of approval that swept through the square. Kai felt the energy of the moment, the effect of his words, and the strength in the hands that now held those blades. But then his voice grew somber as he spoke the last name, the one who could not step forward to claim his due. Nelson. Although he's not here with us today, I should mention that he's one of the bravest people I have ever met. The city wouldn't have survived if he didn't do his part. We are so honored to know him, and everyone who we lost due to the battles that were thrown our way. The crowd stayed silent as a moment passed, and another. Finally, Kai's gaze turned to Killian, his most trusted knight. He motioned him forward, holding the last sword in his hands, a blade with a gleaming edge and a hilt wrapped in deep blue leather. This one was special, forged from a rare material gifted by the king himself, Valon steel. Killian, for your unwavering service and loyalty, for being the shield that guarded Veralt in its dire times, stayed loyal to me in the city during every hurdle and everything unspoken in between, I present you with this blade, Kai declared, his voice ringing with sincerity. May it serve you well, as you have served us. Kai clasped Killian's shoulder, a silent acknowledgement passing between them before Killian stepped back, joining the other enforcers who now held their new weapons proudly. The crowd's cheers surged again, filling the air with a sense of unity and celebration. Kai took a deep breath, feeling the energy of the moment. He stepped forward once more, holding up a hand to bring the cheering crowd to a hush. The enforcers, standing tall and proud with their new blades, looked at him with a mixture of curiosity and hope, while the commoners gazed up with anticipation. Kai knew what he was about to announce was unusual, but he had made up his mind. This would be his way of solidifying their loyalty and recognizing their dedication. He began, his voice carrying over the square. Today, I wish to do more than just distribute weapons. I intend to grant a new honor, one that will elevate those who have stood by us through thick and thin. His gaze swept over the crowd and then back to the enforcers, each of whom straightened under his attention. I hereby bestow upon each of you the title of Knight, as a recognition of your bravery, your commitment, and the sacrifices you've made for the city. A murmur of shock rippled through the nobles section. Knighthood was not granted lightly, especially not in mass like this. For a baron, having even one knight was enough, but for a count, having a dozen wasn't rare, but most of them would come from knight families or would have served in wars. Commoners weren't just given it simply for being good guards. Obviously, Kai knew the enforcers were far more special, but it would still be a decision that would be remembered, not just for its generosity, but for the precedent it set. Kai turned to the first enforcer. Gareth, you have faced the beast wave head-on and shown unwavering courage. Today, you kneel as a guard, but you rise as a knight. He drew a short ceremonial sword from his side and tapped it gently on Gareth's shoulders. The enforcer, now Sir Gareth, rose, his eyes shining with emotion, caught between a grin and the struggle to hold back tears. One by one, Kai called the names of each enforcer, granting them knighthood with the same reverence. Clement, for your quick thinking and steady hands during the darkest days, and to Fair, for your unwavering vigilance, bravery, and skills. Borde, for your wisdom and experience guiding the younger guards when they needed it most. Borde bowed deeply as Kai's sword touched his shoulders, the weight of the honor pressing into him just as much as the blade, his usual stern expression softening with gratitude. Talon, for your unmatched speed and sharp instincts on the battlefield. Talon's face split into a wide grin as he knelt, and he practically leapt to his feet as he was dubbed a knight, his enthusiasm mirrored by the roar of the crowd. Lyra, for your unwavering resolve and the strength that carried your comrades through. Lyra's chin lifted proudly as she received the title. She met Kai's eyes with a fierce smile before standing tall among her new peers, her presence commanding respect. By the time he reached the last enforcer, the atmosphere in the square was electrifying. Kai took a moment, his eyes meeting each of the newly minted knights before he spoke again, his voice resonating with a finality. You have earned this. Stand proudly, for you are now the Knights of Veralt. Let no one question your dedication to our city. The applause and cheers that followed were deafening. Nobles exchanged glances, some approving, others wary of this unconventional move. But the commoners, those who had lived under the protection of these men and women, cheered the loudest. It was a moment that made Kai realize how much he had changed things. It wasn't just about survival anymore, it was about giving people a reason to believe in the future. With the formalities completed, Kai gave a nod to Killian, signaling the next part of the ceremony. Killian stepped forward and raised his blade high, a symbol of unity and strength. "Knights of Veralt with me," he bellowed, his voice carrying through the square. The newly knighted enforcers snapped into formation behind him, their new swords gleaming in the afternoon sun. The parade began with a precise march, Killian leading the knights as they made their way down the main street, followed closely by the city guards. The crowd parted like waves as the procession passed. Cheers and applause accompanied them as they moved forward. Kai let them walk in the front and climbed into a carriage that was arranged with an open roof. As he stood at its front, the driver urged the horses forward, and the carriage began to roll slowly through the streets behind the marching knights. From this vantage point, Kai could see the city as it had become. The air was cool, carrying the scent of autumn leaves and the distant smoke from street vendors' fires. Kai took it all in, lifting a hand in greeting to the people who called his name, waving back with wide grins. He could feel their respect, their gratitude, and it settled within him with a warmth that reached deeper than any title could. As the procession moved through the city, the cheers never faded. Rupert moved through the dimly lit corridors of Lucien's castle, his footsteps barely making a sound against the cold stone floors. His sharp eyes darted between the servants passing by, but today he noticed a change. The usual bustling pace was absent, replaced by hurried, furtive movements. Maids clutched their cleaning clothes tightly, avoiding his gaze. Footmen whispered to each other, casting nervous glances toward the far end of the corridor, where the heavy oak doors loomed. There was a tension in the air, thick enough to choke on. The butler, Rupert, felt a knot form in his chest, but he kept moving, his face carefully neutral. He had served Lucien for years, long enough to know that some things were better left unseen. But he also knew his duty, and so when the muffled sounds of agony reached his ears, he paused just before the door. He hesitated, the screams now distinct, filled with a raw desperation that made his stomach turn. His hand hovered over the brass handle, his body urging him to turn away, to leave the horrors behind the door to the darkness. But Rupert knew he had no choice. With a weary sigh, he steeled himself, gripping the handle with a gloved hand and pushed the door open. The scene inside hit him like a physical blow. Blood stained the walls and floor, pooling around fragments of flesh and shattered bones. The stench of iron and charred flesh filled the air, making his stomach roil. His mouth went dry, and for a moment, Rupert thought he might be sick. He swallowed hard, forcing down the bile rising in his throat. In the center of the carnage stood Lucien, his dark cloak stained with crimson splatters. He held a flaming sword, its edge still glowing a fierce, unnatural orange. In front of him lay a scorched, lifeless body mangled beyond recognition. Deep cut marks crisscrossed the remains, and the skin had blackened from the intense heat. Smoke still rose faintly from the corpse, curling through the air in ghostly tendrils. Rupert swallowed again, his voice betraying only the slightest tremor as he announced, "My lord, I am here." Lucien turned slowly, the flames of his sword extinguishing with a hiss, leaving only a faint trail of smoke. He dabbed at his blood-smeared face with a handkerchief, the casual gesture at odds with the brutal scene. His eyes, cold and sharp, settled on the butler. "Send me another," Lucien said, his voice calm as if he had merely finished a sparring match, one that might last a few seconds longer than this one. Rupert hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "My lord, this was already the third. Today, the staff many have submitted their resignations, unwilling to serve under these conditions." Lucien's expression barely changed, a shadow of irritation flickering in his eyes. He folded the handkerchief neatly, tucking it back into his coat pocket. "Then pick one of them for me. If they wish to leave, I shall grant them their release, a chance to escape their life." He paused, then added with a hint of amusement in his voice, "Or if you're reluctant to choose, Rupert, perhaps you'd like to step forward yourself. Surely you can still move half as well as these younger ones." Rupert froze, feeling the blood drain from his face. Words tangled in his throat as he stared at Lucien, but the lord's cold smile held no hint of mercy. Finally, the butler let out a long, shuddering breath and lowered his gaze, forcing himself to remain composed. Instead of responding directly to the threat, he cleared his throat and spoke of what he had learned, hoping to distract Lucien. "A report has arrived, my lord. Lord Arzen's ceremony. It took place today." At the mention of his brother, Lucien's eyes narrowed, and a surge of mana whooshed through the room, making the air grow heavy with tension. A dark vein popped on his neck. Butler flinched, feeling the pressure like a weight on his chest, but pressed on when Lucien's voice came, sharper now. "Continue." Rupert swallowed again, gathering the words. "He has been granted the city of Verdes and its surrounding territory. The title of Count was bestowed upon him by the king himself." Lucien's expression shifted, a smirk curling at the edge of his lips. "Interesting. My little brother has grown wings, it seems. Is there more?" Lucien asked, his tone still laced with a dangerous edge. "Yes, my lord. A letter from Queen Regina arrived as well," Rupert replied, producing the sealed missive from inside his coat. He held it out, careful to keep his hand steady as he offered it to Lucien. Lucien took the letter, his expression turning from curiosity to something more intense. He broke the seal with a flick of his thumb and unfolded the paper. As his eyes scanned the contents, a slow smile spread across his face, one that chilled Rupert to his core. After a moment, Lucien let out a soft, almost contented laugh, a sound that seemed wrong amidst the blood and death. After all these months, it seems fortune finally favors me. He looked back at the butler, the smile still lingering. Yes, something good is coming my way. Rupert kept his head bowed, his mind racing. He didn't know what the letter contained, but he knew better than to ask. He simply hoped that whatever plans Lucien was, they would not lead to another scene like the one before him. The parade had been a grand spectacle, one that swept through the city. Kai had ridden through the streets of Veralt, the crowd's cheers echoing in his ears for hours as he waved from his carriage. The air buzzed with energy, commoners leaning from windows and lining the cobblestone streets to catch a glimpse of him. Flowers rained down from balconies, the scent of freshly bloomed petals mixing with the brisk air. The joy was infectious, even reaching Kai's normally neutral expression, coaxing a rare smile to his lips. Yet even as he basked in the glow of the parade, he knew that his day was far from over. The celebration had already transitioned from the streets to the grand halls of the banquet, which had been in full swing even before he arrived. There would be no rest for him tonight, no quiet moment to reflect on the magnitude of his new title. He was aware that the moment he stepped into the banquet hall, he would become the center of attention, each conversation, each subtle maneuver, orbiting around him. But there was no avoiding it. He had laid his plans, anticipated the power plays, and was as ready as he could be. With each step echoing against the marble floor, Kai moved through the castle's shadowed corridors, his boots clacking against the polished stone. He stopped just outside the banquet hall, where a servant in crisp livery stood ready to announce his entrance. The low hum of conversation inside fell to a hush as the servant's voice rang out, presenting Lord Arzon Kellius, Count of Veralt. As the doors swung open, Kai walked into the hall, his presence commanding immediate attention. Conversation stilled, and every gaze turned toward him, some filled with curiosity, others with envy, and a few with outright malice. He could sense the weight of each emotion pressing down on him, like a wave of invisible force. Nobles in glittering attire shifted subtly, forming little clusters that marked their alliances. Factions aligned with the second and third princes watched him with predatory interest, their expressions hungry, eager. They sensed opportunity, and Kai knew that his meteoric rise had caught their attention. Only the faction of the first prince wasn't present in huge numbers. Everyone in Lancefil high society knew that the first prince had let his chance slip, fumbling the opportunity to secure Kai's allegiance. Now, his rivals were circling like vultures, eager to pick up where their brother had failed. A round of cheers followed his words, glasses raised high and spirit flowed freely. The hum of conversation resumed, the nobles' murmurs taking on a more enthusiastic tone as the festivities continued. But Kai didn't allow himself a moment of relief. He had known that the real game would begin as soon as the formalities ended. Just as expected, a cluster of nobles broke away from their circles and began making their way toward him. Their ranks included some of the most prominent names in the kingdom: barons, viscounts, marquis, and even sons of dukes. Each of them wore expressions of polite interest, though their eyes gleamed with the calculation of predators evaluating fresh prey. Kai straightened, meeting their approach with a composed smile. His mind was already turning over the layers of meaning hidden behind each expression and word that was about to come his way. At the front was Marcus Ractor, a burly man whose broad shoulders filled out his finely tailored doublet, adorned with the crest of his ducal house, a pair of crossed hammers. He extended a hand to Kai, his grip firm as they shook hands. "Count Arzon, it's a pleasure," Marcus said, his voice a rumbling baritone. "Congratulations on your new title. I've heard impressive tales of your efforts during the siege. The way you handled the beast wave, well, it's no small feat. I must say I'm an admirer of your abilities. You've earned the respect of many with how you held the line," added Lady Seraphine, a slender woman with sharp eyes that missed little. "I'm sure the king himself must have been very pleased with your achievements." Indeed, indeed," another lord chimed in. "Not many could have done what you did, Count Arzon. Veralt is fortunate to have you as its protector." Few yes, truly, and indeed rippled through the small gathering, but before the conversation could steer back to safer, more controlled topics, a voice cut through with a sharper edge. "I've heard there's more to the story," spoke a young man, stepping forward with a confident stride. His rich attire bore the colors of House Ashford, and he looked at Kai challengingly. "His name was Brinth Ashford. Rumors say you crafted a weapon that could burn through the beasts like dry kindling. It's become quite the talk across the kingdom." A few of the nobles shot him disapproving glares, clearly unhappy with his bluntness. But Kai could see the interest in their eyes, the way their ears perked up, their curiosity barely restrained. They wanted to know more, even if they wouldn't have been so direct in asking. The revelation stirred the group, a few of the nobles exchanging glances with raised brows, clearly intrigued by the idea of such a powerful weapon. They leaned in closer, their curiosity now fully piqued. A mana cannon, you say? Marcus rumbled, his interest plain as he stroked his chin. I've heard of enchanted weapons, but something capable of turning the tide of a battle. That's no small claim. What exactly are these cannons capable of, if I might ask? Kai's smile remained steady, but he kept his tone measured. Their capabilities are specialized. They focus mana into a concentrated beam, capable of cutting through even the toughest of hides. But as I said, they wouldn't have been nearly as effective without the courage of those who fought alongside them. It's a tool, not a miracle. Such a weapon could change the whole warfare, muttered Lord Pewd from behind. He was an ally to the second prince. Kai noted the gleam in his eye, an opportunist, like many in the room. They were already envisioning what the cannons might mean for conflicts between the nobles themselves or for expanding their territories. Indeed, Kai replied smoothly, his tone growing slightly cooler. With that, the nobles exchanged different opinions on mana cannons. It was almost as if for a fraction that they forgot Kai was right in front of them. Thankfully, it wasn't long before Lady Seraphine stepped forward, so the rumors were true after all. These mana cannons, are they truly as effective as the heat stones that took over the kingdom last year? He gave her a nod, keeping his face composed. Cannons and heat stones serve different purposes, but yes, they work well in their own right. The cannons focus mana into a destructive beam, while heat stones provide warmth and small bursts of energy. They each have their place when necessary, because of course you can't expect a heat stone to hold off beasts. That earned a few laughs as he expected. If it's not too much of a secret, Count Arzin, may I ask how you came to develop such a thing? It's not every day one hears of a new weapon so potent. Kai looked at Marcus, who directed that question. He knew this question would come, therefore he kept his expression as sincere as possible. No secrets here, Lord Marcus, he said smoothly. The knowledge comes from my mother. She left behind many writings, ideas she was unable to complete before her passing. This was one of them, an incomplete design. I merely pieced together what she couldn't finish and managed to make it work just in time for the siege. The nobles, who were themselves mages, immediately reacted to Kai's response. A few awe passed. They seemed to buy into the story, nodding and understanding as if a mystery had just been solved. Kai, for his part, felt a hint of relief. The explanation was simple, believable, and, more importantly, kept the true source of his knowledge hidden. But he wasn't out of the woods yet. Brinth Ashford stepped forward again, his smile thin but his tone carrying a casual edge that Kai knew to be anything but. So, a relic of your mother's brilliance. Interesting. But tell me, Count Arzin, would it be possible to see a demonstration? I've heard much about these mana cannons, but I've yet to witness such a marvel myself. He paused, glancing around with a smirk. I'm sure Magus Viridia must be sweating at the thought of weapons that could rival a mage's power. A few chuckles rippled through the gathered nobles at the jab, but Kai met the young Ashford's gaze evenly. Mages possess a versatility that cannons cannot match, he replied, keeping his voice level. The cannons have their strengths, but they will never replace the adaptability and finesse of a true mage. But tell me, why would you want a demonstration? Brinth just shrugged. All the same, Count, I think it would be beneficial to see them in action. And of course, I'm not just looking for a show. I'd be willing to pay handsomely for the chance to acquire such a powerful tool. You know that the Ashford coffers run deep. The air in the banquet hall grew tense as Brinth made his bid, and it didn't take long for other nobles to interject. One of them, a stout lord from the far western side, chuckled and gave a dismissive wave. Now, Lord Brinth, don't get ahead of yourself, he said, smirking. If these mana cannons are indeed for sale, you won't be the only one interested in acquiring a few. Indeed, Count Arzin, the Ashfords may have their ambitions, but our interests are no less valid. I, for one, would love to add such a weapon to our defenses. It would be a shame if they were snatched up by a single buyer. The banter quickly escalated, with nobles from the factions of the second and third princes taking verbal jabs at each other. Their words dripped with thinly veiled competition, each side eager to gain an edge, all while maintaining the polite pretense of a banquet. It was exactly what Kai had expected. He watched the exchange, maintaining a neutral expression as the nobles argued. It was like watching hounds circling a piece of meat, each eager to claim the first bite. He let the tension build, allowing their rivalry to play out before he stepped forward, raising a hand to silence the brewing argument. Everyone, please, Kai interjected smoothly, offering a smile that was both reassuring and calculating. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I think there's been a misunderstanding. You see, we never intended the mana cannons to be kept hidden away. On the contrary, we have been producing them with the intention to sell. He made a sweeping gesture, his voice carrying the kind of conviction that would fool most ears. After all, beasts aren't the only threat to our kingdom. Bandits, rogue mages, and who knows what else might lurk beyond our borders. For the prosperity of our lands, it only makes sense to share such a powerful tool. It was a convenient lie, and he knew it, but that didn't matter. Kai understood that in the world of nobility, truth often took a backseat to the narratives that could be spun and wielded like weapons. His words played into their desires, their ambitions, and more importantly, it kept them guessing. I believe we would have a good number of mana cannons to sell, Kai made the statement. The nobles exchanged glances, some skeptical, others thoughtful. Yet there was a general feeling of agreement, and he could see the glimmers of hope in their eyes. Few nodded approvingly, while others kept their expressions more guarded. But beneath the surface, he knew there was a subtle disappointment one he had planted deliberately. By stating his intention to sell the cannons to all interested parties, he was making it clear that he hadn't chosen to align with any particular faction. It was a move that left them off balance. No single prince's allies would be favored, and for now, it meant they would have to contend with each other for access to his inventions. He could almost hear the wheels turning in their minds, recalculating their strategies, but Kai knew better than to think this was the end. The night was still young, and while the nobles put on their masks of congeniality, he could sense the undercurrent of their ambitions. They would find more subtle ways to draw him into their orbits, offering promises of protection or wealth, trying to lure him into the folds of one prince or another. But Kai was prepared. And as he raised his glass, offering another round of pleasantries to the gathered nobles, he knew that the real banquet had only just begun. The next 2 hours blurred together for Kai as he moved through the banquet hall, exchanging pleasantries, fielding questions, and moving through the web of noble relations. It felt more taxing than a day of intense training. Every noble sought a word, a connection, and a chance to probe his intentions about the mana cannons, his plans for Veralt, or even the political landscape of the kingdom. He offered them smiles, well-crafted responses, and promises of more detailed private meetings the following day. By the time he managed to extract himself, his jaw ached from forced politeness, and his patience had worn thin. Yet he had succeeded in keeping the nobility at bay, at least for now. As he stepped back from the chattering crowd, Kai realized that he hadn't eaten since breakfast. He picked up a few dishes from the banquet spread, sampling a rich stew and some roasted game, letting the savory flavors linger. With a full plate in hand, he finally sought a quieter corner of the hall, far from the clamor of aristocratic chatter. From his vantage point, Kai observed the scene. His subordinates were scattered across the room, each one handling the banquet in their own way. Some, like Francis, were happily indulging in the feast, their plates piled high with food. Others, more reserved, had found comfortable spots to sit and enjoy the rare luxuries without engaging in the noble games. The castle guards he'd grown to trust stood by the walls, ever watchful. A few of the enforcers were mingling with the lesser nobles, forming connections that might prove useful later. As Kai chewed thoughtfully on a slice of roast, he noticed a familiar face approaching from across the hall. Gorak, the mercenary leader, made his way over, his rough features set in their usual stern expression. When he reached Kai, he offered a respectful nod. "Lord Arzan, me and my crew will be leaving soon." Kai raised an eyebrow, swallowing the last bite of his food before replying. "Ah, Gorak, I was too busy earlier to greet you properly." He cast a glance over the mercenary's shoulder, where the rest of the crew waited, including the red-haired mercenary, Kellen. "Why leave so early?" Gorak's eyes followed Kai's gaze, a wry smile crossing his face. "The food's good, but apart from your people, we're not exactly welcome here. Nobles and their servants don't have much use for mercenaries like us, except when they need us to fight." Kai leaned back against the wall, a slight frown creasing his forehead. "Yeah, I understand. Being a mercenary isn't easy." Gorak shrugged, his grin turning a bit more genuine. "It's not, but it's a life with its own rewards, exciting work, and it's rare to find a place where we can stay for this long, even if our lives were on the line more often than not. Better to leave on our terms while things are calm." Kai nodded, considering Gorak's perspective. "You're planning to head out for more contracts now that the beast wave is over." The mercenary leader nodded. "That's right. No sense staying around if there's no more work here. But if you've got something in mind for us, Lord Arzan, we'd listen." Kai smiled slightly, setting his empty plate aside. "Actually, I do. I've been thinking about something, and I believe you're the right person to make it happen. I want you to create an organization." An organization, yes, one called a guild, or to use the full name, an adventurer's guild. During the second golden era of magic, a time when the arcane arts flourished and powerful spells reshaped kingdoms, the Adventurers Guild emerged, a counterbalance to the rising dominance of mages and enforcers. Formed by a group of hardened mercenaries, it wasn't just a loose alliance of fighters, it became a structured organization that offered a new path to those who didn't wield magic. The mercenaries, having grown tired of being dismissed and treated as little more than disposable blades for hire, realized that together, they could stand against the hegemony of those who bent mana to their will. With that realization, they built the Adventurers Guild, creating a structure with ranks, contracts, and codes of conduct. They became the ones willing to take on the jobs that others considered too mundane or too risky. Clearing out a nest of Grade 1 wormlings terrorizing a nearby village, gathering a rare herb from a venomous swamp, escorting an injured woman through dangerous terrain to reach the skilled hands of a surgeon in another city, they handled it all. It was this versatility, this willingness to serve the common folk, that won them respect and spread their influence. Soon, guild branches sprung up across nations, not only providing protection against magical beasts, but also creating a network that made life a little safer, a little more predictable for those living in the shadows of power. As the guild thrived, it became more than just a counter to the mages, it became a pillar for local communities. Kai knew all this well. He understood the potential, especially with the dangers lurking near the edge of the Vasper forest and the ongoing development projects in his territory. He saw an opportunity, a chance to bring that same structure to Veralt, albeit centuries before the guild would have emerged in history. The timing couldn't be better. Veralt needed more than just guards and enforcers. It needed flexibility fighters, scouts, herbalists, people willing to venture where others wouldn't. This place could use a guild, Gorak. Kai began, thinking about the city and all the possibilities. The mercenaries here, they're too scattered, too free. Because of that, they're not taken seriously. There are large mercenary groups out there, sure, but most are just small bands of 3 or 4. They come, they go, they're ghosts to the people. But with structure rankings, missions, a place to call home, we could change that. Gorak leaned back, crossing his arms, his brows furrowed with thought. I get what you're saying, but you're missing a point, Lord Arzin. Mercs like their freedom. That's why they become mercs in the first place, to avoid being tied down. How do you plan to get them to follow rules and take orders? Gorak scratched his chin, mulling over the words, but there was a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes now. It's not a bad plan, but it'll take time to build trust. Mercs don't bend easily. Kai's smirk grew into a grin, sharp like a blade. Time is something we have, Gorak. And if it works, Veralt won't just survive the changes coming its way, it'll thrive. And about their freedom, there really won't be any need for them to lose their freedom. The idea is simple. They'd just be registered at the guild, a place where they can still pick their own battles. If someone needs something, Donia beast cleared, a herb collected, an escort through dangerous Taranthi can post the request at the guild. We'll offer rewards right there on the board, and the guild can notify the mercs about it. Any mercenary who joins would become an adventurer, a bit more prestigious than just a sword for hire, don't you think? He paused, letting his words settle like dust after a storm. It's more of a registration network than an enforcement body. They won't have to scavenge for jobs themselves, wandering town to town hoping for a contract. It saves them time, and if it works out, we can open more branches as the demand grows, spreading throughout the region. Veralt would be the main headquarters, the heart of it all. Gorak squinted his eyes in thought as he made lazy patterns in his chin, the rough stubble making a rasping sound as he mulled over Kai's words. He seemed intrigued but skeptical, his weathered face creasing with thought. It sounds ambitious, but I'm not sure, Lord Arzin. There's a lot to consider. You know how mercs are, they don't like being tied down to anything, even if it's as loose as what you're proposing. Kai chuckled softly, a confident glint in his eyes. You don't have to worry about the logistics, Gorak. I'll provide a building for the guild, a good one, centrally located, and I won't charge a single coin for rent or taxes, not for the first few years anyway. That'll give the guild time to grow without financial pressure, and it'll give the mercenaries time to see the benefits. Gorak's expression brightened. His arms uncrossed, and for the first time in their conversation, he looked intrigued rather than wary. No rent, no taxes, and a ready-made base for the guild. That's a tempting offer, I'll admit, but I'd need to hear more details about how you plan to make this work. It's not just about setting up a place, it's about managing people, and that's a whole other beast. Kai nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. We'll discuss the finer points this week. Stay in the city for now, and we'll hammer out the details. Gorak nodded, his eyes narrowing with consideration. All right then. I'll let my party members know what's going on and keep them in the loop. Let's see if we can make this work. He gave a final nod and turned, his heavy boots echoing against the stone floor as he left the study. Kai watched him go, his shoulders loosening as the door shut behind the mercenary. He let out a slow breath, muttering to himself, at least one thing is off the list. He leaned back, glancing at the people who seemed to be enjoying the celebration. For weeks, he wanted to discuss the idea of the guild, knowing it would be a boon for the local economy, a way to bring stability to his growing territory. But between handling the aftermath of the beast wave and the endless administrative work that came with being the new lord, he'd struggled to get a moment alone with Gorak. Now, at least, the seed was planted. But as the satisfaction of this small victory faded, his thoughts shifted to the long list of other tasks demanding his attention. The Arkan Tower mages were a problem that wouldn't go away quietly, and they were still hanging around the city. He still had to visit Verdes, to ensure the people there understood who their new lord was, not just in name, but in presence. It was a delicate balance of asserting his authority without appearing heavy-handed, of building trust while keeping potential rivals in check. Once these 2 jobs were over, he would need to prepare to deal with his brother Lucien. The forest around the road rustled, shadows weaving through the thick trees as a chilling wind blew across the path. Princess Amara, dressed in plain clothes that could almost pass for a merchant's daughter, leaned against the window of the rented carriage. Her fingers absently traced the glass as she watched the lone wolf circling the carriage, eyes gleaming with hunger. Beside her, her maid, Anya, sat stiffly, clutching the edge of her seat as if that alone could hold back danger. Her knuckles whitened with tension as she glanced at the scene outside the carriage driver, a rough man with an ordinary sword, fending off the beast with grunts and swipes. "Sit back, Your Highness," Anya urged, her voice tight with worry. "Let the driver handle it." Amara turned her gaze toward the maid, raising a brow at her anxious expression. "Why are you so tense? It's just a wolf." "It's a beast, Your Highness," Anya replied, her voice rising as her grip tightened on the seat's edge, "and we're far from the city walls. If anything happens..." Amara's lips curved into a small, confident smile as she brushed a lock of long hair behind her ear. "There's no need to worry. I'm a mage now, remember, and a proper one." Anya's eyes widened with alarm. "But Your Highness, your injury, you're not fully healed yet. You shouldn't." Before she could finish, Amara pushed open the carriage door and leaped out, landing on the dirt road with a soft thud. The maid's panicked scream echoed behind her. "Your Highness, wait." Ignoring the protest, Amara focused on the wolf that had now turned its attention to her, its fangs bared and hackles raised. She glanced briefly at the carriage driver, who had paused mid-swing to stare at her, confusion and alarm painted across his rugged face. "Miss, you shouldn't come close," he called out, brandishing his sword to keep the wolf at bay. "I'll handle this." Amara barely acknowledged his words, raising a hand as mana surged through her veins. The familiar energy coiled around her fingers, a sharp, tingling sensation that sent a shiver down her spine. She felt a stab of pain in her chest, a reminder that her wounds hadn't fully healed, but she pushed it aside, focusing on the spell's structure. A swirl of water condensed around her hand, forming into a spear-like shape. She thrust her arm forward, and the water spear shot through the air, piercing the wolf's side. The beast yelped, its eyes going wide with shock before it collapsed to the ground, the water soaking into the dirt beneath it. Amara lowered her hand, breathing heavily as the lingering ache in her chest made her wince. But the wolf lay still, lifeless on the forest floor. She glanced at the carriage driver, who stared at her with wide eyes, his sword hanging limply in his hand. "You're a mage?" he asked, astonishment clear in his voice. "Yes," Amara replied, pressing a hand briefly to her chest to steady the rapid thudding of her heart. Her breaths came a little faster than she'd have liked, but she forced a calm expression as she looked back to the driver. "But that's not important right now. We should get out of here quickly. Take the main road. I don't want to take shortcuts like this if there's danger." The driver hesitated, glancing back at the wolf's body, then at Amara, who stood with an air of authority despite her plain clothes. Amara turned back to the carriage, ignoring the frantic questions from her maid. As she settled into her seat, a hint of frustration crossed her face. She could already feel the fatigue seeping into her limbs from using magic so soon after her injury, but there was no time to dwell on that. With a sigh, she glanced out the window at the forest. "I believe I've already missed what I wanted to go to Veralt for," she muttered under her breath, her expression hardening. The carriage driver, with newfound respect in his eyes after witnessing the mage's power, gave her a quick nod after getting inside. "I'll take the main road as you asked," he said, his tone far more deferential than before. The first thing Amara noticed was Anya, who sat across from her, worry etched into every line of her face. She reached out, hesitating before speaking softly. "Miss, it's deadly. These beasts, I know you can use spells now, but you should be careful. Your pain, it's getting worse." Amara dismissed the concern with a wave of her hand, though her expression remained strained. "It doesn't matter. We're close enough to Veralt, and the one who will heal me is there." Anya's lips pressed into a thin line, and she looked down before glancing back up at Amara, her voice barely more than a whisper. What if he isn't able to, miss?" "What then?" Amara shook her head, her gaze resolute as she looked out the carriage window, the trees flashing past. "I believe he will. I firmly believe so, Anya. In the past year, that man has achieved feats that haven't been replicated in decades, things even the Arkin Tower mages marvel at, and I still can't figure him out. If anyone can heal me, it's him." Her fingers tightened slightly around the fabric of her cloak, as if clinging to that conviction. "And either way, we're about to find out. But I'm more disappointed that the ceremony will be over by the time I arrive." Anya looked at her with a puzzled frown. "You never liked banquets before." Miss Amara let out a soft, bitter laugh, a touch of wistfulness in her voice. "No one likes things they're forced to attend, Anya. But for the first time in my life, I want to do things my way. And this was one of those things. I wanted to be there on my terms." She paused, a slight edge of disappointment in her voice. "But even if I arrive late, it won't matter so long as he's there to receive me." Anya's concern clearly lingered, but she nodded, her grip on her seat relaxing slightly. Outside, the road grew smoother as they moved deeper into Sylvan Enclave. "I'm sorry, I was busy with my brother's wedding, and then when I returned, I got sick, still recovering." The banquet turned out to be a rousing success for Veralt and Kai, a night to be remembered by all except the nobles who found themselves empty-handed. The city thrived with the influx of aristocrats and their entourages, enjoying the spike in business from inns, markets, and artisans. But the nobles, they failed to secure his loyalty. For all their smooth words and thinly veiled promises, not one of them managed to get Kai into their faction. Yet the thought of abandoning their goals never crossed their minds. The very next morning, Kai faced requests of an endless stream of meetings, each noble wielding the same excuse discussing the city's new mana cannons. It was a transparent ploy to draw closer to him, but Kai had anticipated their strategy. Rather than endure tiresome one-on-one discussions, he flipped the game on them. He arranged a public demonstration of the mana cannons atop Veralt's city walls. Balin had already ensured one prototype was ready, even though the regressed versions were still undergoing final adjustments. As the evening started to stroll in, Kai led the nobles to the walls. He gestured to the large boulders stationed outside the city gates, a suitable target for the demonstration. With a sharp nod, he signaled Balin, who adjusted the cannon's mechanisms with the precision of a master craftsman. A moment later, a bright beam lanced from the cannon, striking a boulder dead center. The rock shattered into a shower of debris, leaving the nobles slack-jawed, their expressions more dramatic than Kai had expected. Rumors of the cannons had spread through the noble circles, but seeing the devastating weapon in action was a different experience altogether. Murmurs rose among the crowd, quickly escalating into an excited clamor. Requests flooded in like a wave. One noble wanted a dozen for his estate's defense. Another began shouting bids on the spot. They were ready to empty their coffers. That eagerness stumbled only when Kai named his price 7,000 gold coins for a single mana cannon. The bidding war paused, and the nobles looked at him as though he had just asked them to hand over their entire estates. In a second, they all started whispering, skepticism evident in their faces, their earlier enthusiasm dampened by the hefty price tag. But the awe lingered in their eyes. They knew the weapon's value even if they hesitated. Regardless, Kai found himself surrounded by a small knot of nobles, led by Marcus and Lady Seraphine. They flanked him like wolves, each dressed in the colors of their respective allies, the third and second princes. Their eyes gleamed with the promise of deals and alliances as they subtly pressed Kai for favorable terms. Nearby, a second group had gathered, led by Brinth Ashford, who was more interested in the mana beams rather than negotiations. He and his peers clustered around the cannon, their eyes wide as they watched Balin and his blacksmiths adjust the workings of the prototype. To them, it was witnessing something they hadn't seen before. The Duke's son, Brinth, had evidently placed his faith in Lady Seraphine, handing her the authority to negotiate for the rights to the cannons. She seemed to have taken that responsibility seriously. Well, Kai knew what they wanted. He also knew how to make them pay dearly for it. Marcus stepped forward. Lord Arzon, that's too much. I could invest in a mage for far less than 7,000 gold coins. His voice held a hint of frustration, as if trying to reason with a stubborn child. Lady Seraphine sidled closer, her smile as sweet as honey. Indeed, Lord Arzon, the price is rather steep. Why not reconsider? We are more than willing to agree if you could just reconsider the price. And you know, Lord Arzon, the cannons require atheum. They're not easy to find. Kai looked at Marcus. A second circle mage might be cheaper, but you are getting a better deal here, he replied, his tone firm but patient. This is a machine one that doesn't need food, rest, or other resources besides atheum. Mages are people. They need constant training, upkeep, and resources. And most importantly, they have wills of their own. He gestured to the mana cannon, the sleek barrel glinting in the sunlight. These machines would be yours to control. They're ready when you need them without the worry of loyalty or upkeep. And it's just 7,000 gold coins for one. His eyes shifted to Seraphine, catching her gaze. And you, Lady Seraphine, have a mind. Atheum won't be an issue for you. Seraphine's smile twitched at the corners, a hint of frustration slipping through her charm. She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a sultry whisper, leaning in just enough to invade Kai's space. Even so, why not lower the price, Lord Arzon? Make it more. Enticing offer. Kai's expression didn't waver. These mana cannons are state-of-the-art equipment. That's a term for being the most advanced. No other kingdom possesses anything like them. Whoever buys these first will hold a unique advantage. And believe me, Arkan Tower will try to get their hands on them once they realize these mana cannons might put a dent on their superiority. It might be wise to secure your share before they do. He let that thought hang in the air, watching the gears turn behind their eyes. Marcus's jaw tightened as he glanced back at the cannons, the sound of another beam ripping through a boulder echoing behind them. The rock exploded in a burst of shattered stone, fragments flying through the air. The display left no room for doubt about the cannon's power. Even if they were regressed versions, being able to have offensive strength equivalent to second circle spells was no small thing. Marcus finally broke the silence, his tone reluctant but resolute. Fine, I'll take 5. Lady Seraphine's eyes flashed as she shot him a competitive glance. Then I'll take 6, she countered, her voice smooth but edged with challenge. Before their silent standoff could escalate, Kai raised a hand, stepping between them. A small, almost apologetic smile curled his lips. I'm sorry, but you both can't take more than 3 each. We have to ensure a fair distribution for everyone interested at least for now. Both nobles stiffened, their glares snapping away from each other to rest on Kai. Yet behind their irritation was a glimmer of understanding. He had the upper hand and they all knew it. Marcus frowned, his brows drawing together as he glanced at Seraphine before addressing Kai. And why is that, Lord Arzin? Why limit us to just 3? Kai's smile didn't falter as he folded his arms, his voice steady as he explained first. It's difficult to produce them in large quantities. These cannons aren't like regular weapons. The parts are complex, and even with my blacksmith Balin's skill, manufacturing more in a short time simply isn't possible. Secondly, I've decided that every noble house can only own 3 at most. This is to maintain balance. No single house should have too much firepower over another. Both nobles bristled at his words. Seraphine's polished demeanor slipped as she pressed, but surely exceptions can be made, Lord Arzin. A few extra would hardly tip the scales. Marcus leaned in, his voice carrying a hard edge. You speak of balance, but do you truly wish to remain neutral, Lord Arzin? His eyes bored into Kai, testing for any sign of weakness. Seraphine, caught off guard by Marcus's bluntness, hesitated for a moment before stepping in. Indeed, if you join our faction, I can personally ensure the prince rewards you handsomely. Positions, resources, anything you need. Kai shook his head firmly, meeting their gazes with unwavering resolve. He clutched his hands in front of him. I'm sorry, but I've made my decision. I intend to stay neutral, and that won't change. No amount of rewards or promises will sway me. For a moment, the air was thick with tension as both nobles measured Kai's determination. Seeing no hint of deception in his eyes, Seraphine tilted her head, her voice a touch more resigned. Is there truly nothing that could change your mind? There isn't, Kai replied, his voice calm but resolute. But I give you my word, if I'm not joining one prince, I won't join any other. I only wish to serve as a balancing factor between the factions. It's better for Veralt and better for me. Marcus and Seraphine exchanged a long, silent look before finally nodding in reluctant agreement. Marcus was the first to speak, though his tone was tinged with lingering doubt. Very well, we'll accept your neutrality, but ensure the cannons are delivered to us as soon as possible. They'll be ready within 2 months, Kai assured them. You can rest easy. Both nobles nodded, though a glimmer of skepticism lingered in their eyes. As they turned away, Kai watched them go, followed by Brinth and his people keeping their expression carefully neutral. Yet he knew their thoughts were already turning to other possibilities, like trying to reverse engineer the mana cannons for their own use. They likely saw this as a temporary concession, confident they could extract more value later. Unfortunately for them, they were in for a harsh surprise. After the exhausting negotiations with the nobles, Kai's thoughts turned to his next priority, Verdes. He needed to solidify his claim over the city and ensure that it didn't become a breeding ground for dissent. Francis had already warned him about rumblings of unrest among the local powers factions unhappy with his appointment as their new lord. Yet, time hadn't allowed him to dive into the full details, leaving the situation as a brewing storm in the back of his mind. But there was another matter that needed addressing first, one that had lingered like a shadow behind his recent successes, the Arkan Tower mages. The remnants of the Arkan Tower had stayed in the city after the Beast Wave, most of them now half committed to him, impressed by his displays of power and the new age spell formulas he had introduced. Yet, among these potential allies lurked a spy, someone who still reported back to Arkan, waiting for the right moment to strike. Kai had only managed to identify one so far, Roran Brightholm, but there was every chance that others existed, hidden in the ranks. Today, he planned to put an end to that uncertainty. He called for a meeting, instructing Roran to join a scouting mission in the nearby forest with his scouts. With the known spy safely away, the rest of the Arkan Tower mages gathered in the meeting room. The air inside was thick with tension as they took their seats, their expressions ranging from nervous to hopeful. Among them were familiar faces clan, Jackson Cancer, who had survived the Beast Wave and now bore scars of both body and mind. They sat in uneasy silence, waiting for Kai to speak, stealing glances at one another as if searching for answers in each other's faces. The wooden table in the center of the room creaked as some shifted their weight. Kai's gaze swept across them, assessing their apprehension before he finally spoke, his voice steady and commanding. I've heard that many of you wish to remain here, he began, letting his words settle over the room like a heavy fog. Several mages nodded quickly, a few even speaking up. We have seen your powers, Lord Arzin, one of the mages, Lyra said, her voice wavering but earnest. She was a short, stout woman with green hair, and the new spell formulas, the efficiency they bring. We want to apprentice under you, or at the very least, stay here and learn as juniors. Others murmured their agreement, some with excitement, others with cautious optimism. Kai nodded slowly, absorbing their words. That aligns with my plans, he said, allowing a small, measured smile to slip through. I intend to establish a new mage tower here in Veralt. A ripple of surprise ran through the gathered mages, and low murmurs filled the room as they exchanged glances. He could see the curiosity and ambition lighting up in their eyes, and he let them speculate for a moment before continuing. It will be called the Sorcerer's Tower, he announced, and its focus will be on researching dead mana, creating combat mages, and eventually surpassing the Archon Tower itself. I obviously will act as its tower master alongside ruling the territory. Clan raised a hand and spoke up, his tone as wary as his expression. But won't that directly challenge the Archon Tower? They've crushed similar attempts before. They won't stand by while you build a rival power here. Kai leaned forward, resting his hands on the table, his eyes locking onto Clan's. The Archon Tower already doesn't like me, Clan. You all know that. They see me as a threat ever since I killed Actra in self-defense. He let his words hang in the air for a moment, then continued, his tone sharper. But this isn't new. Nobles are permitted to have their own mage towers or academies. There's even a small one in Duke Blackwood's territory, though it's never been allowed to rise beyond a certain point. The Archon Tower always ensured it remained under their thumb, keeping its ambitions in check. Kai's gaze swept across the room, taking in the expressions of the mages, some tense, others contemplative. But I don't plan to follow that pattern. The Sorcerer's Tower will not be just another subordinate institution. It will be independent, free to research, train, and innovate without interference from Archon's mages. The room fell silent as his conviction settled over them. He could see the wheels turning in their minds, their doubts and hopes warring with each other. They were not blind to the risks, but they also knew that Kai had already defied expectations more than once. Clan nodded slowly, and Lyra's eyes shone with a spark of new possibilities. Kai watched the sparks of excitement ignite in their eyes, then raised a hand to bring the murmurs to a stop. The Sorcerer's Tower will be well funded, he assured them, his voice calm yet commanding, and we will use those resources to start your battle training immediately. If you join me, I can guarantee that every mage here will reach the third circle within the next few years. His words landed like a thunderclap. The room erupted with shocked exclamations and murmured excitement, the mages turning to one another with wide eyes and hopeful smiles. Reaching the third circle was no small promise, especially for those who had stagnated under the rigid structure of the Archon Tower. However, there is one condition before we proceed. The room fell silent, the mages leaning forward with anticipation. What condition? Cancer asked, speaking for everyone. Kai locked eyes with him, his tone unyielding. A mana oath. Each of you will swear an oath of loyalty to me personally. It will ensure that none of you are working for anyone else. If you attempt to deceive me or break the oath, it will kill you. The declaration hit the room like a splash of cold water. The hopeful murmurs died instantly, replaced with a tense silence. Faces that had been glowing with optimism moments ago turned wary, the mages weighing the risks. Kai crossed his arms, his expression unyielding as he watched their reactions. He didn't say more, letting the weight of the oath settle into their minds. He understood the gamble they faced: betray their previous loyalties and risk their lives for the promise of power, or reject the oath and remain stagnant under the shadow of Archon. In his mind, thoughts churned as he observed each mage's response. Let's see what they'll do now, he mused silently. If I'm right, there's at least one more spy among them. But who? His gaze swept over the gathered faces, searching for signs of hesitation, fear, or a guilty conscience. The spy, if there was another, would hesitate, might even refuse the oath outright, and when they did, Kai would be ready. Kai was more than sure there was going to be another spy among the mages. Viridia was ambitious, and calculating it was unlikely she'd risk everything on just one hidden agent. So when each of the mages, some with a flicker of hesitation, agreed to swear on a mana oath after a brief discussion, Kai couldn't mask his surprise. A few still looked troubled, glancing at each other with furrowed brows, but their resolve held. They had made their decision. That was good for him on paper, at least. But it did little to quiet his paranoia. As the mages exchanged uneasy glances, Kai slid a folded note across the table toward them, detailing the contents of the mana oath. He had spent hours last night crafting it after the banquet, thinking through every possible way a spy could leak information to his enemies. Unlike the broad strokes he had used for the barbarians, this oath was thorough, covering every avenue of treachery he could imagine. He left no room for ambiguity. As the mages read through the specifics, their eyes widened. The room's air grew tense, as if they could feel the weight of the words pressing on their shoulders. One mage with a scar across his cheek muttered under his breath as he scanned the paper, his brows furrowing deeper with each line. I swear by my mana and my core, to uphold my loyalty to Count Arzon Kellius, never to speak, write, convey, or imply any information that may compromise the safety of his city or his plans, directly or indirectly, to any entity without his explicit permission. A younger mage, a girl with a trembling hand, read another part aloud as if testing the strength of the words. I bind myself to this oath, knowing that a breach will result in the immediate collapse of my mana heart and the stripping of all mana-based abilities. Kai watched their reactions closely, his expression neutral but his mind racing. You can still decide to say no. Once you make this oath, there's no turning back. His words were the final warning to them. But each mage, after a tense moment of silence, nodded one by one. Some swallowed hard, but they all placed their hands over their chests, calling upon their mana to seal the oath. A pulse of energy rolled through the room as their mana flowed into the vow, swirling through the air like threads of blue light, binding each mage to their promise. As the mana settled, Kai scanned their faces, wondering if any of them possessed hidden items to circumvent the oath, something that could parse out loopholes or manipulate its effects. But he shook off the thought quickly, grounding himself in the knowledge of the magic he wielded. Mana oaths were a special breed of spellwork, ancient, uncompromising. They couldn't be broken without devastating consequences. You could only hide loopholes in the wording, and he had left none this time. His fingers traced the edge of the note, now crumpled from the mage's hands, and he let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. If these mages truly had hidden agendas, they wouldn't have bound themselves to a contract this airtight. For the first time in days, a small knot of tension unraveled in his chest, but he kept his guard up. After all, paranoia had kept him alive this long. Kai took a deep breath. For the first time in days, he allowed himself a small, rare smile. One spy mage, just one. It could have been far worse. But before he could savor the moment for too long, Jax interrupted him. "So what now, Lord Arzon?" Jax asked, crossing his arms. "We're all members of the Sorcerer's Tower, right?" Kai nodded. "Yes, unofficially. But before you can join officially, you'll need to complete the paperwork at Arkin Tower to be transferred to Veralt under my command. They'll probably allow it without much issue after getting every information about the Beast Wave. Once that's sorted, I'll start teaching you new spells, and we'll go over your methods for taking in mana, refining your techniques." A murmur of excitement rippled through the mages. They exchanged eager looks, but Jax raised a hand, willing to ask another question. "So, does that mean we'd need to go back to the capital?" Kai shook his head, then paused. "From what I know, you can just send a letter to request the transfer." But he hesitated, gauging their reactions. "I need a few of you to return to the capital." "Why?" Another mage, a woman with a lightning scar on her forehead, asked warily. Kai sighed, crossing his arms. "I need a list, specifically a list of everyone who's been tested by Arkin Tower's mages to know if they have all 3 mana organs. The tower must have records, and I would need them." The mages exchanged puzzled looks, and Jax narrowed his eyes. "What do you need a list like that for?" "You don't need to know, but I'll need some of you to get a copy of that list for me. Everyone tested in the last 20 years. If you can do it, I'll personally reward you. Consider it an opportunity to earn a little more than just my approval." The promise of a reward seemed to soften the tension in the room. A few of the mages exchanged nods, already thinking about the risks and the potential gains. Kai kept his expression neutral, though inside, the gears of his mind churned. The list was essential for him to identify more enforcers. He was already discussing sending mages to different parts of the kingdom to look for more enforcers, but that wasn't as easy. But a list from the tower might help pinpoint those who had the 2 mana organs essential to become an enforcer. According to him, there was a lot of untapped potential in the whole kingdom, and he wasn't about to let it go to waste. Several of the mages perked up at the mention of returning to the capital. Kai could see it in their expressions, the barely hidden eagerness to take on this task. Some of them had a gleam in their eyes, the promise of a reward obviously enticing. But he also knew that, for many of them, there was another reason for their enthusiasm. They hadn't come to Veralt with all their belongings. Most had left behind personal items, tools, and supplies in the capital, never expecting to make it out alive. Now, with the prospect of officially moving their base of operations from Arkin Tower to Veralt, they probably saw this as the perfect chance to retrieve their things. But before any of them could suggest anything, Kai raised a hand, cutting off their unspoken plans. "Let's focus on the task at hand. There's no time for personal trips right now. Anyone going back to the capital will have a mission, and that's the only reason I'll allow it." A few shoulders slumped, disappointment flickering in their eyes, but they nodded. Kai's gaze swept across the room, ensuring the point had sunk in before he continued. "With that settled, it's time to move on to something equally important. The new codex of mages that will govern the Sorcerer's Tower." The mages glanced at each other, curiosity replacing their earlier disappointment. Jax frowned and spoke aloud the questions that were in their minds. "Codex, what's that supposed to be?" "It's a set of rules," Kai explained, his voice firm. "Rules that every mage under the tower will follow. This isn't just some suggestion, it's a standard we're going to live by. There will be no exceptions, no bending the rules when it's convenient. These guidelines will apply to all of us, myself included. The Codex will define what it means to be a mage under the tower's banner, and anyone who can't follow it will find themselves unwelcome here." He paused for a moment. Then, with a flick of his hand, a parchment appeared on the table in front of him, inscribed with neat, precise writing. The mages leaned in, eager to hear what these rules might be. Kai began to read aloud. Rule 1. No mage shall initiate unprovoked violence against another unless in self-defense or under the directive of the tower's leadership. A few of the mages exchanged nods, some looking relieved at the rule. Kai's voice took on a sharper edge as he continued. Rule 2. Discrimination of any kind but based on race, origin, class, or magical affinity is strictly prohibited. We are all here because we are mages, and that is the only standard we judge by. He paused, glancing at a few faces that stiffened slightly. Veralt had always been a bit more accepting than other places, but some prejudices ran deep. Kai hoped this would start to chip away at those barriers. Rule 3, blood magic, curses, and spells that warp the mind are forbidden, except under special conditions approved by the tower. This tower will not be a breeding ground for dark arts or bloodthirsty ambition. This rule brought a few murmurs, but no one openly objected. Kai's expression softened slightly, but his tone remained unyielding. Rule 4, every mage is expected to contribute to the defense of Veralt and its surrounding territories in times of crisis. We are not just scholars or researchers, we are guardians. If we do not protect the city, we do not deserve to be here. The room grew still, each mage digesting the seriousness of the words. Kai said, his gaze sweeping the room one final time. Rule 5, any betrayal of the tower or of Veralt itself will be met with the severest punishment. We are bound by our oaths, but loyalty is more than a magical promise, it's an expectation. Break it, and you face the consequences. Silence settled over the room as Kai finished the 5th rule. He lowered the parchment to see the expressions. It was more than just a list of do's and don'ts, it was a foundation for a new kind of order, one that aimed to harness their power without succumbing to the darker impulses that magic could tempt. He knew it would take time to implement all these things, but he wasn't going to let the world fall into war again. Even if he was going to train these mages into combat mages, he was going to make sure they are disciplined enough to know what their power meant. Rule number 6. He continued to read from the parchment at hand, while everyone surrounding him listened carefully. After wrapping up the discussion with the mages, Kai gestured for Clan and Jax to stay behind. These two had been with him the longest out of the group, even if their relationship had started off rocky. Now their rough edges had smoothed a bit. According to Claire, they'd even started showing some respect to the maids, less arrogance, more cooperation. Kai couldn't be sure if this change in behavior was an attempt to earn his favor, a genuine shift in their attitudes, or some other agenda. But in the end, it didn't matter to him as long as it made them easier to work with. Once the rest of the mages had left, he turned his attention to Clan and Jax, who had settled into the chairs across from him. So Kai began, resting his hands on the table. How do you feel about the new tower and everything I told you about? The two mages exchanged a glance, and Clan was the first to speak, his voice tinged with a rare hint of enthusiasm. It's very exciting, Lord Arzon. I've never heard of any of the towers having such a set of rules for their members. It's different for sure. I'm sure there'll be some who won't like it, but I think the codex is a good idea. Kai raised an eyebrow, curious. Why do you think it's a good idea? Clan nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's been a problem there for as long as I can remember. Having a rule like that, it gives Yuzavrioni a sense of fairness, that we're not just under the thumb of whoever has the most connections or the highest rank. Kai listened closely, taking in their perspective. It confirmed his suspicions about the flaws within the Arkan Tower and reinforced his decision to put the codex in place. He nodded slowly, a thoughtful look crossing his face. Then he met their gazes directly, shifting the conversation to the real reason he'd kept them back. I have a specific task for one of you, he said, his tone carrying a weight that made both of them straighten in their seats. They exchanged another glance, the atmosphere suddenly tense. What is it, Lord Arzon? Kai's eyes sharpened. I want one of you to go back to Arkan Tower, not just for the reporting and the paperwork about your transfer. Clan furrowed his brow. Then, beyond the list I already talked to you all about, I need someone there who can act as my eyes and ears, an informer, someone who can keep me updated on the tower's movements, any irregularities that might be of interest to me. He looked at their reactions carefully. The request was a dangerous one, but if he was going to build something in Veralt, he needed to know what Arkan Tower was up to. Clan and Jax both stiffened at the implication, but neither looked away. They understood the consequences of what he was asking. It wasn't just a matter of allegiance, it was a step into a game far more dangerous than just getting a list for him. Look, I'm not asking you to spy on any savant mages or put yourselves at unnecessary risk. All you need to do is live your life in the tower as you normally would, while keeping your ears open. Send me reports about the rumors, any strange happenings, or shifts in attitude within the tower. From time to time, I might ask you to do something specific, but I promise there won't be anything dangerous. And if you agree, I'll make it worth your while. I'll personally teach you spells that even Magus Viridia wouldn't know, spells that could give you an edge, and I'll help you reach the next circle faster. You've seen how I work, you know what I'm capable of. At that, their eyes twinkled with interest. The promise of unique knowledge and a chance to ascend through the ranks faster than the usual grind was more tempting than either of them wanted to admit. But they exchanged a look, a silent conversation passing between them. They both seemed to know that what Kai was asking wasn't a simple favor. Even if he claimed there wouldn't be danger, this task would bring a new level of uncertainty to their lives. They had already made their mana oaths, binding themselves to Kai, but this would take that commitment a step further. After a moment, Jax cleared his throat, breaking the silence. This isn't something we can decide right now, Lord Arzon. It's a lot to take in. Clan nodded, his face more serious than usual. We'd like some time to think about it, if that's all right. Kai inclined his head. Of course, take the time you need. Just remember, the opportunity won't wait forever. If you choose to accept, the rewards will be there. And if you decide not to, well, we'll move forward as we are now, no hard feelings. With that, the tension in the room softened a bit. Kai knew he had planted the seed, and whether or not it took root was now in their hands. The sound of hooves thundered across the dirt path like a desperate drumbeat. The rider, hunched forward on the back of a weary horse, clutched the reins tightly with bloodied hands. He kept glancing over his shoulder, eyes wild and panicked, as if expecting shadows to leap from the trees and drag him back into the darkness. Blood dripped from a gash on his forehead, where an arrow had narrowly missed its mark, cutting a shallow groove across his brow. Another wound bled sluggishly from his shoulder, soaking through the tattered remains of his cloak. Despite his injuries and the hollow ache of hunger gnawing at his belly, he urged the horse forward, pushing it beyond its limits. His lips, cracked and dry, moved without pause, forming the same desperate words like a mantra. Please be close. I need to reach Veralt. Fast. Otherwise, Verdes will fall. To the wrong hands. His voice trembled, barely a whisper over the rush of wind. His mind spun with images of what he had left behind. He couldn't stop now, not when he was so close, not when Verdes' fate hinged on his message reaching the right ears. He swallowed hard, his throat dry as sand, and urged the horse to pick up speed despite its labored breathing. The muscles in his legs ached from clinging to the saddle, and his vision blurred with exhaustion. Days without proper food and rest had carved hollows into his cheeks, leaving him gaunt and ghostly. But he kept going. The only thing that drove him forward was the slim hope that he might reach Veralt before it was too late. Then, as the horse crested a final rise, he saw it Veralt. The city's walls loomed over the landscape like a stone giant, high and imposing against the darkening sky. Relief washed over him, making his body sag in the saddle. He released the breath he had been holding, a shaky, half-choked sound escaping his lips. If Lord Arzon is really as great as the rumors say, he muttered to himself, eyes fixed on the city that might be his last hope, then Verdes might still live. Once the Sorcerer's Tower plan gained momentum, Kai wasted no time pulling the mason, Barrett, into the thick of it. Kai walked the grounds with him, marking a prime spot in the heart of the city, right where he envisioned the tower soaring skyward, a grand 7-story structure, capped by an enchantment-laden spire and a lift threading up its core. Money flowed steadily, and he had every intention of using it to fund not just a tower, but a city that would be remembered in the kingdom's history. The nobles who had recently descended upon Veralt to take part in the Count's ceremony and win his loyalty didn't give up after signing the contracts for mana cannons. They draped marriage contracts before him of young, noble ladies, trying to bind him that way. But once he made it clear that he had no intention of taking a fiancée, most left in frustration. Knight Darien and his men still lingered, saying he was awaiting orders to return. Kai didn't know if it was actually the truth or there was something else, but Duke Blackwood was one noble he had a good relationship with, and he didn't wish to doubt them for now. When the last noble departed, Kai let out a rare sigh of relief, casting his gaze down toward Verdes, his new domain. Rumors had already reached his ears, flickers of dissent, unrest about the new lord, and some voices disgruntled and unhappy with him getting the city. Just as he was settling into a strategy, meeting with Killian, Francis, Orion, and the rest of the enforcers present, a guard entered the chamber, looking visibly disturbed. "Speak, what is it?" "My lord," he said, "a man has arrived claiming to be the former administrator of Verdes. He's bloodied and requests an immediate audience." Kai's brows arched in interest. Normally, he'd have the guards verify such a claim, run a few identity checks, but urgency gnawed at him. He ordered his men to tend to the man with healing potions and brought him straight into the meeting. Francis and Killian exchanged wary glances, but said nothing. A few steady minutes passed by as Kai guessed that the guards were taking their time, trying to stabilize the man's condition. Finally, when the man stumbled into the room, barely held upright by the guards at his side, Kai sensed the trouble that followed him. "I, Lord Arzon, my name is Zorger Zaris." Kai nodded at his immediate introduction. Despite the healing potion beginning to close his wounds, Zorger's face was still ashen, and his clothes remained soaked with dark, dried blood. He looked like he would collapse at any given moment, especially when he paused before Kai, taking in his calm gaze before dropping into a shallow bow. "Count Arzon," he rasped, his voice thick with fatigue, "I served as the administrator of Verdes, managing its affairs after the previous lord's death. I've come to beg for your aid. Please defeat the forces that are attempting to seize Verdes right now. We don't have much time." Kai held up a hand, his voice controlled but direct. "Calm yourself, Zorger. Start from the beginning and don't leave out any details." Zorger's head bobbed in a shaky nod, and he took a steadying breath. The previous Baron of Verdes, Lord Morkant, took over the territory 5 years back when he was relatively young. 2 years ago, he set out to deal with a goblin infestation threatening the farmlands. He sustained an injury to his heart during that campaign, a blow he never recovered from. Zorger's eyes squinted, as though reliving that bleak period. He immediately shook his head as if blocking the images that came to his mind. His family had a history of heart ailments, and despite the best efforts of mages and potions, he passed shortly afterward. He continued, his tone growing more urgent. I took over the administrative duties after his passing since he had no children, keeping the city afloat as best I could. We'd heard talk of the ducal succession and how Duke Kellius intended to pass Verdes to one of his sons. We held on to hope that a new lord would arrive to claim the city soon. He paused, swallowing. But then your brother refused the territory. His decision left Verdes in the shadow of, well, uncertainty. That's when Knight Henderson took charge. Francis sighed loudly next to Kai, who assumed it was because he had gone through something similar before Arzin had taken the charge of the city. Even then, the city had been left on its own for a year before Kai had taken over his body. Knight Henderson took charge in the meantime, Francis said. I've heard of him, but how did he come to assume control? A pained look flickered across Zorger's face as he hesitated, then relented. Knight Henderson, he had a relationship with the late Lord's mother, a scandalous affair kept from most. She helped him secure control, pushing aside any who objected. It's been a year now since he took charge, claiming it was only until a new lord could be appointed. But with no sign of a new lord on the horizon, people began to believe the city had been abandoned. Kai's gaze sharpened. How did you escape? A brief, weary smile flickered across Zorger's face. He rubbed his hands together, fighting a coldness that didn't linger in the air. I'd built a rapport with some of the guards over the years. A few sympathized with me and helped me slip out, but Henderson's men gave chase. That's how I ended up here, wounded and pleading for your help. Zorger's gaze turned imploring once more. Count Arzin, Verdes needs you. Please help us. Kai shifted his attention to Francis. Does this line up with the intelligence we have? Francis crossed his arms, frowning. Partially. We knew Henderson was running the city alongside Zorger here, but his ambition to take over wasn't clear. Not like this. Zorger grimaced. That's because Henderson has choked off communication. Once he confirmed the king had chosen you as lord, he forbade anyone from leaving Verdes. He's kept information tightly controlled, only allowing his own men to monitor the city's borders. Kai nodded at that. It was then Killian, who had been silent for the most part, spoke up. His face held that usual sternness. What happened to the scout we sent to Verdes for information? Zorger's expression turned haunted. Henderson executed him in front of the citifolk. It was meant as a warning. Fear keeps people silent, keeps them from even trying to resist. Kai inhaled slowly. He felt the tension creeping up to his shoulder blades and leaving a tinge of headache behind. The situation was brutal and it needed immediate action. He looked around at the quiet room, his enforcers watching him with a palpable readiness. He felt a cold anger inside of him at the scout's death, but he needed to be calm to take revenge. He looked back at Zorger. Are there any mages left in Verdes? The only one, Zorger replied, is the former Lord's mother, a second circle mage. It's her magic that kept Henderson secure. Without her, he'd have lost control a long time ago. What forces does he have at his disposal? Right now, Zorger listed them quickly. Henderson has recruited about 150 guards, mainly from forcefully enlisting commoners. He anticipated an attack, so he shored up every defense he could. But my lord, they're poorly trained. Mostly just ordinary folks he's forced into service. Kai's lips twisted into a grim smile. Then this should be straightforward. We'll take back Verdes and ensure Henderson answers for every last one of his crimes. The situation calls for a good punishment at its finest. The gathered enforcers murmured in agreement. Kai's gaze swept over them, each prepared for the mission ahead. The tension in the room lifted, replaced with determination. Zorger blinked, surprise flickering across his bloodied face. Suddenly, he seemed to be the only person who was opposed to the idea. My lord, don't you think that might be a bit hasty? Verdes is fortified, and Henderson's forces may be commoners, but they're still positioned to guard every entrance. I know you're a powerful mage, but even so. Kai's expression didn't change, his calm gaze fixed on Zorger. I believe you misunderstand, he replied evenly. I don't intend to lift a finger. My knights will handle this. He turned to Killian and the other enforcers. A confident smile tugged at the corner of Killian's mouth, mirrored by the quiet nods from the others. Zorger started, a flicker of disbelief on his face. You truly believe your men can handle this on their own? Kai shared a similar smile to Killian. When he looked at Zorger, Henderson relies on fear to command his men. But my knights are bound by something far stronger. They will show Verdes what true leadership looks like. The princess's carriage rolled gently through the golden fields, its wheels rumbling along the dirt path as sunlight poured through the windows. Princess Amara leaned forward, her gaze wandering to the view outside, where merchant carriages and travelers bustled past on the well-worn road. She noted the variety, traders with barrels of goods, carriages full of people, and riders leading wagons brimming with supplies. As she had gotten closer to Veralt, the signs of life had kept increasing. Princess, please sit down, Anya urged, a hint of worry in her voice. What if someone recognizes you? Amara tilted her head with a faint smile. No one knows me outside the noble circles, and I don't see any noble carriages around. Her eyes flicked to the road again. But it's surprising just how many people are moving towards Veralt. There's so much movement. Her maid nodded, hands folded in her lap. It's because the news of Veralt surviving the beast wave has spread everywhere. When we stopped in town, I asked around, and people mentioned that Lord Arzen's investing heavily in new projects. They say that merchants and commoners who fled are flocking back, hearing the city's fortunes are on the rise again. Amara nodded, a spark of curiosity in her eyes. Lord Arzen truly is an intriguing. Her words trailed off as something caught her attention through the grassy plains on the opposite side. A retinue of armored men was cutting through the fields, their polished armor glinting in the sunlight. Banners fluttered above them, bearing a crest, a simple but striking design she'd seen before, a phoenix rising from dark ashes. She faintly saw the sun behind the phoenix, bold and glowing. Amara's brow lifted with interest, and she gestured subtly to her maid. "Isn't that the crest of Veralt?" Her maid leaned over for a better look, nodding. "Yes, your highness, it is, but I'm not certain where they're headed." Intrigued, the princess waved to the merchant driver in the front through a small window. "Either where's that procession headed?" The merchant gave a polite smile. "Most likely to Verdes, your highness. It's the closest city from here and recently came under Lord Arzen's rule after he was made a count. I assume they're going to establish his rule there, but I can be wrong with so many armored men moving at the same time." Her gaze lingered back on the procession, her mind working. Could he be there himself? She wondered. The chance to see the new count and get a glimpse of the man who saved her was too tempting. She turned to the merchant. "Follow them," she commanded. "I want to see where they're headed." The merchant blinked in surprise, but nodded, quickly steering the carriage to follow the road alongside Lord Arzen's procession. Henderson looked down from his balcony, right outside his room, at the city of Virides. The twilight settled over its winding streets, and he felt the corners of his lips lifting up a hard-won smile. His mind roamed back over the years, tracing the path from an unremarkable knight to this point. He'd served more lords than he could count, each promising the same lies of reward and honor, yet each one had discarded him without a second thought when he had asked to be something more than just a mere knight. Until he arrived in Verdes, the fool of a baron had practically served him his chance on a silver platter. Eager to charge into battle against goblins, Lord Morcant left no heir and returned from the field barely breathing. The young noble was soon gone, and the empty title lingered tempting within reach. Henderson made his move then, discarding his former allegiances and his own scruples alike. The baron's widowed mother, desperate and weary, still held enough sway to make him legitimate. He endured her, swallowing down his revulsion with a flirty smile, coaxing her with promises he never intended to keep. Her loneliness and his persistence made for an ugly, if convenient, alliance. Several times he felt like throwing his guts out for getting himself into something so drastic, but she had what he didn't, and that was magic. But today, as he watched the city, the satisfaction of having the city in his palm faded, and a shadow crossed his face. He shut his eyes, the muscles in his jaw tense. "Something troubling you," came a voice from behind. He felt arms slide around his waist, and he forced his scowl into a smile, the act as rehearsed as breathing to him. Beside him stood Lady Ismira, the previous baron's aging mother, the current partner of his life. Her face was weathered with lines that even the dimming light couldn't soften. Her once rich hair had thinned, and she bore the years openly, a continuous reminder of the price he'd paid. With feigned warmth, he let her take his hand, his thumb grazing over her paper-thin skin as he looked down into her eager gaze. "Only the usual worries, my dear," he sighed, feigning a look of exhaustion. "You know how hard I've worked for this city since your son's passing, every day, every night." Ismira's hand tightened on his, her eyes soft with sympathy as she took in his words. "You've sacrificed so much, I know it." And yet Henderson continued, bitterness cutting into his voice. "Our claim to Verdes remains fragile. The king has betrayed us, giving this city to the son of some distant duke who knows nothing of its people or its struggles." His gaze darkened. "Even men like Zorger have turned on me, too blind to see that I'm the one who's kept Verdes from ruin. I'm the only one who truly cares about it." Her eyes softened as she placed her hand on his shoulder. "For sure they will, but for now, we must hold against Arzen Kellius' forces. He's a mage, and though I believe my experience will give me the upper hand, the rumors about him stopping a beast wave make me nervous." His words were cut off by a deafening explosion that shattered the stillness, the sound rolling across the landscape like thunder. Henderson's grip on the railing tightened as he turned, his eyes wide in disbelief. A plume of smoke spiraled into the evening sky, darkening the horizon, and a section of the city wall crumbled, sending a shower of debris raining down like an ominous omen. The ground trembled slightly beneath his feet, and for a moment he lost his balance, reeling back as the sight registered in his mind. Ismira gasped beside him, her eyes wide with shock. That was a spell. Nothing else could cause such a reaction. Her hands immediately went to her thin lips. Henderson's heart raced as he stared at the devastation. A spell. The realization hit him like a cold wave. But how? He muttered, panic creeping into his voice. How could he have breached our defenses so quickly? He stepped closer to the edge, peering into the distance where chaos was beginning to unfold. Figures in armor moved with purpose, and the banners of Ars Ancelius snapped in the wind, signaling the march of a formidable force. Henderson's earlier confidence began to fray at the edges, replaced by a growing sense of dread. What are we going to do? Esmira asked, her voice trembling now, the illusion of control slipping through their fingers. Hold fast, Henderson barked, though his own heart was pounding with uncertainty. The sound of the explosion still echoed in his ears. He felt a surge of adrenaline as he stomped his foot against the floor. They're here, he declared. We need to go fight him. His voice was loud enough to send a tremor through his own body. He grasped Esmira's hand, his grip firm yet desperate, and looked into her eyes. My beloved, you need to contend against him. We cannot let him take what's rightfully ours. Esmira met his gaze, her face turned to a frown. Uncertainty, that's what was written on her face. I will do my best, she replied, but there was a clear hesitation in her voice, a quiver that hinted at her fear. Henderson chose to ignore it, shoving aside his own doubts. This was not the time for weakness. Just then, a knight burst into the room, his armor clanking with urgency. Lord Henderson, we are under attack by Count Arzen's forces. Henderson's heart raced as he straightened, his mind sharpening. I heard that, he replied, his voice steady despite the chaos around him. Get every available force out there. If anyone can fight, they need to battle. If not, kill them yourself. I'll be there in a minute. The knight nodded and hurried out, the sound of his footsteps echoing down the corridor. As soon as the door slammed shut behind him, Henderson walked inside his room and rushed toward a cabinet in the corner of the room. He flung it open, frantically rummaging through the letters and documents stashed inside. I hope that noble bastard is as dumb as the rumors from a year ago, he muttered under his breath, a plan beginning to form in his mind. A backup plan he had made a while back. Perhaps I can buy enough time to secure the city for myself. He pulled out several letters. Henderson's fingers trembled with a mixture of anxiety and determination as he looked at them. If I can just get this matter to the capital, I might turn this battle in my favor. As he turned back to Esmira, her brow was furrowed in concentration, her lips pressed together in a tight line. Do you really think you can sway them? She asked, her voice edged with doubt. They will see the truth, he replied, his tone fierce with conviction. They must. This city belongs to Meadows. We cannot let Ars Ancelius take it. And if they don't, Henderson's heart raced at the thought, but he forced a confident smile. Then we'll fight and we'll show them exactly why I deserve this city. Now go and prepare yourself. When the time comes, I need you to be ready. I have a plan and it's going to work. As she turned to leave, Henderson gathered the letters, the urgency of the situation pushing him forward. Kai stood on the outskirts of the current battlefield, his heart pounding with both pride and disbelief as he watched the brutal efficiency of his enforcers. He had known they had grown stronger, their skills sharpened by the relentless pressure of the recent beast wave and the artifacts they wielded. Yet he hadn't fully grasped how immense the chasm between them and the ordinary guards truly was. At the front, Killian unleashed his lightning affinity in blinding bursts. His blade crackled with electric arcs, each swing discharging bolts that leapt from one guard to another, lighting them up in violent jerks before they collapsed. He surged into clusters of defenders, his movements a blur of electric blue as his lightning step made him faster, leaving charred bodies in his wake with every flash of his sword. The thrill of battle was visible in his usually neutral eyes as he advanced without hesitation, drawing the guards' attention only to leave them staring into nothingness. Close behind, Gareth moved like a shadow come to life, slipping from one patch of darkness to another, his form barely a suggestion of movement. With his shadow affinity, he seemed to dissolve and reappear behind guards, his dagger sliding between armored joints. The guards barely sensed him, feeling only the chill of steel at their throats as Gareth's blade struck, and then he was gone, leaving only collapsed bodies and loud screams from those who fell. All the time, Kai noticed the small grin playing across his face. Faray charged headlong into the thick of battle, his body a living flame. Fire crackled from his spear, and every time every blow erupted in a searing blaze that sent guards sprawling with scorched armor and blistered skin. His laughter was fierce and unrestrained as he looked down onto the fallen opponent. He barreled into formations of men like a battering ram, swinging his flaming spear with wild glee, scattering soldiers as if they were nothing. He moved through the lines with the relentless force of a wildfire, every shout and scream seeming to only fuel his furious momentum. Board and Talon swept through the ranks in perfect tandem, their wind affinities in elegant, swirling chaos. Board's swings from his sword summoned gusts that disoriented and scattered the guards, their footing lost as they stumbled into Talon's waiting dagger. Talon's movements were nearly invisible, slipping past sword strikes and weaving through attacks like the wind itself, his spear flashing like lightning as he struck at any exposed weak spot. A cyclone, that's what they remind me, Kai thought to himself. With a heavy strike to the ground, Clement sent tremors rolling through the battlefield, unsteadying the guards and making them easy prey for his massive hammer. Beside him, Bran's every blow landed with the force of an avalanche, armor crumpling and bones shattering under his assault. And then there was Lyra, advancing with a glacial calm that contrasted sharply with the frenzy of battle around her. Her affinity for ice left a trail of frost on every surface she touched with her sword, her enemies' limbs locking and freezing as she hit them anywhere she could reach. A guard lunged at her, only to find his arms encased in thick ice, his scream cut short as Lyra shattered him with a single swing. Bastard, she spat on him without a thought and moved towards her next victim. On the opposite side of the chaos, Kai's ordinary guards moved strategically, prioritizing the protection of the civilians caught in the crossfire. They formed a protective line, doing their best to shield the innocent from the brutal conflict unfolding around them, while their legion advanced toward the castle looming in the heart of the city. Zorger stood beside Kai, his face pale as he struggled to comprehend the ferocity of the assault. His eyes seemed glued to the battlefield, as if they might fall from their sockets at any moment. "I never expected there could be such a small but lethal force," he muttered, all mixing with disbelief as he watched Killian unleash a series of rapid lightning strikes that highlighted the chaos. Kai turned to him, a small smile tugging at his lips. "They train hard," he replied, pride swelling in his chest. Zorger's finger pointed shakily toward Killian, who was now standing amidst a pile of defeated guards, their forms smoking and twitching on the ground. "Is Knight Killian a mage?" "Not only him, the other knights are mages too," he asked, genuine curiosity lacing his tone. Kai shook his head, the smile fading slightly. "No, look at his sword," he instructed, gesturing to the glowing weapon in Killian's hand. "It's an artifact embedded with Athium. He's channeling the energy through that." Zorger nodded, seemingly accepting Kai's explanation about the enforcers and their artifacts. That lie should hold on for some more time, Kai thought, knowing the secrecy surrounding the enforcer's source of strength was advantageous right now. He had plans to reveal it, but not in a way that other nobles would be able to make use of it. As the clash intensified, the opposing guards attempted to form a defensive line, raising their shields in a desperate bid to stop the advancing wave of enforcers. However, it was as if they stood against an unyielding tide. Every clash against the enforcer's onslaught resulted in splintering wood and shattered metal. They kept moving, reaching the edge of the castle. Zorger glanced over at Kai, confidence seeping into his voice. "At this rate, I believe it will be easy enough to take over Verdes. The only problem would be mage ease." Before he could finish, a deafening crack of thunder echoed across the battlefield, momentarily drowning out the sounds of chaos. A figure appeared on the castle balcony, silhouetted against the stormy sky. Her long, white hair whipped around her face like lightning itself, and her eyes crackled with the same energy. The mage, old yet regal, radiated a palpable aura of power. Behind her stood a man with striking blonde hair, armor gleaming, and a sword held at the ready, an imposing figure bolstering her formidable presence. Zorger squinted, recognition dawning in his expression. "That's Lady Esmera, second circle mage and the strongest person in the city, and Henderson, the traitor." With a voice that thundered like the storm around her, Esmera yelled, "Who dares to attack Verdes? This territory belongs to my late son, and I now rule over it with my knight. You have intruded upon my domain, and any noble who attempts to lay claim to it will be met with the full force of my thunder. Do you think yourselves strong enough to challenge my authority? My power is vast, and the skies themselves will respond to my command." She gestured dramatically, and lightning flickered ominously in the clouds, illuminating her fierce expression. "I will not hesitate to crush those who threaten my son's legacy. Stand down or prepare to feel the wrath of a grieving mother who has lost too much to let any would-be usurper take what is rightfully hers." Her voice trembled with the weight of her conviction, the atmosphere crackling with tension as she awaited a response, daring anyone to step forward and defy her. Kai stood tall, his demeanor calm and unflinching. He smirked, the challenge igniting a spark of excitement in his chest. "Why don't you try?" he replied, his voice steady as the storm roared around them. "What did you just say, you imbecile?" Without letting Kai reply, she summoned a bolt of lightning that arced towards him. It was a bright streak of raw energy that aimed to kill him. But as it flew through the air, a gust of wind rose from beneath him, forming a shield that deflected the strike harmlessly into the sky. Behind him, Zorger shivered, almost falling on the ground due to the clash of spells. Kai looked back for a second before deciding that she wasn't strong enough for him to waste a lot of time on her. "Thunder is a good party trick," he called out, lifting into the air with the wind's aid. The strain of the source spell was heavy on his recovering body, but he reckoned he could give a good show to the watching citizens. In the end, the spell was similar to flight, but wasn't as flexible. "It might scare kids, I'll give you that, but it's nothing against someone like me." With a swift motion, he unleashed a flurry of wind blades, sharp and glistening like daggers in the stormy light. The old mage's eyes widened in shock as she summoned lightning to defend herself, but the onslaught was too rapid. The blades zipped through the air, cutting through the static energy she wielded with ease. One of the blades struck true, slicing into her neck. Ismira gasped, eyes wide with disbelief, and blood sprayed from the wound as she crumpled to the ground, the once fearsome figure now lifeless at the edge of the balcony. It was anticlimactic at best. Henderson stood frozen, wide-eyed, his face pale as he absorbed the scene unfolding before him. His jaw hung open, shock etching deeper lines into his features. "I assume you are Henderson," Kai began, a mocking edge to his tone. "I've heard you've been ruling like a tyrant in my territory. I'd have to take you in and put you on trial before giving you a swift death." Henderson's bravado faltered under what had just happened, and he instinctively took a step back, the confidence he'd tried to muster dissipating like smoke in the wind. His chest heaved up and down rapidly. "Why don't you just—" Before Henderson could finish his sentence and send out infernal whip to capture him, the man spoke. "Wait, I have letters from Prince Eldrick and Princess Amara that recognize me as the official baron of this place. If you want to fight for it, we need to move to the capital and request King Sullivan for a solution." Kai was about to scoff and capture Henderson, but a voice echoed across the battlefield before he could do that. "I don't remember issuing such a letter." Henderson clutched the letter in his hands tightly, the force making it crinkle, fingers digging into the paper. His eyes were so wide that they looked like they would pop out of their sockets any moment now. The young woman behind Arzin walked to the light. Her walk emanated a certain grace only a noble would have been trained to, but the aura it sent chills prickling down his spine. He knew who she was, Princess Amara. She moved steadily with an almost haunting calmness. Her posture was regal even though she wore a plain commoner's dress. Behind her, a timid maid trailed. Her eyes widened and darted as if afraid even to breathe too loudly in her mistress's presence in this situation. The scene that unfolded made it seem like a nightmare he wished to wake up from. To make things worse, his dead lover's body lay sprawled on the floor. Her body slack, eyes open and glassy with death. She somehow looked older now that she was dead. He looked back up, not allowing his mind to drift from the singular, all-consuming fear clawing its way up to his throat. Because right now, it didn't matter that she was gone, the greater horror was walking right in front of him. When Henderson first heard of Count Arzin's battle against the beasts, he dismissed the young noble's rise as a tale exaggerated by rumor, a figurehead with a few skilled knights and a small claim to fame, nothing more than that. He'd never once considered that Arzin would have artifact-bearing warriors, let alone drive forward with a power that swept away his defenders. Arzin he'd dispatched a second circle mage with a single blow. That image played in his mind over and over and over. At this moment, he realized Arzin wasn't just a rumor. He was a tempest. Henderson's flimsy barriers were nothing against it. It wasn't as if he was counting on his walls and forces all along. He devised a desperate plan when he hadn't imagined he'd actually need to put into action. Fake letters. Bluffing that Prince Eldrick and Princess Amara had recognized him had been the boldest stroke, a risk he'd taken with the wild hope that it would buy enough time for Duke Lucian Kellius and Prince Eldrick to notice him for real, see the fit to sponsor his claim in the city of Virides. But never, not in his darkest nightmares, had he imagined that the princess herself would appear on his doorstep in the flesh. The cold pit in his stomach churned as she came to a stop just below the place he stood, her chin raised, her eyes piercing straight into him. If looks could kill, he would be 6 feet buried. As soon as she walked and questioned his words, he recognized who she was. Henderson had been to the balls in the capital early in his life, so he recognized her from one of those. Back then there had been a smile on her face when she had greeted nobles all around her, but now there was only a scowl looking back at him. His breath caught in his throat, a pathetic, strangled squeak managing to escape. Princess Amara, you are here actually." The scowl deepened as he spoke. Her gaze, cold as frost, slid to the letters in his grasp. Henderson tried again to open his mouth to claim his innocence, his lips forming a weak, unfinished denial, when Princess Amara's scoff cut through the air, disdain thickly layered in her voice. Henderson felt his insides twist. His mouth went dry as he watched her turn away from him, already dismissing his presence as if he were nothing more than a bug she'd swatted aside. Her attention shifted to the man clad in fine robes who had yet to make a move. He still hovered in the air, watching Princess Amara carefully. "Baron Count Arzin," she said, almost forgetting his new title. "I apologize for our second meeting being under such circumstances." Count Arzin floated gracefully to the ground. Henderson's gaze darted to him, seeking some sign of reaction, but Arzin's expression remained composed. Still, there was a hint of something in those eyes, something that seemed just on the edge of a laugh, as if he felt the absurdity of the scene but had the restraint not to show it. Arzin dipped his head in a bow and offered a smooth smile. "Princess Amara, come out, it's good to see you again," he greeted warmly, his tone lad with a casual familiarity that made Henderson's skin prickle. "You look far more radiant than the last time we crossed paths." Princess Amara's expression softened just a touch, though her eyes remained fixated on him with sharp interest. Before she could reply, Arzin turned, his gaze hardening as it settled on Henderson. Now he said, his voice sounding unhurried, "Let me take care of this pest. Let me take care of this pest." The words rang in Henderson's mind. Finality, that was what came to him and then pressed down onto his very bones. Cold panic seeped into his chest, spreading through him like a mage had just froze him. He felt as if he had no escape, but a small part of his mind still looked for one, a chance, any chance. Could he even try to hold his ground against Arzon and his knights? Did he have any hope of stopping the approaching count? Those questions troubled him. His vision flickered to the scattered remains of his forces, lying defeated on the blood-soaked earth, whimpering, moaning, and in so much pain, and then moved to Smira's lifeless body beside him, her face frozen in that last moment of terror. His hand tightened on his sword, the reality crashing down around him, heavy as iron chains. There was nothing left. He was alone, surrounded by his failures, his dreams of victory reduced to blood, bones, and lifeless souls. Arzon soared forward, his movements looked extremely measured, his figure demanding attention, but all the while exuding a calm that only intensified the dread pooling in Henderson's gut. Each second felt like an eternity as despair clouded his mind. I have no choice. Not now, not ever with someone who is strong like that. There's no ounce of fear in his eyes, no ounce of doubt in his strides. In one final, desperate motion, Henderson's fingers went slack. The sword clattered to the ground beside him, the metalling ring punctuating the air. Slowly, he lowered himself to one knee, his head bowed. The taste of bitter surrender filled his mouth, disgusting his very being. I surrender," he choked out, his voice coming out barely more than a whisper. Arzon stopped in his tracks immediately, his robes moving to the wind. He looked at him with his eyes narrowed. Good, that was all he said at first. At least you know when to give up, unlike many others. Henderson barely had the chance to breathe a sigh of relief before he saw a flash of movement in Arzon's hand, followed by a sudden, sharp crack. A whip, blazing and swift, arced through the air toward him, and Henderson's world snapped to blackness before he felt the blow. Kai sighed, his gaze drifting over the field as the blood and the disruptions were getting cleared. Am I cursed to forever contend with nobles and their schemes? He wondered, feeling the heaviness of yet another political entanglement settle on his shoulders. If anything, Verities had been far too easy to reclaim, too smooth a victory over the forces of Henderson, who was now shackled in chains and put on display in the middle of the city, a constant reminder for the people to know what would happen if you decide to become a traitor for your own land. And yet, even as he showed no leniency for Henderson, he had chosen a different path for the men who stood against him. He had ordered his enforcers to avoid any lethal strikes, knowing that these very men would soon fall under his banner. Injuring them but sparing their lives sent a message, one of strength tempered with mercy. Now, a steady stream of guards lined up for treatment, receiving hastily dispensed healing potions, while medics worked to patch up their wounds. The scent of the potions mingling with the sweat, dirt, and blood of the battlefield created an oddly somber atmosphere. As he watched, he felt the crowd's eyes on him. The city people had gathered in numbers, their faces showing different emotions and questions. Some people gossiped among each other, feeding into the curiosity, hope, and trepidation. They looked his way, searching for answers, guidance, and maybe the intentions of the new ruler. Kai knew he would need to address them, deliver a speech that would both erase their concerns and secure his authority in Verities. It was the first step in earning their trust, establishing a foundation that could stabilize the city. But he noticed that not all eyes were on him. Many eyes were also drawn to Princess Amara, who sat off to the side with her maid close by, both flanked by two of his guards. Her presence alone was enough to set the rumor mill ablaze. It hadn't helped that she had openly declared her identity, an impulsive move that had only fueled the whispers that were now spreading through the crowd. His mouth pressed into a thin line. He had half expected Amara to appear eventually, knowing her condition would worsen with time. But he hadn't expected her arrival here, in the middle of a reclamation, surrounded by half-healed soldiers and gossiping citifolk. I guess it would take more than a few words to handle this situation with what it demanded: grace, calmness, and strategy. At least the timing, though inconvenient, offered some advantage. Her presence lent him a legitimacy he hadn't anticipated needing. Her involvement, however unplanned, would assure people of his status, of his standing within the kingdom's hierarchy. But he could already feel the unspoken expectations that were settling over him, the strings that nobles and royalty alike would no doubt try to attach. And questions, he felt so many questions being thrown at him, though no one dared to speak them up. This all is just too much, but what can I do now? He exhaled, straightening. Killian stood at his side, his eyes tracking the crowd before landing on the princess sitting nearby. What are we going to do now? He asked. Kai didn't miss the look in Killian's eyes. His knight wasn't just asking about the city. Take over Verities, persuade the citizens that a change in leadership is the best thing for them. He replied smoothly, we'll start community kitchens here, keep the streets safe, and make it clear that things are going to improve. I will give them my promise. He paused, giving Killian a knowing look, but I know that's not what you're really asking. Killian nodded. I meant Princess Amara. Kai glanced at Amara, where she sat under the watch of his guards. I can't exactly stop her from being here, you know. Her reasons for coming here are her own, but the nobles will know about it within a month. The crown will hear of it in a week or two, depending on how her disappearance is handled. From her appearance, I'd wager she sneaked out without a guard, a princess alone, showing up unannounced without anyone hovering over her for protection. That's bound to turn a few heads. It could become a headache, but we need her to stay in Veralt for a while, Kai said. Killian nodded in agreement. Yeah, we discussed that before. But do you think she will agree to it? I will see about that. At least she came to me on her own, just as I expected. His mind went to their last meeting, when she had been so close to losing her life. He had left Amara that night with only a temporary solution to her ailment. Since then, he knew she would seek him out again, especially as her condition worsened, and truthfully, he had counted on it. Amara's ailment had offered him a perfect opportunity, a need he could fulfill, a bond he could reinforce in the future. Because she would be useful in the months ahead, her presence would lend legitimacy and sway. It was a necessary step for what he had been working towards, and Killian and Francis knew about it, but the only thing was that Amara had arrived sooner than expected. It complicated things, but well, he had to work with this. In the end, he hadn't thought her appearance would be so public, yet as he watched her with the crowd casting curious glances, talking about her as if she wasn't even there, he knew he'd handle it somehow. He'd planned this for far too long to be thrown off now. From the corner of his eyes, he noticed Amara was making her way towards them after saying something to the guards. Killian immediately dipped into a bow, stepping back in a posture of respectful silence. She looked at Kai with some sort of assessment as she stopped before them. I hope I'm not interrupting, she said, her voice carrying a touch of irony, as if she knew precisely the effect her presence had caused. But I wanted to ask if you plan to stay in Virides for a while. Kai gave a courteous nod. Not for much longer, Princess Amara. I'll be holding a speech to outline the changes, then appointing an administrator to handle the city's day-to-day affairs, along with my own people to keep watch. After that, I'll be heading back to Veralt. She tilted her head, considering her words. In that case, would it be all right if I travel with you? The merchant I arrived with lacks a carriage fit for long journeys. It's just uncomfortable. Kai gave a respectful nod. It would be my honor, Princess. He looked at her more closely, allowing her gaze to soften just a fraction. How is your heart now? Amara's smile faltered just slightly, though she quickly masked it with a nod. It's manageable, but it's weakening, I feel it strongly. I'm sure you already guessed. She glanced around before taking a small step forward. We can speak more about it when we're somewhere more private. For now, though, I have a few questions. What kind? Oh, just the kind that satisfies curiosity. She smiled a little at her own words. Word of defense against the beast wave has reached every corner of the capital. It's the talk of every ball, the subject of every noble's interest. But I'd rather hear the tale from you, Count Arzan, than let myself be swayed by gossip and rumors. So would you be kind enough to tell me the whole tale? Kai stood on the raised platform in Verdes City Square, gazing out at the sea of faces filling the plaza below. Every eye was fixed on him. They were waiting for him to start whatever he was about to say. This was his city now, and it was a feeling that he couldn't just shake away. He cleared his throat, the quiet murmur in the crowd settling instantly, and began, his voice firm yet measured, carrying over the square. People of Verdes, by the grace of King Sullivan, I have been granted control of this city, our city. He paused, letting the words sink in, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as they straightened. And I promise you on this very day that I will see to it that all injustices done here will be accounted for. We will see Verdes rise again, stronger than ever. A ripple of approval passed through the people, some nodding in agreement, others watching with guarded hope. He saw a few faces soften, hardened lines easing as the weight of his words took hold, but he could feel the uncertainty that reeked from their response. I'm sure many of you have heard rumors about me, he continued, his lips curling in a half-smile. Some of them good, some of them not so good. A few chuckles broke the tension, people exchanging knowing glances. You've probably heard about the beast wave and how we held the line. I won't go into the details now, but I'll say this, for the last year, I've poured everything I have into making Veralt better, and those efforts are already showing results. He gestured to the people around him as if inviting them to witness the tangible change in their lives. Just recently, we've launched new projects, the education program, an apprenticeship scheme, the village rebuilding initiative, and the community kitchen where every person in Veralt can come and receive a meal, no questions asked, every single day. This, I promise, is only the beginning. Each one of you deserves the same respect and the same opportunities, and I give you my word that you will have them. As his words echoed over the crowd, a wave of cheers broke out, people raising their fists, voices lifted in raw, unguarded approval. Although all his schemes were good, the community kitchen part got the most cheer. It was a problem everywhere, and even in Verdes, there were a lot of skinny, malnourished people that weren't able to get one proper meal a day. Kai allowed the sound to roll over him, grounding himself in the energy of the people before him, waiting as they settled back into a reverent hush. He took a breath, knowing the next promise would resonate deeply. Verdes has 2 iron mines, he said, his tone firm. And from now on, every worker who steps into those mines will have the safety equipment they need. Gone are the days when men and women risked their lives for the city's wealth without basic protection. Henderson stripped that away from you, sent you into the depths unprotected. I'll be changing that. Your safety is as much a priority as the iron we pull from the earth. Another wave of cheers rose, louder this time, and he saw fists pumping in the crowd, people's faces alight with hope. But he wasn't finished. He held up a hand, and the square hushed once more. And our biggest project, he announced, his voice taking on a tone of anticipation, will be a citywide evaluation. Every single person in Verdes will have the opportunity to be tested, to see if you have the qualities needed to join a new special force, a force that will report directly to me. A hush fell, the crowd holding its collective breath. Those selected will receive a fair wage, steady work, and the pride of defending this city alongside me. I'm talking about 5 gold coins per month here, and enough security to your family and your future. Excited murmurs swept through the crowd, people turning to each other in whispers, discussing what he had just said. Kai watched them, knowing that this was the start of something they'd been longing for. Yet, amidst the hopeful faces, he noticed a few hesitant expressions, eyes that darted with uncertainty, mouth set in tight lines of doubt. Sensing the undercurrent of fear, he raised his hands once more, his gaze steady and reassuring. "Fear not," he began, his voice warm and earnest. "Although the testing will be mandatory, no one will have to join the special force if they don't want to. There will be no coercion, no force. Everyone will be treated equally and will simply be given the option to strive for something more in life. This is about opportunity, not obligation." A collective sigh seemed to pass through the crowd, tension easing as Arzan addressed their unspoken concerns directly. He continued, "To ensure the smooth administration of our new initiatives, Zorger will take up the administrative duties. He knows this city inside and out and will be instrumental in implementing our programs effectively. Additionally, one of my trusted knights, Ferre, will be acting under Zorger's guidance. I will also be sending more personnel to make sure I receive news from Verdes every week, keeping me informed and allowing me to respond swiftly to your needs." As he spoke, another roar of approval erupted, more vigorous than before. The people's enthusiasm seemed to swell, their initial doubts melting away in the face of his clear and compassionate leadership. He took a moment to absorb the renewed energy before continuing. "If you have any questions, please come forward to ask them now. I would be happy to address any doubts or concerns you may have." Count Arzan, one of the men, walked forward. "How will the testing for the special force work? What kind of training will we receive?" Kai smiled, appreciating the directness of the question. "Excellent question. The testing will be done by a mage. Nevertheless, no harm or pain will be felt. The training will be comprehensive, covering combat skills, resilience, including your physical strength and durability. It will be intense, but nothing you can't handle." Encouraged by the response, another voice chimed in from the back, a woman holding her baby in her hand. A trace of hesitation passed by her eyes before she spoke. "What guarantees do we have that you won't abuse the power like Henderson did, Lord Arzan?" Arzan's expression hardened slightly, a steely resolve in his eyes. "Transparency and accountability have always been the cornerstones of my rule. City of Veralt is testimony to what I've done. So rather than words, I will show you with my actions. Any more questions?" People collectively nodded. The questions continued, so did his responses. As Kai replied to every one of them, he felt the crowd ease up. The answers were clear and sincere, dispelling lingering fears. Even those who had suspected him to be the same or worse as Henderson seemed to look up to him with hope in their eyes. A major reason behind this shift was Henderson's reputation. As a tyrant, his harsh rule had left deep scars. In contrast, the rumors about Kai recently had been good, and the fact that nobles seldom came out to take questions from commoners made Kai's openness all the more refreshing. The atmosphere in the square transformed from one of cautious optimism to vibrant hope, the seeds of a revitalized Verdes firmly taking root in the hearts of its people. Kai clutched his hands together in the end. "Together, we will rebuild, we will protect, and we will thrive. Verdes is not just my city, it is ours. Let us move forward, united by our shared dreams and unwavering spirit." The crowd erupted in a final, thunderous cheer, the sound echoing through the city streets and into the night sky. Kai stood tall. As the cheers continued, he knew that this moment marked the beginning of a new era for Verdes, one that was being led by him. Over the next few hours, Kai busied himself with the logistics of his plans. He went over blueprints, checked in with foremen, and reviewed the upcoming training schedules with his knights. There was satisfaction in the tangible details, the pieces falling into place. But as he considered his resources, he couldn't help but think of Francis. His trusted right hand had proved invaluable in other projects, yet with his responsibilities stretched thin across the territories, Francis had already begun recruiting assistants to manage his workload. Still, the absence was felt. Thankfully, Kai had Zorger. The man had demonstrated a deep loyalty to Verdes and an affinity for leadership, handling the city with an experienced hand. Kai had been thorough in investigating his background, finding a steady record of fair and effective administration. With Zorger on the ground, backed by reliable men of Kai's own choosing, he could focus his energy on broader concerns, assured that Verdes would be in safe hands. One of his most pressing tasks now was to expand his force, especially with capable mages and enforcers. His current cadre was competent, but to secure Verdes fully, he needed more. He planned to send his newly recruited mages into the city soon, not only to search for any other enforcers, but also mages who might have been unaware of their gifts. If he could find a few of them, it would massively help him and his forces for what was about to come. By the end of the day, Kai still hadn't been able to leave for Veralt. What he'd intended to be a swift inspection had turned into an all-day undertaking, ensuring that every detail was laid out and every promise set in motion. Only late that evening did he finally retreat to the castle that Henderson used, wrapping up his responsibilities for the day. And by dawn, Kai was on the road again, this time bound for Veralt. The journey was swift and efficient until Princess Amara requested to share his carriage. She dismissed the offer of another, insisting with a certain stubbornness that left him no real choice. He knew the request wasn't random, there were matters she intended to discuss. Besides, rumors were inevitable. Riding together in a single carriage would only add fuel, but Kai no longer cared about gossip. It would spread regardless, and he had larger matters to focus on. As the carriage rumbled along the dirt path, Kai felt Amara's gaze on him, steady and appraising. Finally, without turning from the view outside the window, he spoke. "Is there something troubling you, princess?" She hesitated, then her voice came soft and thoughtful. "Nothing troubling. It's just you're far more competent than I expected." She paused, as if searching for the right words. "I've heard of nobles taking over cities, yes, but they often stay aloof. They expect the people to obey simply because they hold the title, addressing the civilians personally, giving them assurance that's not something normal. Most nobles just wave to the people from their castle walls and expect obedience, a courtesy they feel entitled to. So you joined me on this journey just to praise me. I think this is the second time now. You did the same after I recounted the events of the beast wave." Amara flushed slightly, crossing her arms with an air of mild defiance. "I don't give out compliments easily, you know. You should take them when I do. It's proper manners." Kai shrugged, the faintest hint of amusement in his gaze as he looked her over. He couldn't help but let his eyes linger on her chest, where her mana heart she'd nearly lost beat steadily beneath her traveling dress. "At least for now. And how's your heart been?" he asked, a touch of concern slipping into his otherwise calm voice. "The stitches should start dissolving soon, shouldn't they?" Amara shifted, a bit surprised by his directness. She placed a hand lightly over her chest, as if feeling the rhythm within. "It's been harder and harder to ignore the pain. It's getting worse, especially if I try to use magic." Kai's brow knit. "You've been trying magic. That's risky, especially before you've healed properly." She looked down, almost sheepishly. "Sometimes I was just curious. I've never been able to use it before, and the urge to try has been hard to resist." He sighed, his voice steady but firm. "I get it, but you need to listen. You're still a patient. Rushing it could make things worse." A silence stretched between them before she sighed, resigned. "I will. At least if you can give me hope that there's a way to heal it for good." Her voice softened, as though the words had taken on a life of their own. "If you can help my rapture truly heal, Count Arzin." Kai studied her, the wheels of his mind turning. "I might have a way. I've been looking for options since we last spoke, and there may be one possibility: a long, risky surgery. It won't be easy, and the recovery could take time." She smiled, a touch of warmth melting her guarded expression. "Then I trust you, Count Arzin. I'll follow your lead." "Good. I don't intend to leave Veralt anytime soon, so we have all the time we need." For the first time, he saw a genuine glimmer of relief in her expression. The carriage rocked gently as they traveled onward, but within it, a quiet understanding settled between them which Kai appreciated. After the long day he has had, he wanted some peaceful silence. Flosper rose slowly, leaning heavily on a twisted staff adorned with silver leaves. His face, carved by time and wisdom, bore deep lines that spoke of centuries of battles and burdens, yet his eyes burned with a youthful intensity that defied his frail frame. The hall quieted as the elf elder raised his hand. Around him, the great hall of the elder tree thrummed with life. The massive chamber was woven seamlessly from living branches that curved overhead, forming a natural dome covered with thick emerald green leaves. Sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting dapples of light onto the council members seated in a circle at the vine-covered table before him. Flowers the color of moonlight bloomed along the edges, releasing a faint, calming fragrance, a reminder of the elder tree's protective embrace. Flosper's voice, though cracked with age, rang steady and clear, reverberating across the sacred space. "We need the Fatebreaker to leave the human lands and come here. It's the only way to save the world." His gaze swept over the members of the Council of the Five Tribes, taking in the solemn faces seated around Heimolfs who had sacrificed centuries to protect the elder tree and the world itself. But now, as the faint signs of the coming calamity cast long shadows over them, uncertainty lingered in their eyes. One of the council members, a tall, stoic elf named Lyrian, broke the silence. I don't believe in this, Fatebreaker. It's a myth, Flosper. We should focus on practical solutions, not stories. Another member nodded in agreement, but the elder's gaze turned fierce as he silenced them with another raised hand. Enough, he commanded, and the council quieted. Elder Vialarith herself has foreseen his arrival. He has already begun the fight against the forces of calamity, and the Elder Tree has shown us a path. We cannot ignore this. Seated across from him, a regal, silver-haired elf named Calith scowled. But he's a mere human. Why would the Elder Tree choose him? Why should we stake our hopes on one of them? Flosper's gaze hardened, his eyes glowing with a quiet fire. The Elder Tree does not bend to our prejudices, Calith. It chooses those it deems worthy, regardless of our understanding. He may be human, but he is the Fatebreaker, and if we refuse to call upon him, we will all pay the price for our pride. At that moment, a striking woman seated to the left, her silver hair bound with strands of emerald leaves, slammed her staff down onto the vine-covered table, the thud echoing through the place. The table itself, formed from thick living vines that twisted and bloomed with soft white flowers, seemed to pulse with the life force of the Elder Tree. She met the other council members' stares, her gaze sharp and unyielding. She was Vialarith, elven elder of the Lethi tribe. What if he is a human? Vialarith demanded, her voice laced with scorn at their hesitation. A Fatebreaker is still a Fatebreakerone without threads binding him, the only one who can break free of the prophecy. Why should we concern ourselves with race if he is what we believe he is? Or do you think only we elves deserve blessings from the Elder Tree? Calith stiffened at her words, his lips pressed into a thin line. It's not about deserving Vialarith. It's that we have no assurance he'll even help us. We don't know if the Elder Tree means the same to him as it does to us. He might see it as nothing more than an old tree and the prophecy as a mere tale. Vialarith's eyes narrowed. He's a mage blessed by the Elder Tree since birth. Surely, he knows the value of the Elder Tree and all that it represents. And unless any of you elders have a better idea to face Malfecia's twisted forces, she paused, her voice dripping with challenge, I'd like you to enlighten us. Surely, in all your centuries, you have some brilliant plans to stand against a being worshipped by the Death Incarnate. Silence fell like a heavy weight, smothering any remaining resistance. The council members shifted in their vine-woven chairs, their eyes downcast as Vialarith's words settled. They had all felt the creeping dread of Malfecia's influence, the darkness slowly tainting the lands. Even their wisdom, gathered over countless years, offered no clear path forward. And every second they wasted, the Elder Tree's condition grew worse. Flosper finally nodded, breaking the silence and seeing no objection. It is decided then. We will summon the Fatebreaker to our land as our guest, and if he accepts, he will be our hope, the very center of our stand against the calamity. The council members exchanged wary glances, but no one argued. Vines hanging from the ceiling draped down like green chandeliers, and the flowers on the table pulsed softly, as if the Elder Tree itself acknowledged the decision. They soon reached Veralt. Their carriages marked their arrival as they rolled past the gates. Crowds gathered along the roads, eyes lighting up with recognition and joy as Count Arzen's carriage came into view. Before Kai could process, the people were cheering, some waving with excited faces. Respect and genuine warmth radiated through them. Even though his visits had become frequent and routine, the joy on their faces as they saw his carriage filled him with warmth, as if all his efforts over time hadn't gone unnoticed. He saw how Amara glimmered with wonder as she leaned slightly out of the window, soaking in the sights of Veralt. The city was renovating after the beast wave, and a lot of things were falling back into place. Some houses and roads were better than they had been before. It was visible, and by how people proudly showed their homes and shouted their gratitude, Kai knew the city was slowly recovering. Passing the several houses that were fully reconstructed and half-finished wooden structures wrapped in scaffolding, he was met with a rhythmic loud noise of hammers and the synced shouts of workers and merchants through the road. Even in the middle of all that chaos, Amara drew attention. People looked at her curiously as she waved back at the crowd. Her smile was small and hesitant, but nevertheless it was there. It wouldn't be long before whispers spread, questions forming about the princess beside him. Your city looks good, she said, turning back to him. Her voice was soft and thoughtful. Kai's eyes, sharp yet unreadable, flicked to the scene outside. Does it? He replied. We are still constructing a lot of things, he said, realizing that they were drawing closer to the castle. She nodded, glancing once more at the faces in the crowd. I can see that, but the people look excited to see you. I mean it when I say that you are a good lord, Count Arzen. A moment of silence stretched between them, broken only by the clatter of carriage wheels. He nodded, a hint of something unreadable passing over his expression before he turned his gaze ahead. The carriage rolled to a stop before the castle gates. They stepped out of the carriage as the grand doors of the castle opened, revealing Francis, Claire, and a handful of maids standing at attention. Francis bowed deeply as Kai approached, only to pause mid-motion when he noticed the princess by his side. His brows knitted as if he was trying to remember who she was before glancing back at Kai. "This is Princess Amara, daughter of King Sullivan and Queen Regina," Kai said with a nod in her direction. She smiled gracefully at Francis, who suddenly looked a little pale. "She will be staying here for a while." Francis's eyes widened, but he quickly masked himself with a bow. The other maids gasped softly before lowering themselves into deep curtsies. "Your Highness," Francis said, "we are honored by your presence. Rest assured you will have every comfort, and I will personally see to it that your stay here is without trouble." "Of course, Princess Amara," Francis replied, bowing again. His tone left no doubt that he would mobilize the entire household to meet her needs. Kai turned to Amara, the briefest flicker of concern crossing his eyes. "One of the maids will show you to your room. Forgive us if we lack the full regalia you may be accustomed to. We're not used to hosting royalty." His eyes hardened slightly as he thought over all the things he would need for the surgery. "Tomorrow. I need tonight to prepare everything, but we will begin first thing in the morning." She nodded, the tension in her shoulders easing. "Please show her the way," Francis ushered a maid, noticing how the conversation had died. One maid walked forward and bowed. Amara looked at Kai once before she followed the maid inside, disappearing into the corridors of the castle. Once she was out of sight, Kai's mood shifted, the thought of the upcoming task settling on him like a mantle. He turned to Francis, who was already watching with keen, expectant eyes. "Walk with me," he said, the command brooking no argument. "I need to explain everything." Francis's face shifted from curiosity to grim understanding as he fell into step beside Kai. They entered the castle, passing wide corridors and servants as they made their way to the main office upstairs. Their boots rang down the quiet wooden floor. Finally, he pushed open the doors to his office by the library and stepped inside. Francis followed closely. After they were both inside, Francis closed the door behind him with a thud and Kai settled onto his chair. Verdes fell easier than expected. Henderson was less of an obstacle than we initially thought. Killian and the rest of the enforcers took care of everything, and one of them would give you the whole report, Kai said. Once that was over, Princess Amara appeared out of nowhere. It seems she escaped from the capital alone to make the journey and tagged along when she saw our contingent moving towards Verdes. Francis's brows shot up, the lines of his face deepening. "That's sooner than our estimates." Kai nodded at that. "Yes, I told you before I was expecting her next month, once her temporary bindings began to weaken, but it seems she was practicing magic on her own. The bindings are barely holding, and if I don't act soon, they will fail entirely. I need to finish healing her tomorrow, though I don't know if I will be entirely successful." Francis pressed his lips together, eyes narrowing in thought. "Do you think she'll be able to answer our questions about the Arkan Tower and the royal family?" A sigh escaped Kai, one that carried the exhaustion of weeks spent on the move, planning, fighting, and negotiating. "I don't know," he admitted. "But I intend to ask every question I can during and after the surgery. The letters I sent contained only broad inquiries, and I never had time to delve deeper. We've been juggling too many fires at once. I didn't have time to reply to them." Francis nodded, and a moment of silence passed between them. Kai's fingers traced circles around the stack of parchment that were in front of him. Before he could follow it up with his plan for tomorrow, Francis asked, "Do you really believe Magus Viridia is controlling Prince Eldrick and was behind sending Actor to finish you?" Kai's eyes darkened as he considered the question. He glanced at the map on the wall, one section marked with the sigils of the royal family and their allies. "It's one of our hypotheses. Eldrick is not the cunning type. When I met him, he seemed immature, almost desperate for guidance. A prince who leans on others too much is easily manipulated. The beast waif that might be Lucian's work, but he wouldn't act without strong backing, either from the royal family or the Arkan Tower. I really doubt he had ways of controlling a mana fiend, and we already have gotten hints that something bigger is controlling everything from the shadows." Francis stroked his chin. "So it comes down to either a power play within the royal family or Magus Viridia's designs." "Exactly. And tomorrow, when Amara is ready, we'll find out just how deep this runs." As he spoke, his mind wandered, moving through memories about the past. Things were so starkly different from the history he knew. The Mad King being incompetent a puppet, even was something that defied every record he had studied. In the annals, he was depicted as ruthless but shrewd, a man whose mind was sharp enough to cleave through enemies without lifting a sword. To see him now, a shadow of that portrayal, filled Kai with doubt. It was as if the stories of old had been polished and twisted. The only explanation that made sense was chilling. The history he knew was wrong. Perhaps every tale of the Mad King's cunning deeds had been orchestrated from the shadows by someone else, someone who had woven their will into the very fabric of the realm's narrative. Who? The question hung in his mind as he thought of every possibility he needed to know. He recalled his master's voice, stern yet wise, ringing in his ears as if he was back in that small practice room from his teenage years. "History is often written by the victors, Kai. It's a canvas they can paint over as they wish, leaving out whatever truths don't suit them. Those winners, they blend and mend any parts they want. It's sad, but it's true." That adage seemed to echo louder now. Every page he had read, every decree and battle meticulously chronicled, could be nothing more than curated lies. That's why someone like Amara was invaluable. She had lived within those walls and seen what the ink on those parchments had missed. Francis broke his reverie yet again. Do you really think she'll answer our questions? She is royalty, after all. There are loyalties even desperation cannot break. Francis's brow furrowed as he absorbed the plan. Are you confident, Lord Arzin? Confident you can heal her? I'm confident in knowing what needs to be done to heal her heart. But with magic, so much relies on the patient. She'll need to do a lot of the heavy lifting herself. The silence that followed was heavy, but not with doubt. It was the kind of silence that signaled preparation, a breath before plunging into the unknown. By tomorrow, he hoped, they would have a few more answers and fewer shadows obscuring the truth. Mana surgeries were an art, but a risky one at that. They came in many forms, shapes, and sizes, depending on the organ being treated and the level of damage. At the simplest end of the spectrum, there were minor surgeries, like unblocking a mana vein or clearing a buildup of stagnated energy. These were almost routine, simple procedures that even novice mages could perform with proper training. The body's mana flow could be restored with little risk, and the patient would typically recover with minimal disruption to their life. But not all mana surgeries were so benign. When it came to more complex operations, such as repairing damage to the mana brain, where one's ability to sense and control mana originated, the risks multiplied. The mana brain was far more fragile than most believed, and surgery there was a high-stakes gamble. The precision required was a level of mastery that few possessed, and failure could result in permanent cognitive damage, leaving the patient with impaired magic or worse, no magic at all. The heart, however, was perhaps the trickiest organ of all. As fickle as it was essential, the heart was the lifeblood of any mage. During mage duels, the heart was often targeted, and mages would use all manner of techniques to strike at this vulnerable organ. Even with armor, the heart was prone to damage, both external and internal. Armor could shield the physical heart, but there were still ways to target the mana within. A ruptured heart, however, was a different beast altogether. When a heart was ruptured, it meant that the damage wasn't just superficial. The external boundaries were torn, but the internal mana channels, the astral part of the heart, were split open as well. A mana heart rupture wasn't just a physical injury, it meant the very core of the mage's life force had been compromised. In a case like that, no ordinary binding or healing spell would suffice. The external part could be repaired, but the astral damage would require a much more difficult procedure, one that demanded complete control over both the physical and astral realms, including her mana circles. That's where Kai's dilemma lay. Even though he could mend the external injuries to Amara's heart, the astral damage required a level of mastery he hadn't attempted in years. He would need to enter the very core of her mana to heal her. And that, in itself, was a dangerous and taxing procedure that demanded as much from him as it would from her. That was why, despite everything, he had decided against attempting the surgery in the capital. Not only was the setting less than ideal for such an operation, but Amara's body wasn't ready to handle the strain. He needed her to fully understand the risks before she agreed to go through with it. The next day, he entered her room and prepared to speak frankly with Amara. We will begin the surgery, but I need you to understand the full extent of what's going to happen. Amara tilted her head, listening intently, her eyes wide with anticipation. What will happen, Count Arzin? The question was broad, and he didn't know any way to shorten the answer. He gave a brief description about the mana surgery and why it was so complicated before finally moving to the conclusion. The surgery will not be easy. I can repair the external damage to your heart, but the inner astral injuries will require deeper intervention. I'll need to enter your body, and that could be quite strenuous on you. You have to be prepared. She blinked, her expression flickering through a range of emotions at his words. He wasn't able to understand all of them, but he noticed her maid, Anya, going pale beside her. So, you will be inside me? Amara asked, her eyes slowly widening. Kai had always been a person of few words. In his childhood, silence had been a survival skill honed on the unforgiving streets, where speaking out of turn could land you in more trouble than any blade. Even after his master had taken him in, he maintained his cautious nature, observing more than speaking. It wasn't until he started mastering magic and earning respect among peers that he began to understand the true power of words. They could be as sharp and unpredictable as any spell, wielded with care or reckless abandon, capable of causing alliances or misunderstandings with a mere slip. Just like that. Now, standing in front of Princess Amara and her wide-eyed maid Anya, the realization hit him like a sudden gust of cold wind. He replayed his own words in his mind, catching the unintended implication too late. The princess's cheeks flushed pink, a mixture of confusion and shock twisting her features, while the maid's eyes darted between them, torn between horror and curiosity. He cleared his throat, voice steady but urgent. Let me be clearer, he said, holding up a hand as if to stop an oncoming storm. I didn't realize my words could cause a misunderstanding. By being inside you, I mean my consciousness needs to enter your mana heart in your astral realm where your mana circles converge. In cases of mana heart ruptures, it damages not only the physical organ but also the astral structure within. To heal it, we need to work from the inside. The tension in the room eased slightly as Amara's expression shifted from bewildered to contemplative. The color in her cheeks receded as understanding settled in. She glanced at him with an edge of curiousness, and the previous expression subsided. "Is that even possible?" she asked, her voice quieter now. "It is," he said in a firm tone. "But it's not without risk." The unspoken understanding passed between them. Kai thought his words carefully as he continued. There would be complications, obviously. The body needs to be very stable for this type of procedure to work, but I can do it. The challenge is situated in navigating the astral realm. It's not an easy place to do anything, even under ideal conditions. I'd only be able to maintain my presence there for 10, maybe 20 minutes, depending on how stable your body remains. Even then, a significant part of the process will rely on you. Amara's brows knitted with concern. "What do you mean by that?" "You'll understand better once we begin the procedure," Kai said, his tone firm. "For now, it's important that you know the risks. If complications arise, such as the astral realm taking longer than expected to heal despite my spells, I might be forced out before I can finish. If that happens, your heart could end up in a worse state than it is now." Anya, the princess's maid, gasped, eyes wide with alarm. "That sounds far too dangerous. The princess's life could be at risk." Kai's gaze hardened as he nodded. "Yes, it could be, but there's no other way to repair the damage. If we don't do this, her condition will only continue to deteriorate. I wish there was a safer path, but there isn't." Amara looked at her maid, whose face was a mask of worry. Anya opened her mouth to protest, but Amara raised a hand, silencing her. Determination shone in the princess's eyes as she took a deep breath, steeling herself. "No, we came all this way for a reason," she said, her voice trembling but resolute. "If I don't go through with this, I won't last much longer anyway." She turned to Kai, her gaze unwavering. "Please start the procedure." Kai nodded, pulling out a small vial with a crystalline blue liquid that shimmered faintly under the rays of the morning sun coming through the window. It was a concoction he'd spent hours perfecting the previous day, carefully measuring each ingredient. If his calculations were correct, it would buy them the time they needed. "This is a mana-stabilizing potion," he said. His eyes moved to the curious pairs of eyes. "It'll put you into a deep, near-sleep state. Once it takes effect, I'll enter your astral soul to begin the procedure." He shifted his gaze to Anya, who stood nearby with worry etched into every line of her face. "No matter what happens, don't try to wake her. Even if her body shakes or reacts, let it run its course." "Understood." Anya swallowed hard, the color draining from her face as she nodded. Amara took the vial, turning it in her hands, the light catching the liquid's gleam as she studied it with a mix of apprehension and resolve. Without another word, she tipped her head back and drank it down in one go. A visible shiver ran through her after 10 seconds as the potion's effects began to set in. "My body feels different," she whispered, her eyes already growing heavy. "That's normal," Kai said softly. "Just relax, close your eyes." Amara obeyed, her body settling into the bed as the tension in her muscles slowly unwound. Kai waited, counting the seconds as her breathing deepened, her eyelids fluttering closed. When he saw her body become limp, he took her hand, feeling the coldness of her fingers against his own. "Please do your best," Anya said, her voice trembling. "The princess has suffered so much already." Kai's eyes flicked to her, an unspoken promise glinting in them. He didn't want to stress the maid out even though he knew the serious consequences that this process would have. Therefore, like any medical practitioner, he gave his promise. "I'll do everything I can," he said, and then, with a steady breath, he gripped Amara's hand tighter and began to murmur an incantation under his breath. The spell he needed to use was called Astral Intrusion. Although the name of the spell was mildly evil, it was often used in these procedures, and was one of the easier soul spells to learn. Soul spells were among the most complicated and demanding of magical arts. Kai only knew a few of them, no more than 2 or 3. They weren't his specialty, he lacked any real affinity for soul magic, but this one spelled one required for the surgery was the one he was confident in. The words of the incantation spilled out, each syllable imbued with mana and pulsing against his very core as it slowly coursed through his veins and into Amara. His consciousness followed the stream of energy, weaving its way through her mana channels and toward the heart. He could feel the spiritual tug as his piece of soul reached the threshold, ready to enter the damaged astral plane. With a final whisper, he pushed his essence forward, a surge of mana propelling him deeper. Suddenly, a force yanked at him, and his vision plunged into darkness. The room, the weight of Amara's hand, even Anya's worried presence, all of it disappeared as he was drawn inside her fractured mana heart. Kai awoke to a world that felt like the embodiment of death itself, an endless frozen wasteland, where the air bit at his skin with a ferocity that made his bones ache. Each breath he took felt like inhaling shards of ice, and the cold wasn't just external, it seemed to seep into his very essence, gnawing at his resolve. The horizon was a disorienting blur of swirling, gaseous white light, pulsing with a ghostly glow that cast long, trembling shadows across the jagged, frost-covered ground. He took a cautious step forward, the ice crackling underfoot in protest. An instinctual shudder ran through him, not just from the chill but from the oppressive lifelessness of this realm. Her astral realm is really dead, he muttered, the words hanging in the freezing air like a condemning whisper. The mere thought that Amara had survived in such a condition of her astral realm should have been all due to her willpower. Most mages would have succumbed long before now. Kai's eyes rose to the sky, where the only source of warmth resided, a massive, golden circle coiled in convoluted patterns, hanging in the void like a silent sentinel. It glowed with a soft, wavering light that barely managed to fend off the suffocating cold. The golden illumination flickered like the last candle in a storm, valiantly refusing to be snuffed out. That was her mana circle. His attention snapped downward as the landscape groaned beneath him, deep fissures tearing through the icy expanse with a sound that was both a hiss and a roar. The fractures branched out like black veins, splitting the very fabric of the realm, and from those cracks a cold wind surged, carrying with it the echo of something fragile and on the brink of shattering. The wind cut through his cloak, making it snap and whip against his back. The rupture, Kai whispered, the weight of the words sinking like a stone in his chest. The state of her astral realm was far worse than he had imagined. The physical signs had been dire, but this realm splintered, frozen, and dying painted a picture of unavoidable fiasco. If he failed to act, these creeping cracks would soon expand, spreading like poison until her mana heart and astral core fragmented into oblivion. 2 months had been a generous estimate. He pushed forward, each step a battle against the wind and ice that clawed at him as though to drag him down into the void. Just as he approached the largest fracture, a sound, soft and uncertain, broke the desolate silence. He whipped around, heart racing. Amara stood there, her astral form almost luminous against the desolation. "Arzin," she whispered, her voice trembling, barely more than a breath and filled with disbelief. Unlike her regal, composed physical self, Amara's astral form was more vulnerable, draped in a simple white cloth that flowed over her like a wisp of mist. The cloth clung loosely to her, moving as if caught in an unseen breeze. Her eyes, wide and uncertain, darted around the desolate expanse as she whispered, "Where are we?" Kai's gaze was steady as he replied, "Your astral realm." He pointed toward the large, jagged crack running across the icy ground, the gash in reality that seemed to ooze cold, dark energy. "That's the rupture. I'm pretty sure you've been here before, but memories of the astral realm are difficult to hold on to, like a dream that slips away as soon as you wake." Amara turned to look at the rupture, her expression tightening as a shiver coursed down her spine. "That looks bad." A wry chuckle escaped Kai as he scanned the horizon. "It is," he admitted, "but believe it or not, that's not our biggest problem here." Before she could ask what he meant, a strangled noise interrupted them. Amara staggered back, her breath catching in her throat as shadows began to rise from the icy ground, limbs flailing and twisting as though each motion caused them pain. Their bodies were an abhorrent fusion of shadow and decaying flesh, slick with a black, tar-like substance that dripped in thick globs, sizzling as it hit the frost beneath them. It clung to their forms like a second skin, seeping from jagged wounds that seemed to open and close of their own accord. Their faces were a nightmare-given shape, split and warped in ways that defied anatomy. One creature's jaw was unhinged, hanging at an unnatural angle with cracked, splintered bone visible beneath the shadowy surface. Teeth like splintered glass jutted out in uneven rows, each one stained with an ichorous sheen that seemed to pulse with a glow. The eye sockets were hollow and empty, but deep within, an ember-like light flickered a sickly, yellow-orange flame that shivered and writhed as if alive. Clawed hands emerged from tangled limbs, fingers elongated and jagged, ending in black, cracked talons that scraped at the ice, leaving deep, angry gouges in their wake. Each movement they made was accompanied by a wet, tearing sound, as if their very existence was pulling apart at the seams. Some had limbs that split and reformed, twitching erratically, as though the energy holding them together was barely sufficient. The smell was palpable even in this astral space, a phantom stench of rot and burned ozone that made the air thick and hard to breathe. Their forms rippled with a semi-transparent quality, revealing pulsating veins of dark mana beneath their skin that coiled and throbbed like worms trapped in flesh. When they moved, their bodies convulsed and shuddered. They looked like they were fighting to reach up. One of them lurched forward, its disfigured head tilting at an unnatural angle before emitting a gurgling, otherworldly wail that seemed to resonate inside the skull like a scream made of countless voices, each echo tinged with pain and madness. Amara took several shaky steps back until she felt Kai's steadying hand on her shoulder. His grip was firm, anchoring her amidst the growing dread. Her eyes darted to his, searching for reassurance. "What are they?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, as one of the shadows let out a bone-chilling screech that echoed across the wasteland. Soul wraiths, Kai said, the word heavy with gravity. His eyes stayed fixed on the abominations clawing their way forward, their grotesque forms dripping with a tar-like substance that hissed against the icy ground. They're in everyone. Manifestations of all the negative emotions you've ever felt, your fears, shattered dreams, regrets, everything bad. Kai continued, his tone steady but urgent. But the worst thing about them isn't even how they look. Her voice trembled as she glanced back at him. What is it then? Without a word, Kai raised his hand, conjuring a small, bright fireball that crackled with intense heat. He hurled it at the nearest wraith, the flames hissing as they collided with the creature. But instead of recoiling or vanishing, the wraith absorbed the fire, the light disappearing into its dark, corrupted form. It howled with renewed fury, lurching toward them as if they didn't even feel it. I can't hurt them, Kai said as he faced Amara. They aren't my fears. I have no control over them. Only you do. He let the gravity of his words sink in as the shadows twisted and clawed at the ground, their gnarled faces shifting between expressions of rage and anguish. Amara's mouth fell open, the shock in her eyes deepening into fear. How will I fight them? She asked, her voice thin and unsteady, as if the very idea was too much to grasp. Kai inhaled deeply. By facing your fears, he said. Death had always lingered at the edges of Amara's life like a cold, insidious presence that she could never quite shake. It was a shadow that whispered promises of an end to her suffering, a dark lullaby she had both feared and in her worst moments almost longed for. The length of her illness had carved those thoughts into her bones. Yet, with a fierce will that went against the chill pressing around her heart, she had fought. She had wriggled her way through the days, refusing to yield. But this was different. The astral realm was a canvas of stark whites and deep shadows, ethereal yet unwelcoming. Beneath her feet the ground splintered, veins of cold cracking through the mirrored surface. In the eyes of the soul wraiths that surged toward her, she saw the familiar gleam of death, hungry, expectant. They moved like liquid shadows, their forms ever shifting, the sound of their approach a symphony of whisper, stark and ugly. They wanted her to die, and that was all she could see and feel. Death. Panic gnawed at her insides. She had been so close, so achingly close to feeling alive again, to reclaiming the life that had always seemed out of reach. And now, with the air pressing like ice against her skin, it seemed that all those dreams would shatter alongside the fractured plane beneath her. Amara, a voice cut through the haze, sharp and commanding but also soothing. Arzan. He stood at the periphery of her vision, his presence a beacon of unwavering certainty. The man who had brought her to this Placetha's bizarre space between reality and magic was watching her, eyes ablaze with intensity. Don't just stand there. Fight against them. I won't be able to heal your astral realm otherwise. How am I going to do that? She gasped, the word tasting of desperation. You told me not to use magic. A fleeting smirk crossed his face. Amara was confused for a brief second. It's your realm. You can do anything here. It's just about your conviction. Just hold those wraiths for me. Amara's breath hitched, and she forced herself to nod at Arzan, drawing whatever dregs of courage she had left. His silhouette blurred as he leapt, weaving between the encroaching wraiths fluidly. Threads of mana coiled around his outstretched fingers, bright and searing, each strand crackling like a whip of fire. The beam surged forward, illuminating the darkness, aimed at the gaping tear, splitting her realm apart. But Amara couldn't keep watching. The wraith's shriek stole her attention, the sound of a twisted chorus that burrowed into her mind, dredging up memories she had buried deep. You are just a weak puppet. The first wraith lunged, a shape of shifting black mist, hollow eye sockets boring into her. Its voice echoed inside her head, a familiar, venomous chant. You deserve all of your suffering. Don't deserve royalty. Don't deserve anything. Just a burden, a worthless burden. She staggered backward, her body trembling as their whispers intensified, multiplying with every step they took. Each word sank into her, cold and sharp as a dagger. Your family has given you a boon by not killing you outright. They should have. Another wraith slithered closer, its mouth stretching wide in a grotesque grin. You are useless, sister. The words were suffocating. Amara's knees buckled, and she fell to the cracked ground, palms scraping against the icy surface. Fear spread across her skin, a chilling touch that left her paralyzed. The words, so familiar, wrapped around her like chains, constricting tighter with each heartbeat. She shuddered, eyes squeezing shut, surrender crawling through her veins. The darkness crept closer, its breath cold against her neck, its hands reaching out. The temptation to let go, to finally silence the voices and accept the fate they promised, was almost overwhelming. It would be so easy, a voice whispered from somewhere deep inside. Just close your eyes, let them take you. Rest. Amara's shoulders sagged, and for a moment the fight bled out of her, leaving nothing but hollow exhaustion. She braced for the sting of claws, for the cold finality that would come when they claimed her. But then, amid the cacophony, a different sound cut through the fierce roar of Arzan's mana, splitting the silence and scattering the wraith's whispers like leaves in a storm. The warmth of it kissed her face, sparking something dormant inside her, something raw and bright. Arzan's voice thundered through the dark, cutting across the chorus of wraiths. Amara, don't listen to whatever they say. You are a better person than what they say, and this is your moment to prove them wrong. If you don't fight, the consequences will be dire. I believe in you, so believe in yourself. I need it now, Amara, please. The words jolted her like a spark to dry tinder. Believe, the idea was foreign, almost absurd. No one had ever said those words to her, not her family, not anyone of importance, only Anya, her maid and confidant. Anya had been a friend, a source of quiet strength but belief from others. That had never been part of Amara's world. A surge of emotion flooded her chest, equal parts fear and hope. Could she really fight back against the shadows that had haunted her for so long? I will not back down, no, especially not when there was someone who believed in him. Those words echoed inside of her. The wraiths were almost upon her, their spectral hands outstretched, eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. She felt the pulse of power deep in her chest and reached for it, a raw, instinctive pull. Water surged from the cracks around her, coalescing into sharp, shimmering spears. With a flick of her wrist, they shot forward, slicing through the wraiths' forms. One by one, the twisted figures evaporated into plumes of dark mist, their voices fading into nothingness. But the ground buckled and split further, releasing more abominations, their bodies writhing and morphing as they surged upward. Tentacles tipped with shadowy spikes lashed out, curling toward her throat. Amara's pulse quickened, but this time she didn't flinch. She summoned the power again, and Ansaretha's realm was hers, a reflection of her will. Whatever she wanted, she could be. Torrential Bind, she called, though she had never learned the spell. Only seen it around in one of the spell books she had stolen from her brother's room, yet she knew it was possible to cast it here. Chains of water erupted around her, lashing out to trap the wraiths in their grasp. They writhed, shrieking as their dark forms were torn apart by the sheer force of her magic. More emerged, their faces shifting to mimic those she once knew, whispers seeping through the chaos. You are nothing. You are a burden. But each taunt only fanned the flame within her. Wave of severance. Amara's voice was clear. A wall of water surged forward, edged like a blade, cleaving through the horde with relentless force. She moved, spell after spell manifesting with a thought maelstrom cage, waves slice, each one an echo of her growing strength. The wraiths that slipped past her sights turned toward Arzan, but before they could strike, her magic found them, shattering their bodies before they could touch him. He worked quickly, the fiery light of his mana stitching the cracks in her realm, pouring warmth into her. It spread through her body, a living current, mending not only the realm but the fractures within herself. For the first time she felt whole, not broken by the voices but free of them. I believe in you. Arzan's voice reverberated inside her mind, over and over cutting through all the negative things that were spat at her. But as that thought rooted in her mind, a deep, squawking roar rippled through the air, so powerful that it made the realm shudder. The wraiths shrieking fell silent in an instant, their forms pausing mid-lunge. Then, in a grotesque, synchronized movement, they shifted. A chill ran through Amara, sinking deep into her bones. The tower of wraiths grew, their bodies melding seamlessly into a colossal, writhing figure. Limbs unfolded, stretching out, and a face began to carve itself at the Samhita face, both familiar and foreign. Hollow eyes of black flame stared down at her, piercing and unblinking. Amara's breath caught, and an involuntary shudder rolled through her as she took a stumbling step backwards. Her heart pounded, each beat echoing like thunder in her ears. The features of the monstrous face sharpened, and recognition struck like a lightning bolt. Mother, she whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. Amara. Arzan's voice came through, but this time it was distant. She could barely hear what he said next. Kai's focus was absolute as he worked, weaving threads of searing mana across the gash in Amara's realm. The tear crackled angrily, dark energy trying to resist his mending touch, but he pressed on. Each strand of mana glimmered like molten gold, binding the torn fabric of the realm with meticulous precision. Sweat slicked his brow as the strain built, his jaw clenched tight. Then the roar came, a deep, primal sound that shivered through the air and made every hair on Kai's neck stand on end. He turned, eyes wide, just in time to see Amara's form stiffen, her gaze locked on the monstrous being towering before her. A giant wraith, composed of countless smaller ones, stood against the stark backdrop, its shadow swallowing the light around it. For a heartbeat, Kai's breath caught as he watched the shock and recognition carve itself onto Amara's face. His brow furrowed, trying to place that expression, that sudden, haunted look. Then she spoke, barely audible but sharp enough to slice through the noise in his mind. Mother, understanding hit Kai like a hammer. Queen Regina was feared, revered, and in Amara's eyes, a living embodiment of torment. He knew very little about her and had no idea why she was so feared by Amara, but there was no time to dwell on the revelation. The Wraith Queen's colossal fist, shrouded in shadowy mist, began its descent toward Amara. She stood paralyzed, eyes wide and unfocused, rooted to the spot by terror. Amara, Kai shouted, springing forward. Mana surged through him, propelling him across the cracked, shifting ground. He reached her just in time, wrapping an arm around her waist and dragging her out of the fist's trajectory. The ground shuddered as the blow struck where she'd been standing, Fisher's spider webbing out from the impact. The monstrous wraith loomed above them, its presence suffocating. But even as it towered over them, Kai noted with relief that its movements were ponderous, almost sluggish. Fearsome, yes, but not as fast as he'd feared. Amara shivered against him, eyes wide and unfocused as she murmured, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Amara, Kai's voice cut through the din, firm and grounding. He gripped her shoulders and shook her gently, eyes locked onto hers until they flickered with recognition. What's going on? She whispered, the tremble in her voice betraying the war inside her. That thing, Kai said, glancing back at the wraith, whose dark claws scraped against the edges of the tier, seeking to pull it wider. It's your greatest fear manifesting. These wraiths, they have the power to pull it out and freeze you, but you can't let it. You have to defeat her or everything we've worked for will fall. Amara's gaze shifted to the wraith, her face pale as she shook her head. No, I can't. It's my mother. I can't fight her. Kai's grip tightened, urgency flaring in his eyes. No, she's not. That's just your fear, Amara. I don't know what your relationship with her is like, but whatever she's saying gets a lie. That's not you. You have to fight her words. But what if it doesn't work? What if she doesn't listen? She never do. Amara's voice wavered, fear creeping back in like an unwelcome tide. She doesn't need to listen, Kai said, the conviction in his tone cutting through the air. You just need to show that you can stand against your fear. You already did it before, Amara. You fought back. There's no way you can't do it again. Her eyes met his, and something shifted. She wiped her tears angrily as his words seemed to find their place deeper in her mind. The giant wraith snarled, a low, resonant growl, but Kai felt her trembling ease if only slightly. Amara's breath steadied. I'll try. That's all you need to do, Kai said, stepping back as she turned to face the wraith. Now go or else everything will be for nothing, Kai said, voice edged with desperation. His eyes met hers, and for a moment he saw the flicker of doubt. But then Amara took a deep, shuddering breath and looked up at the towering wraith. Her fist clenched, knuckles turning white, and though her legs shook visibly, she took a step forward. Kai's heart pounded as he watched her. This was it, the moment where everything balanced on the edge of her conviction. The soul wraith turned, its eyes smoldering with dark fire, and released a roar so deep it felt as though the realm itself would shatter under the weight of it. You are useless, the wraith spoke, its voice a venomous echo of Queen Regina's, each syllable dripping with disdain. A child of no use. A child I was better without, one I kept around so you could be of some use when you came of age, but it seems you are only good in death. Kai's breath caught, and for a second doubt slithered into his mind. How will she stand against that? He knew that words from a parent, even a cruel mockery like this, held an insidious power. He hardly knew his parents, memories that were scattered and dim across 2 lifetimes, but he knew how deeply a parent could cut, even with silence. But Amara didn't fall. She paused, trembling in the face of the monstrous form, eyes glistening with fear and something more, a fragile, rebellious light. Her gaze held steady, and she took another step forward, the ground beneath her feet glowing faintly as she tapped into the essence of her realm. A swirling ball of water began to form in her hands, rippling and shifting like liquid steel. No, mother, she said, her voice quivering, each word a struggle against the suffocating grip of doubt. I'm not useless, and I will prove it to you. Merry Christmas. Amara's breath hitched as she inhaled deeply, but the air burned her lungs, causing a sharp pain. Her muscles coiled and tensed, instinctively preparing to flee, yet she remained rooted in place. Before her, her mother loomed in a dark, furious shadow. It wasn't her actual mother, but the presence of her biggest fear wasn't something she could have ignored, especially when it made her feel much, much smaller, pressing her very being into the icy ground. Every instinct screamed at Amara to run somewhere far away if possible, but she knew it wasn't possible. The only way she could escape the storm of her mother's wrath was if she gave up, surrendering to the darkness and her deepest fears. Should I just? But deep within, a whisper rose above the din of terror. If she ran now, if she turned her back and surrendered to the fear, she would confirm everything her mother had always claimed, that she was weak, incapable of failure. The countless nights spent battling the doubts, the moments where she'd almost shattered under the pressure reel would have been for nothing. No, I'm not a weak, incapable failure. I won't let her consume me. No, she mouthed, the words slipping out like a promise. Her hands trembled at her sides, but she clenched them into fists, nails biting into her palms until the pain anchored her. She didn't want to die. Not like this, not a story unfinished. A shiver crept up her spine, the icy tendrils of fear mingling with the heat of her decision. Amara's gaze sharpened, locking onto the figure of her mother's, ice and forgiving, cold and calculating. For too long she had been the child in the shadows, content to cower, to endure. But now she wanted more. She wanted a life where she wasn't just surviving, but living, pushing forward on a path she could call her own. A life where she didn't have to fear, and she wasn't alone. Behind her, amidst all the icy chaos, the warmth of healing magic seeped into her skin, knitting wounds closed, steadying her breath. The soft glow outlined his figurehead, one who had stood by her, even when she had doubted herself. His belief, unspoken but unwavering, radiated strength. She could almost hear his voice, low and firm in the quiet, "You're stronger than you think." Amara lifted her chin, resistance sparking in her eyes. Regardless of the loud thunder in her chest like a war drum, she stood tall as she knew her decision was made. The cold voice of the wraith slithered into her ears, wrapping around her like a serpent. Useless, weak, a shadow even in your own life, it hissed, echoing words that had haunted her for years. The spectral silhouette of her mother stood before her, eyes gleaming with cruel satisfaction. She couldn't let herself falter. Not now. Her fingers twitched, guiding the orb of water mana that pulsed with raw energy, its surface undulating as if alive. At this moment, Amara's silence spoke volumes, the air around her crackling with anticipation. When she finally drew breath, her voice cut through the overwhelming feeling that tried to engulf her suffocation. No, mother, I'm not useless. It's not my fault I was born as I am, and it's not my fault you see me as nothing but a tool to bend. As the words slowly started leaving her lips, she saw something forming behind the shadows. Strong, large, and it continuing to grow even larger. Chains. They were large chains that symbolized all the words that were thrown at her. They lunged, glistening with lethal intent, but Amara sidestepped with grace, feeling the chill graze her skin as they sliced past. In one fluid motion, she thrust her hands forward, releasing the water bomb with loud yelp. It detonated in a surge of liquid force, crashing into the wraith. For a heartbeat, the realm was silent, suspended in the chaos of impact. Then came the scream, a sound that pierced bone and soul alike. The wraith's form flickered, shattered, shards of its visage swirling before reforming in jagged, uneven patches. The chains flailed desperately, trying to reattach, to ensnare her in their biting grasp. You can't escape me, it rasped, voice splintering like shattered glass. You deserve this. You deserve to break. Amara's chest heaved, but she stood tall, eyes blazing with opposition. I'll never be your puppet, she declared. The chains shuddered, their motion stuttering as though caught between two truths born of the past and one forged now. With the last vestiges of strength, she yelled, I will break free. She stepped back, casting a quick glance at Arzan, who was busy mending the fractured landscape of her astral realm with gentle waves of healing energy. With each pulse of his magic, a surge of strength filled her veins, reaffirming that she was on the right path, that she could fight against the specter of her past. You might be my mother, Amara said, her voice unwavering, but you never treated me right. You saw me as a burden, but I am not one. I am beyond you. No, you are not. The wraith shrieked, desperation dripping from its every word, but Amara was already in motion. The water mana surged at her command, coalescing into hundreds of shimmering lances. With a powerful sweep of her arms, she sent the lances hurtling toward the wraith. The air hummed as they streaked forward, piercing through the wraith's form with unerring precision. It let out a keening wail, its large form breaking apart, flickering as it crumbled under the relentless assault. The wraith tried to speak, its fragmented voice straining to reclaim control to sow doubt, but Amara didn't give it the chance. You are just my fear, she said, eyes blazing, and I am going to win over you. Amara's final attack shattered the wraith, its form crumbling into wisps of dark smoke that dissolved into the void. Silence followed, heavy and deafening, broken only by the shudder of Amara's ragged breathing. The adrenaline that had fueled her moments before seeped away, leaving her limbs weak and trembling. She sank to her knees, the weight of exhaustion pressing down on her like a shroud. Her chest rose and fell with each labored breath, but before despair could take root, a warm touch anchored her back to the present. A hand rested on her shoulder, firm yet reassuring. She looked up and met Arzan's calm, gentle eyes, a smile of pride softening his usually neutral features. You did well, princess. It's over, he said. Amara's eyes widened, a question forming on her lips before she could stop it. It's over, Arzan nodded, glancing around the ethereal landscape. Yes, your astral realm is fixed. She followed his gaze, taking in the realm around her. The once jagged cracks spider webbing through the air were gone, replaced by smooth, unblemished surfaces. The biting chill that had clung to everything had lifted, replaced by a fragile warmth. On the distant horizon, blades of grass pushed through the barren ground, green and hopeful, swaying gently as if to welcome her newfound freedom. Your astral realm tier is sealed, Arzan continued, his tone carrying a quiet assurance. It will begin to heal itself now. Your spirit is strong, Princess Amrate won't take long. Most of your surgery is complete with this. Amara opened her mouth, wanting to voice her gratitude, to express the flood of emotions threatening to spill over. But the words tangled on her tongue, and instead what escaped was a single, uncertain question. What now? Arzan's smile widened, a rare spark of warmth dancing in his eyes. Now, we need to wake up. Anya stood at the edge of the sterile room, her hands trembling slightly as her eyes flicked between Princess Amara's still form and Lord Arzan's. The minutes seemed to stretch on endlessly. Every passing second felt like a new weight adding onto her already worried heart. It had been nearly 20 minutes since the procedure began, and a cold dread had settled deep in her gut. Should they be waking up by now? She couldn't tell. There was no way of knowing if the surgery had succeeded or failed. Princess Amara's pale face told her little. For the first 10 minutes, the princess had been groaning softly, muttering incoherent words that Anya couldn't decipher, her voice weak and strained as if she were trying to fight through some unseen force. Blood had trickled from her nose 10 minutes earlier, dark and ominous, a sign of how bad it had been. Anya had felt her heart plummet, her hope wavering with the sight, but no, there was a faint flush returning to Amara's cheeks. The princess's complexion, still fragile, no longer looked as lifeless as before. Anya swallowed, her hands coming together in prayer, silently begging the goddesses above to spare the princess. Please, please let this work. As she whispered her prayers, the quiet of the room shattered. Both bodies twitched in unison, a jolt that made her breath catch in her throat. Her eyes widened, and without thinking, she rushed closer to the bed, her pulse quickening. Lord Arzen's strong arms, once limp, moved slowly to pull Princess Amara in closer, instinctively protective, as if he felt her stir. His face, which had been pallid and strained, twitched, his brow furrowing as though he were battling something in his unconscious state. Princess's lips parted, a soft, unintelligible sound slipping from them. Anya froze. The faintest shimmer of color returned to the princess's lips. Anya's heart leaped into her throat, her breath coming in short gasps. Could this be the sign? Could it be that the surgery had worked? Both bodies jerked again, this time more violently. Lord Arzen's grip tightened around the princess, and a low groan escaped his lips, his eyes flickering open for the briefest moment before fluttering shut once more. Anya's eyes filled with tears, her hands clasped tighter as her voice, barely a whisper, echoed her silent prayer. Please, don't let this be the end. Please let them both be okay. The next thing she knew, eyes fluttered open, and at once Lord Arzen awoke, his head throbbing as he blinked against the dim light. His eyes, still heavy with the fog of unconsciousness, scanned the room slowly. He groaned, his hand coming up to his forehead as if trying to make sense of what had happened. Anya moved toward him, her concern clear in her eyes. Lord Arzen, she asked, her voice filled with urgency, what happened? Is Princess Amara okay? Before he could respond, Princess Amara's voice soft, shakka through the silence. She stirred beside him, her wide eyes finding his form beside her. She blinked, confused, then turned to Anya. And then, as if some invisible dam inside her had broken, tears began to fall slowly at first, before they flowed freely down her pale cheeks. Anya's heart skipped a beat, and she rushed to the princess's side. Princess Amara, are you all right? She asked, her hands hovering, unsure whether to touch her or reach for something to ease her pain. Should I bring some medicine? Are you in pain? She shook her head, her face softening as she met Anya's gaze. Anya, it's not like that, she whispered, her voice catching in her throat. I'm healed. Anya blinked, her mind struggling to grasp the meaning of those words. Healed, she echoed, almost in disbelief. You're healed. Princess nodded slowly, her tears now drying as a faint smile tugged at her lips. The exhaustion and fear had not yet left her entirely, but there was a relief in her expression on that Anya hadn't dared to hope for. Lord Arzen, now standing beside them, answered for the princess. Yes, he confirmed, his gaze fixed on Amara. She's healed. You don't have to worry about it now, your prayers worked. Lord Arzen nodded at that. Her astral realm is fixed. We'll give it 2 days to stabilize, and then we can perform the external surgery. That one will be far less complicated, and once it's done, she'll be as good as any mage. Anya's heart soared with the relief in Lord Arzen's words, and she turned her gaze to the princess, searching her face for any sign of doubt. Is that true? She asked softly. She nodded again, more firmly this time. Yes, she said, a new strength in her voice. I already feel better. The pain, it's gone. The pressure inside me is gone. Anya smiled broadly through her tears, a weight lifting from her chest. Her hands moved to clasp together in gratitude, though she wasn't sure to whom Lord Arzen, the goddess, or just the fates for this miracle. Lord Arzen, his posture relaxed but still with a quiet dignity, simply nodded, his gaze meeting hers with a steady, thoughtful look. You don't need to repay me, princess. I did what was necessary, what was right. Princess Amara gazed at him for a moment, her expression softening as she studied him, a new respect blooming in her eyes, along with a trace of something deeper, something that Anya couldn't quite place, but she felt it in the air between them. Anya, still a little in awe of the entire situation, remained quiet, watching as Lord Arzen spoke. Actually, I think you will be able to pay me back. Princess Amara, who had just started to settle back into the bed, blinked in confusion at his words. Her brow furrowed slightly, and she leaned forward a bit. How? She asked, though the sincerity in her tone made it clear she would do anything within her power to repay him. If there's anything you need, anything at all, you can just tell me. I'll make sure to do it. If it's possible, I'll make it happen. And even if it's not, I'll do everything I can to succeed. Lord Arzen's smile widened just a touch, his gaze softening as he regarded her, almost as if savoring the moment before speaking. No, it's not a treasure or anything like that. What I need are answers. I have a few questions for you, princess, particularly about your mother, Queen Regina. Kai stood motionless atop the castle's rooftop, feeling the calmness of the breeze that tugged at the edges of his cloak. The city was definitely coming together, so lively and energetic, even at night. The lanterns, the laughter, the commands, the noise of the hammer, all sights and sounds that usually brought him a sense of pride. Today, however, they might as well have been echoes from another world. His eyes scanned the expanse as he usually did to see what goes on behind the castle gates. Yet the warmth that naturally crept into his chest when he saw the people failed to ignite. It was as if a shadow had crept over him. Yesterday's events replayed in his mind, relentless and vivid. The astral realm had revealed more than he had bargained for. the image of Queen Regina, towering and fearsome, etched into the very essence of Amara's deepest fears, had been a revelation that left him with more questions than answers. Kai's jaw tightened, frustration building beneath his calm exterior. He had gained slivers of understanding, yes, but it felt like grasping at smoke. Until he confronted Amara and heard the truth from her own lips, the puzzle would remain incomplete. His assumptions would be just that, assumptions. Fortunately, she had agreed to give him the answers, but he hadn't asked them right away. His concern for her well-being had compelled him to request that she rest until she felt better physically. They had agreed to meet on the rooftop to discuss the matters she had promised, and Kai knew this was for the best, as it would offer more privacy. Yet, as the minutes stretched into an hour, the hope for her arrival felt like it was being crushed into fragments with each passing second. Kai's fingers drummed restlessly against the stone ledge, the rhythmic tap-tap mirroring the rapid thrum of his heart. The castle's hum blurred into a meaningless drone as he glanced at the empty space beside him. Where is she? His mind raced with possibilities. Is she not coming? Maybe she just changed her mind. I can't blame her for that. Count Arzin, Kai turned to see Amara approaching. She moved with deliberate steps, dressed in plain, unadorned clothes that looked almost out of place for her stature. A simple gray tunic and dark trousers hugged her slender frame, giving her an unassuming appearance. Anya was notably absent. Kai inclined his head respectfully as she came to stand beside him. Amara's eyes swept over the rooftop and towards the scenery in front of them before she spoke, her voice tinged with quiet regret. I'm sorry to make you wait. I got lost on the way here and had to ask a maid to show me around. It's not a big deal, Kai replied, his gaze shifting to her face. The pallor that had once defined her features was fading, replaced by a healthier glow. He realized with a touch of surprise that he hadn't found her particularly striking when they first met, but now she was regaining the beauty she had lost to her ailments. Have you been feeling better? He asked, the concern in his tone unmistakable. Yes, Amara said, a small, genuine smile appearing. The pain has lessened and I've been sleeping much better. I believe after the external surgery I will be all good. Kai nodded. Yes, that will be particularly simple, but before that I wanted to. Amara's gaze sharpened, her voice cutting through the silence. I know, you have questions about my mother, but I have questions of my own first. Kai's brow creased as confusion flickered across his face. He nodded, go on. He placed both of his hands in front of him and waited for Amara to continue with whatever she had on her mind. Your questions about my mother, she began, eyes searching his. Are they because of what you saw in the astral realm, or is there another reason? Kai nodded at the question, his mind racing with all the reasons behind what he was about to ask her. The pause stretched on for several more seconds before he finally decided to respond. A bit of both, he admitted. He found himself carefully measuring his words when he responded. I've had questions for a long time. What I saw in the astral realm, it only deepened them. Amara's lips quirked in an almost knowing way. Is that why you've tried to send letters, asking subtly about the royal family and the capital? Kai shifted, leaning onto the railing. The night air seemed thicker now, or it was just his intentions. He wasn't surprised she had pieced it together. She had always been observant. Many nobles had probably sought her out for similar reasons, though none with the persistence he had shown and none with the same success. Kai exhaled slowly, a hint of tension threading through his posture. Yes, he said, the admission steady yet tinged with regret. I'm sorry if that hurt you, but I didn't see any other way. Amara's eyes softened as she shook her head, the movement gentle, almost resigned. It's all right. I never expected you to help me without seeking something in return. A small, genuine smile curved Kai's lips. His gaze found hers, earnest and unwavering. She couldn't be more wrong about that. I would have helped regardless. I wouldn't have saved your life back then otherwise. I wasn't at the ball to make connections and hadn't known about your illness before. He paused, the weight of his words settling between them. But yes, I thought this might be my only path to answers. Her eyes studied him, the hardness in them fading as her expression lightened. Is that so? A smile ghosted her lips, delicate and fleeting. That makes me feel better. She turned her gaze to the horizon, blinking away her thoughts. Actually, I hope this is the last time we deal with each other like that. Kai's brow arched, curiosity sparking in his expression. What do you mean? Amara's tongue swept over her lips, moistening them. I don't want our relationship to be one of transactions. I've seen it too many times. Nobles who rally behind my brother, their loyalty a mere bargain. They stay close as long as there's something to gain, but if he faltered, especially at the game of crown. She didn't finish, but the unspoken end hung heavy in the air. I don't want that for us. Kai's brows knitted together at her words, understanding where she came from. But again, almost all royal affairs were similar, transactional at its finest. What sort of relationship do you want between us? Amara's gaze drifted downward, the silence stretching as if she weighed her answer carefully. Finally, a light sigh escaped her and she met his eyes. Why don't we start with friends? Her lips quirked slightly before she added, either way, I think we're straying from the point. You have questions and I'll answer them. But after this, I want no hidden motives between us. Kai's expression softened as he nodded, the unguarded sincerity in her voice resonating with him. All right, if that's what you want. His eyes lifted to the open sky, the cool breeze brushing against his face as he took a moment to collect his thoughts. Is Queen Regina the one controlling your brother? Is it true that he's just a figurehead, and she's the real kingmaker behind all of this, trying to use him as a puppet to fulfill her own desires? Amara's response was immediate, no hesitation or uncertainty. Yes, you're right. Did you piece that together from what I said in the astral realm? Kai's eyes darkened, the memory surfacing in fragments. Yes, but I had my suspicions since I first met him back in Hermel. His gaze shifted to meet hers, searching for understanding. He was nothing like I expected. Not the cunning prince I had prepared myself for was. Simple. A rueful smile touched Amara's lips. My brother never had a reputation for being shrewd. Competent, perhaps he might have been if not for our mother. He does what she commands exactly how she dictates. He has no will of his own. Her voice softened, an almost imperceptible tremor betraying a deeper hurt. Part of me believes he wishes for it, but he can't, not with her. Kai's eyes narrowed, questions bubbling beneath the surface. How is she able to command such power? Is she a mage? Amara's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of something unreadable crossing her face. She shifted her weight, crossing her arms as she leaned back. Actually, no, she said, voice laced with a strange certainty. She's not a mage. A lot of people think she is, but from what I know, she's not. She glanced away briefly, as if weighing the weight of her next words. But I don't know. She's more terrifying than any mage I've ever known. The statement hit Kai like a well-placed blow. His mind churned, piecing together fragments of information and implications. If he was right, if Queen Regina really was the puppeteer orchestrating events from the shadows, then her control likely extended to Arkin Tower as well. It would fit everyone knew the tower supported the first prince. Even the history books whispered about how the mages had stood behind the Mad King, bolstering his rise and reign. A shiver traced down his spine. Was it possible that Regina was the one behind the attempts on his life? The thought settled uncomfortably. He turned toward Amara, hesitation flickering in his eyes before he spoke. Do you know if your mother holds any enmity toward House Kellius? Amara's brow lifted, genuine surprise etched into her features. No, she said slowly, searching for his expression. I don't think so. Duke Lucian Kellius is part of my brother's alliance, one of its leading figures. I don't believe my mother has any reason to bear a grudge against your house. Kai clenched his jaw, the gears in his mind grinding as he considered the next question. What about me? The question hung in the air, taut and uncertain. Her eyes narrowed slightly, studying him. She paused, as if trying to recall some lost detail. I don't know. I don't think you've ever crossed paths with my mother, have you, Count Arzan? No, I haven't, Kai said, a frown tugging at his features, and that's why it's so strange. Amara tilted her head, a shadow of confusion in her eyes. What is? Kai took a deep breath, the weight of the secret pressing on his chest. He exhaled slowly, deciding it was time to come clean. There was no reason for him to hide it anymore. Last year, someone from Arkin Tower tried to assassinate me. Her eyes widened, and for a moment the world seemed to still. I killed the mage, he continued, voice steady despite the storm brewing within him. That's why I was summoned to the capital for interrogation. But here's the part that matters. That mage had orders from someone within Arkin Tower. I believe Magus Verdia knows who it is, or worse, she might be the one behind it. If not, they would have uncovered the traitor by now. Amara's lips parted, the realization dawning on her slowly, like the first rays of dawn breaking the horizon. And since Arkin Tower supports the first prince, Kai added, his gaze sharpening, and he's nothing more than a puppet controlled by your mother. You suspect my mother wants to kill you, she interrupted, her voice barely more than a whisper. Kai nodded in confirmation. A heavy silence fell between them, neither speaking as the weight of his response lingered in the air. Amara's eyes darted away, her mind seemed to working through the pieces of the puzzle, trying to make sense of it all. After what seemed like an eternity, she broke the quiet. Are you sure? She asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Kai's gaze hardened, the answer clear in his mind. It's a hypothesis, he said slowly, but it's the most potent one I have. I'm certain they'll try again, and I need to know why. What reason might there be? Amara fell silent again, her brow furrowed in deep thought. The wind whispered past them, ruffling the strands of her hair, but neither of them moved. Finally, Amara spoke again, her voice soft, almost hesitant. Count Arzan, she began, her eyes narrowing as she studied him. Your mother, she was the Frost Queen, right? Kai nodded, his expression unreadable, but he saw the shift in her eyes. They were no longer filled with just confusion, but something else, something deeper. Slowly, her features seemed to settle, as if she had finally arrived at some conclusion. I believe there might be one reason why, she said, voice steady now. She looked him straight in the eyes. Count Arzan, you actually might have a claim to the throne. Claim to the throne, a loud, full-blown laugh almost escaped Kai's lips at the blasphemous words. Almost. Instead, he stared. His eyes widened as they locked onto Amara's, searching for the faintest sign of jest. But her expression remained stoic, hard, and unyieldingly serious. He waited, giving her a few moments to retract the absurd statement, but she simply held his gaze, awaiting his response. That's not a joke then, what do you mean? Kai's voice was calm and measured, betraying none of the turmoil her claim had sparked within him. He tilted his head slightly. I'm no prince, he added, as though the truth of it should end the conversation. A subtle smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Was it amusement at his reaction or something else? Yes, you're not, she replied smoothly. But neither was Vaserus. Kai frowned at the name. Have you heard of him? She asked, her voice steady. Vaserus. The name stirred something. He had read it before. Where? Kai's mind raced, sifting through countless records he'd pored over since taking on the mantle of Arzan. The dusty tomes and scrolls of the library's archives had been filled with endless, mundane details of history, and then, like a blade piercing through fog, it clicked. Your ancestor, he said finally. Amara nodded, the faint smile lingering on her lips. The founder of the Lancefil kingdom. My great-great-grandfather, a fourth circle mage. There's a story of his ascension to the throne, one lost to time, she said, her tone softening. It's not told to commoners anymore, not even to most nobles. Too many years have passed and the truth faded into obscurity. But the royal family never forgot. They remember the purest version of what happened when Vaserus founded the kingdom. She paused, her gaze steady, as though gauging Kai's reaction. Continue, Kai urged. Amara's lips parted, her voice taking on a storyteller's cadence. Well, he wasn't a king or a prince. He was a duke of the Raxel's kingdom and the general of its army, a close friend of its last king Ez. It was an era of bloodbeast waves raging across the lands, countless battles and kingdoms fighting for survival. Vaserus and King Ez were no different, waging war against the beasts together. Altogether, they killed hundreds of them. Her voice softened, tinged with sorrow, but during one of those battles, King Ez fell. A young king, barely half a decade into his rule. From all accounts, he was an idealist, a man of good intentions. His death left a power vacuum, and the two princes he left behind were less than capable, shrewd, greedy, and wholly unfit to rule. Kai leaned forward slightly, drawn into the story. What happened next, he asked. Amara's eyes gleamed, and the corners of her lips curved upward as though savoring the story. Vaserus devised a bold, audacious plan to take over the throne. This wasn't some spur-of-the-moment decision, it was meticulous, calculated. He had the backing of several key nobles, but the true turning point came during his battles against the beasts. She paused for effect before continuing. After slaying a grade 6 beastone of the most dangerous of its time, Vaserus was gifted a medallion by King Ez. This wasn't just a token. It came with a promise, one wish, any wish, and the king would grant it. Kai's brow furrowed. He used it. Amara nodded. He used it. The medallion wasn't meant to be used for something like this, and Vaserus knew it. But desperate times call for desperate measures. He invoked the medallion to challenge the succession, staking his claim to the throne. As you can imagine, Count Arzan, it didn't go unchallenged. Her expression hardened, her voice dropping a note. The two princes, enraged by his audacity, rallied their forces. The moment the beast waves subsided, a civil war erupted. Vaserus won it. He founded the Lancefil kingdom and named it after his surname. She paused briefly, shrugging as if to downplay the gravity of her words. Of course, there are other records. Some claim he challenged two tyrannical princes when he saw their cruelty. Others say the king himself granted him the throne. But the truth, Vaserus exploited a loophole, and it worked out exceptionally well. Even if he cared for the people, he too wanted the throne and wouldn't have agreed to the nobles supporting him otherwise. Kai nodded slowly, absorbing the tale. Vaserus had seen an opportunity and seized it with both hands. The man didn't sound ordinary, especially with the sheer number of beasts he'd fought. But what does that have to do with me? Kai voiced his thoughts aloud, the story. What connection do I have with it? Amara's eyes locked onto his, her gaze intense. Everything. A sigh escaped her lips as she turned, gripping the edges of the stone ledge. The shift in her demeanor made Kai's chest tight. There was more, there always was. Your mother, Amara began softly, died with a fractured mana heart after giving birth to you. That injury wasn't random, as you should know. It happened during her final battle with grade 8 behemoth. She glanced over her shoulder, her voice hardening. That's no small feat. Her strength and bravery earned her admiration, even from King Sullivan. He recognized her achievements and, as a reward, granted her the same medallion Vaserus once held with the wish attached. Kai's breath caught as her words settled into place. A wish, he murmured, passed down through her kin. Amara nodded. Exactly. Her gaze turned distant, as if sifting through old memories. From what I know, my mother and yours didn't get along. My mother once proposed a partnership, no service, and your mother outright rejected it. That rejection sparked a grudge, one my mother never let go of. She paused, her voice growing colder. And now that you're of age, with the competition for the throne underway, she sees you as a threat, a variable that could upset her plans for my brother. Kai stared at her, his mind storming at her words. His mother, the medallion, the grudge. He struggled to piece the implications together. All this time, Arzan had a claim to the throne. His frown deepened, his thoughts tangling as new questions arose. But something didn't add up. Why? Why would King Sullivan knowingly grant such power to Valkyrie, knowing full well her descendants might challenge his lineage. A medallion with that level of significance wasn't gifted without foresight. Could there be another reason? Kai didn't know that, but as he thought more about the medallion, something struck him. I don't have the medallion right now. Amara's gaze snapped back to him, her face painted with a question mark that spoke volumes. You don't? Kai shook his head. I don't. I don't recall any medallion among my belongings, and until now I was unaware of its significance. Her brows knitted together, the wheels of thought visibly turning. I wonder why the previous Duke Kellius hid it from Yower for you. Her words hung in the air, heavy with speculation. Though her eyes were on him, they seemed distant, lost in thought. Maybe he didn't want you to get involved, didn't want you to realize what you could be, especially since you suffered from mana vein blockage, as you said. Kai mulled over her words and gave a slow nod. Maybe. A moment of silence stretched between them, thoughtful and thick with unspoken questions. Different threads of possibility tugged at Kai's mind, but none seemed solid enough to grasp. Letting out a quiet breath through his nose, he nodded again, accepting it all. Amara shifted awkwardly, her fingers tracing lazy circles on her forearm. I should be sorry. I am sorry, Count Arzin. Why? Kai asked, his brow lifting. Because of my mother and my brother. You've had to go through so much because of them. Her voice wavered slightly, as though wrestling with the weight of her words. I can't even form the right apology. Somehow it all feels so insufficient. You don't have to apologize, Princess Amara. None of this is your fault. Kai's tone was firm and kind. He didn't want her to apologize, not at all. He understood that she wasn't the same person as her mother and even feared her like a calamity. Her expression didn't change, still marred with guilt. He continued, you're different from them and far removed from their schemes. Amara nodded slowly, her gaze drifting toward the sprawling castle grounds below. The chaos of the moment seemed to have dissipated, replaced by a stillness Kai hadn't noticed until now. Even in the silence, her presence was oddly peaceful. Count Arzin, she broke the silence, her voice softer. If you find the medallion, what will you do? What will I do? He echoed. Will you fight for the throne? I'm not saying you should. I don't know, Kai interrupted, his voice steady. I need time to process everything, to come to terms with the fact that I've inherited something like this. He paused, exhaling slowly. But if I do decide to fight for the throne, it won't be a decision I make alone. I'm far beyond standing alone now after all. The dark blue canvas of the sky stretched infinitely, little pearly dots winking at her with a rhythm as erratic as her thoughts. The moon hung low, casting a pale glow that softened the edges of the world, but the peace of the night only seemed to amplify the chaos in her mind. Questions that had bothered her for a long time swirled inside her mind once again. Raven sighed, her fingers idly brushing against the string of her bow, the polished surface cool under her touch. Behind her, the steady scrap of metal on stone broke the silence. What are you looking at? Gorek's gruff voice carried over the rhythmic sound of one of his spare swords sliding over the whetstone. The moon and the stars, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. She meant it. The night had always brought her a sense of stillness, but stillness often made room for the thoughts she tried to bury. Ah, Gorek muttered, setting the sword aside with a metallic clang. He shifted his weight and glanced at her. Any thoughts worth sharing? Raven nodded slowly, her gaze never leaving the sky. I was just thinking about everything that's happened since we got here. It's been a ride. She paused, the weight of unspoken things hanging in the cool air. Even the whole idea of forming a guild. Adventurers, it's a strong name. I like it better than mercenaries, but I don't know. She trailed off, the words spilling out with the hope that saying them aloud might lighten their burden. You don't know what. Gorak prompted, leaning forward slightly, his calloused hands resting on his knees. I don't know if this is my purpose, she admitted, the words tasting bitter yet relieving at once. Her fingers tightened around the bow. The bow, the arrows, the journey, it all feels like it's leading somewhere, but where? She let out a bitter laugh. You know why I left my tribe, right? I wanted to explore the world, to be more than just one of many, to find something that made me special. Leaving felt like the first step. I thought maybe out here I'd find what I was meant to do, my purpose. Her voice faltered, and the faint whistle of the wind filled the pause. I've grown stronger, I've achieved things, but I still don't feel it, that sense of accomplishment, like I'm enough. Gorek's silence felt like an invitation to keep going, but the trance was broken by his sudden burst of laughter. Purpose, huh? He shook his head, grinning as he leaned back. I don't know about all that, but I know Lord Arzin pays well. Good coin, good food, and some responsibility gives me enough reason to wake up every day. It works for me. Raven didn't respond immediately, letting the silence stretch again as she turned her gaze back to the moon. The quiet didn't feel peaceful this time. It felt hollow. This wasn't enough. She didn't have the words to explain why, but her heart felt a restless yearning, an itch beneath her skin. Something more was out there, waiting for her. She didn't know what or when it would happen. But she did know one thing, that knowing question what's next, or was this it, wasn't a sign of failure. It was a sign that she was made for more. A soft, green luminescent light swirled around Raven, the wisp flickering in the quiet night, always understanding her in ways that nothing else seemed to. Her spirit was sometimes the only thing that felt real, the only companion in a world full of uncertainty. The stars, a blink, a falling. One after another, the distant lights of the heavens streaked across the sky, casting long, brilliant lines of white against the inky blackness. Raven's breath hitched in her chest, a sharp gasp escaping her as her hand instinctively moved to clutch her heart. They were falling towards her. The shock rooted her to the earth. Her entire body froze, caught in the brilliant cascade of light. The stars, once so distant and untouchable, were now descending like burning jewels, brighter than anything she had ever seen. Body locked, her mind racing but unable to move, and deep down, a part of her knew the outcome of whatever was happening was already sealed. There was no way to stop it. Millions of lights flooded around her, a torrent of white that enveloped her in a soft, otherworldly glow. Slowly, painfully slowly, the lights began to shape into something more. First, the head, a crown-like glow formed, a smooth curve of light. Then the body, it solidified, its outline sharp against the darkness, a hunched person. The features started to take shape, familiar but distant, as if they belonged to another life over eyes. She knew who that was immediately. Elder Vialarith Raven's whisper barely escaped her lips, her eyes wide with disbelief, reflecting what was in front of her. The figure of her tribe's leader stood there, as real as the stars themselves. Her mind struggled to comprehend. If she didn't know better, she'd have let her mouth hang open, her jaw slack with the shock of it all. But she knew. Raven, my child, your purpose for the survival of the world has been decided. The words hit her in her chest. Her breath caught again, lower this time, as the figure's voice echoed in her mind, carrying an unspoken urgency that rattled her core. Lead the Fatebreaker to us, if not, everything will fall into ruins. He's close to you, the man you work for. The stars, once gathered in the shape of the Elder, began to dissipate, their glow fading as the wind swept them upward, returning them to the heavens. Vision was gone, but its presence remained, heavy and imprinted in her chest. She understood. This was no mere vision, it was a message. Her limbs, once locked in place due to the shock, gave way. She stumbled back, her heart racing, her mind struggling to make sense of the words that had just shattered the peace of the night. Gorek's rough hands caught her before she could fall, his voice full of concern as he steadied her. Are you okay? Raven blinked rapidly, trying to clear the fog of shock from her mind. She slowly shook her head, still grasping at the remnants of the vision. My purpose, she breathed out, I just found it. Kai sighed, running a hand through his hair as he slumped onto the bed. He felt frustrated as he had spent most of his time rummaging through Arzen's belongings. The room was in complete disarray, clothes strewn across the floor, drawers left half open, and his diary lying haphazardly on the desk. He stared at the wardrobe, its wooden drawers hanging ajar as though mocking his efforts. Hours of relentless searching had turned up nothing. The medallion, where is it? His gaze wandered, and his thoughts pulled him back to those chaotic first days when he had become Arzen. Even then, he'd rummaged through every corner of his room, every chest, every compartment, searching for answers about his new identity. The diary had been his only find, a cryptic map of regrets and memories written in Arzen's hand. He'd clung to it, dissected its contents, hoping it held some hidden clue. Now he had read it again, scouring every word, hoping for something he'd overlooked. There was no mention of a medallion, not even a hint. Kai leaned back and rubbed his temples, speaking aloud to fill the silence. If Arzen knew of the medallion, there's no way he would have left it behind. Not at the Duke Mansion, not anywhere. There was a slim chance Lucian had taken it, but the logic didn't hold. If Lucian possessed it, Regina wouldn't be after him with such fervor, and from what Amara had shared, simply being the rightful heir to the medallion wasn't enough. Without it in hand, he couldn't assert its power. The nobles could reject his claim outright, ignoring any request he made. They wouldn't let him speak another word without proper evidence to his claim. He exhaled sharply and let his eyes drift back to the cluttered desk as his thoughts churned. He had already decided to speak with Killian about it, though he doubted the knight knew anything. Back at the Duke Mansion, Killian's standing hadn't been strong enough to grant him access to something so critical. Still, it was one of the few leads he had. His options were narrowing by the time, and with them, the fragile stability of his growing influence. Though his search had yielded no tangible results, a thought lingered in the back of Kai's Minda hunch that refused to be dismissed: Valkyrie's inheritance. It had intrigued him ever since he first learned of its existence. A Magus inheritance was no trivial matter. It was a legacy of power, knowledge, and artifacts. When he claimed to have become a mage through it, he had Lieta convenient cover story, but deep down he had reason to believe that the medallion might be tied to this inheritance. The problem, however, was that he had no idea where Valkyrie's inheritance was located. It wasn't in the Duke's mansion, off that, he was certain. If it were, Lucian would have claimed it long ago. No, it had to be elsewhere, somewhere hidden, somewhere forgotten. But where? He asked the same question again. Fortunately, he had a feeling that he was close to finding it. He didn't know how, but he knew. His focus shifted inward, to the cold, freezing sensation that pulsed faintly in his mana heart, third and final primary affinity he had awakened in this life. His ice affinity. Alongside it came a startling revelation. The remnants of his mother's consciousness lingered within Arzen's heart. How such a fragment of her soul had survived his transmigration, let alone endured his complete takeover of Arzen's body, was beyond his understanding. But he didn't care. What mattered was that it was still their connection to a past that wasn't entirely his, yet held answers he desperately needed. Over the past weeks, as his control over his ice affinity had sharpened, so too had his awareness of that consciousness. The image of a woman, a faint, hazy vision, had begun to grow clearer in his mind. She was regal, commanding, yet gentle, her eyes filled with sorrow, wisdom, and love. Kai closed his eyes and focused. Nothing might come out of this, but at least I have to try. He let his mana flow through his heart, allowing the icy sensation to spread through him. The cold was sharp and biting, yet familiar, like an old memory coming to life. He honed in on the fragment of consciousness, willing it to come forward. And then out of nowhere, it appeared. The silhouette of a woman with flowing white hair appeared before him, her form radiant and ethereal, like a fragment of light trapped in frost. Her gaze bore into him, her bright smile warm yet laced with an undeniable sense of power. "My heir," she said, her voice soft but resonating with authority, freezing Kai in place. For a moment, he simply stared, overwhelmed by the sheer presence of the remnant. The icy aura surrounding her seeped into the air, sending shivers down his spine. Snapping out of his stupor, he steadied his breath and forced himself to speak. "The inheritance," Kai said, his voice firm despite the weight pressing down on him. "Where is it?" The woman tilted her head slightly, her smile deepening, but there was no answer, not the one he wanted. Instead, her lips parted and she said softly, "It's not the time. You aren't ready yet." Her words sent a jolt of frustration through him. "What do you mean?" he pressed, but before he could ask more, her form began to waver, like mist dissolving in the sunlight. "Wait," Kai called, stepping forward, but she was gone, fading into the cold stillness of his mana heart. A wave of exhaustion slammed into him, as though the brief interaction had drained what little strength he had left. He stumbled backward, barely managing to sit on the bed as his breaths came shallow and quick. Sprawled out, he muttered to himself, "It says the same thing every time. When will it be the right time? Do I have to break through to the next rank just to get a clue?" The questions gnawed at his mind, circling endlessly, but no answers came. Instead, an overwhelming heaviness began to creep into his thoughts. Drowsiness clawed at him, persistent and unrelenting, tugging him toward unconsciousness. Kai tried to shrug it off, but the endless cycle of stress, planning, and pushing himself had taken its toll. Somewhere deep down, he wished for sleep to claim him, if only for a moment of respite. And so, his eyes slowly closed, his tense body relaxing against the bed as the cold, heavy silence of the room gave way to the haze of his dreams. Kai's eyes opened to an expanse of lush, green grass swaying gently in an unseen breeze. He blinked, his gaze darting around the unfamiliar clearing. It was quiet, serene even, yet something felt off. He clenched his fists, half expecting to find himself in one of his recurring nightmares. But unlike those suffocating visions, there were no dim caverns, no walls closing in on him, no beasts lurking in the shadows, and the silhouette of his master was nowhere in sight. Looking up, he saw the moon hanging in the sky, unnaturally large and casting an eerie glow across the clearing. Its pale light felt cold against his skin. He blinked again, confusion twisting in his gut. "What is this?" he muttered under his breath. Then a voice cut through the stillness, soft yet commanding. "Fatebreaker," it called, sending a shiver racing down his spine. "I was finally able to reach you. Or do you prefer Kai? I can also call you Arzin if that suits you better." Kai whipped around, his eyes locking onto a figure standing a few paces away. It was a woman, an elf, her ageless features exuding an air of wisdom and power. Her long silver hair flowed down her back, and her silver eyes shimmered with a strange light. She leaned lightly on a wooden staff, its surface etched with intricate runes. Despite her benevolent smile, Kai couldn't shake the unease prickling at his skin. His instincts kicked in. He willed his mana to surge, to form a defensive shield or even just spark to life, but nothing. His heart sank as he realized he couldn't access his mana here. The woman chuckled softly, her voice laced with amusement. "Don't worry," she said, her tone gentle. "You're safe. I called you here into my own space. This isn't a dream, but it's not the physical realm either. That's why you can't access your mana." She tilted her head slightly, as if to reassure him. "I promise your body is perfectly safe where it is. I simply wanted to talk." Kai's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing. "I don't know you," he said bluntly, taking a defensive step back. "But I know you," the woman replied, her smile unwavering. "I've been observing you for some time now, weeks to be exact." Kai frowned, his mind racing to make sense of her words. "Who are you?" The woman straightened, her grip tightening on the staff. "My name is Vialarith," she said. "I am the keeper of this place, an observer of paths untaken, of fates rewritten." Her eyes sparkled as she added, "And you, Kai, you've intrigued me." Kai's jaw clenched, the weight of her words sinking in. "What do you want from me?" Vialarith's smile softened, and she gestured toward the moonlit clearing around them. "Kai," she said, her tone almost maternal, "do you mind walking with me? There's much to discuss, and it's important." Kai's lips curled into a faint smirk. "Do I even have a choice?" he asked. The woman laughed softly. "I suppose not," she said, "but I'd prefer if you followed willingly. It makes for better conversation." With a slight nod, Kai relented. "Fine, lead the way." Vialarith turned, her staff lightly tapping the ground as she moved toward the edge of the clearing. Beyond the grassy expanse, a dense forest loomed, its shadows stretching like outstretched fingers. Kai followed her silently, his eyes scanning the surroundings as he tried to make sense of the situation. The air felt strange, thick with an energy he couldn't quite place. He wondered what type of magic was this. Was this some kind of soul domain? That sort of a spell was at least a fifth circle one, and the ability to call him up there made it clear that he was dealing with an opponent way stronger than him. It made him take his steps carefully. For a while, neither of them spoke. Kai trailed behind her, his gaze flitting between the towering trees and the light filtering through the canopy. His thoughts churned with theories, but eventually the silence became unbearable. So he said, breaking the quiet, "Can you explain what's going on here?" Vialarith glanced over her shoulder with a knowing smile. "That's precisely why I called you here to explain what's going on," she said, her tone unhurried. "Though I'll admit, I'd hoped to explain everything at once about the coming calamity, the threads of fate, and why we need you to save everything." Kai's brow furrowed, suspicion flickering across his face. Vialarith continued, "As I've watched your threads, I realized you already know quite a bit. Not just anyone can be a fate breaker, after all." Her gaze lingered on him, almost fascinated. "Two souls reside within you. One undeniably yours, strong and dominant. The other, fragmented, scattered like particles, yet undeniably present. It's fascinating, really." Kai's jaw clenched. "Don't talk in circles, just say what you mean." Vialarith laughed again, light and melodic, and waved her hand dismissively. All right, no more riddles, but we're already here. You'll understand more once you see it." Kai stopped in his tracks as they stepped into another clearing, his breath hitching at the sight before him. Towering above them was a massive tree, its roots sprawling like veins through the earth, its branches reaching up to tear at the heavens. The tree pulsed faintly with a shimmering light, each glow casting the surroundings in a surreal, otherworldly radiance. It was straight out of heaven. Everything looked magical in a way that was explained in fairy tale books for children. Even the very soil seemed to pulse with energy when he took steps forward. "The elder tree," Kai muttered, his voice barely audible. The words felt heavy on his tongue, steeped in both awe and dread. "The source of all mana." Vialarith came to stand beside him, her gaze soft as she followed his line of sight. "Yes," she said quietly, "the source of all mana and the life-giver of us elves." Kai narrowed his eyes and closed his palms as they itched to move forward and touch the tree, see how it felt. How did I miss this? How could something this massive not have been seen earlier? Vialarith didn't answer immediately, letting the silence hang before speaking. "Because it exists on a different plane. This right here is just a projection. But as things stand, even the real elder tree is not eternal. Everything, no matter how grand, comes to an end." Her voice dropped slightly, tinged with sorrow. "You've seen it, haven't you? Lived through a time when the elder tree was no more. When the calamity took everything, when the prophecy had come true." Vialarith's eyes locked onto his, unflinching. Hearing her words, Kai froze, his entire body tensing. Her words struck deeper than he cared to admit, and the mention of his Sekret, one he had guarded so fiercely, sent a chill racing down his spine. "How do you know about that?" Vialarith turned to face him fully, and she tapped the ground with the staff she held. "I am a worshipper of the elder tree," she said, her voice carrying a reverence that seemed to echo in the air. "It grants its followers gifts, insights into the threads of fate and the truths of the soul. My gift allows me to see through these threads, even those that have been severed. You, Kai, have broken your fate, and yet it lingers, altered but not erased." Kai's fists clenched at her words, his mind racing. He didn't like being read, his very essence laid bare. His heartbeat fastened twice as he continued to stare at the depths of the silver eyes. Vialarith stepped closer, the staff in her hand glowing faintly as she continued, her tone firm. "Hence I request no, implore you, Magus Kai of the Sorcerer's Tower, to protect the elder tree and my species. The prophecy looms over us, and extinction is imminent. You are the only one capable of mending and breaking fate." The extinction of the elder tree had been one of the most infamous events in history, and it not merely marked the end of an era, had shattered the balance of the world. Its roots, once rumored to cradle the flow of mana like veins in a living body, had gone dry, leaving behind scars across the weave of existence itself. Historians labeled it the event that ended the first golden era of magic, but those who lived through it likely called it something darker. The second era had risen from its ashes, but the changes it left in the atmosphere were like a wound festering over centuries. By the third era, the damage was undeniable. Manhwaedits abundant, intangible, immeasurable began to dwindle. Spellcraft, once a symphony of grand gestures and raw power, had transformed into a game of efficiency and restraint. For Kai, who had grown up in this diminished world, mana consumption was survival. He had to measure mana of every spell because waste was a luxury no one could afford. The worst casualty of the elder tree's fall, however, was the elves. Their decline had been gradual but absolute. The elder tree wasn't just their god, it was their lifeline. Without it, their birth rates plummeted, their purpose dissolved, and their culture faded into legend. By the time Kai had come into the world, pure-blooded elves were a myth, and even those with diluted elven ancestry were a shadow of their forebears, lacking the grace, wisdom, or longevity that once defined their race. That's why the elf woman's words clung to his mind like an itch he couldn't scratch. The tree is dying, but why so soon? From everything Kai had read, the elder tree's death was an event of the distant past, tied to the close of the first golden era. This wasn't even the start of it yet. Unless. His thoughts tangled with the mention of a prophecy. It was a warning, and he wasn't stupid enough to think that the mentions he had found in Hendrik's diary were anything different. The pages had hinted at the coming doom. He felt like too many threads were converging in his mind, making him inch closer to the answers to his questions and at the same time increasing them. Kai opened his mouth, desperate to speak, but Vialarith's soft smile stopped him. I know you have questions. But I'm sorry we don't have much time. The distance between us is too great, and I can't keep this space stable for long. I won't ask you to give me an answer now. Like me, you have responsibilities, I understand that. Behind her, the world began to break down. Cracks formed in the air, similar to fractured glass. Kai's eyes darted to the fractures, his unease growing as they spread like a spider's web. I will send a messenger, she continued, undeterred. Someone you already know. She will bring you to me, and then I'll answer all your questions. But Kai, you must take this seriously. The world depends on Yaovan if others don't realize it. I do, and so do you. The cracks deepened, light spilling through the growing gaps in reality. The space around them groaned under the weight of its collapse. Wait, Kai shouted. At least answer one question. What's the prophecy? Vialarith gave a soft smile, her silver eyes gleaming with an understanding that passed between them. The prophecy of the cycle of life and death, she said, making Kai frown further. That's all I can say for now. It's time for you to wake up. Before Kai could respond, the world shattered. The fractures tore apart, reality collapsing into a swirling void. Something powerful pulled at him, dragging him toward the ruptures. He called on his mana, trying to anchor himself, but it was like grasping at shadows. The energy slipped from his control, useless against the overwhelming tide. Vialarith's figure dissolved into the chaos, her gaze lingering on him even as everything broke apart. The pull became unbearable, and with one final surge, Kai was swallowed by the void. Darkness enveloped him. The next second, Kai's eyes snapped open, a sharp gasp escaping his lips. His gaze darted around the room, the familiar shadows of furniture illuminated by the pale glow of moonlight streaming through the window. His breath was ragged, his heart pounding in his chest. Looking outside, he noted the moon's position in the sky. Barely any time had passed. Barely any time. Sweat clung to his skin, and yet, more unsettling than that was the faint trace of mana lingering in the Ira mana not his own. It was foreign, ethereal, undoubtedly left behind by the elf. He exhaled slowly, forcing his breathing to steady, but his thoughts churned like a storm. What's going on exactly? He muttered under his breath, the words hanging in the stillness of the room. Kai moved through Balin's workshop. Rows of apprentices, nearly 24 worked under the Minotaur's eyes, creating weapons, armor, and the components for mana cannons. Sparks flew from grinding wheels, and everyone else worked in a sync. It was hard to believe this all began with just a few hands assisting the Minotaur. The growth had been exponential, and plans were already underway to double the workforce. To any outsider, it would seem as if Kai was gearing up for war. He wouldn't deny it. Part of this was to fulfill the orders for mana cannons, but the rest, it was preparation. His territory had survived one beast wave, but the scars it left had taught him a lesson wouldn't be caught off guard again. As Kai walked, workers paused to bow before returning to their tasks with renewed focus. He acknowledged each with a nod. The smell of oil and the heat of the forges followed him as he finally reached Balin's office. The Minotaur sat hunched over a desk, his massive frame dwarfed by the number of blueprints and diagrams spread out before him. Kai recognized the markings instantly. These were his designs, ones he had drafted during the days he had been confined to bed after suffering from mana backlash. Balin's ears twitched as the door opened, and he immediately straightened, his massive frame looming but respectful. He bowed his head deeply, his horns almost brushing the edge of the desk. Lord Arzan, you're here. I was just thinking I'd need to come find you soon, he said, his gravelly voice carrying an urgency Kai couldn't shake off. Kai took a seat, the chair creaking under his weight as he settled. His sharp gaze flicked to the stack of blueprints on the table, already suspecting the reason for the summons. Is it about the materials? Balin nodded. That's part of it. First, though, I have to say the mana gun design you gave me, it's genius. He reached behind the desk, pulling out a prototype. The sleek frame of the crossbow gleamed, its structure compact and reinforced with faintly glowing etham shards embedded along its spine. A classic design, but mounted on the forearm, powered by these shards. This will give our guards the ability to unleash first circle spells without needing to actually cast them. It's simple, effective, and deadly. Kai leaned forward, examining the prototype as a faint hum of energy radiated from the shard. He gave a small nod of approval. That's the goal. A weapon that bridges the gap for those who are mortals and can't do spells on their own. Mass-producible, practical, and devastating in the right hands. But I take it this isn't why you wanted to speak with me. Balin placed the weapon down. You're right. The mana guns are coming along well enough, barring the usual shortage of high-grade mana-conductive materials. But it's the armor designs he trailed off, reaching for the stack of blueprints and pulling out several sheets. He spread them across the desk, each one displaying diagrams of armor unlike anything Kai had seen in this erratically segmented pieces with built-in conduits for mana flow and hidden offensive mechanisms, such as retractable spikes and shock plates. I haven't seen such armor before, Balin said, his finger tracing the outlines of a chest piece. They're offensive tools. Imagine armor that not only absorbs a hit but retaliates with a mana discharge or a shockwave. It's revolutionary. But to make them, we'll need materials I've never worked with on this scale. Specifically for our cavalry unit, we would need lightwood. He pulled out another diagram detailing the wood that was one of the rarest armor materials in the world. It's a rare thing, sturdy as steel but light enough to work with delicate mechanisms. Perfect for these designs. The problem is, I don't know enough about crafting with it. Working with lightwood armor is a whole art on its own, and I'd have to learn it before we could even begin. Kai steepled his fingers, his mind already running through possible solutions. Do you know anyone who can teach you? Balin's expression darkened in thought, his horns tilting slightly as he scratched at his chin. The dwarves, Kai repeated, his voice curious. Balin nodded. There's a valley not far from Lancefil Cragstone Vale. That's where they've settled. If anyone knows the secrets of crafting with lightwood, it's them. But he paused, his voice lowering. They're not exactly the cooperative type. They don't care about anything outside their own little world. Kai leaned back, a faint smirk playing at his lips. And you think we can convince them? Balin's grin widened, his tusks glinting faintly in the light. Not with words, no, but with these. He gestured at the blueprints scattered across the table. Those stubborn bastards are arrogant, but they've got a weakness and insatiable greed for knowledge. Show them these designs and they'll be drooling. Your blueprints aren't just innovative, they're something they've never seen before. Offer them this knowledge and they'll think twice before saying no. Kai nodded, his expression thoughtful. The dwarves, one of the most isolated races, they've always kept to themselves, stubborn and insular, but even they weren't immune to extinction. Their downfall came not from greed or war, but from a mana fiend. It collapsed their tunnels, crushing their entire civilization beneath the earth. Most of them perished, and those who survived scattered across the world, losing their identity over time. Kai had heard a lot of them. Actually, a lot of the weapon designs he had given Balin were made due to the things a mage tower had found while exploring their ruins. We can send a messenger to see if they are interested in working with us, Kai said. You said you worked with them in the past, so it's not like we would be moving blindly. Balin nodded. Yes, I can try to send them a letter with some of the ideas. They might be interested, he muttered before shaking his head and looking down at the lightwood design. But the dwarves aren't the biggest hurdle. It's still the lightwood. Kai leaned back in his chair, his fingers drumming lightly on the armrest. I've already sent a team to investigate the Vasper Forest, hoping to find a source there. But they've found nothing so far. It's taking more time than I expected. Balin's brows furrowed in thought before his eyes lit up with an idea. Why not try the elven forests? They have every kind of wood you could dream of. If anywhere has lightwood, it's there. The mention of the elves sent a jolt through Kai's mind, and his gaze turned distant. His thoughts spiraled back to the events of the previous night, shimmering fractures in space, the enigmatic elf woman, and her cryptic words about prophecies and the cycle of life and death. I'll think about it, Kai said after a moment, his voice lower than usual. The elves are a matter I've been meaning to look into anyway. Balin tilted his head, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Oh, and why's that? Before Kai could respond, a sharp knock interrupted them. Both men turned toward the door as it creaked open, revealing a guard standing stiffly at attention. Lord Arzon, the guard announced while bowing deeply. The mercenaries are in the castle requesting an audience. One of them, Raven, is particularly insistent. She says it's very important. Kai's eyes widened slightly at the name, his mind snapping back to the elf's final words. I'll send a messenger, one you'll know of. His heart quickened as he rose from his seat. When the elf woman Vialarith had sent word through a messenger, Kai's curiosity had been piqued. Who would it be? The possibilities nagged at him, enough that he'd even decided to instruct Killian to keep an eye out for any elves skulking about in the city. Yet, despite his preparation, he hadn't expected the answer to come in the form of Raven. She had been there in front of his eyes, but he had completely forgotten about her. Now, as Kai stepped into the meeting room, the air felt charged with unspoken tension. Francis stood at the corner of the table, flanked by the familiar faces of Gorak, the twins Finn and Finnegan, and Raven. Her eyes followed his every move, and there was something in them hesitation, maybe even uneasiness. They rose to their feet as one, bowing deeply. Kai nodded in acknowledgement and let his eyes make contact with everyone present. Sit, he instructed, motioning to the chairs. As they obeyed, he lowered himself into his seat and got comfortable, though it was hard to get comfortable as even the air held a tension that he couldn't just ignore. Francis wasted no time. Lord Arzon, he began, Raven has. Kai held up a hand, cutting him off with a subtle shake of his head. his eyes fixed on Raven, their sharpness slicing through her nerves. "Speak," he said simply. The elf shifted in her chair, her hands clasping tightly in her lap. For a moment it seemed she might falter, but she steadied herself with a deep breath. "Lord Arzin," she began, her voice steady despite the weight of her words. "I've received a message from the matriarch of my tribe. It concerns you and for that reason I've come seeking your understanding." Kai's expression didn't shift, but his mind worked quickly. "Matriarch," he echoed softly, thinking back to the elf he had seen in his vision. Would her name happen to be Vialarith? The reaction was immediate. Raven's dark eyes widened, the tension in her shoulders easing as disbelief and relief warred for dominance on her face. You know of her?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Her demeanor shifted visibly where moments ago she had seemed tightly wounded. Now she appeared calmer, more at ease. Whatever Kai had just said had struck a chord. Kai grimaced, leaning back slightly. "You weren't the only one who received a message. I got one too." His fingers tapped idly against the table. "At first I thought it was just my mind playing tricks, but there were traces of her mana in the air afterwards. She talked about a messenger and wanting me to come to the elf territory, Sylvastra." Raven's eyes flickered with recognition, and she gave a small nod. She leaned a bit forward, and Kai took it as a sign that she understood the situation. "That makes sense. I was tasked with guiding you, and if you've received the message too, then it might make things easier." Her voice faltered slightly before she straightened in her seat. "Please, Lord Arzin, come with me. I don't know the full extent of the matter, but if the matriarch is asking for your help, it's of utmost importance." Francis shifted on the side, his lips parting as if to interject, but he hesitated and ultimately leaned back, his expression neutral. Whatever thoughts he had remained unsaid as he allowed the conversation to continue. Kai's gaze didn't waver. "I understand that," he said slowly, "but I have some questions first." His eyes locked onto Raven's. "Who exactly is Vialarith?" Raven's posture stiffened slightly. "She's the matriarch of my tribe," she began carefully, "one of the ruling tribes of Sylvastra. Among all the tribes, she's known as the Fate Seer for her ability to divine the flow of events." Kai nodded, his expression thoughtful. "When I got the message, she mentioned a prophecy about an upcoming calamitous something that involves the Elder Tree. Do you know anything about that?" The room fell into a heavy silence. Raven's gaze dropped, and something passed through her eyes. After a moment, she shook her head, her voice low and tinged with regret. "I'm sorry, Lord Arzin. Prophecies are closely guarded secrets, known only to the elders themselves. They're rarely shared because of fear of causing panic or misunderstanding." She hesitated, then added softly, "When I left my tribe, I was barely considered an adult. I don't have much knowledge of such things." Kai's eyes narrowed slightly, but before he could speak, she continued, her tone shifting. "But if it involves the Elder Tree, there might be something. The tree is sacred to my people. It's tied to our history, our mana, and our survival. If the prophecy is about it." She trailed off, and her eyes trailed downwards in a grim expression. "Then the matter is more urgent than I realized." Kai's brows furrowed. "What do you mean?" Raven hesitated before speaking. "There are whispers in every tribe that something is wrong with the Elder Tree. We used to hold yearly festivals, celebrating beneath its roots with dances and offerings. But for decades now, no one's been allowed near the roots. The elders blocked access entirely. Many of us fear something is wrong with our life giver, but they're just whispers. We elves, we believe the Elder Tree to be all-powerful." Kai said nothing, but his mind churned. "It's not. The Elder Tree is dying, and the calamity is tied to it." He kept his expression neutral, though an uncomfortable weight pressed on him. "The prophecy spoke of this, but I'm missing too many pieces to make sense of it. Stopping it feels absurd without the full picture, but I need information and fast." Letting out a slow breath, he calmed himself and looked at Raven. "I understand what you're saying, and I know you're telling the truth." His gaze sharpened. "I've seen it myself. A vision, if you will, so I'll agree to come with you." Kai raised a hand, stopping her mid-sentence. "I know you're eager, but I'm a lord. I have responsibilities here. I'll accompany you, but I need time to finish my tasks and speak with my aides." Raven's enthusiasm dimmed slightly, but she nodded with understanding. "Of course, Lord Arzin." She rose to leave, her companions following her lead, but just as they approached the door, Kai's voice stopped them. "Before we begin this journey," he said, which made everyone turn around and look at Kai, waiting to see what he was about to say next. "I'd like to test your mana organs. I want to see if any of you have the potential to gain abilities like Killian and the others." The room, which had been relatively quiet, stirred. Gorak and the twins, silent until now, shared glances before the mercenary leader finally spoke. "You would do that for us, Lord Arzin." Kai's expression softened slightly. He wasn't surprised by their reaction. He'd been fighting alongside them since the Beast Wave, and he knew they were aware of his methods. While they didn't understand the intricacies of how he did it, they'd seen him take ordinary fightersome without even the basic mana organ sand turn them into enforcers wielding power that rivaled trained mages. "If you're joining this journey, it will be grueling," Kai explained. "Every ounce of strength will matter. If you have the potential, I'll ensure you gain the power to match the challenge ahead." That said, his voice grew firm. "I'll require your word to keep the methods behind this a secret from anyone else." Gorek bowed deeply. If you can truly make me into a warrior like that, I give you my word, Lord Arzan. The twins mirrored his action, their voices ringing with sincerity. So do we, Lord Arzan. Kai nodded, satisfied. Good, return here tomorrow morning. We'll begin the tests then. With that, the group left the room. Once they were out of the way, Kai turned towards Francis. I know you have a lot of questions. Let's talk it out in the office. And he paused, seeing Francis's frowned face. Your work will increase once again, with me not being here for a while. Lord Arzan, I really don't think you should leave the territory right now, Francis said, folding his arms. It's going to be hard managing everything without you, and you know threats are on the horizon. Francis looked at him with a conflicted expression, his eyes firmly planted on him. Kai exhaled slowly, nodding. His eyes raked around the office room and came back to Francis, feeling the depth of the situation. I know that. It's Lucien that's the real problem. Francis's lips tightened, not just him. With the aftermath of the beast wave, all eyes are on us. If you leave, I'm certain other nobles will sniff around to figure out where you're going. And Duke Lucien, if he gets wind of your absence, he'll undoubtedly make his move. Kai remained silent, his eyes drifting toward the map on the table. His fingers tapped non-rhythmically against the wood as his gaze lingered on the Lancefil kingdom and the marked location of the elf territory depth to the east. He kept staring at it for a while, looking at the areas they would have to traverse to get to Sylvestra. Finally, a small smile curved up on Kai's face as the idea crossed his mind. I understand the risks, Francis, but it's crucial I head to the elf territory. There's too much at stake. For one, the resource Lightwood, druidic spells, and knowledge we don't have access to could give us a significant edge in the coming conflicts. He glanced at Francis. And if the elders there know how to refine mana organs further, we'll need that. The benefits outweigh the risks. Francis didn't look convinced. Even if that's true, the gazes following us won't relent. If you disappear, it will raise questions we can't afford to answer. And without you, Duke Lucien might start whatever he's planning early. A small smirk tugged at Kai's lips. I've thought of that and I have a plan. Francis raised an eyebrow. What is it, Lord Arzan? Kai leaned forward, tracing a finger on the map toward the west of the elf territory. Duke Blackwood's contingent is still here, correct? Yes, Francis said cautiously. Good. Blackwood's territory lies south of the Elven lands, close enough that traveling with his people won't draw as much suspicion. If I hide myself and leave with them, I would be able to travel easily and no one would know I'm not in Veralt. Francis frowned. That might cover some of the scrutiny, but what about the city? If you suddenly stop showing your face here, the rumors won't take long to spread. Kai nodded as though expecting the question, which is why we'll use a doppelganger. Francis blinked. A doppelganger? Kai smirked. We'll find someone with a similar build and face shape. Dress him in my robes, put him in carriages, and let him make appearances in the city every week. He won't need to interact much, just be seen. It'll be enough to keep suspicions at bay. Francis rubbed his temples, muttering under his breath before looking back at Kai. You make it sound simple, but finding someone convincing enough. It won't be hard, Kai interrupted. We don't need perfection, just someone passable from a distance. Most people won't get close enough to notice the difference. Besides, it's temporary. By the time anyone starts asking questions, I'll already be back. Francis sighed heavily, leaning back in his chair. You're putting a lot on the line with this plan. Kai's gaze hardened. I'm putting everything on the line, but if we don't take these risks now, we'll have nothing left when the real storm hits. After a moment of silence, Francis gave a reluctant nod. I can arrange for that, he said, but his brows furrowed as he added, but Lord Arzan, is it really necessary? The old man, though, seemed to have understood the situation, still battled with completely giving in to Kai's idea. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stood, moving toward the window. The late afternoon sun covered the city in a golden glow, but his gaze was far away. I'm sorry, Francis, I know what you're thinking. But yes, it's necessary, and I don't want to repeat myself again. He turned his head slightly, enough for Francis to catch the glint of determination in his eyes. I care for this territory, you know that, but the only way we stand a chance against Luciener, the stronger powers aiming at Uzi's more power. If I can establish a connection with Sylvestra and gain what I'm after, we might quash Lucien without suffering any significant losses. His words hung thick in the air, heavy with conviction, but inwardly his thoughts spiraled further. Not just that, he admitted to himself. If the prophecy is true, if the Elder is right, this world is already teetering on the edge of ruin. The image of the Elder Tree flickered in his mind, its roots choked by dead mana. If the whispers Raven had mentioned were accurate, this calamity wasn't just a problem for the Elvis, it was a threat to the world. Falling to dead mana. Was this always envisioned? Kai clenched his jaw, and somehow I'm supposed to be the key to stopping it. But how? He exhaled sharply, fingers gripping the windowsill. Back in his previous life, during humanity's final stand, he'd never borne this weight alone. His master had been there, guiding him, and countless others had fought alongside him. Now, though, it felt like everything rested squarely on his shoulders. The thought gnawed at him until he shook his head, forcing himself to focus. No, he murmured, his voice low enough that Francis couldn't hear him. I'm not alone. I have others, Killian Francis. He paused, mentally listing a few more names. But even as he tried to convince himself, the truth lingered. They don't know what's coming. Only I do, and that was the problem. If Kai wanted them to be more than just Alice, if he wanted true companions, couldn't keep them in the dark forever. But am I ready to tell them everything? His lips pressed into a thin line. He didn't think so. A frown settled on his face as his master's voice echoed in his mind, clear and steady, as if the man were standing beside him again. Kai, sometimes you have to hide the truth not because you want to, but because you're unsure how others will react. In those moments, evaluate the person. If you trust them, then tell them, but only when the time is right. Trust doesn't mean they'll agree, it means you believe they'll handle the truth. Was this the right time? Kai let the question linger. It didn't need answers right away. It followed him for the rest of the day, a quiet, persistent itch in the back of his mind. A yawn escaped her lips as she glanced at the sunlight filtering into her room. Claire blinked away the drowsiness lingering from sleep. She rubbed her eyes and sat upright on her bed. Without another thought, she stood and walked toward the life-sized mirror. Her gaze swept from her long brown hair to the hem of her dress, taking in her reflection. She couldn't remember the last time she had looked this healthy. Her once sunken eyes now appeared full of life. The hollowness in her cheeks had vanished, replaced by a healthy glow. Even her bony hands had regained their fullness. Overall, she felt healthier and happier. It had been years since she began working at the estate. In those first few years, each morning she had faced the mirror only to watch hope drain from her eyes day by day. They had lacked anything resembling joy, ambition, or even the faintest respect or love for her work or the city. But she wasn't one to run from responsibility. So she did what she had to. Now, it was all different. So much of it stemmed from what had happened since Lord Arzen's rise, not just as a leader, but as a hope for the city. He had taken charge with a firmness that inspired everyone around him, including Claire. Her mother's words drifted into her thoughts. After every adversity, opportunities bloom. Claire hadn't truly understood those words until now, because the same had happened to the city. Veralt had been on the brink of ruin, the people gripped by fear as the beast wave loomed over them like a death sentence. But against all odds, they had survived. And survival had given way to something greater. The city wasn't just recovering, it was thriving, growing at a pace no one could have imagined. She had seen it happen with her own eyes. As Lord Arzen's trusted maid, she'd been privy to meetings that shaped the city's future, her presence there a silent witness to her growing role in this new era. The discussions were no longer about merely holding on, but about reaching for more trade, security, and alliances. Veralt was in the right hands, and she felt pride swell in her chest at being even a small part of its transformation. A soft breeze stirred the air from the window, brushing against her face and pulling her out of her thoughts. She turned toward the open window, her eyes sweeping over the castle grounds below. The guards were already hard at work, their training echoing across the courtyard in rhythmic clinks of metal against metal. Their discipline mirrored the spirit of the city itself, a unity born from struggle, now focused on a shared purpose. They were practicing as if another battle was just on the horizon. Determination, it was contagious. Another gust of wind rolled in, stronger this time, carrying with it faint whispers. Claire froze, her senses sharpening. The sound was elusive, intangible, like a half-remembered melody, yet it felt real, brushing against her awareness in a way that sent a shiver down her spine. Her gaze instinctively lifted to the distant horizon, where the line of the Vasper forest met the sky. The pull was subtle but unmistakable, a silent call drawing her attention back to the woods and the new friend she had made there. The yearning to return swelled within her, but she quickly shook it off. Not now, not yet. She had duties to fulfill, responsibilities she wouldn't abandon. Lord Arzen had entrusted her with more than just her usual tasks, and she wasn't about to disappoint him. With a sharp breath, she stepped away from the window, her priorities firm as she moved to prepare for the day. She freshened up briefly and made her way outside the room. Today, Claire wasn't simply Lord Arzen's maid. She had already passed those duties to one of the other servants, freeing herself for something more pressing. As she strode through the castle halls, she was greeted by everyone she passed. There was a time when she had moved through these spaces unnoticed, just another face among the staff. But now her position as the Lord's personal maid carried weight. People nodded, smiled, and offered greetings, their tones often laced with respect or perhaps calculation. She wondered briefly if their kindness was genuine or merely an acknowledgement of her growing influence. But again, it didn't matter. Whether driven by sincerity or self-interest, they were all working toward the same goal, the prosperity of Veralt. That was enough for her. With her head held high, Claire stepped into the courtyard, the sun breaking through the morning clouds. Today was another step forward, not just for the city, but for her as well. Before she realized it, Claire found herself on the main street. Her gaze flitted across the scene in front of her, carriages trundling in through the gates, lines of people spilling into the city, their chatter blending into a dull roar. Another line stretched outward, carrying carriages away toward neighboring towns. The gates, once quiet, now felt like the lifeline of Veralt, pulling in streams of migrants and resources alike. The The news had spread like wildfire. Veralt, a rising star among cities, promising prosperity and opportunity. The surge of newcomers was inevitable. Some came seeking the free food and steady jobs the city now offered. Others arrived with dreams of joining the city guard, drawn by the stories that rumored of good pay and a lord whose fairness had earned him loyalty, not fear. Claire moved through the throng and her eyes scanned the flurry of activity. Buildings in various stages of construction loomed ahead, the skeletons of new workshops, homes, and marketplaces rising toward the sky. Workers bustled about, the sharp clink of tools mingling with the progress. Roads were being widened, drainage systems improved everywhere she looked. Veralt was transforming. She could only hope it would continue, that this pace of growth wouldn't falter under the weight of whatever was about to come. Her brow furrowed as she recalled Lord Arzen's words. Claire, Veralt is thriving now, but don't be deceived by its momentum. Trouble always follows growth. The higher we rise, the more others will try to drag us down. Never forget that. Those words had become a mantra. Every day she carried them with her, using them as a reminder to push harder, to stay vigilant, to never grow complacent. She had forced herself to take less rest than she needed, to throw herself fully into her duties. But even now, as she moved, she wondered if it was enough. Was she contributing enough to Veralt's future? Was this her limit? But for now, this was all she could do. Her steps slowed as her destination came into view, a modest two-story building, simple yet sturdy, its wooden sign swinging gently in the breeze. It was the school, the newest addition to the area. Claire entered. She felt that every part of her buzzed with anticipation. The first door to her left led to a small room, its walls newly painted and the faint smell of wood polish lingering. Her eyes swept across the gathered students. At the front, a group of children sat on neat benches, some dressed in fine outfits, wealthy and more privileged. Others wore patched tunics and scuffed shoes, their origins in the slums all too apparent. At the very back of the room sat a handful of adults, their postures awkward, their gazes darting around as if unsure of their place. Their rough hands and weathered faces stood out, a stark contrast to the youthful energy around them. Yet, despite their discomfort, they stayed. They were the ones who wanted to learn, to better themselves in a city that now offered a chance for something more. And it started here in language class. She took a closer look at the faces on the back, her gaze lingering on a familiar face among the adults at the back. It was Cecilia, Gareth's wife. She recognized her instantly by the stern set of her jaw and the fierce determination that burned in her eyes. Claire couldn't help but smile. She and Cecilia had met a few times since she had been a frequent member of the community kitchens that the maids were largely responsible for. Even after Gareth's standing had gotten better, she had kept coming, not to eat food, but to help out. Seeing her and other adults in the room made her feel like the education program was working well. The classes were free, and the initiative had drawn a wide variety of people. Parents crowded the school with their children, eager for them to grasp the basics of language. It was all tied to the apprentice program Lord Arzen had recently introduced as a gateway to better jobs and futures for the people of Veralt. The promise of opportunity had worked like a miracle, drawing in the hopeful and the determined alike. Claire stepped up to the podium, taking it all in. A simple blackboard stood behind her, its surface clean and ready. She cleared her throat, the soft cough enough to quiet the murmur of voices in the room. "Good morning, everyone," she began, her voice steady. "Today we'll start with the basics of the common tongue. Most of you already know how to speak it, but we're going to focus on reading and writing first. Once we're comfortable with that, we'll move on to basic calculations." The room fell silent as her words sank in. Eyes, both young and old, were fixed on her, waiting, listening. It was a humbling experience to stand before them and know she was a part of their journey towards something better. Yet, as she continued explaining the lesson, a shadow of doubt crept into her mind. Is this all I can do? The question again gnawed at her. It wasn't that she felt she was slacking. She worked tirelessly, doing everything she could for Veralt and for Lord Arzen. But deep down, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was capable of more, that her potential extended beyond this. As the thought lingered, the winds outside stirred again. The faint rustle swept through the room, brushing against her cheek like a whisper of something just out of reach. Once again, the small gesture sent chills down her spine, creating goosebumps on her skin. It took over half a day for the classes to wrap up, leaving Claire with just enough time to check in on the tasks assigned to the other newly recruited teachers. She walked through each room, observing their progress, offering occasional suggestions, and ensuring that everything adhered to the goals of Veralt's education program. As the one directly responsible for the initiative, Claire knew there was no room for error. The city's future rested in part on these lessons and the opportunities they promised. By the time she returned to the castle, the sun had already begun its descent. The evening drills for the guards were in full swing, the clash of weapons and shouted commands filling the air. The maids bustled to finish their tasks, tying up the day's loose ends before retreating for the night. Despite the ache in her feet and the increasing hunger in her stomach, Claire didn't head to the kitchen or her quarters for rest. Instead, she made her way to Lord Arzen's office. She had a report to deliver: the day's progress, the growing number of enrolled students, and her observations of the program's development. Reaching the heavy wooden door, she knocked firmly. A calm voice from within called her, and she entered swiftly, closing the door behind her. What greeted her left her momentarily stunned. Lord Arzan stood in the center of the room, juggling 7 orbs of glowing lights effortlessly. The faint hum of magic filled the air, the orbs spinning in perfect harmony around his hands. His eyes were closed, his expression serene, as if this act of magical dexterity was nothing more than a casual pastime. Lord Arzan always fascinated her. She couldn't help but marvel at the sight. For a moment, it felt like she was watching a performer in a grand circus rather than the lord she served. How long must he have practiced to master it like this, to the point where he looks like he's just having fun? He finally opened his eyes, the light balls dissolving into harmless motes of mana as he turned toward her with a warm smile. "Ah, Claire, you're here. I was just about to call you in." Claire blinked, snapping out of it. "For what, my lord?" she asked, stepping closer. But her curiosity got the better of her, and she gestured toward where the orbs had been just moments ago. "If I may ask, what were you doing?" "I was just trying out some mana-sensitive exercises," Lord Arzan explained casually, dismissing the fading motes of light with a wave of his hand. "I'm considering passing them on to the enforcers and Rhea. They could help improve their perception of mana." Claire blinked, nodding slowly as she processed his words. Before she could comment, Arzan continued, his tone shifting slightly. "Either way, the reason I wanted to call you in was to let you know we'll be going on a small adventure. I need you to pack both mine and your belongings." Her brows furrowed in surprise. "An adventure, my lord, to where?" Lord Arzan tilted his head the way he did whenever he had something exciting to say. "We're going to the Elven territory, Sylvestra, but there will be a few detours along the way. If all goes as planned, it should take less time than my journey to the capital. This time, though, I want you to accompany me." Claire straightened immediately, the surprise fading into resolve. Obviously Lord Arzan, but she hesitated, her mind recalling a story she had read in the library. "The Elvis, aren't they reclusive? I've heard they don't allow outsiders into their lands." "True," Arzan admitted, sitting on the bed. "But this time they're the ones calling me in. Raven will show us the way. The elves may be recluse, but they're also spirit trainers, and I believe I can establish a bond with them." "Spirit trainers?" Claire asked, her curiosity piqued. "Yes," Arzan said with a nod. "Like Raven. She's not a particularly strong one, but she can imbue her arrows with her spirit's power. That's the essence of a spirit trainer. The elves don't have the same mana organs humans do, only a mana heart, but they make up for it with an affinity for spirits, bonding with them to perform magic. Legends say the Elder Tree granted them this power. It's fascinating." Claire's mind raced with questions, but one stood out above the rest. "So can humans become spirit trainers too?" Arzan paused, considering her question. "Yes, it's possible. I've heard of a few humans bonding with spirits. Even some mages can do it, but it's extremely rare, about 1 in 10 million. Spirits have distinctive personalities, and the affinity required to bond with them is beyond what most humans possess." "Still, it's not impossible," he said, brushing his robes. "Either way, make sure everything is packed by tomorrow. We'll be leaving shortly." "Understood," Claire replied, bowing her head. But as she left the room, her thoughts were no longer on the tasks she had intended to report. Instead of heading to the kitchen or her quarters, her feet carried her to the castle's library. Spirit trainers, she murmured to herself. The concept fascinated her, and she couldn't resist the urge to learn more. With the decision to journey to Sylvestra made, Kai set to work immediately. He moved swiftly through his remaining tasks, issuing detailed instructions to his retainers on how to manage Veralt in his absence. He didn't want anyone to lack in any way, therefore, he knew he needed to be clearer on their goals. The first thing he did was to check Gorak and his team for their mana organs. He made them swear they won't ever go against his and Veralt's interest before doing so, and the results were pleasant to say the least. Although Raven had no chance to become an enforcer due to her being an elf, the other 3 actually had both the mana organs required to become an enforcer. Gorak told him that he came from a long line of mercenaries, so Kai had expected him to have the organs, but for the twins, it seemed like luck had really favored them. Though from what he recalled from research on mana organs, twins mostly had an equal number of organs of each other. He had no idea why it was the case, but it helped bring the total strength of the mercenary group by a lot. He finished with their awakening soon, before telling them to prepare for the journey ahead. For the retinue accompanying him to the Elven territory, Kai opted for a lean group. The mercenary band trailing him sufficed for security, and he decided against involving Killian, trusting him to keep Veralt secure. Farah, already managing Verdes, was also unavailable, so Kai turned to Gareth, the newest member of the Watchers. Gareth accepted the offer eagerly, his excitement visible at the prospect of traveling beyond the familiar and stepping foot in the legendary elf lands everyone heard of but didn't get to see. The conversation with Knight Darien had also gone smoothly, though the tough man had one condition: Kai would need to meet Duke Blackwood before passing through his lands. The Duke, it seemed, had taken an interest in him. Kai had no objections, in fact. He'd planned such a meeting regardless. The discovery of the medallion had shifted his priorities, and after a lengthy discussion with Francis, even the cautious advisor had agreed on the importance of building rapport with powerful nobles, especially a duke. The decision seemed to ease Francis somewhat, though his unease about Kai leaving the territory persisted. Truth be told, even Kai harbored doubts. He understood the risks Lucien's scheming, the Beast Wave's aftermath, and the gradual growth of Veralt. He knew he needed to be here, to ensure that everything is safe and sound, especially when he knew a little hiccup could turn things upside down. Yet, the need to know about the prophecy and uncover his role in saving the world outweighed his reservations. Kai was no stranger to the weight of his responsibilities. He was juggling precariously, aware that any misstep could send everything tumbling, especially in the form of a man named Lucien, the proverbial viper. He remained an ever-present threat, coiled and waiting to strike, though as to what exactly Lucien was planning, Kai had little idea. Ansel had already dispatched a team to monitor his enemy's movements, but the reports had been frustratingly sparse. Lucien's activities had gone eerily quiet, as if he'd vanished entirely. Not even a single public outing in the last month, and no rumors came out of his estate. The silence gnawed at Kai's nerves. It wasn't the absence of a threat that unnerved him, but the certainty that something was brewing. Whatever it was, he was sure it would unfold before winter. From what Kai had gathered through his talks with Princess Amara about Queen Regina, and with Malden and his second brother, Edrian, about Lucien, both individuals shared a particular trait: impatience. Neither seemed the type to delay their plans when opportunity presented itself. If Lucien intended to strike, it would be before the snows arrived, when armies could still march and supplies flowed freely. Winter, with its frozen roads and stranded forces, was no season for conflict. This upcoming deadline gave Kai little time to accomplish his goals in Sylvastra, yet unlike before, he felt a rare sense of reassurance. Killian and Francis could manage Veralt in his absence, and he trusted them implicitly. His role now was to make the trip swift and productive. Lord Arzon, a rough yet familiar voice, broke his train of thought. Kai looked up from the book he'd been poring over, a detailed text on Lancefield's geography, to find Killian standing in the doorway. "Yeah?" Kai asked, his eyes fixed on the knight. Killian stepped into the room, his hands in front of him, a clear sign of the man's usual posture. "Everything's ready. Your luggage has been packed and the retinue is assembled. I believe it would be best to leave now, while most of the city is still asleep." Kai glanced toward the window, noting the faint light on the horizon. It was close to 4 in the morning, the hour caught between night and dawn. The streets would be silent, and movements would be stealth that would allow them to slip away unnoticed. He nodded, closing the book and rising to his feet. "All right, let's walk," he said, and cleared his throat. He stepped towards the door and closed it slowly, the creak disappearing into thin air. He looked from the doorknob to the towering man and observed his eyes. "You've got something on your mind, don't you? You wouldn't have come to tell me this yourself otherwise." Killian nodded at that. Kai felt his lips curling upwards at how close he had got to the knight to know his habits. Without another word, they made their way down the staircases of the castle. Killian kept his pace with Kai. "Like you instructed," Killian said, beginning to talk about what was bothering him. "New orders have been given to Verdes. We've started fortifying everything. More of the Watchers have been sent there as well." Fair, and Administrator Zorger seemed to be handling things well, but he hesitated. Kai turned to look back briefly and noticed the alertness. "I take it that if Duke Lucien is going to do something, he'll take our preparations into account. It would still be hard to shake him off if he tries." Kai nodded, but there was an edge to his thoughts. "It's like that," he said slowly. "But sometimes I almost want him to try something. Give me a reason to end this once and for all." His voice held a quiet intensity that briefly held Killian back in his tracks. He raised an eyebrow, his skepticism clear. "Are we preparing for an all-out war, Lord Arzon? 'Cause I always took it as us retaliating, not being the aggressors." He met Kai's gaze as if demanding him to explain his shift in mindset. Kai's expression remained unwavering. "It's still that. We'll retaliate when the time comes. But as I told you before, with the medallion, things are changing. I would need more power. We'll strike back at Lucien, but once we do, we won't just stop there. After we retaliate successfully, we'll take it a step further. We'll become the aggressors. I've got too many enemies already, with Queen Regina after me as well, and if I get the chance to finish one of them off, I'll take it." Killian fell silent, and Kai felt him absorbing his words. He could already tell the wheels of his knight's sharp mind was processing, strategizing his words. Then, after a long moment and a lot of descending steps later, he spoke. "Then, Lord Arzon, are you going to contest for the throne?" Kai's gaze flickered to him, and his expression tightened slightly. "I told you I don't know yet." He paused, thinking it over. "It's certainly something I'm considering, but it's not a decision I can make alone. Moreover, I don't have the medallion yet." His gaze shifted forward, eyes narrowing as his thoughts sharpened. "But for now, the best course of action is to gain more allies and power, both physical and political. When we have that, I'll be in a better position to make a move." Killian nodded in acknowledgement, accepting the answer without further questioning. It was obvious that he had been in the game long enough to understand that Kai's decisions were never rushed. He had made a few of them early on, but was now past the point to barge in recklessly. Moreover, the path to power often had its own layers of complexity. Killian gave a sharp nod. Understood, my lord. With that, Kai moved purposefully toward one of the rooms at the far end of the floor. He slowed as he reached the door, giving it a gentle push open. Inside, the soft glow of candlelight enhanced a figure sleeping on the bed. It was Amira. Kai stood silently at the threshold of her room, his eyes fixed on her thin form resting on the bed. She looked peaceful, though her complexion was still slightly pale, a complete difference to the soft, natural glow she usually carried. He couldn't help but notice the faint improvement in her appearance since the last time he'd seen her features no longer as pale as they had been during her treatments after the beast wave, the faintest hints of color returning to her skin. Her white hair lay scattered across the pillow, but her chest rose and fell steadily with each breath, and that was enough to reassure him, for now. He wished she would open her golden eyes and look at them, but well, he had no idea when she would wake up. Hopefully, it would be soon. His fingers brushed lightly over the door frame as he stepped inside. Killian, still standing behind him, became silent, almost too silent that he might as well become a wall in this stilled room. Kai stood next to Amira's laid form and looked at Killian. The knight was looking at her, and there was a certain depth to his eyes. Guilt, regret knew it in eyes too well to miss. Do you still blame yourself? Kai asked softly, not wanting to trouble whatever deep sleep Amira was in. Killian's shoulders stiffened slightly before he responded, his words quiet but filled with the intensity of self-doubt. I should have been stronger. Amira used her powers to help me to save my life that day, but it should have been the other way around. That's what being a knight is, isn't it? He ran a hand through his hair, his gaze never leaving her. Now she's paying the price. Kai's gaze softened, though his own heart ached with the weight of his retainer's words. She's alive. Yeah, but she's sleeping, Killian said, his voice heavy with emotion. It was unusual to see Killian speaking with emotions. The man was built like a Hulk, usually driven with logic and moving with purpose. But now this was a whole another sight. Even his eyes that usually were emotionless were showing regret. I don't know when she'll wake up. Hopefully soon, he replied. I don't see anything wrong with her. She's been in a coma. It's a dangerous state to be in, but I don't think she'll stay asleep for long. He knew regret or guilt isn't something that he could help with at the moment, but his words he hoped that they would help Killian at least a little, because carrying that sort of baggage wasn't as easy as it seemed. Kai knew that well. Killian nodded, though there was a quiet uncertainty still in his eyes. He looked up towards Kai and let out a breath through his nose. I hope she wakes up before you come back. Kai stepped closer, looking down at Amira once more. That would be for the best, he murmured, his voice quieter now. I believe Amira might be a major key for us moving forward. If I need to make her an ally, I'll need to know exactly what she is. Killian didn't say anything more, his face a mask of understanding. They shared a moment of quietness before they turned and left the room. The door clicked softly behind them as they walked down the hall in silence. On the way, they didn't talk much about the future. Both of them were too preoccupied with their own thoughts, though Kai had more pressing matters on his mind. He briefly asked about the construction of the Sorcerer's Tower, which was going well, and Jax and Clan, who had agreed to be their spies in Arkan Tower. They'd already left on their way, and would soon be contacting them through the Watchers that had been dispatched in the capital. Although it was dangerous, Kai trusted them to pull it off since he didn't need them to get any information that might risk their lives. We're still waiting for a breakthrough, but it's slow, Killian said. Kai nodded. Having information on Magus Viridia and the Arkan Tower will go a long way in the long run. It's a slow game, but it's a necessary one. They reached the stairs leading down to the ground floor, the dim light from the torches flickering softly around them. He crossed the castle grounds, all the while Killian trailing behind him. Soon, they walked past the water fountain and outside the gates. The chill of the early morning air brushed against his face, sharp and crisp. The scene before him was far busier than he'd anticipate. Dozens of carriages lined up, their drivers waiting, their horses stamping the cold ground. The usual bustle of city life had yet to pick up, but the procession already gave a sense of purpose to the moment. It was at that moment, however, that his eyes landed on a pair of figures he hadn't expected to see: Amara and Ragnar, alongside Brugnar. Kai's brow furrowed slightly at the sight, but his posture remained calm as he turned toward Ragnar. The tall figure of the tribesman met his gaze, a deep bow accompanying his words. Lord Arzin, I was hoping we could accompany the procession, Ragnar said, voice steady but with an undertone of something more: a polite, respectful tone. I've been planning to leave for my tribe soon, either way. Kai considered this for a moment. The situation was already complicated enough, but there was no reason to deny Ragnar's request. Okay, Kai said simply, his voice giving no indication of hesitation. That won't be a problem. Ragnar and Brugnar exchanged a brief look, something unspoken passing between them. They both seemed to have more to say, but in the end, they only nodded and made their way to one of the carriages, settling in without further comment. Kai watched them for a moment, his mind already turning over the implications of their presence before turning toward Amara. Her gaze was steady, but there was a hint of concern in her eyes. I didn't expect you to wake up so soon, Princess, Kai said, giving in to his curiosity. Amara, standing a little straighter, met his gaze. I read the letter you gave Anya of you being away, she said, voice soft but firm, but I wanted to see you off. But is it really necessary for you to take a sudden trip, and I don't even know where you're going? Her words were gentle but held a subtle edge of impatience, as if she were looking for some kind of reassurance. Kai's expression softened, but the flicker of conflict in his chest was still present. It is necessary, Princess, he said, his voice steady. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you where I'm going right now. Once I return, maybe I will. Amara frowned at that, the edges of her lips curving downward in quiet frustration. It looked like she wanted more, but she knew better than to press further. Sure, she said, nodding reluctantly. You did say you'd be back soon. Kai gave her a reassuring smile. It shouldn't take more than 2, maybe 3 weeks. Her expression softened at that, then. Can I come with you, she asked, a hopeful note in her voice. Kai sighed, his lips tightening. The answer to that question was obvious. He wasn't taking a trip of adventure or sightseeing. This was something that should be done with utmost care, and that included things such as who he was bringing, and how much attention he was willing to bring into that from the outside world. Moreover, Amara wasn't in the state to travel, and it would cause extra trouble if something were to happen to her. No, Princess, you should stay here at Veralt and recover. Even if your heart is healed now, it's better not to travel. Your body still needs rest. She opened her mouth as though to argue but paused, taking in his words. Finally, she sighed and nodded in acceptance, though the look in her eyes held a quiet disappointment. Take care of yourself, Lord Arzin, she said softly. I will, Kai replied, his voice steady despite the storm of thoughts swirling in his mind. Just as the moment seemed to linger in the quiet air, a shout came from the direction of the carriages. Lord Arzin, we're ready to move. Gareth's voice carried across the distance, and Kai turned to face the group, the time to depart fast approaching. It looks like it's time to move, Kai said, glancing back at Amara one last time. She gave him a small nod and he turned toward the carriages, his mind racing with the uncertainty of the journey ahead. As he stretched his limbs, the weight of the upcoming trip settled on his shoulders. He muttered under his breath, more to himself than anyone else, I hope this trip is worth it. It's too much of a gamble. With one last glance at the darkened sky, Kai moved toward the carriages, his heart heavy with the knowledge that whatever awaited him in Sylvastra, it would change everything. Chakran's eyes raked over the darkened marks, marring the barely conscious man sprawled on the floor. The gray discoloration was spreading, slowly creeping across his body. He could feel the oppressive, ugly aura overtaking the man's usual human essence. Their gazes met. The man's sclera was bloodshot, but Chakran knew it wasn't just that blood trickled from the corners of his eyes, where tears should have been. Even so, the man looked up. It shouldn't have been possible for him to muster the strength, to channel every last shred of his energy into glaring at Chakran, yet he did. Chakran didn't flinch. His piercing stare remained unwavering. The man's glare faltered, his fear giving way to desperation. His eyebrows knit together as he began to plead, tears mingling with the blood streaming down his face. The man knew death was coming for him. It wasn't an easy pill to swallow, knowing that every second ticked closer to his final breath. Chakran knelt down beside him, a slow, sinister smile curling on his lips, exposing his sharp fangs. He coughed lightly and spat saliva next to the man's face. I don't know whether to call you lucky or unlucky, Chakran mused, his voice dripping with mockery. Your body's far more resistant to the plague, sure, but it's just dragging out your death, making it all the more painful. Let me tell you a little secret, you're going to die either way, but I think you already know it. Leaning closer, Chakran inhaled deeply, the metallic scent of the man's blood filling his senses. Despite how I look, he continued, his voice almost conversational, I don't particularly enjoy torture, but you gave me this. He gestured to his palm, displaying a dried cut left by the man's tornado lances, a third circle wind spell. Though the blood had clotted, the scar still throbbed. I had to return the favor, Chakran added with a smirk. The man tried to sneer but failed miserably. His lips quivered as he attempted to form words, but nothing came out. The sight amused Chakran. He tilted his head, studying the pathetic figure before him. Filthy blood drinker, the man finally rasped. Chakran's smile widened. Filthy blood drinker, you say? Oh no, I'd only be filthy if I drank your blood, but I haven't. Look at you spineless fool. Those marks all over your body. Dead mana will devour you soon enough, and you're the filthy one here. The man's lifeless gaze briefly sparked with offense. He lifted his head slightly, narrowing his eyes in anger, his mouth moving as if to retort. But before another sound escaped his lips, Chakran flipped the dagger in his hand and slit the man's throat in one swift motion. The blade glided through effortlessly, blood spurting from the man's mouth and throat in equal measure. His head lolled back, lifeless at last. Chakran rose slowly, muttering under his breath. He hated being called that, not the words themselves, but the intent behind them. Filthy blood drinker. the way they spat it, dripping with fear and contempt as if it defined him, as if it diminished him. He clenched his fists briefly before exhaling. They were fools, all of them, humans clinging to their fragile morality and brittle pride. I am far superior than these human mages, he said aloud, as if to reaffirm it. They just haven't accepted it yet. His gaze drifted across the ruins of the once thriving farming city. This had been one of the larger settlements in Vandefall, a hub of grain and trade that fed the kingdom. Now, it was a silent wasteland. Corpses littered the streets, knights in gleaming armor now dulled with blood and grime, mages who had failed to cast their last desperate spell, villagers clutching loved ones in frozen despair. Even children, their tiny forms sprawled in the dirt. It was the plague's work, the masterpiece Chakran had unleashed. Slow, creeping, unstoppable. Vandefall had sent their best to combat it, holy men from the church, mages armed with purification spells, and legions of soldiers. They had all fallen, either to the plague itself or to Chakran's blood drinkers. The man at his feet was one of their champions, a third circle mage. He had been formidable, killing several of Chakran's followers with the precision of his wind spells. But in the end, he was just another corpse among the many. Chakran glanced at the scar on his palm again and smirked. His eyes turned to the horizon, scanning the desolate landscape. The city, or what was left of it, had nothing more to offer him. It was time to move on, to bring his plague to the next unsuspecting settlement. But just as he turned to leave, movement caught his attention. 3 figures glided through the sky, their blackened wings spread wide, veins pulsing with the telltale signs of dead mana. Blood drinkers. They moved swiftly, their forms cutting through the twilight before diving toward the ground. They landed near the city gates and approached him. The 3 knelt before him, heads bowed low. Report, Chakran commanded. Chakran's sharp grin widened as one of the blood drinkers stepped forward, his wings folding neatly behind him. Chakran chuckled, his fangs glinting in the fading light. Of course it is, that's what he gets for rejecting our offer. Arrogance always comes at a price. His tone turned icy as he issued his next command. Have Duke Zoran prepare to lead the coup. The time is right to uproot what's left of this kingdom. But more importantly, we must move toward Lancefil. There's a matter Mistress Regina has tasked me with handling personally. The blood drinker raised his head slightly. Chakran saw the curiosity behind those masked faces. Are we to unleash the plague on Lancefil as well, my lord? Yes, Chakran confirmed, his voice low but brimming with menace. But the task Mistress Regina entrusted me with is different. It involves someone who has foolishly managed to get on her nerves. I will take a small group to handle it myself. You, however, will remain here and ensure the plague spreads unchecked. It must become a calamity greater than the Crimson Plague that wiped out 3 kingdoms a century ago, you get me. I trust you understand the weight of this responsibility. The blood drinker bowed deeply. I understand, my lord. Without another word, he rose and took to the skies to carry out the orders with the other 2 lowly servants. Chakran lingered, his gaze returning to the lifeless body of the mage at his feet. For a moment he simply stared, as if the corpse could hear his musings. Arzan, Chakran said softly, the name rolling off his tongue. It was a foreign name to him. I've only heard whispers of you, but I'm hoping you'll put up a better fight than this one. He nudged the dead mage with his boot, almost amused. Though in the end your fate will be the samia body without a head. His smile widened, his bloodied fangs gleaming in the dim light as he turned away, the ruins of the city behind him and the promise of more devastation ahead. The carriage was still too still, just like he wanted. Kai sat cross-legged on the padded bench, his hands resting on his knees as he focused inward. He inhaled and exhaled slowly. For weeks now, Kai had been painstakingly working to heal his damaged mana heart. The backlash from his previous overextension could have been severe, threatening to shatter his ability to channel mana altogether. He'd gotten lucky, it could have killed him outright, but the path to recovery hadn't been easy. If not for his knowledge of mana surgeries, the techniques to repair magical pathways and hearts, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Not even a little. If things had gone the way he feared, he would have wished for death over the torment of staying alive. Now, after countless days of grueling focus and patchwork repairs, he was at the final stage. The last fragment of his mana heart needed careful correction, and if he knew anything at all, that be the fact that it needed his entire focus. Kai steadied his breathing further, diving deep into his core. The fractured edges of his mana heart gleamed faintly in his mind's eye, tiny cracks spidering along its once seamless surface. He visualized his mana as threads of light, weaving them carefully around the damage. Slowly, painstakingly, he aligned the jagged pieces, reinforcing the heart's structure with meticulous precision. Minutes stretched into an hour as he worked, his mind sharp despite the mental strain. Each fragment slid into place, the cracks fusing into a smooth, whole surface. Every time he completed placing one fragment carefully, his entire body shuddered. It took him everything to do so, but he pushed himself further and further. And when he completed the final connection, a gentle pulse reverberated through his body, a sign that his mana heart was finally whole again. Kai opened his eyes and let out a slow breath, a genuine smile filled with fatigue spreading across his face. For the first time in weeks, he felt complete. His mana flowed freely, unrestrained and balanced, as if a dam had been lifted. Finally, he thought, flexing his fingers and feeling the hum of energy coursing through him. I can begin working on the next circle. The thought of advancing filled him with anticipation. The upcoming battles demanded more strength, and before getting his enforcer status, he would have to rely heavily on his mage abilities. But now, with his mana heart restored, he was ready to push forward. A sharp knock on the carriage door pulled him from his thoughts. He turned his head toward the sound, his brow arching slightly. "Come in," he said. The door creaked open slightly, and Claire peeked her head inside. Her brown hair shimmered faintly in the campfire light. She looked at him with a polite expression that was tinged with a bit of urgency. "Lord Arzen, Ragnar, and Brugnar are here, and they want to talk to you." Kai nodded, setting his feet back on the floor and brushing off his robes. All right. Through the slightly open door, he caught a glimpse of the camp they had set up for the night. The flicker of campfires illuminated the tents, and the rest of the area was quite busy with activity. After a full day of traveling, they were close dangerously closeto the barbarian territory. Due to that, he had already expected both the barbarians to come meet him. "Have them come in," he instructed Claire. She nodded and stepped back to relay the message. A minute later, the door to the carriage opened wider, and Ragnar and Brugnar stepped inside. Their large, imposing frames seemed to fill the small space as they sat down opposite Kai, shaking the carriage in the process. Both men dipped their heads in a slight bow before glancing at one another, a silent exchange passing between them. It was Ragnar who spoke first. "Lord Arzen." "Yes, what is it?" He inched forward on the seat and clutched his hands in front of him. Why is he looking all nervous? Kai couldn't tell, but he was about to find out. "We're nearing the Lombard tribe's territory. We'd like permission to move ahead from here. We understand you wouldn't want anyone to know of your association with us." Kai leaned back slightly. He nodded. "I understand. You fought valiantly in the battle, and your efforts won't be forgot. Rest assured, I'll extend my generosity to your tribe when the time comes." Hearing this, Ragnar's features softened slightly. He rubbed the back of his neck while hesitating for a moment before speaking again. "If that's the case, my lord, may I request something of you?" Kai's gaze didn't waver as he responded, "Speak." Ragnar bowed again, this time deeply. His head touched his knees and he kept it there while talking. "I wanted to apologize for my earlier conduct, for what I did, raiding your tents when we first crossed paths. I forgot the code of the valiant Lombards and became nothing more than a cheap bandit." He straightened, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. "For weeks now, since the beast wave, I've thought long and hard about my actions. If I continue on that path, I'll be no better than the raiders and mercenaries who sully our name. That's not who I want to be, not who I should be. I seek your forgiveness and your guidance, my lord." Kai's gaze lingered on Ragnar, weighing the sincerity in his words. The man's transformation wasn't surprising. Many warriors found clarity after witnessing the devastation of a beast wave, and the barbarian was young. Still, it was rare for someone like Ragnar to admit fault, let alone seek absolution. Therefore, he nodded slowly, not expecting such a heartfelt apology from someone like Ragnar. He studied the man for some more time. Ragnar had matured, and if his father had sent him on this journey with the hope of fostering that growth, then it seemed the effort had paid off. "I understand why you had to turn to banditry," Kai said after a pause. "You were chased out of your homes, stripped of your lands, and left with no other path. Survival does not leave much room for honor." Ragnar lowered his head, his voice steady but heavy. "Yes, I was weak. We all were. That's why I need to ask something of you, something that I've thought long and hard about. Lord Arzen, please, allow me to take you as my master. I want to be like Knight Killian and the others who follow your command. This is my most earnest request." Kai raised an eyebrow, caught off guard by the sudden plea. His gaze flicked to Brugnar, who stood beside Ragnar without any sign of surprise. They must have discussed this beforehand. Turning his attention back to Ragnar, Kai spoke with measured clarity. "You need to understand something," Kai said. "You're not a mage or a blessed one as your people call them. I can't take you as an apprentice, not in the way you're imagining. As for becoming an enforcer, not everyone has the aptitude. It takes more than willpower. There's only a slim chance you'd even have the potential." Ragnar hesitated, his fists clenched at his sides, before speaking with gritted teeth as if something was holding him back. "Even if there's only a slim chance, I'm ready to do whatever it takes." "Anything?" Kai shook his head immediately and sighed. "Don't say words like that lightly, Ragnar. They carry weight, especially when spoken by someone like you, son of your tribe's leader. Your actions ripple further than you might realize." Kai observed Ragnar closely, his mind already turning over the implications of the conversation. Originally, he had planned to move slowly in bringing the Lombards into his fold, respecting their independence and their established way of life. The barbarians had their own system, one that could not be easily dismantled or controlled. But Ragnar's words, his earnest request to follow Kai as a master, sparked something in his mind, a potential opportunity that could bring the entire Lombard tribe under his influence faster than he had expected. The idea formed quickly, and Kai made a decision. He couldn't just walk into their territory and force his will upon them. No, this required more subtlety, more finesse. Ragnar's plea was the opening he needed, but it would require careful execution. Kai's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at the two men before him. The path to becoming an enforcer is a secret I've guarded carefully. It's not something I can simply hand over, especially not when it's one of my trump cards. So, Ragnar, you'll have to understand that this isn't something I can just give to you. Ragnar's expression faltered at those words, disappointment flickering in his eyes, but Kai wasn't finished. However, Kai continued, leaning forward slightly. There might be a way to make this happen, but for that I would need to speak with your father, not you. I don't think you hold the power to make such a decision on your own. Ragnar's face shifted, confusion and uncertainty clouding his features, but he remained silent. Brugnar, who had been quietly observing, spoke up. His voice was deep with a hint of curiosity in his tone. So, are you saying you'll follow us to our tribe and speak to our chieftain, Yafgir? Kai shook his head. No, I won't just speak to him, he replied. I will challenge him to a duel. Kai hadn't been idle when it came to the barbarians. Their first encounter was tense, a powder keg waiting for a spark. The chieftain's deep-set scowl and the warrior's intimidating stares had made it clear that a single wrong word could lead to bloodshed. For a brief, charged moment, Kai had considered unleashing his arrows over them. But the moment passed, replaced by something unexpected, a willingness to work together. That single thread of cooperation had been enough to pique Kai's interest. He tasked Francis and started gathering intel about them. The reports had been enlightening, and out of all of them, one thing had taken his interest. Barbarians held a tradition called the Duel of Blood in almost sacred regard. Decisions of great importance were not made through debate or negotiation, but through raw displays of strength. Ragnar and Brugnar, who'd probably seen a lifetime of such duels, confirmed as much. Kai had found it crude. Strength, while valuable, wasn't always the marker of sound decision-making. It needed logic, but well, he wasn't in a position to impose his ideals. After all, duels for resolving disputes were not uncommon in mage circles. Those often occurred over petty grievances or wounded pride, yet no one questioned their validity. If participating in a duel of blood was the price for influencing the chieftain, Kai was more than willing to pay it. Confidence coursed through him, confidence in his power and the capabilities of his enforcers. It was some hours before sunrise when Kai assembled his group. The pre-dawn chill clung to the air. He'd called up Gareth and the mercenaries and told them to be ready early in the morning. We're heading to the barbarian territory. It'll be just us for now. Stick together and stay sharp had been his exact words, and since the territory was nearby, he decided that they'd just walk. Soon after a little amount of sleep, they'd woken up and started moving. The road was eerily quiet, the world around them bathed in shades of gray. Their footsteps were the only noise that kept them company. Wind rustled past them and there were no signs of any beast around. After a time, Gareth broke the silence. Lord Arzin, you said we're meeting the barbarians, yet you also told me to bring my weapon. Do you think I'll need to fight? I thought our relationship with them wasn't bad. Kai glanced at Gareth without breaking his pace. You're right, our relationship isn't bad, but I'd like you to display your strength once we get there. Not just you, but Gorek and the others as well, he said and looked at the rest of the mercenary team. Gareth frowned but nodded. That's simple enough. But walking like this, it will take a while to get there, isn't it? Kai's lips quivered faintly. Perhaps, but I believe our rides will be arriving soon. As soon as Kai said it, the loud noise of hooves broke through their thoughts. Two massive beasts came from the haze. Their bodies were of a bull with two large curved horns jutting out of their heads. They had no tails and their snorts sent clouds of mist in the cold air. Bulldrakes. Strength of bulls and the speed of horses, they were extremely interesting creatures and one of the rare ones that could be tamed. On their backs sat two barbarians, covered with thick fur and armed heavily. They slowed down when they noticed them before stopping right in front of them. Halt, one of the riders barked, his piercing gaze sweeping over the group before landing on Ragnar and Brugnar. His expression softened briefly, though suspicion lingered as his eyes flicked to Kai. Ragnar, Brugnar, and the Blessed One. What are you doing here? Kai saw the man having the same tribal tattoo synonymous with the barbarians on his shaved head. Ragnar stepped forward and cleared his throat. I'm returning home after fighting the beast wave, he declared, gesturing toward Brugnar. As you can see, my uncle and I have been successful. As for him, he nodded toward Kai. He wishes to speak with my father. The riders exchanged uneasy glances, the lead one shaking his head. Outsiders are not permitted in the camp. You know the rules, Ragnar. Brugnar stepped forward, his deep voice cutting through the tension like an axe. It's fine. I permit it. I hold enough sway to make this exception. Let's not waste time here who need to reach the camp. The riders hesitated for a moment before nodding. Very well, one of them said reluctantly, but if anything goes wrong. It won't, Brugnar said firmly, leaving no room for argument. The group mounted the bulldrakes one by one, their powerful frames shifting slightly under the added weight but showing no sign of strain. Kai ran his hand along the beast's thick skin before getting behind the rider. Kai had never encountered beasts like these in his previous life. The way they moved steadily, confidently over rocky paths and uneven terrain was nothing short of remarkable. As they climbed higher into the mountain range, Kai's analytical mind buzzed with possibilities. These beasts could serve as the foundation for an elite cavalry unit, he thought to himself. Their resilience and speed would give any army a significant edge. Maybe once he had the barbarians working for him, he could make the plan a reality. But for now, he focused on first objective as the bulldrakes continued to climb the mountain. The morning light seeped through the clouds, coloring the entire mountain in a golden hue. The path wound through narrow cliffs and jagged outcroppings, the chill air biting against their skin. Despite the rough terrain, the bulldrakes moved with an unyielding grace, their heavy hooves gripping the stone with precision. At last, they emerged into a clearing. Nestled against the mountainside was the barbarian camp. Its position was strategic. A towering cliff shielded it on three sides, while a sturdy wooden wall enclosed the rest. The scent of smoke and roasted meat wafted through the air, mingling with the aroma of pine. As the group approached the gate, the barbarians stationed there straightened. One of them stepped forward, his face breaking into a grin at the sight of Ragnar. "Ragnar, you're back." Ragnar leapt down from his mount easily, with the practice of doing it 1,000 times before. "Open the gates," he said brusquely. "We have guests, and I need to speak with my father. Where is he?" "By his tent, as usual," the guard replied, moving to open the gate. The heavy wooden gates creaked open, and the party rode into the camp. The presence of the bulldrakes, coupled with the arrival of Ragnar and Brugnar, drew immediate attention. Barbarians began to gather, their conversations a mix of curiosity and excitement. Some of them pointed at him, but Kai kept his head forward, not wanting to seem interested in their conversations, though his ears picked up on their very loud voices. "I heard he rules the parts around here and slaughters anyone who goes against him," another said. "He's the blessed one, isn't he? Why has Ragnar brought him and his people here?" Kai kept his expression neutral, but inwardly he was intrigued. "It seems like there's enough rumors about me going on. It would make my work easy." For the rest of the small ride, Kai chose to ignore all of those conversations and focused on the small tents they passed. They only went for around 100 meters before Ragnar motioned for everyone to dismount. "Come, my father will want to meet you." He looked at Kai, who simply nodded. The whispers around them grew louder. The gathered crowd parted as they neared the largest tent in the camp, its size and placement marking it unmistakably as the chieftain's domain. Just as they reached the entrance, the heavy curtain flapped open, revealing a large figure with broad shoulders and a presence that demanded attention. Yafgir swirled his tongue over his teeth and clacked them loudly as his sharp eyes landed on Ragnar. A flick of expression passed by his eyes for a brief moment. Kai noticed it. He looks relieved. "I heard a commotion outside but didn't realize you'd be back so soon," Yafgir said, his deep voice carrying easily over the murmuring crowd that gathered around them. His gaze swept over Ragnar's form, taking in the smaller scars that dotted his son's arms and face, souvenirs from the beast wave. "It seems like you fought valiantly, as I instructed. You didn't lose any parts of you, I see." Ragnar straightened, pride and respect evident in his stance. "No, father. I came close to losing them," he admitted, "but I was able to survive and give back to the beasts as you instructed." "Good," Yafgir grunted, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. His eyes shifted to Kai and his companions, his expression growing unreadable. "And I see you've brought guests." Before Ragnar could respond, Kai stepped forward calmly. If he was going to put himself as more than an equal to Yafgir, he needed to take control of the situation. The attention of the gathering barbarians snapped to him, their stares pressed against him like a tide. "Yes, chieftain," Kai said, his voice firm but respectful. "I've come here because I have a proposition for you and your tribe and I believe is worth your consideration. I wish to discuss it with you personally." Yafgir tilted his head slightly, his eyes searching for Kai's. "What kind of proposition?" Kai didn't flinch under the scrutiny. "Your future." For a moment, Yafgir didn't respond. His gaze drifted to the tribe members gathering nearby, their curious eyes fixed on the exchange. He grunted, the sound deep and thoughtful. "If that's the case," Yafgir finally said, "then we should discuss it properly. It is our tradition to talk of important matters over food." Kai inclined his head. "Of course." The chieftain gestured for them to follow, leading the group to one of the campfires where a bubbling cauldron of stew rested on a bed of fire. The savory aroma of spices and slow-cooked meat filled the air, making Kai's stomach rumble. Barbarians sat around the fire, eating from simple wooden bowls, their conversations quieting as the chieftain approached. A space cleared out for them in the center of it. Kai followed Yafgir's steps and sat around the bonfire. Soon the chieftain's hand swept across the air, a silent command to his warriors. Without hesitation, one of the nearby barbarians stood and began distributing bowls to the group. As the stew was handed over, the aroma wafted up to Kai's nose, rich and earthy with a hint of smoke. He took the bowl, cupping it in his hands for a moment, the warmth radiating against his skin. Bringing it to his lips, he took a cautious sip. The taste was bold, with layers of flavor that danced across his tongue, savory and surprisingly rich, with just a hint of spice. Even the food screamed their no-nonsense way of life in a weird way. The nearby barbarians nodded at him, their approval clear. He guessed that eating their food was a sign of being allies rather than enemies. Kai's gaze flickered to Yafker, who had taken a similar gulp from his bowl, his eyes sharp as ever. So the chieftain said, looking at Kai with an almost expectant calm, "What do you want to talk about? You say it's about our future, so it must be something serious. I hope you won't disappoint me. I don't think I will." He set his bowl down, the words he'd prepared coming to him naturally. "Moreover, this is something I've already discussed with Ragnar and Brugnar, and they both seem to be on the same page." Yafker's eyes flicked to his son and his second in command, a brief flicker of curiosity crossing his weathered face. "Is that so?" he muttered, looking back at Kai. "But I am the one who decides here." He grunted, his gaze hardening. "I've been tasked by the elements to do so." Kai nodded. "I know, that's exactly why I came here to meet you. I want to ask you something first." "All right then, go ahead." Kai gulped but quickly composed himself. "What do you think is in the future of the barbarians?" Yafker grunted as soon as the words left Kai's mouth. A silence spread between them as he kept his eyes on Yafker. Just when he thought he'd be served with a fat bowl of no response, the chieftain spoke. "I'm not a seer." "You don't have to be," Kai replied and inhaled deeply. What he was about to say next wouldn't be the easiest thing to hear as a leader of a tribe, but he knew he had to let it out if he wanted to get his way. He looked around at the people who were silently waiting for him to continue, and his eyes met with Yafker's once again. "But you can see the direction your tribe is heading. You understand what's going on. You sent Ragnar to fight for me for a reason. You don't want your young generation to fall into banditry and fade from warriorhood. Even though you know you can't live in Sylvan Enclave forever, trouble is coming. Nobles, mercenaries, they'll be hired to hunt you down, and you'll be running away yet again." The chieftain's face darkened, his fists tightening around the edges of his bowl. "Are you here to threaten us out of our new home?" he asked, his voice hardening with suspicion. Kai shook his head slowly, meeting the chieftain's glare with a quiet confidence. "No, I'm not here to threaten you. I'm here to offer you a new home." His voice grew stronger, his words cutting through the tension in the air. "Your tribe's future is bleak, Yafker. I know you don't want an outsider to say it, but that's the truth. And I'm here to offer you a solution." The chieftain's lips pressed into a thin line, his gaze narrowing. "And that is by coming under you." His words were sharp, cutting through the air with the challenge they held. Kai's eyes didn't waver. "I will take the reins, yes, but I'll give you enough independence to allow your people to thrive, to grow once more as warriors." He leaned back slightly, letting his words sink in. "You would have the freedom to build a future for your people under my protection, under my banner, but still with the autonomy you need." Yafker remained silent for a long moment, his thoughts clearly turning over Kai's proposal. Finally, he grunted, a bitter edge to his voice. "No, we are not sellswords." Kai's expression softened slightly, though his resolve remained unshaken. "I won't use you like one," he said simply, "and I'm not just asking you to join me for nothing. If you do, I can give you something your tribe has never had access to before." He looked around at the gathered barbarians, making sure they all heard him, loud and clear. "I can offer you the blessings of the elements, power unlike anything you've known, something that will ensure the survival of your people for generations to come." The chieftain's gaze fixed on Kai with a sharp, incredulous look, as if the very suggestion was preposterous. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, growing louder with each passing second, some barbarians exchanging looks, whispering harshly among themselves. Words like blasphemy and outsiders' trickery floated through the air, tinged with disbelief. The whispers continued to get louder, noticing Kai's silence. But Kai remained unshaken, his posture steady and his voice unwavering. "Ragnar and Brugnar have already experienced this power firsthand," he said, his voice cutting through the chatter. "And I can give you a living example right here. I'm not speaking without results." The chieftain's skeptical expression hardened, and just as his eyes narrowed, Kai turned to Gareth. "You're up." Gareth, who had been quietly observing the exchange, quickly finished the last of his soup and set the bowl aside. Yafker's brow furrowed. "What are you trying to do?" "Just watch," Kai replied calmly. With a focused breath, Gareth walked up to a large boulder by the side and raised his sword, the blade crackling with purple energy. A deep hum resonated with everyone, including Kai as the weapon glowed. With a swift and powerful swing, Gareth cleaved through the giant boulder. The ground trembled as the massive rock split in half, sending pieces flying in every direction. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, their eyes wide with shock. Whispers filled the air, and then came the words that Kai had been waiting for. "A blessed one. He's a blessed one." Kai remained unaffected by the flurry of exclamations around him. He turned back to Yafker, his expression composed, though his words carried the weight of what he had just proven. "As you can see, this man isn't a mage like me, but he can still wield the elements. This power, this blessing, would be available to your people." He let the words sink in for a moment before adding, "And if you still have any doubts, I'll gladly challenge you to a duel of blood. I will prove with the elements as our witness that I am offering nothing but a hand of friendship." Yafker's gaze was fixed on Gareth, his expression hardening as the realization began to settle in. "What if I still don't accept?" Yafker finally asked, his voice a low growl as though challenging Kai. Kai didn't flinch. Instead, he smiled, the expression a little colder than before, but still full of quiet confidence. Then, unfortunately, I don't think the Lombards will have much of a future. Kai saw the tick of Yafker's jaw, clearly affected by his words. I'm offering you a choice, Kai added, his tone softening just enough to be heard over the murmurs. But if you choose to reject it, don't say I didn't warn you about what's coming. For a minute, it felt like even the world was holding its breath. Yafker's face muscles tightened and made his eyes twitch. His brows furrowed and finally, an extremely sharp glare that could have cut air pointed at Kai. Brugnar, who was next to the chieftain, had his hand clutched white-knuckled around the hilt of his dagger. He spat tobacco remains on the ground with venom in his eyes. Ragnar's face went white as he looked between Kai and his father. Although Kai had explained his thoughts to them, they hadn't been prepared for his bluntness. His thoughts soon vanished to thin air as he saw the barbarians around him exchanged glances of suspicion and alarm, several already retrieving their weapons with sharp, swift motions. On Kai's side and without his commands, Gareth and the mercenaries mirrored the tension. Shields shifted into place, weapons slid from sheaths, and a subtle shift in formation signaled their readiness to defend. The atmosphere was heavy, a coiled spring on the verge of snapping, if this continued for a few more seconds. Yafker raised his hand sharply, his voice cutting through the burgeoning chaos. Is that a threat? It was a simple question. Kai shook his head, knowing the depth behind those 4 words. No, it's not. I'm not here to threaten you, but to offer you a path forward. I have already said so. You're in foreign lands, cut off from your home. If you want to survive and thrive, you need more than these mountains. You need backing a place to grow. And I'm not just offering you refuge, I'm offering you something no one else in this world can. He gestured subtly toward Gareth. You've seen the proof for yourself. If you doubt me, ask your son. The rest of the barbarians seemed to pick up on the formal tone of the conversation, prompting them to lower their weapons to where they belonged. All eyes, including the chieftains, turned toward Ragnar. Is it true? He asked. Ragnar nodded solemnly. He stepped forward and placed his hand on his chest. I've seen it myself, father, he said. He's telling the truth. Lord Arzon can bless warriors without the gift of magic. It's a power similar to that of mages but different, and just as destructive. Yafker's hand relaxed, but his expression remained guarded. Kai knew one slip of a word could end up shedding blood and tears, painting the mountain ground with wet, fresh, crimson life fluid. He steadied himself, eyeing the chieftain's next words. Your kingdom hates us, Yafker said coldly. Your crown, we are raiders barbarians in name and deed. Warmongers, cavemen, they'll never accept us. Never. Kai sat straighter from where he was and looked at him squarely. That's my responsibility to deal with, not yours, he said. I give you my word that I will make it work. You know I'm honorable. You've seen it that day, or you wouldn't send your son to fight in the beast wave. The chieftain sighed. That one breath felt like it held centuries worth of pain. I do know, he admitted, but this isn't about you. This is about my people, their survival, their future. I can't make such a decision lightly. He paused, his eyes locked on Kai but his mind running miles. You spoke of a duel of blood, he said slowly. Can you truly prove yourself in such a sacred trial? If you fail, it will cost your life. Kai's lips curled into a confident smile. He inclined his head and placed his hand on his chest, mimicking what Ragnar had done before, showing his respect. I'm prepared, he said, but I won't fight you myself. I'm imagine it would be an unfair fight. I'll use a proxy instead. Yafker's brows lifted in surprise. A proxy? Who would fight in your place? Kai's hand extended, pointing toward Gorak, who stood quietly among the mercenaries, his presence radiating raw strength. Him. Yafker looked at Gorak and looked at Kai back again. Are you sure? If you're so confident, why not use this blessed warrior? He gestured toward Gareth, whose display of power still lingered fresh in the minds of the gathered crowd. The split boulder laid broken behind him. Kai shook his head, appearing calm and collected. Gareth is an experienced enforcerer, as you call him, a blessed warrior. He's very experienced. Pardon me, I'm not underestimating your ability if it appears so, but his powers might not provide the clarity we need to see the right outcome, and Gorak has recently become an enforcer. He can't yet wield most of his powers or affinities, but his body is already far stronger than that of a normal warrior. He's the best suited for this clash, and it seems to be the best fit in my eyes. The chieftain's sharp eyes moved to Gorak, sizing him up. A moment of silence passed, the tension thick in the air. Finally, Yafker let out a deep breath and nodded. Very well, he will do it. But understand this, if he loses, it will be clear that your conviction isn't strong enough to guide us. Kai smiled once again, not once losing his calm exterior. I believe it is, you don't have to worry. With a nod, Yafker barked an order. Clear out the space, we'll settle this properly. The crowd quickly sprang into action, clearing an open area near the edge of the camp. The spot chosen for the duel was rugged, with uneven ground and jagged rocks scattered across the periphery, lending an almost primal aura to the setting. Barbarians and Kai's retinue alike formed a tight circle around the makeshift arena, their heavy boots crunching against the gravel. The low murmur of voices faded, replaced by a tense, expectant silence as the crowd settled into place. Suddenly, the nervous energy was replaced by the excitement in the air. He saw a lot of barbarians talking in hushed voices among themselves while pointing at both him and Gorak. His eyes moved away from the arena towards the approaching mercenary leader. Gorak's face stood stoic as ever, no tension visible in his shoulders, almost as if he didn't have any battle with a barbarian chieftain. "I'll do my best," he said as soon as he stepped closer. Kai nodded and looked at him. "Don't hold back. The chieftain is a seasoned warrior. He'd gone through twice as things that we'd collectively gone through, so the victory isn't guaranteed." Despite Kai's not so very motivational thoughts, Gorak's lips twitched into a small grin. "I will win. I wanted to test my newfound strength without holding back anyway." "As you should," Kai thought to himself and stepped backwards. He saw Gorak turn around and step into the dueling ground. For the fight, neither combatant wore anything more than the usual leather and hide armor. Both wielded axes, chieftain gripping his own well-worn weapon, and Gorak trading his heavy club for an even larger, weightier axe. Brugnar stepped forward, taking the role of referee. His voice cut through everyone's thoughts. "The rules are simple," he started. "This fight will end when one of the combatants is dead or surrenders," he announced, his eyes scanning both warriors, ensuring they understood the gravity of his words. "There is no time limit. There will be no interference. Fight with the elements in mind and fight honorably." He paused for a moment, his gaze flicking over the assembled crowd, making sure his instructions were being absorbed. "No tricks, no dishonor. If any is witnessed, you'll have to face the consequences and offer the win to the opposite party." Brugnar added, his gaze settling on the warriors. "You know the rules. Let the battle begin when the call is made." The warriors nodded in unison, their grips tightening on their weapons. A hush fell over the crowd as the two combatants faced each other. Every pair of eyes watched intently, waiting for the clash to begin. "Begin," Brugnar yelled, and the duel began. Yafkar stood still, his body relaxed but his eyes sharp, observing Gorak with the focus of a predator studying its prey. He didn't raise his axe right away, instead allowing it to hang loosely in his grip as he subtly shifted his weight, always ready to respond to any move that might come his way. In contrast, Gorak surged forward with the force of a boulder, his heavy axe raised high. The sound of his boots crunching on the packed dirt echoed through the stillness, breaking the silence as he charged. With a powerful swing, his weapon descended in a mighty arc, filled with raw strength. The chieftain met the blow with his own axe, the clash of steel ringing out like thunder. The force behind Gorak's strike pushed the chieftain back a full step, his feet digging into the earth to keep his balance. For a brief moment, Yafkar's eyes widened, the realization of Gorak's power clear in his expression. Gorak grinned, teeth flashing, and pressed on with another attack, more aggressive now that he'd found an opening. This time, Yafkar ducked low, rolling to the side and coming up behind Gorak. His axe was ready, but he didn't strike. Instead, he circled, carefully observing. Gorak, unwilling to give an inch, immediately pivoted to face him, closing the distance with another series of brutal attacks. Each swing of his axe was thunderous, and the barbarians around the ring gasped in awe at the power of each blow. Yafkar danced away from most of them, his movements fluid and agile for his size. When he couldn't avoid the strike, he blocked with his axe, the clang of steel ringing out. Every time, a flicker of discomfort passed across his face before it was quickly masked by steely determination. Kai stood on the edge of the ring, his arms folded as his sharp gaze followed the fight. "He's quicker than I expected," he thought, eyes narrowing as he watched the chieftain's movements. Yafkar wasn't just skilled, he was calculating, manipulating the fight. He wasn't wasting energy with unnecessary counterattacks, letting Gorak wear himself down with relentless offense while also learning his weak points. Yafkar wasn't just battling Gorak with strength. He was playing a mental game, trying to keep Gorak from predicting his next move by not revealing his fighting style or attack patterns. Despite his usual confidence, Kai couldn't ignore the growing doubt for Gorak. The mercenary had proven himself in countless battles, but this was different. The chieftain's experience wasn't just in fighting, it was in strategy and endurance. Kai noticed the small signs, the slight hesitation in Gorak's strikes, the tightening of his grip on the axe, the winces when the chieftain blocked his blows. Though he still felt confident in an enforcer's endurance and strength, the battle pressed on, each clash louder and more frenzied than the last. Gorak's breath became heavier, sweat glistening on his skin beneath the rising sun. His strikes were still strong, but Kai saw the cracks were starting to show. Gorak's swings were slowing, his precision fading. It's only a matter of time, Kai thought, holding his breath as the fight wore on. The sounds of clashing axes and the labored breathing of the warriors filled the air, the duel stretching past the 20-minute mark. Neither Gorak nor the chieftain showed any visible injuries, but the tension in the air was thick, charged with each narrowly avoided strike and perfectly timed block. Gorak stood firm, his chest rising and falling steadily, his eyes still burning with the same intensity as when the fight began. His stamina hadn't faltered, and the crowd along with the chieftain began to realize this wasn't normal. Yafkar, though still sharp, was finally starting to show signs of fatigue. His shoulders sagged slightly with each dodge, and the tightness in his jaw betrayed his growing frustration. Gorek swung again, heavy and precise. The chieftain dodged with fluid ease, stepping aside and retaliating with a vicious cleave aimed at Gorek's side. But Gorek's eyes flashed with anticipation. He twisted his torso and, with surprising agility, lifted his foot to deliver a powerful kick that landed squarely in the chieftain's chest. The impact shook the ground, and Yafker was sent crashing to the dirt, his weapon skidding out of reach. Gasps rippled through the crowd, several barbarians instinctively stepping forward before pausing, unsure. He struggled to push himself up, but Gorek was already upon him. With the speed of a predator, he raised his axe high, bringing it down in a deadly arc. The crowd held its breath as the weapon descended like a hammer. At the last second, Yafker managed to grab his axe, raising it just in time to block the blow. The clash echoed through the camp, and though he stopped the strike, the sheer power behind it made him cry out in pain. Gorek continued his assault, each blow coming faster than the last, battering the chieftain's axe like a storm against a tree. The weapon groaned under the repeated impacts, dents forming in its surface with every strike. Kai watched closely, his sharp eyes catching every detail. Yafker's teeth were clenched in effort, his muscles trembling under the strain. The chieftain's weapon, once sturdy, began to show signs of breaking under the pressure, until with a final snap, the head of the axe broke clean off. Yafker's instincts kicked in. As Gorek brought his axe down for the final blow, he twisted and rolled, narrowly escaping the attack. The ground cracked where the blow landed, sending shockwaves through the camp. Dust and debris rose into the air, and for a moment the entire crowd stood in stunned silence, staring at the broken earth and the figure at its center. The chieftain rose unsteadily, his chest heaving. Eyes locked onto Gorek, who stood calm and composed, his weapon resting on his shoulder, ready for the next move. There was no doubt now Gorek had already won. For a long moment the camp was silent except for the crackle of the campfires. Then Yafker dropped what remained of his weapon, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. His voice, when it came, was heavy with reluctant respect. "I concede," he said and bowed before raising up. "You win the fight. You are honorable in your conviction." The crowd erupted in murmurs and gasps, some cheering for the unexpected victory, others stunned into silence. Kai allowed a small, satisfied smile to curl at the corner of his lips. This was the moment he had been waiting for. More gasps rippled through the gathered barbarians, followed by murmurs of disbelief. It wasn't long before the tension in the crowd escalated. "Chieftain, they must have cheated." A voice rang out from the crowd. Others quickly joined in, their cries fueled by disbelief. "There's no way you would lose without trickery. The duel isn't honorable, chieftain. We need another fight." Kai's eyes flicked toward the outbursts, his expression calm, though his hand subtly rested on the shaft of his spear. The crowd's accusations grew louder, swelling into a cacophony of outrage. "Enough," Yafker yelled. The barbarians fell silent almost immediately, their gazes dropping as their leader stepped forward, his tone laced with unyielding authority. "Who do you think I am?" His sharp glare swept over the dissenters, making even the boldest among them avert their eyes. Would I allow any trickery in my own arena? That's right, I won't. I lost because my opponent was stronger. There was no trickery, no dishonor. It was a fair battle, and I will hear no more of this nonsense. The crowd murmured their reluctant acquiescence as the chieftain turned toward Kai. Despite his disheveled appearance and the fatigue in his limbs, his stride was steady, his pride unbroken. "You have strong warriors under you," he said, his voice quieter but no less commanding. Kai inclined his head respectfully, a faint smile playing on his lips. "They do well, but it would be wrong of me to claim their strength is purely their own. Much of it comes from their abilities as enforcers, or as you might call them, blessed warriors. Gorek has always been strong, but becoming an enforcer made him a different kind of beast. It gave him power and stamina beyond what he ever thought possible." The chieftain nodded slowly, his gaze flicking to Gorek, who stood silently nearby, still holding his battered axe. "Is it true that each of us could gain such power?" Kai shook his head and smiled apologetically. "Not everyone, no, but I can send mages from my retinue here to test your people. They'll determine who among you has the potential to become enforcers. I'm certain there will be quite a few." Yafker's brow furrowed in thought. A force of enforcers would be formidable indeed, he admitted. After a pause, his voice once again rang. "But how do you know we won't use these powers against you?" Kai's smile widened slightly, tinged with confidence. "I believe in your honor," he said simply. "Without trust, there can be no partnership. Although we haven't worked out all the details, I know this much trust is the foundation of success, and so I offer you mine first." The chieftain regarded Kai carefully, then looked around at his people. His gaze lingered on Ragnar, whose piercing stare was fixed intently on him, silently urging him to make the right choice. After a long moment, Yafker turned back to Kai, his expression resolute. "Very well," he said, his voice steady. "If all you've said proves true and we can come to terms, the Lombards will consider standing under your banner. If it means giving us a new lease on life, we will accept it." Kai's smile broadened. "You won't regret it." "I'll send my delegates and mages here as soon as possible. I believe more enforcers will be the need of the hour." Yafker raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Why do you say that? Kai's gaze turned distant for a moment, as if he were looking beyond the horizon. Because he said, his voice quiet but heavy with meaning, we have a lot of battles ahead of us, and I intend for us to win them all. Kai's stay with the barbarians was curt. Though he had won the duel of blood and earned their respect, he knew that the hard part was only beginning. Yafker, the chieftain, seemed to see his vision at least on the surface, but creating an alliance, a trusted one, at that of the magnitude he needed, would take more than spilt blood and shared words. They would need to hold necessary future meetings to discuss the details and negotiate their relationship for mutual gain before the barbarians could come under his flag. That would take time, and for now, the only thing left was for Kai to task Francis on it and trust his sharp tongue and knack for negotiation. Once Kai returned to the camp to head towards the Blackwood territory, he sent a guard to inform him about the latest events. He knew Francis wasn't the happiest about Kai going away, but he was sure that he'd be satisfied with the new alliances, especially when it was the barbarians, seasoned warriors who would come in handy in the future. Among several good things, the best part was that no one would ever suspect the barbarians of siding with him. Their reputation as a fiercely independent and tight-knit community made them unapproachable to outsiders. Barbarians rarely, if ever, extended trust beyond their own ranks, let alone entertained the idea of forming alliances. The thought of such a group joining hands with anyone outside their own was almost laughable to most. This perception worked in Kai's favor, making their involvement in his plans an unexpected advantage. To maintain their secrecy, Kai had taken every precaution to hide Ragnar and Brugnar within his territory. He insisted they pose as ordinary mercenaries, blending into the background to avoid drawing any attention. He knew that even a hint of their true identities could ruin his plans, and it worked well in the end, though there were still concerns. Barbarians were still considered enemies in the kingdom, and siding with them could raise questions on him too, and Kai knew that he would have to deal with them in the future. Fortunately, he did have plans on how to handle that. With the brief conversation with the barbarians concluded, Kai shifted his attention to his journey and rising his power. He settled into a steady routine and got himself to the process of creating his next mana circle. This time he wanted it to be perfecten that required both focus and stability. The sway of the carriage and the noise of the wheels became a backdrop for his concentration quite easily, and he tuned out from the world outside. Fortunately, the group rarely stopped for breaks. They wanted to reach their destination as soon as possible, and since Kai wasn't journeying with them publicly, he mostly stayed in the carriage, working on his circle. The mercenaries alongside Knight Darien and his guards proved more than capable of handling any threat, be it beasts, bandits, or any other form of trouble. The roads beyond the Sylvan Enclave were a surprising contrast to what they'd left behind. They were well maintained and busy with the activities of merchants. Due to the smoothness, they were able to fasten their journey in once they got close to Blackwood territory. He shifted his attention from establishing his next mana circle and studying more into ice spells to learning the current political state of the kingdom. Kai knew he needed to get better with politics, as much as he detested it. Ansel and the Watchers had been tireless, using Malden's wide network to gather information that could shift the balance. They had already collected a lot of information, filled with everything from updated maps of the kingdom to rumors from merchants and nobles. And every piece of information uncovered more about hidden political relationships, prominent merchants that were rising up to nobles, their alliances, and practically anything that would affect the succession even a little bit. A big part of the reports was about Duke William Blackwood. With their meeting coming up, Kai needed to know more about the man, and thankfully, Ansel had dug up some pretty interesting details. The fact that stood out the most was that Duke Blackwood hadn't backed any prince for the throne. That neutrality made him someone other nobles saw as unpredictable, and at the same time, the princes kept trying to gain his favor since having more than one duke in their factions would guarantee their victory. Kai's lips curled into a faint smirk as he read Ansel's latest report. Beside him, Claire sat with her legs crossed, idly flipping through a small notebook. She tilted her head to glance at him. "What are you reading, Lord Arzon?" she asked, breaking the comfortable silence. Kai looked up and folded the parchment in his hands. "Reports on Duke Blackwood," he replied simply, setting the letter down amidst a pile of maps and scribbled notes. Claire raised her eyebrows. "We're meeting him soon, aren't we?" She leaned forward and let her eyes scan the papers sprawled across the seat next to him in the carriage. "Is all this preparation to use against him?" Kai nodded. "You're not wrong," he admitted, leaning back in his seat. "But if Ansel's information is accurate, I don't think the meeting itself will be the hard part. Then what will be?" Kai looked up from the letter in his hands, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. He didn't immediately respond, choosing instead to tap the letter against his fingers in thought. From the intel Ansel gathered, he began slowly. "There's a few reasons why Duke Blackwood has stayed so adamantly neutral. First off, William Blackwood is a man of very strong principles. He's righteous in his own way. He has a set of values that he adheres to almost fanatically. Kai's gaze grew distant as he spoke, his voice turning more contemplative. All the Prince Sevri one of Theme are tainted in some way. They're all filled with corruption, ambition, and dirty secrets. And for someone like Duke Blackwood, who stands by his ideals, that's a huge problem. He needs someone he can actually believe in, someone who will stand for something beyond just power and personal gain. Kai's fingers ran along the edge of the letter, the paper crinkling slightly as his eyes drifted to the next one. He didn't speak for a moment, absorbed in the details of the history Ansel had provided. Claire, sensing his pause, waited patiently. Finally, Kai continued, his voice taking on a more analytical tone as he turned through another page of the report. I believe a major part of his reluctance to side with any prince has to do with the history of his house. House Blackwood wasn't always this powerful, this influential. In fact, almost a century ago, they were on the brink of collapse. They were losing their grip, and no one stepped forward to help them. Not the other noble houses, not even the factions they once had ties with. In fact, they were mocked, laughed at, even as they fell deeper into ruin. Claire's brow furrowed slightly, taking in the details. She stayed silent, absorbing his words as he paused, his fingers tracing the map. The turning point came when the current head of House Blackwood, Duke William Blackwood, took control. His house was barely holding on by threads when he ascended to power, but William Blackwood did what no one else could. He didn't just sit back and wait for favor to come. He fought in wars, made strategic alliances, and even reformed the economy of his land. The most important of these moves was when he invested in a port city, a critical trade route that connected his land to different islands. It took years of hard work and a significant amount of resources, but it turned his fortunes around. He paused, looking at Claire for a moment before continuing. That's why he married late, too. He didn't want to be distracted by alliances through marriage until he had restored his house's glory. He couldn't afford to settle for anything less than complete control over his own fate. That's something the other princes will never understand. They have it handed to them on a silver platter. Kai shifted slightly, looking down at the letters spread out before him. He could almost feel the stress of the upcoming encounter with Duke Blackwood hanging in the air. Well, I do think he sees me in a positive light, but some things don't make sense. He probably sent Knight Darien and the other men to fight for Verald, fully expecting they wouldn't return alive. I don't know why he sent Darien to an early grave, but that was his way of paying back the debt of killing the necromancer. A heavy price for that, but in his eyes it was necessary. Claire nodded at his words. She squinted her eyes before throwing an assumption at him. So do you think Knight Darien and his men were punished for something? Kai nodded. When we won against the Beast Wave, and many of his men survived, it probably made Duke Blackwood take a renewed interest in me. I'm not sure if it's the victory or the fact that his people fought and survived under my command, but he wants to know me better, understand where I stand. And Leopold, I believe his son, also put a good word for me after our time in the capital. That gives me a solid base to work with, but even without Leopold, I'm confident I can win the Duke over. Can I know why you are sure about that, Lord Arzin? Claire asked. Kai's smile widened. It's simple, really. Duke Blackwood and I have something in common. We both despise necrotic creatures and dead mana. He has a deep hatred for them, and so do I. It's something we don't need to speak too much about, but it's a bond I can build on. When you hate something with the same intensity, it tends to bring people together. Amira felt like she was seeing a nightmare, but unlike a regular one, there was no sudden shift from dream to waking. Instead, she was stuck in an endless limbo where every moment was indistinguishable and relentless. She tried to push her eyes open, but whatever it was didn't allow her. It wasn't a dream, it was her reality, and it was suffocating. Her gaze swept across the land before her, and a chill ran through her. Cracked roads, littered with bodies everywhere. The lifeless bodies were twisted in every way one could think possible. Her stomach churned at the sight. She looked at her feet, brittle, and every step felt wrong. The earth itself was rotting beneath her. Amira turned her gaze at the horizon, darkened clouds but deserted lands, with sands that had turned tar. She pushed aside the unease in the pit of her stomach and kept walking. Her eyes scanned the area, half expecting the haunting figures to appear, but no. Everything was still, so dead, so lifeless, so eerie. And then the ocean that was not blue but a deep, unnatural red, thick and cloying as though the waters themselves were tainted with blood. The scent of decay and rot filled her nostrils, making every breath she took feel like she was suffocating, the stench crawling into her lungs and lodging there. It was unbearable, and yet she couldn't escape it. There was no relief. She needed to escape this, whatever this was, but she couldn't. Amira took a step, then another, feeling her legs strain with each movement, but she couldn't stop. There was no choice but to keep walking. Every time she faltered, every time she paused, the ground trembled beneath her and a beast would emerge, a shifting form, fluid, monstrous, a nightmare of claws and rotted teeth. It was as if the very darkness around her had given birth to it. She tried to move faster, but it always found her. It always clawed at her, leaving deep raking marks across her skin, as though it was trying to drag her back into the abyss. Tears fell one after another, and her steps quickened. She ran, stumbling over rocks and twisted roots, never daring to look back, knowing the beast was always there, watching, waiting for her to falter. When she stopped, it would close in, drawing nearer with every second. She could hear her own voice as she called out for help, again and again, the names of those she cared for slipping from her lips. Lord Arzon, Claire, Knight Killian, Rhea, but the wind swallowed her words, and the only answer was the rustle of dead leaves and the echo of her own cries. No one came, she was alone, again. But then, as her chest heaved with each desperate breath, a strange, nagging thought broke through the haze of panic. This isn't real. None of this is real. The beast, the endless land. The unrelenting stench, all of it was a cruel illusion. Her mind had trapped her in this place, this nightmare. But how? Why? She stopped, her breath ragged, but this time the thought stayed. How could she escape? What had she done to find herself here in this prison of her own mind? What path could she take to break free? Every instinct told her to keep running, to flee, but the question clouded her mind: how to get out. She didn't know how long she walked. The world around her remained the salmon-tainted, blackened, a wasteland of despair. She felt herself drifting further, deeper into a kind of numbness, until she found herself standing at the edge of the ocean again. The same cursed ocean, its blood-red waters lapping against the jagged cliffs below. The cold wind howled around her, biting at her skin. She turned her face towards the horizon, the sense of finality growing stronger. It had all led to this moment. The beast would come. It always came. And she had no more strength to run, no more will to fight. Let it take me, she thought. Let it end. And then, as if summoned by her thoughts, it appeared. The beast, it's here. Or maybe it never left. Amira's eyes widened. No matter how many times she'd seen it, the image still scared her. Spiked skin, inhuman limbs, almost everywhere on its shifting body. Shiny, black, ice-oozing blood. One moment, it was a shadowy mass of fur and claws, and next, it was skeletal and unnaturally long. The roar it let out shook the very ground. Amira didn't flinch. She turned slowly, fixing her gaze upon the creature as it moved closer. Its claws reached out for her, the air thick with the scent of decay and death. It struck, the claws raking toward her chest, but she didn't move. She didn't even flinch. The strike landed, but there was no pain, no blood, nothing. She stared at the beast, her gaze unwavering as its form shimmered, flickering like a broken image, before it vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. Amira blinked, confused, the world around her suddenly feeling wrong, not like the usual wrong, but extremely wrong. She took a step back, her feet catching the edge of the cliff, but she didn't fall. Instead, she felt the ground beneath her feet shudder. The sky above her seemed to tilt, the ocean boiling as it churned violently, splashing the cliffs with waves of dark, red water. The earth cracked, fissures splitting open, swallowing the land whole. And then, before she could react, the world collapsed. She tumbled, falling, her body weightless, spiraling down toward the bloodied ocean, the dark abyss opening wide beneath her. Her body screamed for release, her heart pounding, but she couldn't make herself open her eyes. She was too scared. Too terrified of what awaited her in the depths. And then she woke up, her eyes flew open, heart racing. Her chest rose and fell erratically as she gasped for air, her body trembling with the remnants of the nightmare. She blinked, her vision blurry, as she tried to piece together the fragments of what had just happened. The familiar sight of her room greeted her plain, simple but real. I'm in my room in Veralt, she realized with a slow breath, relief washing over her. She was alive. The weight on her chest began to ease, but a fog lingered in her mind, clouding her thoughts. She lifted her shaky, sweaty hand, staring at it as though seeing it for the first time. The warmth of her skin, the softness of her clothes thighs was real. She wasn't in that nightmare anymore. She was alive, but the lingering dread, the weakness in her limbs, and the haze clouding her mind told her that something was off. She slowly pushed herself out of bed, her legs buckling beneath her as she tried to stand. She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to remain upright, taking slow, weak steps toward the door. Her body protested, but she ignored it, pushing through the weakness. She opened the door, the empty corridor stretching before her, eerily silent. Where is everyone? Her voice whispered the question to the still air, but there was no answer. She stumbled down the hallway, hoping to find anyone who could tell her what had happened after the battle. If the castle stood, then she knew that they had survived. But she couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. As she moved, the murmur of voices reached her ears. They were unfamiliar, distorted, floating through the halls like echoes. She paused, straining to make out the words, but they were muffled and unclear. Her heart raced as she followed the voices, bringing her closer to something Somyeon who could answer her questions. But as she neared the source of the voices, she felt the same uneasy feeling once again. Something wasn't right. As Amira walked cautiously through the corridors, the unfamiliar voices began to grow clearer. They were coming from around the corner, muffled by the stone walls but still distinct enough to make her pause. She could make out the soft tones of a woman's voice, tinged with gentle authority, and a deeper, steadier voice in reply. You should rest more, princess, the first voice advised, filled with concern. It's too early to be roaming the estate. Amira's brow furrowed. Term princess caught her attention, a sliver of confusion piercing through the fog in her mind. Princess, her thoughts raced. Was there someone of importance here? She shook her head, refusing to be distracted by the oddity, though her curiosity pushed her to move closer. I'm not sick anymore, came the firm response. I'm healed. I'm just too tired of staying in bed. I've been doing it all my life. The words hung in the air, almost as if the speaker was trying to convince herself as much as the other person. Amira, still unsure of the situation, cautiously rounded the corner, her legs still shaky from the ordeal of her awakening. And then she saw them. Two figures stood before her in the hallway, just as she had expected. The first one stood straight, head held high, was a young woman, young but with an aura of nobility that radiated from her. Her long hair was pinned up, and her eyes met Amira with a quiet intensity. She was dressed in silks, a gown of deep crimson. The other figure was a petite woman, a maid. Her hands were clasped behind her back, and her gaze was focused on Amira, though not in a way that felt threatening. It was a look of observation off quiet assessment. Amira blinked as the silence stretched. Before she could ask anything, the woman who Amira now assumed was the princess spoke up first, her voice cutting through the quiet. "Who are you?" she demanded. Amira hesitated, taking a slow breath as she gathered her thoughts. She expected to find someone familiar to get her answers, but only these two stood before her with no signs of any other maids she knew. Her voice, when she finally spoke, was hoarse, still thick with the haze of her earlier confusion. "My name is Amira," she said, her golden eyes flickering between the two strangers, trying to read their reactions. "Where can I find Lord Arzan?" The world blurred into chaos the moment Amira opened her eyes. Everything moved so fast it felt like she was trying to catch up with a story already halfway told. One moment there was silence, her body heavy, her thoughts swimming through fog. In the next, the princess and her maid was standing over her, summoning Knight Killian and a group of maids with a voice sharp enough to give her another slight headache. Everything was too loud and too messy for Amira to relax, especially with the churning questions in her head. The maids ran in first, their hands and feet quick as they pulled her into her room and arranged it, pulling curtains open and letting sunlight flood in like an uninvited guest. Knight Killian strode in soon after, his armor clinking with every step. Before Amira could speak, before she could even process what was happening, Killian's strong hands gently but firmly guided her back into bed. "Stay," he commanded. She wanted to protest, to ask questions, but the swirl of activity left no room for her words. A healer was called, his name tossed into the air before she could even see his face, and a tray of food appeared at her side like magic. She hadn't realized it before, but hunger struck her like a bolt. It wasn't a soft, polite kind of hunger, it was a gaping void, a black hole demanding to be filled. Before she knew it, her hands were moving, scooping up bread and fruit, her body acting on instinct. Relief flooded her entire body with every bite, and a small reprieve from the emptiness she hadn't noticed until right now began to fade. All the while, Knight Killian stood nearby, arms crossed, but his eyes never left hers. The princess stayed too, her expression curious but unreadable, mainly because she hadn't seen her before, ever. Amira didn't know what the lady was thinking, or even assuming. Even the maids stayed back, their eyes flickering toward her now, and then, as if they couldn't believe she was awake, she propped the final piece of bread inside her mouth and gulped down the tumbler of water. Soon the healer arrived. He was no mage, no wielder of glowing runes or chanting spells, but his knowledge of the human body was evident in his sure movements. His hands pressed lightly against her arms, her wrists, her temples. He asked her questions she answered automatically. His tone was proof that he'd done this at least 100 times before. When he finally straightened, the verdict was delivered without hesitation. "You're fine, no signs of lingering damage, but," he frowned, his brows knitting together, "you need to be monitored in case you relapse. Falling into coma again would be—" "I won't," Amira cut in. The dead world lingered at the edges of her mind, a hollow, lifeless void she had no intention of revisiting. "I'm done with that." The healer seemed unconvinced but didn't argue. He just packed his tools, gave a few final instructions to Knight Killian and the princess, and then left the room with a swish of his cloak. Finally, the whirlwind settled. The maid stepped back, lingering at the room's edges, while the princess took a seat nearby, her hands folded neatly in her lap. Knight Killian remained where he was. Amira looked at him and noticed the usual scowl masking his face. She drew in a slow breath. "Well, what happened?" she asked at last. "What happened to Verol, the beast wave, the Vermorga?" Killian's expression softened just barely. He glanced briefly at the princess and maids and then back to Amira. His eyes met hers with a kind smile. "We won," he said. "After you passed out, things moved quickly. Lord Arzan killed the Vermorga. The rest of the beast wave was already thinning by then. The Freys and the guards swept the streets, clearing out the scattered beasts. It's over now." Amira's chest tightened. Relief mingled with disbelief, but then she realized something. "Does that mean a lot of time has passed?" Killian shook his head slowly, his armor catching the light with the movement. "Not too long, nearly 2 months. You've been out for that long." He exhaled deeply, as if a weight he had carried for weeks was finally lifting. Amira watched him carefully, noting the slight droop in his shoulders, the way his gaze lingered on her. 2 months. The words echoed in her mind. The world had kept moving while she lay trapped in stillness, and now that she was awake, she would have to find her place in it once again. But for 2 months, she'd lost a part of her life. "I'm sorry," Killian's voice came in a low whisper. He cleared his throat and sighed. "I wasn't able to protect you then. You were the one who ended up saving me, saving all of us. As a knight, I failed." Amira blinked, caught off guard. His words tugged at a memory she wished she could bear. The moment in the beast wave when the mana fiends had swarmed her, when she'd felt death clawing at her heels. Knight Killian had been there, standing between her and the monsters. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't even have a conscience to come back. She'd have been dead. She shook her head firmly. "No, you did your best to protect me. It was me who was weak, the one who had to hide behind you. Don't be sorry, Knight Killian. I'm very thankful to you. Truly, I'd feel awful if you kept burdening yourself with this." Killian's jaw tightened, and he gave a small nod, but his eyes didn't meet hers. Amira could see the storm of regret and questions flickering behind them. Questions he wasn't ready to ask. Maybe he didn't know how to, but the question that couldn't be asked out loud hung heavy in the air. She knew what it was. She hadn't lost her memories. She remembered everything from the battle, from the surge of power that had poured out of her in those final moments to the way it had turned the tide. It was only natural they'd want answers. But before Killian could find the words, Amira decided to redirect. "Where is Lord Arzin?" she asked, her voice cutting through his hesitation. Killian's head lifted slightly, and he answered almost immediately. "Lord Arzin is out of the city. He had some business to attend to and left a few days ago. He should return in about a week, or maybe 2. Otherwise, he'd already be here. When you were in a coma, he visited you every other day, checked on you constantly." Amira couldn't help the small smile that spread across her face. "I'm glad to hear that, and even more glad he didn't get injured in the beast wave. Nothing serious. If anything, he seems stronger than ever. You know how he is." Amira chuckled softly, but Killian's expression grew more serious. His sharp look rested on her again, and for a moment he hesitated. Finally, he spoke. "Can I ask you something?" Her smile faded and she straightened. He seemed ready to ask about it, but was she ready to tell? "About what happened back then, right?" she asked, cutting to the heart of it without hesitation. Killian's brow furrowed as he nodded slowly. Even Lord Arzin didn't know what it was. He said he'd never seen or heard of anything like it before. Amira sighed, her shoulders slumping slightly. "I'd be surprised if anyone did," she admitted. Her hands twisted in her lap, fingers fidgeting with the blanket as she lowered her gaze. The memory of that moment's searing light, the overwhelming energy rose unbidden in her mind. It had felt like something beyond her, something she couldn't quite explain. But how could she admit that when she knew what she had done? Vivid memories rushed through Amira's mind. Her first steps into the life she hadn't chosen. The reality of what she was meant to be, her purpose. She clenched her fists, forcing the memories down, burying them where they couldn't reach her. Not now, not when Knight Killian's eyes rested on her, waiting for answers. She opened her mouth to speak, but the words refused to come, caught in her throat like a jagged stone. A lump formed instead, and she had to swallow hard before trying again. Her voice, when it came, was quiet and strained. "I'm sorry, but can I talk about it when Lord Arzin is back?" Killian didn't interrupt, though his brow furrowed slightly, concern etched across his face. Amira forced herself to continue. "Everyone here has been so kind to me. I don't want to hide anything from you, especially not when you've saved my life." But her hands tightened into the blanket on her lap. "It's painful for me, too painful. If I can, I'd really like to talk about it just once, all at once, if that's okay." Killian's expression softened, and he gave her a small nod. "I understand," he said gently. "You don't have to worry about it. Lord Arzin will be back soon anyway. If I'm right, he should be around Blackwood Duchy by now." "Blackwood Duchy?" "Yeah," Knight Killian replied with a nod. "The land of the Blackwood trees." Blackwood trees lined both sides of the well-maintained road, their dark, gnarled trunks rising high into the sky. The distinctive black bark seemed to absorb the light, giving the forest an almost mystical air. Kai's gaze swept over them, unable to look away. He'd heard of their reputation, a specialty of the region. Their strength and durability made them a cornerstone of Blackwood's trade. Although not imbued with the properties of lightwood, Blackwood timber was prized for its resilience, used to construct everything from homes to fortifications throughout the duchy. The chaotic clatter of hooves on cobblestones punctuated the air as their carriage drew closer to Blackwood City. The sturdy walls came into view first, towering, built almost entirely from the same timber the region was known for. Beyond them, a steady stream of merchants, farmers, and craftsmen were rushing toward the city gates. Kai shifted slightly in his seat, his eyes scanning the crowd and the walls with interest. "Efficient," he murmured, noting how smoothly the guards directed traffic. "They don't waste a minute here," Claire replied. She, too, stared at the bustling activity that was happening outside. Her fascination mirrored his. The duchy's prosperity was evident even before they passed through its gates. The Blackwood crest on their carriage and the presence of Knight Darien at the helm were enough to part the sea of travelers. The guards straightened and waved them through without hesitation, their deference clear. Within moments they were inside, their carriage rolling smoothly along the wide, cobblestone main road. Blackwood City was alive. Stalls lined the streets, offering everything from finely carved wooden furniture to barrels of dark, glossy honey that Claire guessed came from the famed Blackwood bees. The sweet scent of roasting nuts and freshly baked bread mixed with the sharper smell of leather from nearby tanneries. Workers carried bundles of timber on their backs with ease, while children darted between them, running towards their own businesses. The people looked strong, industrious, and content, quite the contrast to the chaos Kai had seen in the capital. This city is something else, Claire murmured, leaning out slightly to get a better view. Kai nodded. It feels alive. Even the capital didn't have this much energy. They continued down the main road, the castle looming closer with every turn. Built of polished blackwood timber reinforced with stone, the castle looked magnificent. As the carriage pulled into the castle courtyard, Kai spotted a group of people waiting at the front steps. Servants in crisp uniforms stood at attention alongside a tall man. The moment the carriage came to a stop, one of the servants hurried forward to open the door. Kai stepped out, his boots crunching lightly on the gravel as he straightened to his full height. His gaze immediately landed on the man waiting for him, Leopold Blackwood, the blond young man with a friendly aura that he had befriended back in Hermel. Baron Arzen, Leopold said, a smile playing on his lips. Or should I say Count Arzen now? He shook his head, a hint of admiration in his voice. I've never seen someone rise through the ranks so quickly, but for what you accomplished, it's well deserved. Kai smiled back, stepping forward to clasp Leopold's hand. Your forces helped make it possible, he replied, and you can call me whatever you like, Leopold. We're friends, aren't we? Leopold chuckled. That we are, Count Arzen, that we are. Leopold's sharp eyes flicked to Knight Darien and the others as they dismounted from their horses and moved to join Kai. With a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips, Leopold said, I see you've brought them back alive. Kai chuckled softly, glancing over his shoulder at the knight and his companions. I did my best to keep them intact, he replied. They've earned some rest after all they've been through. Leopold nodded. Good to hear. You always seem to take care of your own, something not all nobles bother with. I respect that. He gestured toward the castle's grand entrance. Come, I hear you're not staying long, so let's not waste time. My father is in his study, eagerly waiting to meet you. I can't remember the last time he showed this much interest in another noble. Kai raised an eyebrow as they began walking. Is there a particular reason for that? Leopold gave a knowing smile, his hands clasped behind his back as they moved to enter. Let's just say you've exceeded his expectations and mine. House Blackwood doesn't align itself with any faction. We pride ourselves on staying neutral, watching, and assessing. But when a noble rises as quickly as you have, we pay attention. My father has been keeping an eye on you for some time now. Kai nodded silently, signaling his agreement, and followed Leopold deeper into the castle. Behind them, the servants began unloading the carriage while Knight Darien and the others peeled off to handle their respective tasks. The quiet bustle of activity faded as they moved through the corridors, Kai's sharp eyes wandering to the details around him. The walls were filled with tapestries showing battles against the beasts they'd fought over the years. The details of them were immaculate, vivid, and striking. Between them hung portraits of House Blackwood ancestors. Their gaze felt eerie, calculating, and judgmental. Kai also noted the torches that stood along the hallway. Soon, they reached the third floor where the Duke's study was situated. Just right there, Leopold said while walking towards a large door that had a craving of blackwood trees and wolves snarling at unseen prey. Leopold rapped his knuckles against the door twice. From within came a deep, gravelly voice, come in. Kai hesitated as Leopold opened the door. The moment stretched as he reminded himself to breathe. He needed to make a good impression here more than good, flawless. The Blackwoods were famously neutral, but gaining their respect could sway the balance of his future dealings. He straightened his robes, took a steadying breath, and stepped inside behind Leopold. The room was a testament to a lifetime of triumphs. Mounted heads of ferocious beasts lined the far wall, massive tusks, snarling jaws frozen in eternal defiance, and piercing eyes of taxidermied predators that seemed to track his movements. Below them, medals and parchments gleamed under the sunlight streaming through a tall window, chronicling the Duke's achievements in extreme detail by how long they seemed to be. But Kai's attention didn't linger long on the trophies. It was immediately drawn to the man sitting at the heavy desk in the center of the room. Duke William Blackwood was nothing like Kai had envisioned. His burly frame filled the chair, muscles rippling beneath his garments, which were unexpectedly bright crimson. It stood out due to the muted tones of the room. A thick black beard framed his weathered face with streaks of silver threading through, and his long hair was tied loosely at the nape of his neck. The Duke's piercing, silver eyes landed on Kai, narrowing slightly as wrinkles etched deeper into his forehead. His expression was unreadable, neither welcoming nor hostile, but weighed with expectation. Finally, he leaned forward slightly. So you are here, Arzen Kellius. I've been meaning to talk to you. Count Arzen, what do you think a king should strive for? Duke Blackwood's deep voice made Kai look up from the board in front of him, meeting his contemplating eyes. The Duke had his chin resting on his fingers. To be loved, or to be feared? The question echoed in the silent room, filling the quiet four corners. Slowly, Kai's focus shifted back to the board. The game laid out before them was Battleboard, a tactical match where two kings waged war through their chosen pieces. Pieces stood in formation across the polished surface, their carved forms lit up by the golden glow of a nearby chandelier. A diplomat, a knight, a noble, a mage, pawn poised for victory or defeat. The game had begun shortly after their introductions, with Duke Blackwood insisting it was the best way to know a man's mind. Leopold, the Duke's son, sat silently on the sofa nearby, his youthful face set with focused intensity as he watched every move. Fortunately, Kai wasn't a stranger to the game. Killian had played the game with him on days they had taken a break from the training. For all of Killian's singular focus on cultivation, Battleboard was the one diversion he indulged in, and Kai had sharpened his skills in those games. Whether he could match the Duke, however, was another question entirely. Kai leaned back, studying the board with a calm intensity that belied the weight of the conversation. Both, he said after a moment, a king needs both. The Duke's lips twitched, caught somewhere between a smile and a smirk. An easy answer, he replied, though there was a faint challenge in his voice. Kai shook his head slightly, his focus remaining on the board as his fingers hovered over a knight. It's not. He moved the piece decisively, eliminating one of the Duke's diplomats. The polished wood made a soft thud as it landed, emphasizing the finality of the move. I have my reasons. Duke Blackwood's brow arched, curiosity sparking in his dark eyes. Do tell, he prompted, leaning forward slightly. Kai rested his forearms on the edge of the table, his fingers lacing together as he spoke. His gaze shifted from the board to meet the Duke's. Being loved and feared each has its own merits and its own dangers, but a good king must possess both. He must be loved by his people, so they follow him willingly, trust him implicitly, but he must also be feared by his enemies and by the wicked within his kingdom. Without love, his people might turn on him. Without fear, his enemies will see him as weak. Duke Blackwood hummed thoughtfully, considering Kai's words as he moved a pawn forward on the board a small piece, but every move in Battleboard carried weight, and if someone does rise against him, can he not simply crush them, prove his strength that way? Kai tilted his head slightly, the shadow of a smile playing at his lips. Yes, your grace, but that wasn't your question, was it? The Duke's lips twitched again, the lines on his face shifting as if suppressing a laugh. He leaned forward, placing his next piece a noble strategically on the board. So Count Arzan, tell me, do you think any of the prospective kings can achieve that balance, both loved and feared? Kai's gaze flicked to the Duke briefly before returning to the board. He reached for one of his pieces, his knight, and moved it with a soft click on the polished wood. His answer was calm but carried a quiet finality. No. I don't think so. The amusement in Duke Blackwood's expression deepened, his smile widening as he leaned back in his chair. You're decisive, he remarked, his tone carrying a hint of approval. I heard you were in the capital recently. Met Prince Eldrick. Then not long after, you crossed paths with the nobles backing Princes Thalric and Aldrin. None of them caught your interest. As he spoke, the Duke moved another pawn, positioning it directly in front of one of Kai's mages. It was a bold move, subtle but with clear intent. Kai adjusted his posture slightly, his fingers brushing idly over a bishop on his side of the board. I haven't met the second and third princes yet, he admitted, but from what I've learned, they're extremes. Extremes can be useful, he said, his tone contemplative, but dangerous. Tell me, Count, what would you consider the middle ground? Kai's lips curved into a faint smile, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. He moved another piece a calculated step that left the Duke's noble vulnerable. The middle ground is the most difficult to hold, he replied, but it's where true power lies. A king who stands there is one who understands his people, commands their loyalty, and keeps his enemies at bay not through brute strength or blind adoration, but through strategy. Balance is not found in extremes, your grace. It's forged in the fire of discipline and the clarity of purpose. You might be right about that. The Duke cleared his throat and leaned forward, making his next move. You said the other two princes were extremes. How so? In return, Kai placed his bishop strategically to defend his king, then spoke. The third prince, he began, is the type who thrives on fear. His supporters are warmongers nobles with ambitions that stretch far beyond the borders of this kingdom. Greedy men, eager to carve out more land, more wealth, with little regard for the cost. With a prince like that on the throne, the kingdom would be walking a tightrope. One wrong step, and everything would collapse. A ruler who seeks war without caution is no ruler at all. Duke Blackwood nodded slowly, his eyes narrowing as he considered the words. And the second prince, Kai exhaled, his fingers tapping lightly on the edge of the board. Soft, he said simply. From what I've heard, he leans toward progressive ideals. His retinue speaks of reform laws aimed at fostering internal growth, promoting art, education, and trade. Admirable on paper, but the world isn't safe. Wars don't wait for prosperity to take root. A ruler who ignores the dangers outside his borders is doomed to fail when those dangers come knocking. The Duke hummed thoughtfully, moving one of his pieces a mage this time. And the first prince, he asked, his voice casual, though his eyes stayed on the board. Kai paused, his expression tightening slightly. He frowned as he studied the board, then finally spoke. He's dumb, he said bluntly. A puppet, not worth considering. To his surprise, the Duke broke into a grin, his eyes sparkling with approval. Dumb, you say? Ha ha ha. I must admit, Count, I agree with you. Wholeheartedly, in fact. Kai arched a brow, intrigued by the man's candid response and the belly laugh. William leaned forward, his fingers now tracing the edge of the table. I wanted to say as much in court when those princes approached me. But alas, I am a noble. I must talk carefully. He waved a hand theatrically, as though mocking himself. I can't very well call a prince dumb to his face now, can I? No, no. I have to wrap it in flowers and ribbons to not break their fragile little hearts. Kai allowed himself a faint smile. He knew the man was wise, but the respect he demanded was uncanny. And with every word that escaped his mouth, Kai seemed to increase the amount of respect he'd. And what did you say? The Duke chuckled, his fingers curling under his chin as he studied the board. Something about their potential being untapped, he said with a sly grin, a polite way of saying they're useless without someone to pull the strings. Kai smirked at that, moving his queen into a threatening position. Diplomacy at its finest, he said dryly. The Duke moved his rook almost as quickly, his gaze never leaving the board. The Duke smiled faintly, a glint of amusement in his eyes. A noble's mind is ever fluid, Count. Allegiances can shift like the wind. Just because you're unaligned now doesn't mean you won't be in the future. You've grown too much, after all, the Duke continued, gesturing vaguely as he leaned back in his chair. From a baron to a count in record time. Introducing new technology, commanding strong forces, wielding significant magical strength, and with ducal blood running in your veins. You'll find yourself in the close circles of any prince. That doesn't tempt you. Doesn't it make you reconsider? Kai studied the board, then moved his mage closer to the Duke's commander piece, the click of the wooden piece punctuating the air. I actually did change my mind, he said finally. The Duke's brows arched slightly. Oh, then what side have you chosen? Before I answer, let me ask you a question. The Duke tilted his head, intrigued. And what would that be? Why did you let Knight Darien and the guards come to Veralt to die? You knew they wouldn't survive. You had no idea about the mana cannons or the state of my forces, not enough to believe we could win. So why send them to their deaths? For a moment, Duke Blackwood simply stared at Kai, his expression unreadable. Then slowly his lips curled into a small smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. They failed, and people paid the price. Kai's eyes narrowed, but he didn't interrupt. Knight Darien is a good man, the Duke continued. Competent, loyal, I like him, but he made me a promise, a bold one. He swore he'd destroy a parasite that took something precious from me, and he failed. The Duke's gaze darkened, his voice growing quieter. The mountain of a man sighed deeply. When he returned, he came to me asking for punishment. I told him he would die for his failure, and he didn't flinch. He said his resolve was strong enough to overcome anything, so I sent him to you. Duke's Blackwood eyes locked onto Kai's, his tone grave, and it seems his resolve wasn't misplaced after all. Kai glanced briefly at Leopold, who sat stiffly on the sofa, his hands clasped together tightly as though holding himself steady. Then, as if connecting fragmented thoughts into a clear picture, Kai frowned. The necromancer, he said softly. Leopold's head tilted slightly, a somber nod confirming Kai's suspicion. The Duke exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair. His expression darkened, the lines on his face deepening as he spoke. Yes, my nephew. Kai's gaze flicked back to the Duke, who looked away momentarily, his eyes drifting to the far side of the room. My younger brother died years ago. I raised his son as if he were my own. He was close to me. He paused, the memory weighing heavy in his voice. His gaze sharpened, and Kai recognized the simmering anger behind it. And that monster stole him from me. I'm sorry for your loss, Kai said, his voice steady but sincere. No one deserves to die like that. Leopold shifted slightly, his gaze flicking between the two men before settling on Kai. His expression carried unspoken gratitude, a reflection of the Duke's sentiments. Kai held the Duke's gaze for a moment longer before letting his focus return to the board. Now, the Duke said, his voice quieter but no less firm, tell me about this side you've chosen. Kai inclined his head, giving the tension in the room a moment to dissipate. His focus returned to the board, where the game had reached an intricate balancia stalemate of sorts. Every piece on the polished wood seemed to hover on the brink of danger, waiting for the first mistake to shift the tide. I'm sorry, Kai said, but you'd be disappointed to know that the necromancer was just a pawn. The Duke froze, his thoughts visibly halting midstream. His eyes widened in surprise, and even Leopold straightened in his seat, his brows furrowed deeply. What do you mean? Leopold asked. Kai looked at him, then back to the Duke, his expression unyielding. The side I've chosen is against necromancers, mana fiends, blood drinkers, weavers, and anything else tied to dead mana. But I fear what I'm fighting against has already rooted itself deep inside the royal court. The Duke's jaw clenched, the anger in his eyes now tempered by a cautious intensity. He didn't interrupt, waiting for Kai to continue. Especially Queen Regina, Kai added. That name was enough for the air to grow thick, almost suffocating. Even the sounds that came from outside the door seemed to fade. Kai looked at Leopold, his lips were pressed into a thin line and his hands gripped his knees in a white-knuckled grip. Kai looked back at the Duke. The latter leaned back slightly, exhaling a breath he'd been holding through his nose. Is that true? He asked, almost hesitant. Regina is bad news. I've never trusted her ambitions, but conspiring with dark forces, dead mana. That's the lowest a human can stoop to. Kai sighed. I wish I were wrong. I didn't agree to meet you just for a game of battleboard. After the beast wave, I discovered something troubling, a dark mana parasite inside the body of the Vermorga that led the wave. The Duke's eyebrows rose again. Before I could collect it, the parasite killed itself. But I'm certain it was controlling the Vermorga, inciting the beast wave against Veralt. And more than that, I believe it was brought by the necromancer. After all, I killed him in the Vasper forest. A peculiar coincidence, don't you think? Duke Blackwood frowned, his fingers curling into a loose fist. How does that lead to Regina? She would have stood to gain the most if my city and I were razed to the ground. I don't know what you're saying, he replied, shaking his head. You haven't even met her, have you? No, I haven't, Kai admitted. The Duke leaned forward to make the next move on the board. With their conversation growing deep and serious, one would think that they'd forgotten about the game, but he didn't seem to have any intention to leave it hanging. The faint clack of the piece striking the wood reverberated in the room. Kai continued, bringing his thoughts back to the conversation. But I don't need to. The reasons she'd want me dead are clear enough. And the biggest one, he paused, his lips curving into a faint, cryptic smile. It's simple. The side I stand on isn't aligned with any prince because I don't need them. I can make my own side. The Duke's eyes narrowed as he studied Kai, searching for the meaning behind his words. Then something shifted in his gaze, an understanding dawning as his pupils dilated with realization. His lips parted slightly, and he muttered under his breath, the medallion given to Valkyrie you plan to contest for the throne, to build your own side. Kai said nothing, his smile deepening ever so slightly. Leopold, who had been silent until now, went pale. His mouth opened as if to speak, but no words came. His eyes sought Kai's, questioning, almost pleading for confirmation. But Kai ignored him, his focus returning to the board. Deciding to end the game, he slid his mage forward, the unmistakable sound of wood against wood punctuating the moment. His mage struck true, toppling the enemy king. I win, he said simply. Once the game was over, both Duke Blackwood and Leopold didn't speak much, and the former congratulated him on the win and walked away, leaving the room to the two. It was as if the old Duke needed time to process whatever Kai had hinted toward. He hadn't outright proclaimed that he was running for the throne, doing so now would have been hasty and reckless, but he had given the Duke enough of a clue to set the wheels turning. The younger man's usual composure was marked by an uncharacteristic solemnity. At the door, Leopold finally spoke. Count Arzin, this is your room. There should be everything you need, but if there's anything else, feel free to call for a servant. Make yourself at home for the night. And with that, he departed, leaving Kai to his own devices. The rest of the day passed peacefully. Kai spent the quiet hours speaking with Raven, gathering insights on the elf lands and the passages that led to them. He mulled over the information, putting it into the larger plans forming in his mind. There were too many pieces to fit together, but for now he had time to think. The next morning, Kai was summoned early to the estate grounds. The call came before the sun had risen fully, the sky still heavy with thick gray clouds that hinted at rain. Following Leopold's steady gait, Kai walked through the halls and set his feet outside, where things seemed quieter than when he arrived. But still there were activities ongoing, the distant cries of guards training on the other side of the grounds, their sharp commands and the clash of faint metal echoes in the stillness. The familiar sounds reminded him of Veralt, and he thought back to the guards who would have already started their morning training. Kai walked slowly, letting his senses take in every detail around him. The estate's grounds stretched wide and were very well maintained, but there was a heaviness to the atmosphere, as though something lingered just beneath the surface. Soon, the silhouette of William came into view, his figure standing still in the distance. Leopold continued forward, leading Kai closer to the Duke. Kai's pace faltered as he noticed what William stood overlooking. His breath hitched slightly as his gaze settled on the object before the Dukia grave. As Kai watched, Leopold broke the silence. I'll leave you alone now, he said quietly before stepping away, his boots crunching softly on the gravel path as he retreated. With no other choice, Kai took a deep breath and moved forward, his steps slow but not faltering. The closer he got to William, the clearer the grave and its surroundings became. Duke Blackwood stood tall, his hands to his behind and his shoulders rigid. When Kai finally reached him, he turned, his face somber but composed. Count Arzin, you're here, he said. I hope I didn't ruin your sleep. Kai shook his head. No, you didn't. I was already up by the time Leopold knocked on my door. The Duke gave a faint nod, and Kai's gaze shifted past him to the grave. His eyes focused on the inscription etched into the stone, the name catching his attention. Dagger Blackwood, it read, accompanied by a short epitaph, a brave soul who stood against the darkness. Kai's brows furrowed as he took in the name and its meaning. He looked back at William, his voice quiet. This is... Yes, William interrupted. This is where my nephew rests. I told you he died to the necromancer, but I never explained how it happened. Kai remained silent, sensing it wasn't his turn to speak. He stood still, allowing the Duke to continue. He was a good man, William began, his voice tinged with grief and pride. I had plans for him. I intended to give him one of the outer villages to rule so he could gain experience before moving on to something greater. He was young, ambitious, but steady. He would have made an excellent leader. The Duke's eyes drifted toward the grave as he spoke, but fate had other plans. The necromancer attacked the village he was overseeing. Unlike many men who would have fled, he stood his ground. He fought against the abominations, rallying the villagers to defend themselves, but William's voice tightened. He was no mage, just a mortal, a brave one, and he paid for it. Kai's jaw clenched, but he said nothing as William continued. When we found him, the Duke said, his voice softer now, there was almost nothing left. He had been reduced to a mere skeleton. The only way we identified him was the bracelet I gave him on his 16th birthday. He still wore it. He exhaled deeply, his gaze hardening. I buried him myself, ensuring he finally got the rest he deserved. That day solidified my hatred for necromancers and all their foul creations. The Duke paused, his expression grim. This wasn't my first encounter with necrotic beings, sir, as you can call them, creatures of dead mana. During my years in the army, I saw what they could do. They'd corrupt entire regions, leaving the land barren, uninhabitable. They destroy everything they touch. His eyes met Kai's, the weight of his words pressing heavily on the morning air. When you spoke yesterday, I sensed the same hatred in you. Tell me my right, it was time for him to speak. The pain in the Duke's voice, eyes, and especially the hesitation in his demeanor, it all made Kai think about what he'd gone through. A village worth of pain. Kai finally broke the silence, his voice steady. Yes, I've had my encounters with them, and none of them have been good. Every meeting with creatures of dead mana has only solidified my resolve. I've sworn an oath to fight against them, and to ensure that they are in their best possible state dead. William's gaze sharpened as he studied Kai, his intense eyes probing for any hint of hesitation. Does that oath require you to fight for the crown? He asked, his tone testing, almost goading as if trying to size Kai up. The tension hung for a moment before William chuckled, his deep voice reverberating across the quiet grounds. Though I know your decision hasn't been made yet, no matter what you try to make me believe. I know of the medallion, he said, leaning back slightly, his arms crossed. It caused quite an uproar in the court when King Sullivan granted Valkyrie that honor, but its noise has since quieted, and I wonder his lips curled into a knowing smile. Do you have the courage to cause an uproar again? Kai met William's gaze unmoving as the Duke continued. I called you here to get these answers before you leave for whatever reason brought you to my lands. The silence that followed was heavy, yet it carried no animosity, only the weight of unspoken truths. William didn't seem interested in prying into the details of why Kai had ventured into his domain. Instead, his focus was on Kai's goals and his intentions regarding the throne. Kai's thoughts churned. The idea of fighting for the throne had plagued him daily, and each time he reached the same conclusion. Looking into William's eyes, he spoke one truth that he knew. I will do whatever I need to do to fulfill my oath, even if it means taking over the throne. As for causing an uproar, I'm prepared for it. But as you've already guessed, I haven't yet decided to pursue the throne, nor have I spoken to my retainers about it. I will, though, soon. The only reason I've put it off is that there's too much left to do. If I'm going to fight for the throne, I need more power than I have now. Far more. And that's why you sought me out, he said knowingly. I believe it was you who wanted to meet me, Kai said in a beat. The Duke shook his head, a faint grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. Yes, but I wanted to evaluate you, to see what kind of man this rising noble one who managed to make himself a count truly is. I never expected to find a prospective king. Kai raised an eyebrow at William's assessment, but his tone was calm. Is that a bad thing? You don't seem interested in the current factions anyway. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. It's not easy to evaluate a man in one meeting. What I've heard of you so far is honorable, but there's enough bad mixed in with the good. Your past doesn't give me assurance, and your present, well, I can't quite figure it out yet. Kai winced inwardly, feeling the thoughts of Arzen's shadowed past pressing down on him once again. It was a past he couldn't escape entirely, especially with the useless title that previous Arzen had carried, the one to always be in the shadows and never outshine, but one he had worked tirelessly to leave behind. With a slow breath, he looked William in the eye. My past is something I detest, he admitted. It's not who I am anymore. As for my present, I believe you'll have plenty of opportunities to evaluate me sooner or later. His gaze sharpened. Though I also think it would be in your best interest to choose me, Duke Blackwood. William tilted his head slightly, intrigued. Oh, and why is that? Kai's expression didn't waver. With Queen Regina hellbent on seizing the throne and willing to use dead mana to her advantage, and with the other princes lacking in your eyes, I'm the only one you can rely on. William studied him for a long moment before replying. And do you not lack? His voice carried a faint hint of a challenge. If I do, Kai said without hesitation, I'll find someone to fill that lack. The Duke huffed, trusting others so easily. That's a dangerous path. You might end up with a knife in your back. I don't trust just anyone. If I want to be a ruler loved by my people and feared by my enemies, I need to know who to trust and who not to. A good monarch might not be the strongest or the wisest, but he must have a good eye for people. Kai almost grimaced at the pointed observation, but he quickly masked it. He paused, thinking carefully and taking his time. Let me make it simple. He knew that after coming all this way, he couldn't mess this up, especially not with a foul answer and a foul mouth. He needed to know what he was talking about, and by considering all he knew about the Duke loved action rather than words. Not a long time, my brother, Duke Kellius, will march for my lands. William raised an eyebrow at the claim and huffed. A bold statement, and how are you so sure of this? Kai exhaled. You won't find this information anywhere, not in court whispers or noble rumors. But from what I know of him and of Regina, he'll find a way to claim my lands and destroy me. His patience has thinned. It's only a matter of time before he marches. For what reason, how he'll justify it, I can't say. But I'm confident he will. William folded his arms. It's still just an assumption. Even if I entertain the thought, how do you plan to stop him from doing so? Kai shook his head, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. That's where you're mistaken, Duke. I don't plan to stop him. The Duke's brow furrowed slightly. You're not going to stop him. No, Kai replied. I'll protect the lands granted to me by King Sullivan, but I won't just stop him. I'll use his actions to make my point. I'll defend Veralt, and when the dust settles, you'll see what you're looking for. His gaze locked onto William's. Decisiveness. William regarded him in silence for a long moment, tilting his head slightly as if what Kai said was absolute mockery. And you believe that will be enough to sway me? Kai nodded calmly. You can make your decision after that, but I'll show you what kind of man I am, not through promises or assumptions, but through action. Francis leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples as he surveyed the group gathered in his office. The room was filled with young, eager faces, each bearing a mix of determination and nervous energy, a lot of it. These were his apprentices, the 7 he had personally selected to shoulder the weight of an ever-growing workload. A lanky boy named Sitten stood near the corner, his ink-stained fingers fidgeting with a quill. Next to him, Mina, a red-eyed woman with her hair tied in a no-nonsense braid, clutched a ledger close to her chest. Darren, broad-shouldered and looking like he belonged more on a battlefield than in an administrative office, leaned against the wall, his expression a mixture of boredom and attentiveness. The other sprite, unseasoned minds eager to prove themselves, completed the group. Francis sighed. 7 apprentices had seemed like enough when he started, but as Veralt and Verdes grew, the weight of administration proved heavier than anticipated. He'd need more people soon. The workload wasn't just expanding, it was threatening to outpace them. Breaking the silence, Mina stepped forward. The work on the roads is underway. We're making decent progress each day. As per your instructions, while the city is our priority, we've shifted focus to connecting the villages to each other and to Veralt and Verdes. She hesitated, her eyes briefly darting to her ledger, but we're running into financial issues. She glanced at the others before continuing. Also, I've prepared a contingent to go to the barbarian territory. They're ready to leave anytime. Francis leaned forward, his elbows on the desk, fixing her with a steady gaze. Hold off the merchants until the payments from the mana cannon sales come through. We're not in a position to stretch our resources further just yet. He let his words sink in before adding, talk to Malden. Most of the materials we need are either from him or from merchants he has connections with. He'll know how to handle it. Mina nodded, scribbling down his instructions. Francis sighed again, leaning back in his chair. As for the contingent, hold it off for now. I'll handle the barbarians myself once I've dealt with more pressing matters here. His voice softened slightly, though his weariness was evident. What else? The group exchanged glances, hesitant but ready to dive into the next set of issues. Francis braced himself, knowing his day was far from over. Before Francis could utter another word, Sitten stepped forward. It's about the slums redevelopment. We're getting backlash from certain groups. People who were involved in criminal activities there are stirring up the locals. They're spreading rumors that we plan to evict everyone instead of improving the area. Francis closed his eyes briefly, exhaling through his nose. Parasites, he muttered. Send Knight Killian and the enforcers to deal with it. Make it clear there will be no mercy for those who thrive on exploiting others. Sitten nodded, stepping back into the group. Francis straightened in his chair, ready to move to the next item on the agenda, but before he could speak, the door to his office swung open. A guard entered, his face pale and his hands shaky, maybe from the run or maybe from whatever the issue was. Administrator Francis, the man began, we've got trouble brewing in one of the villages near Verdes. Baron Idrin, who controls the nearby lands, is attempting to halt the road construction. He's also trying to lay claim to those lands for himself. "Oh, Goddess Lumaris," Francis sighed loudly, taking a second to comprehend the man's words before shooting out of his seat. "Get whoever is free to take their horses out. We are leaving to deal with it." New territory didn't always come with new land and people to rule. It came with responsibilities burdens that make one feel as if they had boulders pressing their weight down on them. And sometimes, those responsibilities came with problems. Land disputes were one of the more common ones out of them, and today, Francis was facing one of the worst kinds. The kind where a noble thought he could take what was rightfully someone else's. As he listened to the man who had brought the message, Francis was already planning on what to do next. Once the full story was clear, he had made his decision. He could have delegated it to Mina or Sitten, but there were some things you didn't leave to subordinates, especially not when it involved a noble. He would handle this personally. He needed to. With that decision made, Francis organized his party. Two enforcers, Bran and Talon, and Koff, a mage who had been particularly free and agreed to join them quickly. Lord Arzin had told him of a few mages he had good hope for, and the man was among them. The three of them were perfect, strong enough to deal with any conflict, but not overbearing enough that the other party takes it as a sign of war. As they got on top of their horses and set off toward Gretton, a village that was to the left of Virides, Francis couldn't help but feel the unease that came with riding at full speed. The horses galloped along the rough paths, the wind whipping at his face, and he almost felt as if he might fall off a few times. But this wasn't his first time dealing with such matters. He knew the importance of being quick. If Baron Idrin had any designs on delaying things or making trouble, Francis didn't want to give him the chance. Baron Idrin, in particular, was no stranger to Francis. 3 winters ago, the previous Lord of Veralt and him had come to an agreement. They had needed grain to go through winter, but in exchange Idrin had asked for their iron mine instead of coins. As a result, the deal had been rejected. Shortly after, bandit activity in the area had increased, particularly against the remaining farmlands, and rumors swirled that Baron Idrin had something to do with it. But at the time, there was little that could be done. The Lord had been powerless to act, and Idrin had known it. But things had changed now. Under Lord Arzin, the rules were different. Baron Idrin couldn't throw his might and sway off men as he pleased. As Francis rode alongside men strong enough to deal with any knights Idrin might throw at him, he felt confident. No more would the Idrin's kind get away with these underhanded schemes, he thought to himself. After 2 hours of swift, scary, and risky riding, they finally reached the village. Though he was happy to have finally arrived at the place, the scene before them was tense. A large group of villagers had gathered just outside the walls, and a sizable contingent of armored men stood at the front. In the center of it all, 2 men stood. He recognized one of them as Baron Idrin, who talked animatedly with his hands flying in the air with every word he spoke. The person he talked to was Chief Norwich, an elderly but sharp-witted man who had attended one of the meetings Francis had held some months ago with Zorger over development of Virides and its villages. Francis fixed his gaze on both of them. Baron Idrin screamed as arrogant and demanding as he remembered. A tall, skinny man, draped in a rich purple cloak. His long chin looked down on anyone who stood in front of him, and his eyes bore into Chief Norwid's face as if he was trying to prove a point. He seemed to be deliberately talking loudly, trying to keep the attention of everyone at him and snickering from time to time. The old man, with a downturned gaze, appeared to be lowering himself, likely trying to placate Idrin, but he was powerless. It was then that Francis and his group were noticed. Baron Idrin, Chief Norwich, and the others turned their heads in unison, their gazes shifting to the approaching party. The villagers parted, making way as Francis, Bran, Talon, and Koff walked towards the Baron confidently. Idrin's eyes narrowed and his posture stiffened. He stopped talking, taking in the newcomers, and seemed to recognize Francis by the way he focused on him. With a quick gesture from his wrist, Francis gestured for his men to dismount. As his foot touched the ground, he immediately made eye contact with Baron Idrin. Baron Idrin, what's going on here? Francis asked, and without giving any time for Idrin to answer, he continued, I've been informed that you're attempting to encroach on the lands granted to Count Arzin by the king himself. Don't you know that's enough of a reason for the crown to punish you? Idrin's lips curled into a snicker, clearly amused by the audacity of the man before him. Francis, he said with a mocking tone, you seem to have grown a pair since the last time I saw you, talking like this to a baron when you're just a commoner. Francis didn't flinch. Instead, he put up his hands and stopped Idrin right then and there. I've been tasked by Count Arzin to manage his territories. I have enough power to speak to you like this, especially when you're trying to push into lands that don't belong to you. Idrin threw his head back and let out a big belly laugh as if the idea of Francis having any power was a joke. Am I? He retorted, his tone dripping with mockery. I don't think you understand. I've been in a land dispute with Baron Morkant for years now, over that gold mine right there in between the hills. He gestured grandly toward the hills in the distance, a sharp glint of greed in his eyes. That's the real reason I'm here, Francis. This land has been mine for far longer than your precious Count Arzin has even been in the picture. Francis's mind whirled as he listened to Idrin's words, vaguely recalling Zorger talking about it. But as the Baron hadn't made any moves in the last few years, he had expected it to be a matter of the past. My lands stretch to those hills too, so I have the right to the mine, Idrin said in a tone that made it seem like he'd been self-reassuring for so long. He fully believed that he was right. Then he pulled out a crumpled piece of parchment from his coat and waved it in front of Francis. The man who previously lorded over this city, Henderson, even agreed to part with it for a good sum of coins. Not only the mine, but even this village right here. I have the agreement right here. Francis's brow furrowed as he took in the document, but he didn't look impressed. He'd heard nothing of such a thing. Henderson had no right to make such an agreement, he said. He was a traitor to the crown, and the crown will agree with me. That piece of paper is worthless. Idrin's face reddened with rage. His fingers tightened around the parchment, crumpling it as his glare turned cold. My claim isn't worthless, he spat while clutching the piece of paper to his chest. It would be in the best interest of both of us if I were to take that mine. Otherwise, he trailed off ominously, his eyes flicking toward the knights behind him. At that moment, the knights drew their swords in unison. The group of armored men around Idrin began to shift, weapons raised in readiness. Francis's own enforcers, however, were quick to react. They pulled out their blades, the steel clinking as it met the air, prepared to defend their own. Tension thickened like a cloud over the gathering. The villagers, who had been quietly observing the scene, started to back away. A lot of gasps and whispers spreaded. Francis, however, didn't flinch. Otherwise what? He asked calmly, daring Idrin to make the first move. He signaled to the mage they had brought along. Koff, who stood at the edge of the group, immediately lifted his hands. Mana pulsed in the air as he started creating a spell structure. A yellow light followed the path that his fingers trailed in the air. The spell structure hung right when he was done, ready to unleash at the opponents. That made Idrin's knights halt mid-motion, their weapons now suspended in the air, eyes wide as the force of the spell made them pause. Baron Idrin himself faltered, his confident smirk faltering as he regarded the mage's display of power. Francis inhaled deeply and took a step forward. I suggest you rethink your position, Baron, he said. This is Count Arzen's land, and no amount of empty claims will change that. Idrin sneered at Francis, his lips curling as he gestured toward Koff. You brought a mage to this when I'm here for a peaceful discussion, he scoffed. It seems the rumors of your count's rise aren't a lie after all. But understand this, just bringing a mage won't let you roll over me. Francis clenched his jaw, his eyes narrowing as he stood tall against Idrin's taunts. All your knights and guards point to something else, he retorted. I came here because I heard you were trying to take over Gretton. If you were truly here for a peaceful discussion, your men wouldn't be brandishing swords. Idrin's face tightened at Francis's words, but he quickly recovered. Why did you come, then? I expected Count Arzen to come to deal with this himself. I've heard so much about him. Unfortunately, I was too sick to attend his ceremony, but I did send him a gift. Did he consider himself too high to come to meet me to discuss the dispute? Francis ground his teeth at the mention of the Count. He couldn't reveal anything about Lord Arzen's situation with his absence in Veralt. The idea of discussing his lord's venture, or anything more about him, wasn't a conversation he was prepared to have. Instead, he simply responded, My lord is in secluded meditation right now. He's tasked me with solving this issue. I have all the powers to make a decision here. Idrin looked him over with narrowed eyes, seemingly processing the words before a sly grin returned to his lips. Is that so? Then okay. Let's have a negotiation. In 3 days, let's meet right here in the village to solve the dispute. I don't care if your lord comes or not until I get my hands on that mine. Sure, in 3 days. But you won't get the mine, Francis said with a nod. Idrin chuckled darkly, clearly amused. Let's see about that. With a final sneer in Francis's direction, Idrin turned on his heel, motioning for his men to follow him. They began to march back toward their territory, leaving Francis standing at the edge of the village, his mind turning over the conversation. The tension in the air remained, thick as ever, but Francis couldn't shake the unease that churned in his gut. As Idrin's men disappeared over the horizon, Francis continued to watch them, brow furrowed in thought. As soon as they saw that Idrin was out of sight, Bran walked forward. What are we going to do now? He asked. We'll talk, Francis replied. Try to negotiate and keep the land dispute on the back burner for now, but something's off. Bran frowned. What do you mean? Francis sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. I know Idrin. I've met him before. He's the type to act like a dog to higher nobles, trying to win favor. Lord Arzen is a count with a growing reputation. It doesn't make sense for him to show such an attitude. Idrin is looking for conflict, but he's talking about a land dispute. Is it not real? It seems real, but aside from the agreement Henderson gave him that I had no idea about, the issue hasn't been mentioned for a long time, Francis said honestly. And if there's no mention of it, why would Idrin bring it up now after all these years? It feels fishy to me. Bra nodded at that. So are you going to tell Lord Arzen about it? Francis's gaze turned to the horizon, his heart heavy with the uncertainty of it all. Yes, he answered. I'll send word to him. I hope he returns soon. Something's brewing, and I can't shake the feeling that this is more than just a simple land dispute. The enforcer said nothing more, and soon they all mounted their horses to go back to Veralt. In his heart, Francis wished that the Lord would be back soon. Kai left the Blackwood estate with a lot on his mind, having given William plenty to consider. He wasn't sure if the Duke would ultimately agree to form an alliance, but at least he knew they hadn't left on bad terms. The tension between them had dissolved somewhat, and Kai was certain that Duke Blackwood would be keeping a close eye on him from now on, for better or worse. Once they had left the estate behind, Kai and his group began heading west into the Silvara Grove. He knew that while the forest was part of the Lancefil territory, the elven lands connected to it were independent. Due to that, the grove was somewhere in the middle. Kai had heard rumors of King Sullivan's repeated attempts to conquer the elven lands, hoping to gain access to the Elder Tree in his youth, but despite his best efforts, he and his forces had never even come close to reaching it. The elves were considered mysterious, and the Elder Tree in Silvastra was seen as something of a legend. Curiosity gnawed at Kai as they walked, and he couldn't resist asking, what's the reason Silvastra is hidden so well? Is it the doing of the Elder Tree itself? Raven nodded thoughtfully, her gaze distant as she walked. In a way, yes, she said, but it's mostly the work of the elders. You'll understand better as we get closer. I believe you'll like what you see. The conversation faded as they continued deeper into the forest, the sounds of wildlife filling the air. Then, without warning, a rustling from the underbrush caught their attention. A beast strutted forward, standing at least 8 feet tall at the shoulder, with a muscular frame covered in coarse dark fur that shimmered faintly in the dappled sunlight. Its head resembled a mix between a wolf and a bear, with a pronounced snout, jagged fangs glinting as it bared its teeth, and 2 curling horns sprouting from its forehead, adding to its menacing appearance. Gareth instinctively moved to charge, but Raven held up a hand to stop him. Wait, she yelled. Let me handle it. She extended a hand, and from her fingertips a green light appeared. Raven's spirit Jada. It floated forward, silent and graceful, approaching the beast with cautious steps. The animal seemed to pause, its instincts alert but not aggressive. The little wisp of energy pulsed, once, twice, thrice it was communicating with the large beast. The beast grunted, huffed and puffed, finally coming to an understanding. Moments later, it snorted in recognition and retreated back into the trees, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Kai watched the entire interaction, his gaze fixed on the spirit and the beast. It was a fascinating sight, but his curiosity wasn't just about the beast, it was about Raven and her spirit. Claire, walking beside him, couldn't help but glance at the spirit with a twinkle in her eyes. Turning to Raven, Kai couldn't hold back his question. How did you do that? He asked. I didn't sense any magic emanating from Jada. Raven smiled slightly. I just got my spirit to talk to the beast, she explained. One of the elders formed a druidic bond with the creature that rules over the Silvara Groves. All the beasts are under its command. I had my spirit remind it that we are protected by that elder, so it ran off. Kai's eyes widened with interest. That's fascinating, he admitted and gave a smile. I've never looked into druidic magic before. It's an entirely different kind of power. Raven nodded. It's not well understood by many outside the elven community, but it's a deeply rooted magic. The connection between spirit and nature is something that can't easily be replicated. Kai nodded at that. As they continued their journey through the forest, he found his thoughts consumed with the concept of druidic magic. It was a field of power he had never explored, and the idea of understanding it, maybe even harnessing it, was an exciting possibility. He couldn't wait to learn more and already decided to ask for some books on it once he reaches Silvastara. After walking through the dense forest for some time, the group finally reached an river, its surface smooth like glass, reflecting the sky and the trees surrounding it. Raven didn't pause to admire the view, however. Instead, she moved swiftly to a nearby bush, lifting aside branches to reveal a long boat hidden beneath them. It was crafted from wood, twigs, and vines. Kai noticed engravings all around its surface. It's an elven-made boat, Raven said, gesturing for them to board. We'll be traveling by river now. Kai and the others exchanged glances before stepping into the boat. It was surprisingly sturdy despite their light, organic appearance, and the board was flawless. Both the twins took the oars as Kai moved to check the seals that seemed to be powering the boat. Gareth cleared his throat loudly as he settled into his boat. Is the river safe? He asked, looking out at the waters with suspicion. Raven gave a small, almost amused smile as she took the lead. Not exactly, she replied. There are often river beasts that come out of the depths, but I don't think it will be any big problem. They're easy to deal with, and we have Lord Arzen here. She nodded toward Kai. Either way, let's not waste time. We need to get to Silvastra. As they made their way up the river's current, Raven began to explain more about the river that was called Mistfen River. For the first hour of the journey, Kai couldn't understand the reasoning behind the name. But as the boat drifted farther, a strange, swirling mist began to envelop them, thick and dense, obscuring everything around. They couldn't see past what was at an arm's distance. Kai looked around, trying to gauge the surroundings, but the atmosphere felt unnatural. The mist seemed alive, constantly shifting, and a peculiar mana current interfered with his senses. It was as though the very air around them was charged with an unseen force, making it difficult to discern anything beyond the haze. He instinctively reached for his magic, but just as he began to weave a spell, Raven placed a gentle hand on his arm. You should save your spells, Lord Arzen, she said. Why? Kai asked, his voice filled with confusion. I believe there's something mixed in the mist, some sort of magic interfering with my senses. Raven nodded, her gaze steady as she looked into the dense fog. It's just a spell formation made by the elders of the 5 tribes. It confuses one's perception and leads travelers astray, guiding them away from our lands. Kai considered her words for a moment. Is this how Sylvestra has remained untouched by foreign forces? It would make sense if that was the case. Partly, she replied, but you'll see the rest of it soon enough. For now, Jatami's spirit will help us reach our destination. It's better to save your spells. Before Kai could ask what exactly she meant, a strange croaking sound echoed through the mist, sending a chill down his spine. He turned his head toward Gareth, who was at the bow of the boat, looking around warily. Who was that? What's going on? Kai asked in just above a whisper. Gareth's eyes narrowed as he stared into the mist. Lord Arzin, we heard a croaking noise from somewhere nearby, but the mist is too thick to see anything. Kai, feeling his curiosity rise, made a quick decision. He conjured a wind spell, gust, shaping a gust of air to blow some of the mist away from around them. The fog parted slightly, revealing a large, jagged rock rising out of the water. On top of the rock sat a group of disproportionate toads, their bulbous bodies covered in slick, poisonous mucus. With the mucus, they shimmered, looking extremely out of place. Toads, Kai wondered if he could call them that for how big they were. Their skin was mottled, an awful green, with deep white eyes that gleamed unnaturally. Their long, slimy tongues flicked in and out, tasting the air hungrily. The toads' bodies were swollen as if overfed on something that shouldn't have been consumed. A strange, putrid odor emanated from them, and Kai just knew it was from the thick mucus that coated their bloated forms. He watched as their tongues lashed out, snapping at the air with unnerving speed. Raven gave a soft sigh, her voice almost wistful. Croclus grade 2 beasts. They like to hang around the Mistfen River. They're territorial and venomous. Kai's eyes never left the toads. He knew better than to underestimate a river beast knowing they were in their territory right now. Should we do something about them? Gareth asked, his hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. Raven shook her head lightly. Not unless they attack. They're part of the balance here. We have no need to disturb them. Jada will guide us safely past them. With that, she called upon her spirit once again. The green spirit twinkled as the mist swirled, and the toads, after a moment of staring at the group, gave a low croak before retreating further into the fog. Kai, still intrigued by the interaction, returned his attention to the water ahead. The mist seemed to part just a little more as they continued their journey, and with it, his anticipation grew. He kept looking for any more beasts that might sprang up, moving on to stand right in the middle of the twins that roared the boat. I thought they'd be harmful, Gareth spoke up, rethinking the toads they left behind. Well, before Raven could respond, a loud croak came from behind. They all turned back to see one of the toads leapt up from the rock, its massive, slimy body soaring through the air like a big rock. It swung its thick, muscular tail toward the boat. The strike was wide, missing them entirely but sending a loud crack through the air as it slammed into the side of the boat. The boat groaned under the force, the wood splintering slightly, so they gave up on letting us pass by peacefully. Kai let out a low grunt. I believe that's enough of a signal to know that they don't like us here. Weapons up. Get ready in case they decide to attack again. His eyes locked on the toads, his hands already beginning to form spell structures. I'll deal with them with my spells. As he finished speaking, more of the toads jumped from their rocky perches, launching themselves at the boat with alarming speed. Kai's hands moved instinctively, weaving a wind spell to slice through the air, but the toad's thick mucus-covered skin acted as defense against any attack. His wind blades only managed to create small cuts on their tough hides, not enough to stop them. The mucus is both poisonous and a natural defense, Raven called out. Be cautious. Don't let them touch you. Kai nodded. A whip-like tongue flashed through the air in front of him, and he quickly jumped back to avoid it. In that instant, Gareth lunged forward, taking the opportunity to cleave the tongue in two. The toad let out a deafening shriek of pain, thrashing violently as it reeled back. More toads joined, leaping toward the boat in a chaotic mess. Kai took a deep breath, deciding to go out as he used dual casting. Two complex spell formations began to spin in his palm zone, a spiraling tornado of wind, the other a swirling inferno of flames. Within a few seconds, he finished with the spell structure and released both spells simultaneously. The tornado spun rapidly, sucking the air around them into a tight, furious vortex, while the flames within it blazed with fierce intensity. The swirling crimson vortex swept through the air, its tendrils lashing out at the toads, burning the toxic mucus off their bodies. The wind threw the creatures violently across the river, some crashing into the boat. Gorek and Gareth were quick to react, their weapons flashing as they defended the boat, cutting down any toads that got too close. Meanwhile, Raven began losing arrows with deadly accuracy. Each one struck down the toads that managed to escape the flames and wind. As the last of the toads were dispatched, Kai stood, watching the calm that followed the storm. His breathing was steady, and he looked toward Raven, his curiosity piqued. Are there any other dangerous beasts in these waters? He asked. Raven glanced around, her face unreadable. There are a few, she replied. Most of them are no worse than grade 2, like the croclaws, and they won't pose much of a challenge. But there's one creature you should be aware of, a grade 5 kraken that resides in the river, somewhere beneath a submerged dungeon. Kai's brow furrowed at her words. A kraken. You're telling me there's a kraken living under this river. He was more than familiar with the beast, having read about it in the Sorcerer's Tower. From what he recalled, it was written as an extinct beast called the Reaper of the River. Raven nodded. Yes, but it's been in a slumber for centuries, deep beneath the river. We don't need to worry about it. It's not active, and it's unlikely to surface any time soon. Kai's eyes narrowed, rethinking what she had just spoken. What do you mean by a submerged dungeon? Are you sure of it? Yes, she said. The elves have records of it, but I don't know the exact location. No one's dared to explore it in ages. It's buried deep below the surface, and unless someone has a powerful water spirit, they wouldn't be able to access it. Those types of spirits are incredibly rare, even among our kind. Kai nodded, remembering what Raven had mentioned about the elves' connection to wind and earth spirits. Most elves would form contracts with those elemental spirits, and while there might be rare exceptions, spirits of fire or water were unlikely choices. He felt a flicker of curiosity about the submerged dungeon and the kraken, but there wasn't time to dwell on it. They had a mission to focus on. The group continued down the river without delay. Raven and Jada led the way, and along their journey, more beasts appeared to challenge them. Some were like the croak claws, different creatures leaping from the riverbanks, while others were stranger and more dangerous. First came shocker eels, their sleek blue bodies winding through the water. Sparks flickered along their jagged fins as they surged toward the boats, but Kai quickly dealt with them. Using a mix of wind and fire spells, he kept the eels at a safe distance, their speed no match for his sharp and focused attacks. Then came a school of Purin lines, their shimmering scales and whipping tail catching the light as they lunged from below the surface. Their razor-sharp teeth snapped with terrifying speed to chew away at the boat, but before it could get close, Kai unleashed an ice spell, freezing them, and Raven's arrow took care of the rest. These attacks, though dangerous, weren't enough to slow them down. Kai took care of most of the threats, keeping the group safe and on course. Soon, the scenery around them began to change. The river deepened, the air grew thicker with mana, and the creatures they encountered became stranger. After hours of travel, just as Kai was about to ask how much farther they had to go, he felt something unusual. A faint wave of mana brushed against him, subtle but distinct, like crossing an invisible threshold. He turned to Raven, curiosity written on his face as he waited for an explanation. We've just crossed into the barrier that protects Sylvestra from the outside world, she explained, her voice sounding relieved. We'll be there in 5 minutes. Kai nodded. In his hours of travel, he had gotten a good idea of how the elves had hidden their home from foreign forces. With a mix of the fog, the river beast, and the barrier, it was no wonder King Sullivan hadn't been able to conquer Sylvestra. It also gave him a good idea on the power levels of the elders. He had already guessed that they were strong. An Aesir would be a force to reckon with, but if the elders of the other tribes were similarly strong, then his decision to come here was feeling more and more right. He could only imagine the amount of mana required to sustain such an enchantment, but it made sense. The elves clearly knew how to maintain their isolation. They continued forward, the boat cutting through the water until, soon enough, a shoreline began to materialize. However, calling it a shore didn't seem quite right. What lay before them was a vast, sprawling forest, the trees towering higher than anything Kai had ever seen before. Their trunks were thick, their branches stretching up towards the sky, and the canopy above was alive with movement. Glowing butterflies flitted between the leaves, their soft light illuminating the darkened spaces of the forest. Strange plants with bioluminescent flowers bloomed at the edges of the river, soft, pulsing light covering the water. For a moment, Kai stood in stunned silence, his gaze sweeping over the alien beauty of the place. As he took his first step onto the land, he felt an overwhelming surge of mana in the air. It pressed down on him, not with weight, but with a tangible force that seemed to fill every inch of his being. Each breath he took was filled with energy, and his senses seemed heightened, sharper, as if the very air was alive with the power of the land. His eyes narrowed, absorbing the dense mana, and he knew, without a doubt, that he was stepping into a place unlike any he had ever experienced. Sylvestra was not just a city or a forest, it was a living, breathing entity, one that thrived in ways Kai could barely comprehend. He briefly recalled the overwhelming sensation he had experienced when he first arrived in this world. Pure mana had been bliss to him after years of limited mana in the air. It had been a shock to his senses, unlike anything he'd ever encountered. But this was something different. The mana here seemed alive, flowing through the very air and earth, and Kai could feel it, almost as if it were reaching out to touch him, filling him with an energy he'd never known before. He could have stayed there, rooted to the spot, basking in the overwhelming mana, but just then Gareth's voice broke through his reverie. Lord Arzon, see, elves, so many of them. Kai's attention snapped back to the present, and he turned his gaze toward the group Gareth was pointing at. Before him, a gathering of elves stood, moving through the forest like wisps of smoke. There were elves of all ages, from children to elders, dressed in clothing that was different from anything Kai had seen before, flowing robes, leaf-stitched patterns, and beautiful, but unique pieces of jewelry that shimmered with the glow of natural materials. Their attire was ethereal, almost as if their very clothing was made from the forest itself. Their faces were a mixture of curiosity as they whispered amongst themselves in a language that Kai couldn't understand, though the tone of their speech felt soft, melodic, and ancient. Just as he was about to ask Raven about them, she waved enthusiastically and called out, "I've returned." With that, she moved forward towards the crowd, her presence clearly recognized and welcomed by the elves, many of them nodding in greeting as she passed. Kai let her take the lead, noticing a small group moving through the crowd, a man, a woman, and a younger boy, their features unmistakably resembling Raven's. He watched quietly as the family enveloped her in a warm, tight hug, their faces softening with relief and joy. "Lyra en Atail Farin, Venar Sil Nailvian," the tallest among the group, the man yelled. "Lenna fail," Raven squealed with a bright smile on her face. That was rare, considering she had been the mostly reserved, silent type, but it made sense. Home does make one more relaxed. It was a touching moment, and Kai allowed them their privacy, stepping back and letting them have their time together. But as Raven reunited with her family, something else caught his attention. Whispers passed through the crowd, a wave of gasps that stirred the air, and then the large group of elves parted. From the midst of the gathering emerged 5 older elves. The air around them seemed to shift as if the forest itself bowed in respect. They moved gracefully and got closer. From what Raven had told him, Kai guessed that they were the 5 tribe elders, the rulers of Sylvastra and the very heart of elven governance. Their eyes, wise and ancient, turned to Kai as they approached, but as their gazes swept over him, it was the woman in the center who caught his attention most sharply. Vialarith, the one who had given him the vision, the one who had seen his past. Kai's breath caught for a moment as his eyes locked with hers. There was an undeniable recognition, and as she looked at him, her lips curled into a smile that seemed both knowing and pleased. "You've arrived, Fatebreaker," she said, her small eyes smiling at him. "I'm glad." She spoke in common language for Kai to understand, and Kai nodded. Before he could respond with a surprising speed, she stepped forward and took his hands in her own, her gaze sparkling as she held them. Kai hesitated for a moment, the instinct to break free almost overwhelming, but he held still, intrigued by her sudden closeness. The other elders seemed to stiffen at her actions, their expressions unreadable, but Vialarith's eyes never left his, her smile widening ever so slightly. Kai looked down at her, meeting her gaze, and asked, "You called me here for a reason. I have questions." Her smile never faltered as she spoke. "Who doesn't have questions?" She tilted her head slightly, her eyes glimmering. "But come, I will answer some of them. Others you will have to ask someone else. Someone who had been waiting to speak to you." Kai raised an eyebrow. "Who?" "The Elder Tree," she replied simply. Kai and the rest of his troop moved gracefully through the lands of Sylvastra, following the 5 elf elders who walked alongside him. They were all quiet, leaving past all the hushed whispers, but their eyes spoke a lot. They were fixed on Kai and his group, as if they were rare beasts they had never seen before. That was true. Kai doubted most elves had gone far enough from their ancient forest to see humans in person. Kai ignored the stares he was getting from the elder elves and continued to walk. He noticed that the ordinary elves who had gathered earlier to watch had already dispersed, probably returning to their homes and tasks. Raven had also left, taking her family with her after asking Kai for permission. Without a pause, he had agreed. As they walked, his eyes were drawn upward to the towering trees that surrounded them. He felt dwarfed by their sheer size. Every single one reached into the sky like the pillars of some vast natural cathedral. Their thick trunks were a deep, rich brown, and their leaves shimmered faintly with colors that seemed to shift in the light, gold, green, and silver blending seamlessly. He noticed fruits hanging from some branches, glowing faintly. The mana-rich environment seemed to have an effect on them, and he was sure that they would have special properties. Kai's eyes brightened as they landed on one particular tree he recognized: lightwood. Kai, knowing the importance of lightwood especially for the creation of armor for the upcoming battles, didn't hesitate to take a closer look. There should be more around, he thought to himself as his eyes trailed upward of the tree. Its bark was smooth and pale, almost white, with veins of soft, ethereal golden light running through it. The leaves were small, veiny, and translucent, and they glowed in the shade. Once he laid eyes on the majestic tree, he found himself unable to look away. It was almost as if the tree were calling to him. Then again, it could simply be the overwhelming abundance of mana saturating the air. He was certain that more than half of these trees were potent sources of mana. Kai sighed in delight. In a way, Sylvastra was a paradise for mages and alchemists, a dream come true. If he could spend just a year here, he was confident he could break past the 5th circle. Vialarith, who was walking beside him, must have noticed his wandering gaze because she slowed down her steps and finally broke the silence. Her voice was weary but extremely calm when she spoke. "You look fascinated, and it seems like you didn't come here just to learn about the prophecy." Kai shifted his attention to her, their eyes meeting. There are a few reasons, but the main one is the prophecy of the cycle of life and death. I've found no mention of it anywhere else. That's not surprising. The prophecy is ancient, so old that it predates many of our written records. Prophecies are tricky things, Arzan. Some come true, some don't, and many are simply forgotten, lost to the flow of time. But this one we've seen signs, tangible signs of its fulfillment. And because of its nature, we've worked hard to keep it hidden from the world. If it were to become widely known, the chaos it could unleash would be immeasurable. Her eyes shifted to the trees that they were passing, distant in thought. Parasites always emerge during times of great change at the ends of cycles. We've seen their influence before, and we see it again now. Kai's eyes darkened at her words. Is it truly the end of times? His mind wandered back to the true end he had once lived through. That had been one hell of a nightmare, and compared to that, the current era seemed peaceful, even though there were totally different challenges for him to face. Vialarith looked at him thoughtfully, her silver eyebrows frowning at his words. Perhaps not the end as you imagine it, she said, but it is the beginning of an end. If we fail to act, what follows may come sooner than we estimate, and if it does, no one, not elves, not humans, nor any other race will be ready for what's to come. As they continued their conversation, a voice from behind cut through the quiet forest. It was sharp and dripping with disapproval. What we are doing is blasphemous, an elf yelled from behind. Kai turned back to see an extremely tall elf. His facial expressions refrained him from showing any emotions, but he stared right at Elder Vialarith. We are going against everything Sylvestra has stood for. Not only are we letting an outsider and his companions tread these sacred grounds, but one who clearly has no selfless intentions. Elder Vialarith sighed, letting a huge breath of air through her nose. You don't decide who is selfish and who is selfless, Calith, she replied. From what I've seen of him, he wishes to stop the prophecy as much as we do, perhaps even more so. She gave a silent nod to Kai as if she understood his intentions. Anyone who dares to go against fate is selfless, no matter what their reasons might appear to be. The elf Calith scoffed, his voice rising. You speak as if you know his heart, but how can you? Letting him in was already a mistake. Bringing him here, during the rite of binding, no outsider has ever been part of it. What if something goes wrong because of them? Another elder, older with short hair, turned his gaze on the man. Enough, he said. We've already allowed them in. Hostility serves no purpose now. But Flosper Calith began, only to be cut off again. Be silent, Elder Vialarith snapped this time, clearly looking like her patience was thinning. No one will do anything to disrupt the rite. Keep walking, or leave if you can't hold your tongue. But don't open your mouth just to spout foolish assumptions like a senile fool. Calith let out a frustrated huff, muttering under his breath, but he said no more. Kai watched the exchange with quiet curiosity. He filed the term rite of binding away in his mind, deciding to ask about it later. But he didn't think Vialarith would lose her patience like that. Throughout the interactions they'd had, she'd been extremely calm and patient. And to stand up for him against a fellow council elder spoke volumes. It made the reason for his presence here and the prophecy much more important in his mind. No one spoke after that as they moved through a narrow path surrounded by redwoods. Soon, the forest began to open up. The trees around them grew sparser. A soft light swept through their enormous trunks, but it wasn't that made him stop in his tracks. A slight gasp escaped his lips. The clearing was right in front of them, and in the center stood the elder tree. If the other trees of Sylvestra were majestic giants, this one was their god. Its trunk was impossibly thick, rising straight into the sky until its top disappeared into the clouds. Branches spread out like the arms of the sky, and roots twisted and coiled across the ground, glowing faintly with veins of pure mana. The air was heavy with energy, thick enough that Kai felt his skin prickle and his breath catch. The emerald green leaves twinkled, speckled with golden light, as though the tree itself held the stars within its canopy. Tiny orbs of light floated lazily around it, moving in different meandering patterns. At first glance, they looked like glowing fireflies, but as Kai squinted, he realized they weren't insects. They were spirits, their forms shifting and moving with soft, flickering shapes. The entire scene was overwhelming, like stepping into a painting too grand and vibrant to be real. The elder tree wasn't just a live-ate pulsed with the purest mana Kai had ever felt. It was as if the tree was the heart of the world. The beats echoed through the forest. His companions were equally stunned. Claire's eyes were wide, her voice barely above a whisper. It's so pretty, she said, the awe clear in her tone and her eyes. The rest of the people agreed with her. They all nodded, but were too busy taking in the surreal image of the tree to say anything. Kai's fingers itched with the urge to reach out at one of the glowing roots, to feel the raw energy coursing through it. But he resisted, knowing better than to disrupt something so sacred. For a moment he simply stood there, letting the sight burn itself into his memory. The elder tree wasn't just a marvel, it was a promise, a reminder of the power that flowed through Sylvestra and the importance of the journey that he'd come so far for. He felt lucky to be able to witness something so flourishing. He turned to look at the elders looking at them. Elder Vialarith's smile was warm as she took in their wide-eyed reactions to the elder tree. She stepped towards Kai. I'm glad your companions liked it, she said. But from here we must continue alone. The rest of you will need to stay behind. Before Kai could respond, Gareth stepped forward. I can't leave Lord Arzen's side. I'm here to protect him. Elder Vialarith's smile didn't falter. If anything, it grew more patient, almost grandmotherly. Don't worry, young knight, she said. I won't hurt him. I must protect him as well. Her eyes softened, but her voice remained commanding. We've already prepared accommodations with the tribes for all of you. Follow Flossber and the other Eldersthie will guide you safely. Gareth hesitated, his hand instinctively moving to his sword hilt. His gaze flicked between Kai and the elves, distrust clear in his stance. Kai stepped forward, placing a hand on Gareth's shoulder. It's fine. Go with the others. I'll be fine. Claire frowned but said nothing, her worry plain on her face. The mercenaries exchanged uneasy glances, but Kai's expression left no room for argument. Reluctantly, they turned to follow Flossber and the elders, who waited patiently at the edge of the clearing. Kai watched them go, his eyes lingering as they disappeared into the dense forest. Only when the last of their figures were gone did he turn back to Vialarith, who stood watching him with a small, knowing smile. This reminds me of our first meeting in the dream. Back then, I couldn't even speak properly with you, but now we can talk in peace. Kai nodded, his eyes flickering to the towering elder tree. You said the elder tree wanted to talk to me. How? Vialarith began walking, her steps light as she guided herself with the stick she carried, and Kai followed her. The elder tree speaks to all of us, she said. You just need to listen with an open heart. Kai frowned, clearly confused. Open heart. She chuckled softly, turning to him with a small, apologetic smile. I'm sorry, let me be clearer. To hear the elder tree, you need to touch it. It will communicate with you directly. She gestured toward the massive trunk. The experience will be unlike anything you've ever known, unique to you, so I'd say open your heart to it, hear it, see it. Kai's gaze moved upward, tracing the trunk of the elder tree as it disappeared into the sky. And I'll get my answers, he asked, some of them. I've already peered into your soul. Forgive me, but it was necessary to understand the Fatebreaker before calling for your help. Kai tilted his head and looked back at the elder. Her small smile gave way to so many other questions. Fatebreaker. A Fatebreaker is someone who defies their predetermined fate. Most lives follow a thread, a path that is already destined for them. But you, when you chose to jump through time, you severed those threads. You became untethered, free from the constraints of fate. Such acts usually come at a cost: death, madness, or worse. Yet you survived, and in doing so you became a Fatebreaker, one who can influence the fate of this world. Kai absorbed her words in silence. If you can see fate, he said slowly, then what is this world's fate? You already know it. He nodded, his jaw tightening. Yes, but why? His voice rose slightly, emotion breaking through his controlled tone. Why is it doomed to destruction? I always thought it was because of us humans. Wars, greed, blind conquest with no thought for the innocent. We created forbidden zones, dead mana that spread like poison, suffocating the world. But now you're telling me this was always supposed to happen. His hands clenched into fists at his sides, his eyes burning with frustration as he looked into hers. Why? Her eyes softened, but there was no answer on her face. The ancient burden of knowledge weighed heavily in her gaze, and for a moment she said nothing, letting the silence stretch between them. I won't give you that answer, she said. The elder tree will, you just have to ask for it. Kai turned his head to look at her, searching her expression for any sign of deceit. There was none, just quiet conviction. Okay, he said finally, exhaling softly. I'll ask for it. He turned toward the elder tree, its immense presence looming before him. He took one step after another, moving towards it, and it all felt heavy, his thoughts the manhwaerething. His breathing slowed as he finally stood in front of the tree, its bark looking like a mosaic of twisting patterns that were faintly pulsing with light. When he placed his hand in the tree, he saw his veins through the bright golden glow of its bark, and he waited. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then a sudden force yanked him forward, as though the tree itself had reached out and pulled him in. The world around him vanished in an instant, leaving only darkness vast and endless. Amira sat cross-legged on the rooftop, her fingers absently tracing the grooves in the tiles as she gazed down at the training yard below. Sentinel, her creation, towered over the guards as Knight Killian barked orders left and right. The golem, with its hulking frame and glowing core, moved methodically, swatting away strikes and lurching forward in calculated bursts. Her smile faltered slightly as her thoughts wandered. When will I get to build another? From what she gathered through hushed conversations with the maids, the forge was a treasure trove of possibilities right now. Diagrams and blueprints of other golems filled the space, some of them sketched by none other than Lord Arzen himself. One design in particular intrigued Hera's smaller construct resembling a bird, something the maids called drones. She didn't fully understand what they were, but the thought of exploring their design stirred an ache of curiosity in her chest. Yet for now the forge was off limits to her. Amira sighed, her gaze returning to Sentinel as it deflected another attack. The core in its chest pulsed faintly. Amira, a voice called from behind her. Startled, she turned to see Princess Amara standing a few paces away, a subtle smile on her face as she clutched her hands in front of her and looked at her. What are you doing up here? Princess Amara asked. Amira turned back to the training yard. I was watching the training session, Princess Amara. Amara walked towards the railings gracefully and leaned slightly, peering at the scene below. You can call me Amara, she said. Our names are already similar enough. Amira shook her head slightly. Our statuses aren't. The princess laughed softly, brushing her hair aside. That doesn't matter. I heard you're a mage being taught by Count Arzin himself. That makes your status higher than a commoner's, doesn't it? So call me Amara, at least when we're not in public. Amira glanced at her, surprised by the casual offer. She hesitated before finally nodding. All right, Amara. It felt weird to call a princess by her name, but Amira wasn't the one to disrespect a kind offer. Good, Princess Amara said, a satisfied grin spreading across her face. She sat down beside Amira, her attention briefly flicking back to the training yard. So what's it like, seeing something you made standing there like that? The other maids told me that Golem was yours. It feels. Amira paused, searching for the right words. It feels fulfilling. Like part of me is out there, helping in some way. I imagine it must be, but I also imagine you want to do more. Amira tilted her head. Why are you here, Amara? The princess turned to her, her grin returning. I was bored, and I wanted to get to know you better. Amira blinked, taken aback. Why not? Amara said simply, as if it were the most obvious answer in the world. You're fascinating. And if Count Arzin trusts your potential enough to mentor you, then I think you're worth knowing. Amira didn't know how to respond to that. She turned her attention back to Sentinel, her mind swirling with questions. I heard you played a big role during the Beast Wave. Your powers even protected Knight Kalian. That's incredible. Honestly, I'm just fascinated by you. I've never been in a battle, you know. Amira turned to her, studying her expression. Just that is enough for you to want to get to know me better, she asked skeptically. Amara's blush deepened, and she laughed softly, brushing a lock of hair behind her ear. Well, that and the fact that you're being taught by Count Arzin, she admitted. I heard he rescued you. He helped me out too, so I guess I feel like we have some things in common. That's why I wanted to get to know you better. Amira raised an eyebrow but stayed quiet, letting Amara continue. Besides, the princess added, I've never really had friends. My maid Anya is always there for me, but she doesn't treat me like a friend. She treats me like someone she serves. Now that I'm here in Veralt, I thought maybe I could try. Make an effort, you know? So she hesitated, glancing at Amira shyly. How about it, Amira? Will you be my friend? As soon as Kai set his hand on the bark, his emotions flared up. It wasn't just a physical reaction, it was as if his very being was reaching out to something beyond the confines of the world he knew. He could feel his perception expand, not just on a sensory level, but something more primal, more universal. It was as though his mind had been opened, not just to the tree before him, but to the very essence of the world. It was as though his consciousness was touching every part of existence's very root, every leaf, every pulse of life, every hum of energy. He felt his connection to the elder tree running deeper, not just mentally. It grew cellular, maybe even astral. The very fibers of his being seemed to intertwine with the trees, as if he and it were two halves of a whole. Kai relaxed his previously stiffened hand. The sudden rush of power was overwhelming at first, but soon it felt natural, like it had always been there, hidden beneath the surface of his awareness. He could feel the tree's entire body, stretching deep beneath the earth, its roots spreading like veins across the land, seeking the unseen. He felt its branches reaching out to the sky, its leaves rustling in the distant winds. His mind rang, and in the resonance, he heard the tree's ancient voice, a voice that was not spoken but felt, as if it had always existed within the rhythms of life itself. And with that connection came visions images swirling through his mind. Kai saw the world as it was when the elder tree was first born, just a small sprout, barely more than a seed, looking up at the vast unknown. He felt its quiet awe at the world around it, its slow realization that it held power within. He saw how it grew, slowly at first, a sapling sending out tiny roots, feeling its way into the earth. He could feel the mana that had flowed through it, the power it had affected the world with, and how it had grown into a massive, towering tree. He felt its first encounter with a beast, though it had sensed the wild forces of nature, and faced them with the quiet strength it had yet to fully understand. And then came the Elvest, first to encounter it when it had truly realized the extent of its power. Kai felt the connection form, the exchange between them, how the elder tree had blessed them, and in return how they had revered it, connecting their lives with its presence. Since then their bond grew. The mutual respect, the deep understanding, it had been a symbiotic relationship that had lasted through generations. Kai saw all of it, but the tree's story didn't end there. He saw how its roots slowly spread beyond the land, reaching into places he could never have imagined, its consciousness growing, learning, and expanding. He saw the generations come and go, the elves, the beasts, the land itself, each passing and changing with time, while the tree remained steadfast, a living testament to the passage of ages. It had witnessed history unfold, the rise and fall of kingdoms, and had seen the first human magia figure who had approached it, touched it, and unlocked the power of mana. This mage, Kai saw in vivid clarity, had created the first spell structures and circles in his heart, laying the foundation for all that would come after. The tree had watched as the mage passed on this knowledge, teaching the world how to harness the raw power of the universe, shaping the course of magic as it was known. Kai felt everything tree's excitement, its eagerness to share its entire existence. Every branch, every leaf, every inch of bark resonated with memories, both joyful and sorrowful, spanning centuries. The tree had seen so much, learned so much, and as the images flowed through Kai, he could feel its essence beside him, almost like a second presence within his own mind. The bond between them grew stronger, a connection deeper than any he had ever known. But then, just as suddenly as it had started, the vision ceased. The tree's presence was still there, and its voice, now softer, asked him a question not in words, but in thought, a silent exchange of understanding. What of you, Kai? What of your life? For a moment, Kai was still, his mind reeling from the flood of visions. But he didn't hesitate, he didn't pull away. In the silence of the moment, he shared. He shared the story of his birth on the streets of a dying city, surrounded by the ruins of a world that had lost its way. He saw the day he met his master, the one who had seen potential in him and had taken him into the sorcerer's tower. He shared his years of study, of becoming stronger, of facing challenges that had shaped him into the magus he became and the mage he was now. And then he spoke of the desperation he felt off watching the world crumble around him, of seeing the loss of humanity, of losing the people he cared for, bit by bit, as the ugly darkness spread. It still felt raw. He still felt the pain as if it was happening in the moment, maybe because his previous life played in his mind that he remembered everything to the very core. But he didn't hold back. The elder tree, in its infinite patience, listened to his story, and for the first time in his life he felt truly heard, truly seen. It pained even more as the memories led him to the moment of his master's death. He was a young, rash man back then, impulsively searching for a way to combat the ever-encroaching death. His journey had brought him to a ruin, a place rumored to hold the key to battling corruption. But in the end, it had been a cruel snare from which there was no escape. His master, the one who had always guided him, had come to his rescue, but it was too late. The fiends in that forsaken place had already corrupted him. With his dying breath, his master had made Kai swear an oath to save the world, to stop the curse that was destroying everything. As the memory settled into Kai's chest like a stone, his soul shook violently. He could feel it, the grief, the guilt, the loss of it threatening to overwhelm him. His breath became shallow, his body tense, and his mind spiraled back into the trauma of that moment. But just as he thought he might be consumed by the weight of it, something unexpected happened. A presence, steady and warm, wrapped itself around him. The elder tree was there, consoling him. The energy enveloped him like a very well-needed soft embrace, as though it understood his pain. Kai fought to push past the memories, shaking his head, willing himself to focus. He steeled himself, determined to get to the questions he had been carrying with him for so long, the ones that had brought him to this very place. What is the prophecy of the cycle of life and death? He asked, his voice steady, though his heart raced. How can I defend against it? The elder tree grew quiet, as if considering his words. Then a ripple of energy pulsed through the ground, and for a moment, Kai thought the entire world had stilled. The sensation was so clear that it made his soul tremble, and when it passed, the world around him shifted. He found himself reliving a memory not his own, but a memory from time's beginning. He saw a world bathed in an unbearable heat, a world so scorched that no life could survive. It was a world of fire and chaos, the air thick with the intensity of life struggling to take form. And then slowly it began to cool. The land began to take shape, the raw elements of nature coalescing into something more, a planet becoming habitable. Kai watched in awe as life began to materialize in small, fragile forms, bacteria, plant life, and slowly more complex organisms. From the heat the world cooled, and from the cooling life emerged. The elements came together, intertwining, and with them the gods rose, not one but many. The energy that had once been raw and untamed began to settle into patterns, and Mana itself gave birth to a new age of creation. The elder tree showed him how humans evolved, how they learned magic, how their race, along with other beasts, elves, and more, had flourished. Kai watched as civilizations rose and fell, as the wheel of life continued to turn. The images came in waves, showing him the origins of life, the rise of magic, the connection between all living things. And then, just as Kai thought he had seen it all, a voice rang in his Minda voice that seemed to come from the very depths of the universe. It was godly, powerful, and heavy, like a judgment passed from the cosmos itself. What starts always has an end. The words settled into Kai's heart, heavy with meaning. It was a truth he had always known, but hearing it now from the mouth of some higher power made it feel all the more real, all the more inescapable. He felt it deep within himself, the weight of life and death, the inevitability of it, but the tree wasn't done. Kai felt another pull, a deep, insistent tug at his consciousness, and suddenly the world around him shifted once more. He was shown a Senia vision so startling that it made him widen his eyes in disbelief. It was a place, a moment, from far beyond what he had seen before. The image wasn't just from the past, it wasn't even from the present, it was from a future he had witnessed and even going beyond it. A A great darkness, vast and consuming, spread across the land. It was as though life was being strangled by the very forces of death. The world was no longer familiar, no longer the vibrant place he had known. It was desolate, cold, and devoid of everything that had once thrived. Kai's heart pounded as he stared at the image, the implications of it sinking in with terrifying clarity. This was the end. The cycle that had been set into motion all those years ago was coming to its inevitable conclusion, and Kai was at the center of it. The vision continued, and Kai's heart sank as the images unfolded before him. He saw how the world would end, consumed by the very force that had been creeping in from the shadows of dead mana. It was slow at first, subtle even, but with the elder tree at the end of its lifespan, the inevitable unraveling began. The fiends, twisted and foul, began to rise, led by a monstrous dragon, a creature formed from the very essence of dead mana itself. Mana began to decay, its vitality draining, turning lifeless and cold. Wars broke out not for conquest, but to hasten the process of destruction, to increase the spread of dead mana. Kai watched as the cycle of death consumed the world. Humans, elves, minotaurs, nothing would survive. The races that once populated the land would perish, their civilizations reduced to ash. Only the mindless fiends would remain, battling each other for survival, a twisted mirror of the world before. The elder tree spoke again, its voice resonating deep within Kai's mind, the weight of its words pressing down on his soul. The cycle is halfway done. The beginning of life has passed, and now only death remains. It will come with my demise. You know it, Kai. You have seen it. It will destroy everything. Kai felt a chill run through him. The end was inevitable unless, the only way to survive, the elder tree continued, is to destroy the cycle. Kai's thoughts raced as he stood frozen in the depths of this terrible truth. Destroy the cycle. He had never imagined such a thing could be within his reach. How could he own manstand against the force of fate itself? Desperation and confusion rose within him. His mind ached with questions, and finally he spoke in a raw voice that came out as a croak, with all the emotions overwhelming him. How can I do it? How can I stop this? The elder tree's response came softly, as though it had been waiting for him to ask. You are the fate breaker, it said. Kai frowned. No lines of fate hold you back. You are the only one who can make a difference. Whatever you do is beyond the cycle, beyond fate itself. You are the one who can decide what happens now. You have already seen your world dying. Now it is up to you whether you want to save it. Kai felt the full force of those words hit him like a tidal wave. He had regressed, had hoped for a second chance, but now the responsibility weight of the world was placed squarely on his shoulders. He was the one who could change it. It seemed impossible, too much to bear. But the tree wasn't done. Whether you save it or not, the elder tree continued, I will be there for you. And with those final words, Kai felt the tree's presence envelop him once more, as if it was hugging him, comforting him in his pain and uncertainty. The warmth that spread through him was a reminder that, despite the immense burden, he was not alone in this. The tree would be with him no matter what. But as the warmth washed over him, a sharp sense of anxiety pierced his chest. The world, the fate of all life, rested on his shoulders. He could no longer deny it. He was the key to either salvation or destruction. Kai stood there, his mind racing. Was everything that had happened since his regression just leading him to this moment? Was this always his purpose, to break the cycle of life and death? He didn't know. How could he know? Fate was strange, full of twists and turns, and though he had been granted this power, it was a gift he hadn't asked for and couldn't deny. Questions still swirled in his mind, things he had yet to understand. But before he could ask them, before he could seek further answers, the pull of the elder tree began to lessen. The connection between them began to fade, the bond growing distant as Kai was gently yanked back to reality. The world around him shifted once more. The soft whisper of the elder tree's energy faded, leaving only the silence of the present. Kai stood alone, breathing heavily, his mind reeling. He hadn't noticed him going down on his knees, putting his entire weight on the tree. But he didn't care. His mind was still reeling from the overwhelming vision. Fuck. Arzin. Kai blinked, letting out a gasp and coming out of the sensations. He found himself staring up at Elder Vialarith, who was gazing down on him with a knowing expression before his eyes went back to the elder tree. He struggled to comprehend the flood of images, memories, and responsibility that had just been thrust upon him. His mind felt heavy with the weight of what he had seen, but the elder tree's presence was in his mind, a warmth that had felt like the embrace of a long-lost father, soothing yet ominous. Vialarith broke the silence. It seems you've had quite the experience, just as I thought, she said. How do you feel? Kai's throat tightened and he exhaled slowly. Unpleasant, he muttered, struggling to find the right words. The elder tree. It was warm, like the touch of a long-lost father, but whatever I saw, it was. Unpleasant, I feel like my responsibilities have just increased. She nodded slowly, her gaze lingering on him. I guess that's true, she said thoughtfully. But does that mean you've accepted your role as a fate breaker? Will you carry it forward and save the elder tree? The way she phrased it made Kai pause. There was hesitation in her voice, a hint of anxiety that seemed to lace her words. But Kai's decision had already solidified in his heart. He had always carried the weight of responsibility, from his oath to his desire to protect those he cared about. Being a fatebreaker didn't seem all that different from the vow he had made to himself long ago. The only difference now was the magnitude of the stakes. If he could prevent the cataclysm, if he could save the Elder Tree, then maybe just maybe the death cycle wouldn't arrive. After all, the tree's death was the catalyst for it all. Kai nodded steadily. Yes, he said, but are you really sure the Elder Tree is going to die anytime soon? It looks quite healthy to me. Elder Vialarith smiled softly, but there was a weariness in her eyes. I know it looks that way, but it's not really the case. She stepped forward, placing her hand on the Elder Tree, her eyes closing as if in silent communication with the ancient being. Kai watched in silence, and then something shifted. A subtle tremor ran through the earth beneath his feet, and the roots of the Elder Tree began to move. They twisted, curled, and crawled back, revealing patches of dead ground brown and decaying where life should have been thriving. Kai's breath caught in his throat as he stared at the sight before him. Which should have been vibrant roots now appeared withered and lifeless, a complete difference to the lush canopy above. He realized, with a growing sense of dread, that the putrid scent of decay had been hidden beneath the tree's branches and the fragrant air that surrounded them. His voice faltered as he turned to Elder Vialarith, his eyes wide with shock. How did this happen? She sighed, a sad smile on her lips. What is birthed must eventually meet its end, she said quietly. The Elder Tree is no different. Its time is coming, and with it, the cycle of life and death is beginning to shift toward the death part. Kai stood still, his eyes fixed on the dead roots, the grim reality settling into his bones. He then turned to Elder Vialarith, the question on his lips, one that had burned in his mind since he saw the destruction that would come with the tree's death. Is there a way to save it? Elder Vialarith looked at him and tilted her head sadly. There are theories, but each one of them is mostly impossible. We've tried the Council of Elders, but none have worked. There are other ways, but I don't know if they will succeed. Kai's gaze narrowed as he processed her words. His instincts told him that there had to be a way, something he could do, and the Elder Tree's death couldn't be the end. Can I take a look at them? She nodded. Yes, you can take a look at the theories, she said softly. But while you do so, I will gather something for you, something you may need. Kai raised an eyebrow. What will that be? Asked, not sure what to expect. The elf's lips curled into a small, knowing smile. Druidic magic books. I know you're looking for them. Kai's brow furrowed, confusion rippling through him. How do you know that? Her eyes sparkled and she gave her hand to lift him up. You seem to have forgotten, but I'm a seer. I see more than you might think. Kai felt a sudden shiver run through him. He couldn't speak or respond to that, knowing she had known his intentions all along. Therefore, he nodded slowly. Let's go now. There's a lot for you to do, Fatebreaker. Although Kai knew that elves were the authoritative figures on druidic magic, he couldn't help but gape in awe as Elder Vialarith led him to the top floor of the library that was shared by the 5 tribes. The magnitude of the collection was overwhelming. Shelves stretched high, stacked with countless books. Kai's eyes darted over the rows, most of them dedicated to druidic magic, with others exploring different types of magic in ways that were entirely foreign to him. Some volumes even explained entire spells, while others focused on spirits, magical creatures, and the mysteries of the natural world. He couldn't help but be entranced. At that moment, standing amidst the towering shelves, Kai wondered if he should just stay in Sylvestra longer, gathering all the knowledge he could. But that was an impossible thought. His stay in the land of the elves needed to be brief, particularly now that he knew about the prophecy and the cycle of life and death. Weight of the world's impending destruction pressed on him, and the realization that he was the only one who could stop it felt heavy on his shoulders. There was no time to waste. As much as he wanted to talk further with Elder Vialarith about what he had seen in the Elder Tree's vision, the lure of the books was too great, and he knew he had to gain as much knowledge as he could. Hence, he decided to dive in, hoping to learn something that could aid him in the coming battles against Lucian and Queen Regina. He spent most of the night poring over the books, seeking to understand more of druidic magic. What he found fascinated him. Kai had always thought of druidic mages as strategic figures, relying on their bonds with beasts to spy or fight, using whatever creatures they could form a connection with. In his mind, they often worked with weaker beasts since they weren't difficult to bond with, but the books painted a far richer picture. The text described how druidic mages could do much more than simply bond. They could take on the abilities of the beasts they connected with, something Kai had never imagined. The book he found, The Beast Within, written by Elris Ranger, described in great detail the experience of an elf bonding with a grade 1 ashen bear. Through the bond, the elf was able to briefly gain the creature's strength, his hands transforming into claws capable of rending stone. The description left Kai breathless. Such an ability would elevate druidic magic far beyond the power of summoners, even though both magics shared the common thread of connecting to creatures. The thought that druids could harness the very essence of their bonded creatures, borrowing their strength, speed, or senses, sent a shiver of excitement through Kai. He closed the book with a sense of awe, his mind racing. He knew that if he could learn to tap into such powers, it could be the key to gain even more battle prowess for his territory. But there was so much more to understand, so much more to explore. The previous thought of staying here and learning more nagged at his mind. He sighed. Time, however, was not on his side. He couldn't afford to lose himself in the pages of books, no matter how tempting they were. The world was waiting. Therefore, he kept opening and closing books after books, adding it to the growing pile of volumes next to him. After finishing the 20th book, he stretched his limbs, feeling the slight ache from hours of sitting and reading. His mind was buzzing with new knowledge, though it was still a bit foggy from the information overload. A yawn slipped from his lips as sleepiness crept in. To counteract the weariness, he cast another refresh spell, the familiar surge of energy washing over him and clearing the haze in his mind. With his focus restored, he looked around the library, marveling at the structure. The entire library was built within a massive tree, its wooden walls curved and twisted like branches outside. Kai couldn't help but feel like the library was an extension of nature. It wasn't just the library if he thought about it. Most of Sylvestra was similar. A lot of the houses were nestled within the massive trees, branches used as chairs, platforms, and bridges, connecting the people who lived within these places. It made sense given how large the trees were, their trunks towering and wide enough to house entire buildings. And every time he inhaled, the strong scent of flowers and herbs filled his nostrils. The atmosphere was energizing in a way that felt deeply rooted in the world around him. Kai reached for another book, eager to continue his research, but before he could pull it from the shelf, a voice cut through the quiet hum of the library. Two figures entered the room, their eyes locking onto Kai. He recognized them instantly. They were elders, Flosper and Calith. Calith, the one who had been vocal in his opposition to Kai before, eyed him warily as they walked closer. His pointy ears twitched in annoyance as soon as he saw him. On the other hand, Flosper gave him a faint smile. Kai watched as Calith's gaze flicked over the table, taking in the piles of books he had read. He squinted his eyes, then picked up one of the books with an almost dismissive gesture. "Not even a day since you arrived," he said in a sharp tone. "And already you're feasting on our knowledge, Fatebreaker. So many books read in a single night. Do you intend to run away soon with the knowledge?" Flosper sighed deeply, shaking his head. "Calith, stop with that. There's no need to be antagonistic toward him," he chided gently. "I'm not being antagonistic," Calith retorted. "I just know how humans are. Even Maleficia is full of them. You can't trust him." Kai took a moment to absorb their words, especially the mention of Maleficia. Elder Vialarith had spoken of it briefly yesterday, but now the term seemed more significant. His curiosity piqued, but for now he focused on the immediate tension in the room. "You can call me Arzin," Kai said. "And yes, I've learned a lot from your knowledge here. It's certainly very interesting. But no, I don't intend to run." His gaze shifted, meeting Calith's eyes. "I have an oath to carry, and the Elder Tree has recognized me. But I guess elves have become too gusty and rebellious to go against their god." Calith's expression hardened, but Flosper placed a hand on his arm, calming the elder before he could retort. The air in the library felt thick with unspoken words as Kai stood his ground, silently daring to challenge him in any way. Calith, in the end, sneered. "I am not against my god," he said through gritted teeth. "I just think you're incompetent to deal with the cataclysm. Elder Vialarith kept an eye on you, and what have you done in the last few months? You've done nothing but grow that city of yours. That's not saving the world or the Elder Tree. That's just improving your people." Kai's expression remained unchanged as he met Calith's glare. "I wasn't aware of the prophecy before coming here. I knew there was one, but I had no idea about the details. As for growing my people," he continued, "do you really think we won't need an army to deal with the fiends that will rise when the cycle moves forward? I don't think just the elves and I will be enough to deal with it." Before Calith could fire back, Flosper stepped forward. "I agree with you, Arzin," he said, nodding in agreement. "I believe getting an army would be the best way to deal with Maleficia." His eyes flicked briefly to Calith, who scowled but remained silent. Kai took a deep breath, sensing the tension in the air. He had questions that needed answers. "What exactly is Maleficia?" he asked. Calith let out a derisive snort and laughed out loud mockingly. "You don't even know that." But before he could continue, a sharp glance from the Flosper silenced him, and he relented, though his irritation was still palpable. "They are a force," he said, his voice laced with bitterness, "that worship the dragon of calamity Maleficent. They wish for his rise. They're trying to bring forth the prophecy faster so they can be part of his world. In a way, they are the opposite of us elves, who have been trying to stop the prophecy from coming true." His eyes narrowed as he spoke of them. "A vile group of humans and other creatures. A cult that has forsaken their whole world just for whispers of power, believing that death is the true path to strength. They're willing to destroy everything for it." Kai listened intently, his mind racing as he processed the information. "So, this cult Maleficia, they want the prophecy to come true?" he asked, seeking clarification. "Yes," Flosper confirmed, "and they are dangerous. They don't care for the balance of the world or the consequences of their actions. They care only for the power they believe they can gain by serving Malefic." Kai nodded thoughtfully, but there was something else he wanted to understand. He glanced at Calith, whose expression was filled with contempt. "That's why you don't trust humans then." Calith spoke with hatred in his eyes. That and the fact that humans often care little for nature, he said with a frown. For growth and advancement, they forge wars, they kill, they destroy the nature and themselves. Greed and arrogance have consumed so many of them. It's hard to trust a people who will sacrifice everything, including the world itself, for fleeting power. Kai's eyes darkened at their words, but he held his tongue. The elves had their reasons, and he could understand their distrust. They had seen the damage humans were capable of, their hunger for power, their willingness to tear apart the natural world in pursuit of their goals. But Kai wasn't like them. He wasn't here for power, he was here to stop a disaster. Well, I guess that's something we'll have to work through, Kai said, more to himself than the two standing before him. His eyes locked with Kalith's and slowly turned to Flosper. You know what, I agree with your words, he said. You do, yes. But I believe arrogance and greed are something all living creatures have. Even you. A true mage knows how to keep them in check so they don't cloud his judgment. Flosper nodded thoughtfully, a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Wise words, Arzin, he said, his eyes drifting back to the book in front of him. After a moment, he spoke again. I see you've been looking into druidic magic, but have you found a way to save the life of the Elder Tree? I know Elder Vialarith spoke to you about it, but in our centuries of living, we've not found any permanent solution to save it. Its condition keeps deteriorating. He paused, his voice becoming softer. A major reason I wanted you here, Arzin, is because I thought a fresh perspective might help us. Kai nodded in understanding. I did speak to Elder Vialarith about it, and I've looked into books and records on the Elder Tree, he said, his eyes reflecting a hint of frustration. But it would need an immense amount of life force to keep it going. The major reason for its decline is that it's been drained of that life force, and I haven't. Suddenly a chorus of shouts and laughter echoed from outside the library, cutting Kai off mid-sentence. His head snapped toward the window, and without hesitation he crossed the room and swung it open. The sounds of joy and excitement filled the air as he peered out at the sight before him. Sylvester was a sprawling, vibrant city built entirely within the enormous branches and trunks of towering trees. He thought he'd seen the best yet, but the view from up here was something else. The houses looked much larger and spacious, crafted from wood that seemed to grow naturally into the shape of homes, their walls and roofs covered in moss and vines. Walkways of twisted vines and branches connected the homes, allowing the elves to travel from one house to the next with ease. In the middle of the city, children's laughter rang out as they played with spirits. Elves of all ages moved about the city, decorating their homes with delicate flowers and hanging lanterns that swayed gently in the breeze. Others were gathered in small groups, sketching symbols on the ground and setting up what looked like summoning circles. The energy in the air was one of life and vitality, as if the city itself was alive with magic. Kai's eyes scanned the scene, taking it all in before they settled on Gorak and the others. They were standing off to the side, looking around with wide eyes as they snacked on fruits. Gorak was clearly fascinated by the world of the elves, his eyes darting from one sight to the next. But what really caught Kai's attention was Claire. She was laughing as she chased after a playful spirit, a small, glowing figure darting around her in the air. Her face was bright with a genuine smile, and she looked completely at ease as she interacted with the spirit. Kai watched as she held out her hand, letting the spirit playfully swirl around her fingers before it vanished with a puff of light, only to reappear a moment later. It was a simple moment, but it made Kai pause. The other elves around her were watching as well, some smiling at the children and the spirits, while others were looking at the humans they haven't seen in years. But Kai's eyes remained fixed on Claire, his gaze lingering a little longer than he intended. Flosper, having noticed where Kai's attention lay, moved closer to get a better look. His sharp eyes widened slightly as he observed Claire. I haven't seen many humans with such an affinity for spirits, he murmured, more to himself than to Kai. She has potential. Is she a mage? Kai turned to him, brow furrowed in curiosity. She's not a mage, he replied, shaking his head. She's my personal maid. But what do you mean by potential? And why is everyone decorating so much? Before Flosper could respond, Kalith's voice cut in, filled with the same sharpness that always seemed to accompany his words. It's not for you, he said, an air of dismissal in his tone. Sneered, probably at the thought of Kai thinking that they were planning something for him and his retinue. It's for the rite of binding. It's when the young ones get the chance to bond with spirits and officially become adults. You came here just in time for it. Flosper nodded in agreement. Yes, Kalith is right, he said, a more contemplative tone replacing the previous tension in his voice. It's a sacred rite of adulthood for us elves. As for your maid, by potential, I mean she could become a spirit trainer. He paused for a moment, choosing his words carefully. To be one, a person needs a natural affinity with spirits. We elves are born with it, but it's rare to see that kind of connection in humans. She has it. Kai's eyes widened as he thought about it. Claire, a spirit trainer, he asked, almost in disbelief as his gaze shifted back to her. She was laughing and dancing with the spirit, her joy evident in the way she moved. She joined the children in their play, her face full of life, carefree in a way Kai hadn't seen before. and in that moment, it was as if a new possibility had opened up in his mind. Kai stood frozen, his eyes locked on Flosper. They widened in disbelief. His gaze then shifted to Claire, who was giggling softly, her hands outstretched as she played with the wisps of glowing spirits dancing around her. She looked so carefree. The spirits flitted and twirled, drawn to her as if she were a magnet for their kind. The words that came from the two elf elders hit him like a bolt of lightning. Claire could be a spirit trainer. Kai knew a little about them. They were common among the elves, but a rarity among humans. They didn't follow the structured spell formations or elemental focuses typical of mages. Their power was solely based on their bonds with spirits and was an entirely different magic system overall. The strongest spirit trainers he could recall had always been elves, their deep connection to nature giving them an unparalleled affinity for such bonds. Among humans, there had only been few spirit trainers, and only one among them had gotten famous enough for him to be in the history books Zephyron, the man who had been around the second golden era of magic and had bonded with a grade 6 wind spirit, earning the title of King of the Wind for his ability to command the air better than any wind mage. Kai's mind reeled. Even if Claire's potential affinity didn't reach such legendary heights, the very fact that she had an affinity at all meant she could become someone extraordinary. He thought back to their journey through the Vasper forest. The spirit of the forest itself had chosen her to communicate, and while he dismissed it as a coincidence at the time, he now saw it in a new light. I should have known this before, Kai thought to himself. Taking a deep breath, he turned back to Flosper. So, can Claire take part in this rite? He asked, maintaining a calm exterior. He didn't want to sound desperate, knowing that it'd get him nowhere. Flosper hesitated, his brows knitting together in thought. Behind him, Calith muttered, "That's against tradition. Humans don't." "I don't know," Flosper interrupted. "I can't make such a decision on my own. As Calith intended, the ceremony is sacred. Allowing a human to participate might not be proper." Kai sighed, disappointment flickering across his face. "That's a shame." He glanced back at Claire, who was now sitting cross-legged, her fingers tracing patterns in the air as the spirits mimicked her movements. He turned back to Flosper, not wanting to give up the opportunity just yet. "How do you conduct the rite anyway?" "It's a summoning ritual rite. You call forth spirits from other realms to make contracts with them." Flosper nodded and squinted his eyes. "Yes, we call out to specific planes depending on the affinity of the elf taking part. Once the spirit appears, it's up to the elf to negotiate and form the contract." "And how do you determine which type of spirit to summon?" Kai pressed. Flosper's expression turned contemplative as he answered Kai's question. "We have summoning circles and their corresponding rituals for spirits of each affinity. The choice of circle depends on what the elf wishes to contact. Often the decision is based on the potential of the elf, but most opt for grade 1 or 2 spirits as they are far easier to tame for young ones." Kai nodded thoughtfully. The rite seemed straightforward, but it also appeared to limit the elf's ambitions by encouraging safer choices. He decided to press further, a plan forming in his mind. "How about this? I'll share my knowledge of summoning circles for rarer spirits. I'm well versed in them. In exchange, you allow Claire to take part in the rite and grant her access to basic books on spirit training." The room fell silent. Calith, who had been listening from behind Flosper, stepped forward. He pointed his finger at Kai before he spoke. "Fatebreaker or not, you're a liar and presumptuous," he snapped. "Summoning circles are our sacred knowledge, not something to be handed out to outsiders." "How could someone like you possess such knowledge?" Kai met his glare evenly, unflinching. "I don't lie," he said firmly. "If you doubt me, you're welcome to consult Elder Vialarith. She can confirm my claim. I've acquired this knowledge from a different sourceone that has nothing to do with your people. And before you ask, yes, the summoning circles work, and they work well." Flosper looked conflicted, his hands clasped behind his back as he glanced between Kai and Claire, who remained blissfully unaware of the discussion. Kai continued, his tone calm but persuasive. "Think about what I'm offering. With this knowledge, your young spirit trainers could grow far stronger than average. I know you will have your own summoning circles, but what I will provide will let them make contracts with rarer spirits. In return, I gain the chance to cultivate a spirit trainer for my troops. If our shared goal is to stop the elder tree from dying and to preserve the cycle, then strengthening ourselves is not just an option, it's a necessity." He stepped closer, lowering his voice just enough to sound sincere. "This deal benefits us both, Flosper. Your people gain power and I gain a fighter. It's a fair trade." Flosper's brows furrowed as he mulled over Kai's words, his silence thick with tension. Calith seemed ready to object again, but Flosper threw a sharp look at him. Flosper were already granting him access to druidic magic. How strong can his so-called summoning circles even be? Are we really going to entertain this? Flosper held up a hand to silence him. "That's Elder Vialarith's gift to the Fatebreaker. We have no authority to question or revoke it. As for his summoning circles, we won't know their strength until we've seen them ourselves." Turning to Kai, Flosper's expression softened slightly. "If you don't mind, I would like to consult the council before giving you an answer. If the summoning circles you possess are as strong as you claim, then we would certainly consider your offer." Kai inclined his head respectfully. That would be more than enough. He then turned to Caliph, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. I hope my circles will satisfy even you, Elder Caliph. The elf huffed in response, crossing his arms and turning away, his silver eyes filled with skepticism. He didn't trust Kai one bit. A pang of irritation flared in Kai's chest, but he forced it down. One elder's opposition wouldn't change the generosity of Vialarith, who had already allowed him access to the elves' druidic knowledge. By now, Kai had learned enough about diplomacy to know that relationships took time to mend and strengthen. He had no doubt that even Caliph, with his guarded demeanor, could become an ally in time. The elves didn't know him yet, just as he didn't fully understand their ways, but time could change everything. His thoughts drifted back to Claire, still engrossed in her playful interaction with the spirits. The idea of her becoming a spirit trainer was exhilarating, the potential immense. But Kai reminded himself that the decision wasn't his to make. It was Claire's life, her path to choose. If she wanted to pursue this rare and powerful path, it would need to come from her own heart, not his ambition. He glanced at her, his mind already forming a plan. A talk was necessary where he would lay out everything he knew about spirit trainers, their potential, and the challenges they faced. Claire deserved all the information before making a decision. With a deep breath, he resolved to speak with her soon, to make sure she understood both the opportunity and the responsibility it carried. Kai didn't know if it was Vialarith's influence at play, but the council's decision came surprisingly fast. Permission was granted for Claire to take part in the rite, and while it wasn't entirely shocking to him given the extensive summoning knowledge he'd offer at it was a relief. Summoning and rituals had consumed his final days in the Sorcerer's Tower Library, and now that expertise was proving invaluable. Despite the permission, Kai knew he had to talk to Claire. This wasn't a decision to be made lightly, and it was ultimately hers to make. As soon as the council delivered their verdict, he sought her out. He found her under the shade of a sprawling tree, where she was laughing and playing with the spirits that seemed drawn to her. For a moment, he watched her, wondering if she had any idea of the potential that lay within her. Taking a steadying breath, he approached Claire. She turned to him, curiosity lighting her face. I need to talk to you about something important. She immediately stood up and let the spirits go somewhere towards the trees that surrounded them. Then Kai started talking. She, in return, listened intently as he explained everything: the rarity of spirit trainers, their power, and her natural affinity for spirits. It took him some time to explain everything to her. Her eyes widened as the realization hit her slowly, her expression shifting from disbelief to awe. Are you sure you aren't jesting, Lord Arzan? She asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. I'm as serious as I can be, Kai replied, meeting her gaze. The elves have confirmed it. You have the talent to become a spirit trainer to contract spirits as the elves do, and to use them for various purposes, even combat. It's an entirely different system of magic, separate from what mages use, but it's just as powerful. If you decide to take part in the rite, you could gain the ability to wield the elements of the world. Claire stared at him, her mind visibly racing to process his words. Kai continued, his tone steady but encouraging. But this is your decision. Think about it carefully. If this is the path you want to take, let me know. Claire went silent at Kai's words, her gaze drifting over the scene before her. Kai followed her gaze. The elves bustled about the forest clearing, their treehouses blending seamlessly into the towering woods. Spirits flitted in and out of sight, their ethereal forms weaving through the air like glimmers of light. Claire closed her eyes, taking a deep breath as if to steady herself. When she opened them again, there was a certainty in them. She looked up at Kai. I want to be a spirit trainer. Kai studied her for a moment. Are you sure? He asked. You can take your time and let me know. We have time until the rite begins, so think carefully. Claire nodded without hesitation. Yes, Lord Arzan, I'm sure. I've been searching for some way to contribute more to Veralt, to you, and to feel like I'm more than just a simple maid. I believe the goddess has heard my wishes. Kai's eyes softened. You aren't a simple maid, Claire, you know that. Yes, but there's only so much I can do as a mortal, she replied, her voice unwavering. If I can wield powers like you do, I could do so much more. Kai nodded thoughtfully, impressed by her thick determination. Before he could respond, a rustling behind them caught his attention. The elders of the council approached, their footsteps quiet but purposeful, followed by the figure of Elder Vialarith. Wise choice, she said. Spirits never betray you unless you betray them first. They are the best of companions, and their loyalty will bring you strength and solace. Behind the ancient elf, Caliph muttered something under his breath, his expression sour. Kai chose to ignore it, instead shifting his focus to the gathering in the clearing. The scene was alive with activity. Though the night had blanketed the forest in darkness, the area was illuminated by the glowing lights strung from treehouses and floating motes of spirit energy, and all the lanterns just added to the scene. His gaze settled on the center of the clearing. Their basic summoning circles had been etched into the ground, their intricate runes glowing faintly with latent energy. Nearby, stacks of food and drink had been laid out, waiting to be enjoyed after the ceremony. It all seemed exciting, and even the air buzzed with anticipation. He saw how elves of all ages filled the clearing. They'd puddled into groups and started talking in hushed tones. It somehow mingled with the sounds of the forest. Kai stepped closer to Flosper, taking in the preparations before speaking. Are the preparations complete? Flosper turned to him and nodded. Yes, everything is ready. We're just about to begin. Kai gave a small nod, his sharp eyes scanning the crowd. He noticed a group of young elves standing together, their faces a mixture of excitement and nervousness. The elders began moving towards them, and the gathering quieted as Flosper took center stage. The elf elder raised a hand, signaling for silence. When the murmurs ceased, he began speaking, his voice carrying easily over the assembled crowd. Raven quickly came to Kai's side to translate whatever was being said. Illidari Ilest Silwyn Boreal, Thrylan and Carl Rithith Ilvaris Minath Rathilthara Hestel Luridil, Tyrol Merthalin, Thrylan Thalith Thos and Latra, Melnara Thilith Alanis, Athalir in Lin, Wathnarith Dalith Thilska, Sithiltil Alael Virus. Brothers, sisters, tonight marks the rite of Bindinga sacred tradition that heralds the journey into adulthood. For generations, this rite has not only been a passage but a promise. Through it you will call upon the spirits and forge a bond that is both an honor and a responsibility, she whispered to Kai's ears. His gaze softened as it rested on the young elves standing in eager anticipation. Thar Elveloth is Thilmarith, Alael Thaliri Hothril Varas and Ulthalan Misavalth, Almarin Wathalira, Thalernal na Rithin, Aintalir Atmiral Virinith, Vil Thosilir Thainchin, Hisirith Vurinthar Athlilil, Vimoreth Athelrim as Rithinner. This moment is a turning point, one that will define your path and your connection to the spirits that have watched over our kind since the dawn of time. To bond with a spirit is not a mere act, it is to invite it into your essence, to share your strengths and shoulder your burdens. Flosper raised a hand, gesturing to the summoning circles etched into the forest floor, his voice changing to the common human tongue. Let your affinity guide you. Step forward and call out to the realm that resonates with your soul. Tonight you take the first step not just toward adulthood, but toward understanding the true harmony of life and the elements. I would like all of you to talk in common language so that the Fatebreaker here could help you with the summoning circle. The young elves exchanged glances, their nerves fading into determination as they nodded. The elders from behind gave hopeful eyes at Kai, probably trusting the council members on this decision. As the elder finished his speech, a hush fell over the clearing. One of the young elves, a male with bright green eyes, stepped forward. His voice was steady as he declared, "My affinity is with W. Wind." The boy stuttered but managed to speak in common language. He moved toward one of the summoning circles, and the crowd watched in silence. The young elf stepped confidently into the summoning circle. "I would like to contract with a grade 2 wind spirit," he announced, speaking slowly. The elders exchanged glances, one of them Lillian stepping forward. "Are you certain? Grade 2 spirits, while stronger, are harder to tame and require more discipline." The elf nodded firmly. "Yes, I'm sure." Their gazes shifted to Kai, who stood a short distance away, observing the proceedings. As the elders silently sought his input, Kai's eyes dropped to the summoning circle etched into the ground. His expression remained calm, but his mind churned with thoughts. Taking a step closer, Kai addressed the elf. "Are you looking for anything specific in a spirit, speed, strength, or something else?" The elf shook his head and took a moment to reply. "No, I trust in whatever spirit will answer my call." Kai crouched down by the circle, his fingers brushing against the etched lines. Understood. He reached into his pouch and retrieved a small vial of fine white powder. Pouring some into his palm, he began to alter the circle with practiced precision. Lines intersected with curves, and additional runes bloomed in the space around the original diagram. Plain summoning circles often start simple, Kai mused, his focus unwavering. Their complexity increases depending on the spirit you're trying to reach. With the right adjustments, it's easy to call forth a creature suited to this elf's potential. The elves watched in silence, their curiosity palpable as Kai worked, few of them looking unsure of his capability. Even Calith, standing to the side, leaned forward ever so slightly. When he finished, the summoning circle glowed faintly with an energy that felt sharper and more refined. Kai stepped back, brushing the residual powder from his hands. "It's ready." His voice was calm, yet it carried a quiet authority that silenced the murmurs around him. Taking a deep breath, Kai raised his arms and began to chant, his words resonating in the still night air. The altered summoning circle thrummed with power, its glow intensifying with every syllable he spoke. The runes sparked, their brilliance lighting the faces of the gathered elves. A sudden gust of wind whipped through the clearing, and the energy in the circle coalesced into a vortex. From its center, a form began to emerge, a bird-shaped wind spirit. Its body shimmered like silver mist, its wings feathered with strands of pure, flowing air that glimmered faintly in the moonlight. Its eyes were crystalline, reflecting the surrounding light in an iridescent display. Gasps erupted from the crowd, and a voice rang out in disbelief. "Isn't that the rare Lyropiran? No one has contracted with it in hundreds of years." The clearing fell into stunned silence as the spirit spread its wings. And at that moment, all eyes turned to Kai. The Lyrapiran hovered in the air. The bird looked like it was made of mist and light. Its feathers sparkled, and the air around it seemed to ripple as if alive. The clearing was silent for a moment before gasps broke out among the elves. "That's a rare spirit. It's a miracle." Words were whispered in hushed tones around them. Even Calith, who had been so against Kai, stood frozen. He would normally throw a crude expression at Kai's way, but this time, his wide eyes showed shock and even a bit of respect. But Kai didn't focus on their reactions for long. The ritual wasn't done yet. He turned to the young elf standing nearby and nudged him. "You need to form a contract now," he said. The elf blinked, snapping out of his daze, and slowly stepped toward the hovering wind spirit. His hand stretched out, trembling slightly as he focused. Kai could tell the elf was trying to communicate with the spirit through his thoughts. He knew that was how it's done usually. Flosper had explained it to him before. The Lyrapiran tilted its head, watching him closely. It seemed to study him, ignoring the rest of the elves. Finally, after a tense moment, the spirit leaned forward and touched the elf's fingers. A wave of mana rippled through the clearing as a faint mark appeared around the elf's hand, a spirit sigil. It looked like a bracelet almost, but it sealed their contract. The elf stepped back, his face breaking into a wide smile as he held up his hand. Flosper stepped forward, his voice warm and proud. "With this, the first binding of the night is complete. Let's give a round of applause for our young one, Caladrin." The announcement was the confirmation that everyone needed. The clearing erupted into cheers and applause. Flosper turned to Kai. "Would you be willing to call such rare spirits for the others as well?" Kai nodded without hesitation. "I said I would, and I'll see it through." Flosper smiled and gestured for the next elf to step forward. A young girl approached, her hands clenched nervously. Kai looked at her and asked gently, "What kind of spirit are you hoping to summon?" She hesitated and looked around. Kai's eyes traced and saw an extremely tall woman giving a warming smile and a nod at the little girl. The little girl in return gave a toothy grin and looked up at Kai. So, Kai nudged her a little. "Can you summon Tarak, the grade 2 earth spirit?" He nodded, his mind quickly recalling the summoning circle for Tarak. He crouched down and began drawing convoluted patterns on the ground, carefully shaping the circle to call forth a Tarak. Once it was ready, he stepped back and began chanting. The circle lit up with a deep green glow, and a huge spirit appeared, a turtle with a rough, rocky shell. The cracks in its shell glowed like lines of molten lava, giving it a powerful and ancient look. Its bright amber eyes studied the girl closely, as if testing her. Kai glanced at the girl, who took a deep breath and stepped forward, her hands slowly reaching out toward the turtle. But the spirit didn't react right away. It stayed still, its gaze sharp and piercing. He recalled that unlike Lyrapiran, Taraks had an aggressive and demanding nature, favoring battles. The girl stood firm, her hands steady even as the spirit seemed to weigh her resolve. Kai could see the tension in her posture, but also the determination in her eyes. She wasn't going to back down. Finally, after what felt like forever, the turtle leaned forward. Its massive head moved closer, and its rough, glowing shell seemed to shimmer even brighter. When it touched her hand, a powerful wave of mana rippled through the clearing, sending a warm energy that everyone could feel. A glowing sigil formed around her wrist. The turtle circled the girl, its movement slow but deliberate, watching her like it was making sure of something. Then, without a sound, the spirit disappeared into thin air, leaving only the glowing mark on her wrist. The sigil pulsed softly for a moment before fading, but Kai knew the bond was complete. The spirit was now part of her, ready to be summoned whenever she needed it. The girl's face broke into a bright smile, her joy clear as she stepped back from the circle. Her bond with the spirit was sealed, and the pride in her eyes was impossible to miss. The crowd cheered again, and Kai couldn't help but smile. 2 bindings down, many more to go. As the night deepened and the glowing summoning circles illuminated the forest clearing, the air grew heavier with respect and curiosity. One by one, as Kai crafted perfect summoning circles and called forth rare spirits, the eyes of the elves began to change. At first, they regarded him as an unfamiliar human outsider, but now their gazes held something else: respect, intrigue, and even awe. Whispers of a new title drifted through the gathering, Spirit Seer. He heard more than a few people calling him that after each successful binding. Kai had no idea what that meant, but he didn't stop. His focus remained on the circles and the spirits, pouring his energy into each chant. The young elves approached him with requests for specific types of spirits. Wind and earth spirits were the most common, and he summoned them with relative ease. Mythics, Gale Whisker Arendil, the Dancing Lithip, Tarak, Stoneback Titan Lithron, the Ruth Watcher. Occasionally, the demands were more unusual, a request for lightning or water spirits, such as Stormflash, the Azure Bolt, and Myrnell. Each summon brought its own challenges. Not all spirits were willing to form bonds with their summoners, and Kai often found himself chanting again to call another spirit. Some elves left the summoning circles with disappointment clearly written on their faces, but even then, the persistence of Kai and their fellow right-takers ensured that none of these kids were left empty-handed. Halfway through the summonings, the last of the hostile gazes have changed. Even Calith, who hadn't had a single positive thing to say about him ever since Kai set foot in Sylvestra, seemed to soften. Though his lips remained sealed and tight, the hostility in his gaze had dulled to neutrality. It wasn't much, but it was a step forward. By the time Kai had worked through most of the gathered elves, the clearing felt alive with energy, buzzing with new bonds and strengthened connections. The once nervous young elves now stood taller, their spirit sigils glowing faintly as they talked to their family. Finally, Flosper called for the last participant, and Kai turned to see Claire stepping forward. She had been watching from the sidelines all evening, observing and familiarizing herself with the process. Now, as she walked toward the center, murmurs rippled through the gathered elves. A human, this rite has always been for elves. Can a human even bond with a spirit? Claire's expression tightened as she heard the whispers, but her steps remained steady. She reached the summoning circle and stood tall, locking eyes with Kai. The murmurs quieted, though some skeptical glances lingered. Claire glanced back at Kai, who gave her a small nod. "Are you ready?" he asked, his tone softer than before. She nodded. "Yes, Lord Arzan, I'm ready." A few elves erupted in cheers as Claire inhaled deeply. Kai studied her for a moment before speaking. "Unlike the elves, Claire, I can't rely on a single affinity to guide the summoning. Since we don't know which element resonates with you, I'll need to create a universal calling circle. This circle will connect to multiple planes, and any spirit that hears and answers your call will come forward. You'll have the chance to form a contract with it." She nodded firmly. "I'm ready, Lord Arzan." Kai crouched, his fingers brushing the ground as he began inscribing the circle. He used a fine white powder and carefully started drawing patterns and lines into the earth. The circle expanded outward, its design layered with overlapping symbols for wind, lightning, earth, water, fire, and more. At the center, he added a convergent sigil, ensuring the summoning could draw from any plane. As he worked, he explained softly, "Each line here represents a connection to a different plane. The intersections guide the spirit, while the sigil at the center acts as a beacon. When it's complete, the circle will call out to every elemental plane simultaneously. The spirit that resonates with your soul will answer." Finally, Kai stepped back, brushing the dust off his hands. He turned to Claire and pulled a small knife from his belt. "When I tell you, drop a single drop of blood into the center. Your essence will serve as the catalyst, anchoring the spirit to you if it chooses to bond." Claire hesitated briefly, her fingers tightening around the knife as Kai began the chant. His voice was steady and rhythmic, the ancient words flowing like a river through the clearing. The circle responded, faint lines beginning to glow as the summoning took hold. "Now," Kai said and looked at Claire. She pricked her thumb, letting a drop of blood fall onto the center of the circle. The glow intensified, the lines simmering as though absorbing her essence. For a moment, nothing happened. The clearing was silent except for the hum of the circle's energy. Claire glanced at Kai. Her eyebrows knitted together as she hesitantly asked, "Did it fail?" Kai shook his head, his gaze fixed on the circle. "It takes time. A being has to hear the call and decide to answer." As if on cue, the circle pulsed with power, a low hum growing into a resonating thrum that seemed to shake the air itself. The gathered elves gasped, and Kai's initial smile faltered as the energy surged far beyond what he had anticipated. "This isn't normal," he murmured under his breath. The elders noticed too. Their warnings were drowned out by the rising storm of lightning and wind that began to swirl above the circle. Claire instinctively stepped back as the storm condensed, spiraling downward with a quiet intensity. From the eye of the storm emerged a figure. Kai squinted his eyes to take a better look as the mist from the summoning circle still covered their vision. Finally, he could clearly see the figure's majestic deer. The stormy clouds wreathed around its body and rolled with every movement as it shook its body. Its horns were long and sharp, with wind gathered around them like two small tornadoes. Across its stormy pelt, lightning danced and its piercing eyes glimmered with intelligence. Claire stared in wonder, her breath catching in her throat. The spirit gazed down at her, its eyes studying her intently as though measuring her worth. Kai heard Elder Vialarith whisper in awe, "That's a grade 3 spirit, and not just any spirit, but a storm sovereign. Intelligent, powerful, and willful." As if to prove its dominance, the spirit's piercing gaze locked onto Claire, its storm-filled eyes glowing with an almost tangible intensity. A deep, gravelly voice filled the clearing, seeming to echo from the storm itself. "Who dares call upon us?" the spirit demanded, its tone dripping with haughtiness. "Foolish mortals, do you not understand the weight of your actions? To summon one such as Ian-worthy as you are, you invite wrath upon yourself." The air grew heavier with each word, crackling with electric tension. Without warning, a bolt of lightning arced from the spirit, striking the ground mere inches from where Claire stood. Tharnak's hammer came down once more, igniting sparks in its wake. The strike reverberated like a heartbeat within the stone wall, just like the one before had and the one before. The glow of the molten steel before him made his eyebrows sweat, but he continued. He swung his hammer again, his broad arms moving in practiced arcs, the rhythm almost hypnotic. He narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on the glowing blade taking shape beneath his hands. His lips moved silently, muttering age-old chants that infused the very air with a palpable hum of magic. He turned the blade slightly, inspecting the intricate etchings along its surface, ensuring that each strike of the hammer and stroke of the chisel served its purpose. The forge, nestled deep within the earth, pulsed with the power of the molten veins running beneath it, an ancient lifeblood fueling the fires. Tharnak's tools gleamed in the fiery glowhammers, chisels, and tongs of unmatched craftsmanship. He struck the blade again, sparks flying like tiny stars across the cave. Closer, he murmured to himself, his voice raspy from the heavy work, closer to perfection. He paused, holding the blade aloft. The glow of the steel dimmed slightly as he turned it, his experienced eyes scrutinizing every detail. He reached for a small vial on his workbench, the contents swirling with a silvery glitter. Carefully, he poured a single drop onto the blade. The liquid sizzled on contact, sinking into the metal as if devoured by a hungry spirit. The entire blade seemed to pulse in response, its glow intensifying. The dwarf allowed himself a rare smile, his teeth flashing through his bushy beard. "You'll be my masterpiece," he whispered to the blade as if the blade could hear it. A sudden gust of wind swept through the cave, carrying the light but fast footsteps. Tharnak froze, his sharp ears catching the sound. He straightened, gripping the hilt of the blade firmly. He scowled, his voice low and steady. "Who dared disturb my forge?" He kept the weapon away as an irritated voice echoed through the cave. "Oi, hammer brain. Quit smashing rocks for a second." The dwarf spun around, his scowl deepening as he spotted his wife standing at the entrance, her hands on her hips and the usual unimpressed look on her face. "What do you want, woman?" he grunted, gripping his hammer like it was a shield against her presence. "I'll smash your head with hammy if you keep distracting me." She rolled her eyes. "Stop jivin' your hammer stupid names, you stinky bastard. You've got a letter. Read it. Then I dunno, maybe go dunk your head in the forge flames for good measure." She jabbed a thumb toward the workbench, where a sealed envelope lay conspicuously next to a steaming pie. "Also, I made you food. Eat it or I'll smash your head in your sleep. Your choice." With that, she spun on her heel and strode out, muttering something about Tharnak and his lack of appreciation for good cooking. Tharnak grumbled under his breath, setting his hammer down with a thunk. "Always naggin'. Doesn't know genius when she sees it," he muttered, stomping over to the workbench. He snatched up the pie first, taking a hefty bite. His scowl softened briefly at the taste before he grabbed the letter and tore it open with stubby fingers. As he read, his chewing slowed. His eyes widened slightly, scanning the page again to make sure he wasn't imagining things. "That damn brute Balin finally remembered me, did he?" he muttered. "What's this? Took a job in a county. Bah, he really became a human slave. A bull's a bull, no matter how you dress him up." His amusement quickly faded as his gaze landed on the diagrams sketched on the parchment, detailed, complete, and unlike anything he'd seen in years. He stopped mid-bite, the pie forgotten on the workbench. His hands shook slightly as he read through the letter again, carefully tracing the diagrams with a thick finger. Tharnak's gaze flicked to the blade resting on his anvil, then back to the letter. His expression hardened, a rare gleam of excitement sparking in his eyes. He stormed into the adjacent room where his wife was cleaning up. She looked up, arching an eyebrow. "Why haven't you finished the pie yet? It's not gonna eat itself." "Shut your trap, woman," Tharnak snapped, holding up the letter. "Pack my bag," her brow furrowed. "Pack your bag? For what? Where are you off to now?" Tharnak glanced at the letter again, then met her gaze with a grin that was equal parts determination and madness. "A place called Verol. Something interesting just came up." His wife snorted, shaking her head. "Fine, but if you're leaving, at least take the rest of the pie with you. Might as well die with a full stomach if you get self-killed." Tharnak just chuckled, already moving to gather his tools. "Don't worry, woman. If I'm right, I won't be the one dying." The Storm Sovereign unleashed a lightning bolt that tore through the clearing, lighting everything up in a millisecond. Everyone, including Kai, was blinded for some time. But soon, their shock recovered when the ground shook as a shockwave rippled outward, sending elves scrambling for cover. Some cried out in alarm, while others quickly called upon their spirits in a desperate bid to defend themselves. Kai didn't hesitate. He threw up his hands, channeling his mana into a massive wall of ice. He needed distance from the Storm Sovereign to do anything at all. The barrier rose swiftly, glittering in the storm's eerie light. The lightning struck it with a deafening crash, shattering the wall into sharp fragments that rained down like shards of glass. The impact forced Kai back a few steps, his boots dragging against the dirt as he steadied himself. "Get behind me," he shouted, pushing his mana outward to form another shield. But before he could finish, energy flared around him as the elves began to act. Elders called forth their spirits, summoning power to counter the rampaging deer. From Kalith's palm emerged a giant hawk-like wind spirit. Its feathers were completely silver, similar to the elder's hair. Beside him, Flossper summoned a massive earth spirit, similar to a buffalo, its rocky form shaking the ground with each step. Another elder from behind, who Kai didn't know the name of, brought forth a storm spirit, a spirit that looked similar to a falcon, its crackling body mirroring the deer's lightning. "Hold it back," Elder Vialarith commanded. The spirits surged forward, their power clashing against the deer spirit. But the creature was relentless. It roared, the sound echoing like thunder, and stomped its hooves. Cracks split the ground, snaking toward